Chapter 001. The system is here. Lin Xie, your comprehensive college entrance examination assessment has been generated. Genetic potential, 5%. Mental, 59. Physical, 50. Overall assessment, fail. Conclusion, does not meet the admission criteria for the Public Martial Arts University of the Taurus 0755 system. Under the Graduation Pathway Act, you have two options. 1. Apply to a private university and pay for your own expenses. Second, accept the galactic government's graduation placement, effective immediately. Go home and think about it carefully, or discuss it with your family. Lin Xie came out of the head teacher's office and sighed. The genetic potential has only been developed to 5%, which is far from the minimum standard of 7% for public universities. After all, I am just an ordinary person. I originally thought that traveling to the interstellar era of advanced martial arts and practicing martial arts would allow me to achieve a different life as a warrior. As a result, he had average talent, failed the martial arts entrance exam, and was told he had graduated. In this era of high martial arts, failing the college entrance examination basically means you are isolated from martial arts. Unless you are applying to a private university. But Lin Xie's family does not have such conditions. When we got home, my father sighed deeply and said hoarsely, "My family simply can't afford this money. You have 3 younger brothers and sisters who need to go to school." Lin Xie couldn't help but say, "But their high school education is free." His mother interrupted him, "Xie, there's nothing wrong with resettlement jobs. Look at your second and fourth brothers. They accepted resettlement jobs right after graduating from high school. The government even arranged for them to have good partners. They both have 3 children now, and the monthly maternity allowance they receive is higher than their salary. They live a stable life." Lin Xie was speechless. "My second and fourth brothers do have stable jobs, both working as farm managers. They are called managers, but in fact they are modern farmers who operate machines to plant and harvest. In this grain-producing area, it is the way out for most ordinary people." But Lin Xie didn't want to just accept his fate and have his life fixed from then on. Farm, get married, have children, receive subsidies, and raise children until they are 18 years old. It's like an assembly line that keeps looping until death. Didn't the parents in front of us give birth to 10 children? It is still happening now. Lin Xie is the 7th child. When the 11th child is born, will he be called Lin Xi or Lin Xialong? As a time traveler, and one from China, I simply cannot accept such a life. In this interstellar age where martial arts flourish, he still wants to open his eyes and see the world. Practice martial arts and go to martial arts university. This is a scenery that Lin Xie has never seen before. He still had some hope in his heart. What if he could successfully become a warrior in college? Life was different then. I heard that after becoming a warrior, you will have the opportunity to join the interstellar development team and become a pioneer. The Taurus 0755 galaxy was once a barren star system. It started to develop to its present state after the first pioneers arrived 500 years ago. The first batch of pioneers, even the lowest level warriors, have become the heads of wealthy families today, managing an area equivalent to local tycoons, and their names are engraved in the history of the 0755 galaxy. Of course, Lin Xie also hopes to have such an opportunity. Even if it means taking out a loan to go to a private university, Lin Xie plans to give it a try. The Galactic Empire encourages those who fail the college entrance examination to take out loans to attend private universities. The registration fee is 100,000 credits, and 100,000 credits per year thereafter. Although the chances of becoming a warrior in a private university are not great. According to official data, only 10% of private university students can be promoted to warriors and graduate successfully. But it is much higher than the 0.79% for placement jobs. The cost is between 500,000 and 1 million. Seeing he was still hesitating, his father couldn't help but say, "Didn't the 5th kid next door graduate from a private university? He practiced some wind kick, but he still couldn't graduate. He's now delivering packages for Hummingbird Express." The basic law of the empire stipulates that the right of choice of adult citizens is sacred and inviolable, and parents have no right to interfere. This is not for the sake of human rights, but to allow each part to break away from its original family more quickly and be put into the big machine of society. When the college entrance examination is over and the birth subsidy stops, the parents' responsibilities also end. This is also why parents only give advice. Lin Xie sighed and said, "Well, I'll think about it." The parents were right. If one cannot be promoted to a warrior and is only a quasi-warrior, he will only be slightly stronger than an ordinary person. They are even worse off than ordinary people. If you graduate from a private university, there will be no government job placement. If you don't have any connections, you can only work in a company. The most common corporate positions in the market are security guards, couriers, and food delivery drivers. At night, Lin Xie lay on the bed, looking at the virtual night scene outside the window. Is it to accept the status quo peacefully? Or take the risk of incurring nearly $1 million in debt? At this moment, a loud mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Xie's mind. The host is detected to be over 18 years old and is bound to the fertility and blessing system. Binding successful. The more you reproduce, the stronger your bloodline becomes. The quantity and quality of offspring will directly increase the host itself. Lin Xie widened his eyes, unable to believe it. No way? After being single for 18 years, the system finally arrived? Chapter 002, Many Children, Many Blessings. Lin Xie confirmed again and again that it was really the system that came. After some research, Lin Xie roughly understood what this system was all about. Improve your own strength by having children. The stronger your partner is, the stronger your children will be, and the greater the boost you will get to yourself. The more children you have, the greater your own increase will be. Lin Xie waved his fists and fell asleep excitedly. In his dream, he saw one woman after another surrounding him. Then, in the women's arms, there appeared not one, not two, not three, children. Husband. Dad. The next morning, the 3 younger brothers and sisters had already gone to school, and Lin Xie and his parents were having breakfast. Xie, have you thought about it? Father Lin's voice was a little hoarse. He had prepared for the worst and was ready to say, "We support your choice. There's nothing I can do." Parents no longer have the right to speak and make decisions like in the old days. According to the imperial constitution, preventing children from making their own choices is a crime and punishable by law. Unless you are a warrior. Therefore, we can only bless our children as choices. Lin Xie pulled out a chair and sat down, calmly announcing, "Dad, Mom, I've made up my mind. I'm not going to a private university anymore. I've chosen to accept the post-graduation placement." Mother Lin suddenly raised her head, her eyes instantly filled with surprise and relief. "Really? Xie, have you really figured it out?" A long-lost smile appeared on Father Lin's tense face. Lin's mother said with a smile on her face, "Great. Great. That's right. The resettlement job is so stable, the government has arranged it properly. This is the right way to live." In their opinion, their son had finally grown up and was no longer blinded by those illusory dreams of becoming a warrior. As long as they accept the placement, it means a stable job, a matching partner, and a steady stream of fertility benefits. Ordinary people should follow the life trajectory of ordinary people. This is happiness. Then confirm it on your personal terminal. The sooner you handle this kind of thing, the better the partner you can choose. Lin's mother urged. Lin Xie nodded and turned on the personal terminal on his wrist. The placement process starts immediately when you click Graduation Placement Application. Citizen Lin Xie ID, do you accept the graduation placement? Yes. The system is matching you with a position based on your comprehensive assessment, matching successful. Placement position, Farm Manager, 939 Farm, Grain District 16. Job description, this position is designed to ensure the healthy growth, periodic maintenance, and efficient harvesting of crops such as high-energy nutritious grains, specialty cash crops, and medicinal plants within the designated area of responsibility by operating and monitoring semi-automated agricultural production systems. You must ensure the daily operation of agricultural machinery, conduct preliminary diagnosis and report basic faults, and assist in maintaining the stability of the farm's ecological environment, providing a reliable source of food and basic supplies for the citizens of the galaxy. Lin Xie shook his head helplessly. It turned out that this was the most crowded position here. Like his second and fourth brothers, he became a farm manager. The mother smiled and said, "Being a farm manager is great. Although the work is hard, the vacation time is long, so I have more time to spend with my family and children." Lin Xie shook his head and said, "Let him be a farmer." When he accepted the placement, his original focus was not on the job arrangement. But it's the next arrangement, the arrangement for your partner. Position confirmed. Partner matching is underway. The matching pool has been generated. Please select from the following 3 candidates for the first round of meetings and negotiations. The portraits and information of 3 women appeared on the screen. Candidate A, Li. Age, 20. Education, public high school graduate. Comprehensive assessment, average. Debt status, none. Matching fee, 0 credits. Introduction, gentle personality, strong family values, and in line with family life expectations. Candidate B, Wang Feng. Age, 20. Education, public high school graduate. Comprehensive assessment, average. Debt status, none. Matching fee, 0 credits. Profile, lively and cheerful, with strong family values, in line with family life expectations. Candidate C, Bai Muxi. Age, 28. Education, Grain District 3rd Private Martial Arts Academy not graduated. Identity, quasi-warrior. Comprehensive assessment, excellent. Debt status, the total tuition loan is 900,000 yuan. After matching, the man needs to bear half of it, which is 450,000 credit points. Matching fee, 0 credits. Introduction, possessing a foundation in martial arts and a strong desire to have children. Lin's father and mother also came over to take a look, and when they saw the first 2 options, smiles appeared on their faces. Both Li and Wang Feng are good. Yes, they are both 20 years old, which is the perfect age to have children. However, when they saw Lin Qiye swiping towards the 3rd option, they quickly stopped him. Qiye, don't click randomly. Lin Qiye nodded, I think we can talk about it first. Although Bai Muxi is beautiful, she has a debt of 900,000. Son, you're stupid. The mother was extremely shocked and confused. Do you know what 900,000 yuan means? Your job only pays 3,000 credits a month. Even if you don't eat or drink, it will take you 30 years to pay it back. The father couldn't help but get angry, even though it says you bear half, we are already a family. When the time comes, the 900,000 yuan will definitely be repaid by the whole family together. And this woman is already 28 years old, which means she's 8 years younger than the 2 women above her in terms of her prime childbearing years. She's still a quasi-warrior, you can't control her. Women like this are the hard to get to find match in the matchmaking market. You'd be crazy to fill this void. Qiye, listen to what mom says. This kind of would-be warrior who graduated from a private university is very ambitious. She won't be content to live with you. She's still thinking about training and becoming a real warrior. When the time comes, she'll do everything she can to make you pay, and even suck the blood of your small family to support her cultivation. In the end, you'll spend all your money, not become a warrior, and your life will be a mess. It's better to find a 20-year-old girl, have children, and live a stable life. That's the real deal. In their eyes, Lin Qiye's choice was 100 times more stupid than going to a private university. At least that was only his debt, but now, he is taking the initiative to shoulder a burden that is enough to crush his life for an outsider and a bad asset. When Lin Qiye heard his parents say this, he hesitated for a moment. He originally chose Bai Muxi because of the system of having many children and great fortune. The stronger the mother is, the better the quality and quantity of her children will be, and the greater the boost given to Lin Qiye will be. For this reason, Lin Qiye wanted to choose Bai Muxi. But the 900,000 yuan debt that my parents mentioned is indeed a big problem. The main thing is that once you choose your partner, you can't change it. Only after becoming a warrior can one choose a partner again. Choosing Bai Muxi seems to help Lin Qiye better than the previous 2 choices. Lin Qiye now only has the task of having many children and good fortune in his eyes. It's definitely not because Bai Muxi is very beautiful. Chapter 003 Bai Muxi. Lin Qiye still insisted on his own way. Faced with his parents' earnest advice and even anger, he just calmly said that he would have the first round of meeting and negotiation with Bai Muxi first. If it's not suitable, it's not too late to rematch. Seeing that he had made up his mind, his parents could only sigh and watch their son walk out of the house. The meeting place is on the 13th floor of the Food District Administration Building. There are small meeting rooms set up here specifically for couple matching interviews. The conference room is not big, and the layout is quite simple, even a little cold. A long alloy table, 2 chairs, a terminal for drinking water on the table, and nothing else. Lin Qiye arrived first, and not long after he sat down, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A tall figure walked in. Lin Qiye looked up and was stunned for a moment. Bai Muxi looks the same as in the photo, even more delicate and photogenic. She was wearing a clean white t-shirt, dark blue sports shorts and a pair of sneakers, but it still couldn't hide her straight, slender, and healthy-looking snow-white legs. Her figure is well-proportioned and powerful, without a trace of fat, and full of youthful vitality. She had a plain face with delicate features, and her skin seemed even more delicate and translucent than those of the girls in his class. Both her appearance and figure are top-notch. Lin Xie couldn't help but admire in his heart, he was indeed a quasi-warrior. Long-term exercise has enabled her to have a physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people and a high metabolism. I heard that after becoming a true warrior, the human body will be greatly improved at the genetic level, and vitality will become extremely long, so people in their 50s or 60s will feel like they are 18 years old. Although Bai Muxi is only a quasi-warrior, he looks much younger than ordinary people and you can't tell that he is already 28 years old. Lin Xie was looking at Bai Muxi, and Bai Muxi was also looking at the young man in front of her. He looks very young, even a little childish. His eyes were bright, but the scrutiny and evaluation in them made her feel uncomfortable. Yes, she didn't like the look in men's eyes, as if they were looking at a commodity, weighing the pros and cons. But there is no way, the situation is stronger than people now. She no longer had the money to continue studying at the martial arts university, and her family no longer supported her, believing that she had wasted too many resources and hoping that she would give up and get married. According to imperial law, if an adult citizen like her who was unable to repay her tuition loan and had no family support did not accept a partner match, her only fate would be to be sent to forced labor until her debt was paid off. That kind of life is more terrifying than death. Therefore, accepting the government's arrangement in partner matching is her only way out. The two looked at each other in silence for a moment, with a hint of awkwardness in the air. Finally, it was Bai Muxi who broke the silence first. Her voice was cold and distant. You should have read my information. The debt of 900,000 credit points needs to be shared. I am 28 years old, 10 years older than you. I have only one request: after marriage, I hope to continue to practice and strive for the realm of warriors. Her words were very direct, without any beating around the bush, and she stated her conditions straight away. This is her 9th time matching partners. The 8 men who had been there before were all scared away by her conditions. No way. She felt that after another 3 to 5 years of practice, she would definitely be able to break through to the warrior realm. But at the most critical moment, there was no money. Her family doesn't support her. She herself could no longer continue to increase her debt. The only way is to match partners. But she was unwilling to give up her martial arts training. When Lin Xie heard Bai Muxi's words, he immediately frowned. You mean, continue studying at a private university that costs 100,000 yuan a year? Lin Xie thinks this is funny, right? His job pays 3,000 yuan a month, which is equivalent to 36,000 yuan a year. Not eating or drinking is not enough support. Bai Muxi nodded and said, I know your basic salary isn't high right after graduation. When I say support, I mean if your finances allow. For example, if you have 3 children, then the annual subsidy is 54,000 yuan. I'll invest 30,000 yuan myself, and you can support me with another 16,000 yuan. That's enough. Then, Bai Muxi added, I have applied for a 5-year interest-free period on my 900,000 yuan debt. Lin Xie was stunned when he heard Bai Muxi's words. Such a resolute heart for martial arts? Seeing Lin Xie was silent, Bai Muxi stood up and said, You don't agree, right? Then there's no need to continue the discussion. Bai Muxi is already planning to find the next one. If 9 doesn't work, then try 19, 29, there will always be a success. What a damn world. However, the next second, Lin Xie looked up and said, Just leave like that? I didn't say no. Bai Muxi was stunned for a moment, then quickly sat down again. Lin Xie looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and asked calmly, I just heard you say that you wanted to have 3 or 4 children, and your resume also said that you have a strong desire to have children. Are you serious? Bai Muxi's ears suddenly turned red, and she gritted her teeth and said, Yes. Just give birth. She has already risked her life. Bai Muxi now understands the current situation clearly. A man in an excellent position could promise her a comfortable life, but he could not accept her continuing to practice. As for men in ordinary jobs, if they want to support themselves, they can only rely on child allowances. The salary of both partners alone is not enough to send their children to private universities. Just as Bai Muxi said just now, she was ready. After giving birth to 3 children, in about 3 years, she will be able to return to the martial arts path. It may even be faster. For example, if you have a child, the government will subsidize 18,000 yuan, plus the couple can save 80,000 yuan a year. That's enough. Lin Xie tapped the table, thinking. It seems that Bai Muxi's desire to have children is really strong. This is what he wants. Okay. Lin Xie uttered a word crisply. Then, looking at Bai Muxi, he said, I like children, the more the better. Lin Xie looked at her with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Can you give birth? Bai Muxi's cheeks instantly turned a light red, with a mixture of embarrassment and anger at being offended, as well as a hint of surprise. She bit her lip and said coldly, as long as I can be provided with enough resources to maintain my body functions, having children is not a problem for me. How many do you want to have? Lin Xie stretched out a finger. Bai Muxi frowned. 10? Lin Xie shook his head. A football team? Lin Xie spoke slowly, his tone calm but with unquestionable strength. Give birth until you can't give birth anymore. Chapter 004, Giving Birth Until No More. Give birth until you can't give birth anymore. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Bai Muxi's mind. She raised her head suddenly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Shame, astonishment, absurdity, all these emotions intertwined together, making her delicate cheeks instantly red as if blood was about to drip out. She had seen greedy men and men who made unreasonable demands, but she had never seen anyone who could describe the act of having children so calmly and so matter-of-factly as an endless production task. A football team? That was the limit of what she could think of. Keep giving birth until you can't have any more? What does this take her for? Bai Muxi's chest heaved violently, and his strong self-esteem as a quasi-warrior was trampled upon like never before. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and re-examined Lin Xie in front of her. The man in front of me had clear eyes, as if he was stating the terms of a business contract, and he was terrifyingly calm. He is serious. A crazy idea arose in her mind. Maybe this is the most stable deal. A man who has an almost obsessive desire to have children, and a woman who will do anything for cultivation resources. Although their goals were completely different, they strangely agreed on the issue of having children. The more children you have, the more maternity benefits you receive. For her, it means more training resources and faster breakthrough to the warrior realm. For him, he got what he wanted, having children. This is a naked transaction where both parties get what they want. After figuring this out, Bai Muxi's tense body relaxed. She raised her eyes and met Lin Xie's gaze. Although her voice was still cold, she was no longer as guarded as before. Okay. But I have conditions. You say. Lin Xie looked at her calmly, as if he had expected her to agree. First, all maternity allowances will be at my disposal and used for my cultivation. After deducting your salary from your daily household expenses, any surplus should be used to support me as much as possible. Okay. Lin Xie nodded without hesitation. Bai Muxi was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect him to agree so readily. She continued, Second, you cannot interfere with my training. I need independent space and time for training. Okay. Lin Xie nodded again. There will be 2 bedrooms at home, one of which can be converted into your training room. Third. Bai Muxi looked at him. You can't touch me until we become a real couple. Lin Xie smiled and said, Miss Bai, I think you've made a mistake. We're not in a relationship, we're executing an agreement. The content of the agreement is to have children. Therefore, there's no process of becoming a real couple. We've been united for this goal from the very beginning. As for when to start, let's start tonight. The sooner you get pregnant, the sooner you can get the allowance, right? His words were like a heavy hammer, completely shattering the last bit of fantasy and reserve in Bai Muxi's heart. Yes, what else is she expecting? She looked at Lin Xie's outstretched hand, which was clean and slender, with distinct joints. She was silent for a long time, and finally reached out her hand and shook his gently. Make a deal. The 2 people's hands separated as soon as they touched. The subsequent process was astonishingly fast. The 2 confirmed their intention to match on their personal terminals, and the system immediately generated an electronic partner agreement. They signed their names on the agreement, and their identity information was instantly synchronized to the citizen database. Citizen Lin Xie and Citizen Bai Muxi have officially established a partnership. Resettlement housing is being allocated, allocation successful. Housing address, room 1314, Building B, Xiangyang Garden, Grain District 16. House key permissions have been sent to both of you. I wish you both a happy life and continued contributions to the prosperity of the empire. When they returned home, Lin's father and mother saw Bai Muxi beside their son, and heard that Lin Qiye had confirmed his relationship with the other party and had already registered. The old couple could only give their blessings. While Bai Muxi went to the bathroom, Lin's mother pulled Lin Qiye and said, "You are so confused. Son. Why are you so confused? 900,000 yuan in debt. You're pushing yourself into the fire pit." Lin Qiye could only say what they wanted to hear. "We have already discussed it and decided to have a baby right away. She has a very strong desire to have a baby. Anyway, after they move out, their parents won't be able to control them. I think I've managed to keep their emotions stable these past few days." Father Lin also sighed heavily. But they heard that Bai Muxi was willing to have a baby immediately, and not hold a wedding, keeping everything simple. This makes the parents feel a little more at ease. She seems to be a woman who is willing to live a good life. Of course, Lin Qiye couldn't tell them that Bai Muxi still wanted to continue practicing. This kind of thing is just an agreement between Lin Qiye and Bai Muxi. Seeing this, Lin's father and mother could only sigh. But now that things have come to this, the die is cast, and no matter how angry they are, they can't change it. Mother Lin whispered, "Shi, you have to be frugal in your life. 900,000 is not a small amount. Also, she's not young anymore. She needs to hurry up and have a few children. She can get more maternity benefits and reduce her burden." Chapter 005 starting from tonight. After Lin Qiye took Bai Muxi to meet his parents, he decided to have dinner with his parents and 3 younger sisters and brothers the next day. Then, move into the new home immediately and live as a couple from then on. It was Bai Muxi who took the initiative to suggest not having a wedding and keeping everything simple. "My parents have long been disappointed with me, especially since I rejected their plans and chose to pursue my martial arts career, and also chose a farm manager as my partner. They've already made it clear that they won't be controlling me anymore. So, we can skip the meeting." This is what Bai Muxi said. Lin Qiye nodded secretly in his heart. This is better and saves a lot of unnecessary trouble in interpersonal relationships. He has no interest in those complicated interpersonal relationships. Now that he has the system, his goal is clearer, which is to complete the task of many children and more blessings. Have children, the more the better. The next day, Lin Qiye and Bai Muxi, along with Lin's parents and their 3 younger brothers and sisters who were still in school, had a meal at a restaurant on the commercial street in the residential area. It was a simple family dinner. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit dull. Lin's father and mother's smiles were a little stiff, and his younger brothers and sisters looked at the 7th sister-in-law, who suddenly appeared with curiosity. After dinner, Lin Qiye and Bai Muxi went directly to the resettlement housing allocated by the Government Grain District 16, Xiangyang Garden, Building B, 1314. This is a standard 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, approximately 50 square meters, with simple decoration and standard furniture and appliances. For young people who have just started a family, it is a good starting point. The most important thing is the government's public housing, which only costs 800 credit points per month. Bai Muxi took the initiative to choose the smaller bedroom, saying that the larger one would be reserved for his own use. Lin Qiye knew that she wanted to convert the large bedroom into a training room, so he didn't object. After packing my luggage, it gradually got dark. After a simple dinner, they both washed up. There was only one double bed in the apartment, in the master bedroom. When Bai Muxi walked out of the bathroom in a slightly loose silk pajamas and with wet hair, she saw Lin Qiye already sitting on the edge of the bed, and her steps paused noticeably. Under the light, a hint of shyness appeared on her cheeks, which was different from her usual cold and resolute appearance. Although he had prepared himself mentally and even acted decisively during the negotiations, when the moment really came, a 28-year-old prospective warrior who had never had any experience in marriage or love could not help but feel nervous and awkward. She lowered her head, twisting the corners of her clothes unconsciously with her hands, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Lin Qiye looked at her. This woman who seemed tough and courageous in front of outsiders was now like a frightened little rabbit. It would be a lie for Lin Qiye to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, such a beautiful woman was an unattainable delicacy in his previous life. The reason she could become his partner in this life was largely due to the heavy debt she carried in her request to continue practicing. Lin Qiye just needs a quasi-warrior partner who is willing to have children until he can no longer have any more. The two sides fit perfectly. This is a transaction in which both parties gain what they want, but the bargaining chips are exactly symmetrical. He looked at Bai Muxi's rare shy look. Under the light, her wet black hair stuck to her smooth forehead, her silk pajamas outlined her beautiful figure, and the air was filled with the fragrance of her after-bath. Lin Xie took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and tried his best to make his voice sound calm and natural. "It's late, go to bed." After he finished speaking, he felt that his words sounded a bit dry, and even carried a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. When Bai Muxi heard this, her body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at him with a complicated look. "Yeah," she responded softly, her voice still very low. The atmosphere in the room became more subtle because of this simple conversation. The virtual night scene outside the window was still bright, but at the moment, neither of them was paying attention to it. Lin Xie was the first to lift a corner of the quilt and lay down in it, trying to lean as close to the outside of the bed as possible to leave enough space. Bai Muxi hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly walked to the bed, gently lifted the quilt on the other side, and lay down carefully. There was a distance between the two of them, but they could clearly feel each other's breathing and heartbeat. Silence spread across the room. Lin Xie could feel the stiffness in Bai Muxi's body, and could also feel the sweat slightly oozing out of his palms. He knew that the agreement would take effect from tonight. He needed the child, she needed the resources. Lin Xie cleared his throat and broke the silence. His voice was a little hoarse than before. "Let's rest early. I have to report to the farm tomorrow." He wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but it seemed to have little effect and instead made his words seem more deliberate. Bai Muxi didn't say anything, but her body seemed to become a little stiffer. Lin Xie closed his eyes, but his mind couldn't help but recall Bai Muxi's decisiveness during the negotiations that day, which formed a sharp contrast with her shyness at this moment. He knew that for a proud and arrogant would-be warrior, making such a choice would inevitably bring inner struggle and pain. As a time traveler, I also embarked on an unknown road for the illusory system task. After a long time, just when Lin Xie thought Bai Muxi had fallen asleep, her low voice came from beside him, with a hint of trembling and a resigned determination. "Lin Xie, didn't you say that it would start from tonight?" Lin Xie suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head. In the dim light, he saw Bai Muxi also looking at him sideways, her beautiful eyes flashing with complex light in the darkness, with shyness, uneasiness, and a hint of courage to take risks. She bit her lower lip and seemed to have used up all her strength to say this. Lin Xie's heart skipped a beat when he saw her shy look. Chapter 006, Hard Work is Not Enough. When Lin Xie saw Bai Muxi say that, his cheeks instantly turned red, and even his ears were stained crimson. The fresh fragrance of her body after bathing was even stronger in the air, mixed with a hint of nervousness. Women are so proactive, how can men lose? Lin Xie took a deep breath, suppressed the complex emotions surging in his heart, and turned over. He could feel the tension in her body, like a fully drawn bow. "Bai Muxi." Lin Xie's voice was also a little dry. He reached out and gently held her hand on the quilt. Her hands were a little cold and trembling slightly. Bai Muxi did not pull back her hand, but just closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow in the dim light, showing her inner unrest. Lin Xie leaned down. The lights in the room had long been turned off, and the virtual night scene outside the window cast a hazy glow, reflecting the intertwined figures on the bed. Soon, the room returned to calm, leaving only the slightly heavy breathing of the two people. Bai Muxi curled up in the quilt with her back to Lin Xie. Lin Xie was lying beside her, and was about to say something when a loud mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding, the host has completed the first time. Conditions met. The system of having many children and many blessings is officially activated. Newbie benefits have been distributed, please check. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential 5.15%. Physical fitness 51. Spirit 59. Psychic 9. Exercise, set 128 of radio gymnastics. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 50. Offspring, none." Lin Xie was ecstatic. What are the newbie benefits? Newbie benefits. 1. Host gene potential plus 1%. 2. The chance of Bai Muxi's partner becoming pregnant within 10 times is increased to 100% limited to the first pregnancy. The next second, Lin Xie felt a weak but clear warm current surging from his body, quickly flowing through his limbs and bones. My spirit, which had been somewhat depressed due to the failure in the college entrance examination, was lifted, and my body seemed to feel lighter. He immediately checked his property panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential 6.15%. Physical fitness 55+. Spirit 62 plus. Psychic 10 plus. Exercise method, level 1, set 128 of radio gymnastics. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 50. Offspring, none. Genetic potential has really improved. In this interstellar age where martial arts flourish, the core standard for measuring a person's martial arts talent is genetic potential. Genetic potential represents the limit of what a person's body cells can carry and evolve. According to the Galactic Empire's standard martial arts rating system, the genetic potential of an average person typically fluctuates between 1% and 5%. Through practice, one can enhance genetic potential. When a person's genetic potential exceeds the critical point of 7%, he or she becomes qualified to reach the realm of warrior and is called a quasi-warrior. This is also the minimum admission threshold for most public martial arts universities. This is also the fundamental reason why Lin Xie failed the college entrance examination and was judged as failed. Once the genetic potential successfully breaks through the 10% milestone, it means that the person has made the leap and officially entered the ranks of warriors. Becoming a true warrior, one's physical fitness, mental strength, and even lifespan will be significantly enhanced. It is not only a leap in life level, but also a huge improvement in social status. Physical and mental fitness are the concrete manifestations of genetic potential in actual combat and training. Physical fitness represents the comprehensive qualities of the body, including strength, speed, endurance, and recovery. Spirituality is about perception, will, concentration, and the ability to fine-tune energy manipulation. Although both are important, they are ultimately limited by the upper limit of genetic potential. The higher the genetic potential, the greater the room for physical and mental growth. As for the last attribute, psychic power, Lin Xie frowned. Psychic power. He searched his mind carefully for memories. The martial arts common sense I learned in school over the years did not seem to explicitly mention the word psychic power. Most likely a hidden attribute. Or maybe it is a concept that can only be encountered at a higher level. Lin Xie vaguely felt that this psychic power attribute was very important. After all, in the system's attribute arrangement, it is on par with strength and spirit, and does not seem to be something dispensable. But at the moment, he still couldn't understand its specific function. Now the system shows that there is a plus sign after each of the three attributes. That is, based on the current genetic potential of 6.15%, there is still room for improvement in physical fitness, mental strength, and spiritual power. Lin Xie clearly felt that his body was getting stronger. The body that was originally a little heavy and a little tired now became much lighter, and the spirit was extremely excited. Every cell seems to be full of energy and eager to be released. Lin Xie couldn't wait to test his own strength right now to see what level he could reach. But it is late at night, the public testing sites have long been closed, and the public testing sites in the community also require advance appointments during the day. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and turned his attention back to another reward from the system. Bai Muxi's chance of pregnancy has increased to 100%, within 10 attempts. Lin Xie's gaze involuntarily turned to Bai Muxi beside him. She still had her back to him, her body slightly curled up, her breathing seemed even and steady, as if she had fallen asleep. But Lin Xie could keenly feel that beneath her seemingly relaxed body, there was still a subtle tension. The curves under the quilt are still attractive in the hazy moonlight. The experience just now was probably not a pleasant one for her, but more like a transaction that had to be completed. She bit her lips tightly from beginning to end, enduring it silently without making any sound. Only the slight trembling revealed her nervousness and discomfort. However, this was also Bai Muxi's own request. Lin Xie's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. For him, the experience just now was very good. It's not only because of the physical satisfaction, but also because of the huge surprise brought by the system activation. Now, since the system has given such a clear newbie benefit, you will definitely get pregnant within 10 times. Then what is there to hesitate about? Lin Xie is not a selfish person. It is also Bai Muxi's wish to make her pregnant as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Xie's worries instantly disappeared. He adjusted his posture slightly and tentatively extended his arm around her. Bai Muxi's body stiffened noticeably, and her breathing became a little disordered in an instant. What are you doing? Lin Xie understood, but he did not retract his arm. Instead, he moved closer. Muxi, he lowered his voice, with a hint of imperativeness, and whispered in her ear, I don't think our efforts are enough. Bai Muxi's body trembled slightly. Chapter 007 Bai Muxi is pregnant. The night is long and seems to have no end. The virtual night scene outside the window is still flickering tirelessly, casting an ambiguous halo. The following 10,000 words omitted. I don't know how long it took, but the virtual night outside the window seemed to be stained with a layer of fatigue. When everything finally calmed down, the only sound left in the room was heavy breathing. 3 more times, plus the first time, a total of 4 times. Lin Xiye's breathing was a little heavy and his body was slightly tired. There will be opportunities later, there's no need to rush. Lin Xiye was about to say something, such as let's take a break first or let's continue working hard tomorrow, but he saw Bai Muxi under him, whose eyes, which had been closed, had opened at some point. Those cold and beautiful eyes were now sparkling with water as she looked at him seductively. The blush on her cheeks had not completely faded, but instead became even more charming because of the intensity just now. Ha! Lin Xiye was slightly stunned and had not yet reacted. The next second, Bai Muxi's action made him open his eyes wide. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but with a hint of unquestionable meaning. She gently pushed her arms forward and turned over, reversing her position. She looked down at Lin Xiye, her black hair wet with sweat, a few strands of which fell on his cheeks, carrying a faint fragrance and warm moisture. She hummed again, her voice a little hoarse from having just experienced love, but it was unusually beautiful. I think we can keep trying. Lin Xiye. He looked at the look in Bai Muxi's eyes, which was completely different from before. Only then did Lin Xiye suddenly remember that the other party was a quasi-warrior. Although his attributes have just been improved, Bai Muxi has been practicing martial arts for many years, and his physical fitness and endurance are far beyond what a newbie like him can compare to. The ratings of all my attributes are currently around 60. All attribute ratings of quasi-warriors are between 70-100. Lin Xiye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was just thinking to himself, there are still 6 more times, and felt that he might need to complete the target over several days. Now it seems. Bai Muxi didn't seem to be planning this. Looking at the fighting spirit in her eyes and her attitude that could not be refused, Lin Xiye felt a surge of blood rushing to his head again, and at the same time his waist felt a little sore. Is this the rhythm of being squeezed dry? The troubles of happiness seem to come too quickly. The night seems longer. 3 hours later, Bai Muxi stretched lazily and let out a satisfied hum, her voice with a hint of hoarseness and sexiness. She turned her head and looked at Lin Xiye, who seemed to be exhausted, with a barely perceptible smile on her lips. Let's just leave it at that for today. She said softly, with a hint of sympathy in her tone, as well as a hint of pride in her physical advantage. Lin Xiye opened his eyes, but his breathing had not yet completely calmed down. He secretly glanced at the system panel in his mind. Partner Bai Muxi's pregnancy progress, 910. Just one more time. Just this finishing touch. Thinking of the huge benefits when the system is activated and the more rewards that may be obtained in the future, Lin Xiye felt a new power emerging from deep within his body. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharpened again, and he said firmly, no. Do it again. Upon hearing this, Bai Muxi opened her watery peach blossom eyes wide in surprise and looked at Lin Xiye in disbelief. She could feel the fatigue in his body. He was clearly at the end of his strength just now. Xiaogo, are you able to do this? Bai Muxi said softly with a hint of worry and a hint of strangeness provoked by his unyielding spirit, how about we stop here today? I'll make you some nourishing soup tomorrow. When the word making soup was mentioned, Bai Muxi's cheeks instantly became hot. When had she, Bai Muxi, ever thought of making soup for a man? Oh, I'm his partner now, a wife. Making some soup doesn't seem like a big deal. Although Lin Xiye is a thin man, his hard work and persistence tonight really impressed her. Especially his determination to never give up until he achieves his goal, which made her inexplicably feel a little admiration. I shouldn't consider myself to have chosen the wrong man. Just as Bai Muxi was daydreaming, Lin Xiye had turned over again and took the initiative again. Bai Muxi was startled by his sudden action and subconsciously exclaimed, "You're still coming?" Her tone was filled with disbelief and a hint of anticipation that she herself wasn't even aware of. Another hour of fierce fighting. When everything finally fell silent, Lin Xiye felt that every cell in his body was groaning, as if it had been completely drained. However, just as he was exhausted and about to fall asleep, the long-awaited grand mechanical voice rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host, your partner Bai Muxi is pregnant. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. The 128th set of radio gymnastics training permissions are open. Number 128 radio gymnastics level 1010. Chapter 008, Make Up. Congratulations to the host, your partner Bai Muxi is pregnant. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. The 128th set of radio gymnastics training permissions are open. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1010. Lin Qiye was stunned for a moment, and asked with his mind, what does this cultivation authority mean? A system prompt immediately appeared in my mind, explaining in detail the role of the authority to practice martial arts. Lin Qiye quickly understood. This so-called opening of the authority to practice the technique means that he can see the clear progress of his practice through the system panel. Originally, he practiced the 128th set of radio gymnastics like a blind man touching an elephant. He had no idea whether he was practicing correctly, whether it was effective, or when he could upgrade. And now, the system clearly displays 128th set of radio gymnastics level 1010. This means that as long as he practices this set of radio gymnastics 10 more times, he can directly upgrade to level 2. Lin Qiye's eyes suddenly widened, and a huge wave rose in his heart. 10 times? This is simply exaggerated. You should know that the 128th set of radio gymnastics has been promoted by the Galactic Empire for thousands of years. After 128 revisions and improvements, it is known as the most universal and basic primary training method. It does not require consideration of the physical differences among practitioners, nor does it require any complex auxiliary conditions. Everyone can practice it. Although the training speed is relatively slow, it is safe and stable, and is the most widely used basic means for the Empire to screen martial arts talents. Lin Qiye has been practicing this set of radio gymnastics for 10 years since primary school, but he is still stuck at level 1 and can't make any progress. This is also one of the main reasons why his genetic potential and physical fitness scores in the college entrance examination were not high. The bottleneck that he couldn't break through in 10 years, and now the system tells him that he only needs to practice 10 more times to upgrade? This system of having many children and bringing good fortune is simply against the will of heaven. An indescribable excitement and regret surged in Lin Qiye's heart. If only this system could appear a year earlier, no, even half a year earlier. His college entrance examination results are definitely more than this. He might even be able to be admitted to a public martial arts university. No, it's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye no longer cared about his physical fatigue. He was driven by a strong desire. He suddenly jumped up from the bed and landed firmly on the ground with his feet. Bai Muxi, who was lying on the bed, looking lazy and coquettish, and was about to praise Lin Qiye for his amazing perseverance, was stunned when she saw his sudden action, and the next second when he began to perform the 128th set of radio gymnastics that she was very familiar with in the bedroom. Her red lips were slightly parted, her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her face was full of surprise and confusion. After just going through such a long period of intense exercise, he still has the energy to do radio gymnastics? And, at this time? Is he crazy? Under Bai Muxi's extremely puzzled and slightly absurd gaze, Lin Qiye began his practice. His body was indeed extremely tired and his physical strength had long been exhausted. Every movement seemed a little strenuous. The originally smooth radio gymnastics moves were now crooked and even deformed, and were not standard at all. Bai Muxi frowned and was filled with doubts. What on earth is this man up to? Radio gymnastics? Now that I have a job, who would practice this crap? She worked many part-time jobs during her 8 years in college, most of which were tutoring children in martial arts. Not to mention wealthy families, even many middle-class families no longer practice this. Simply put, the price-performance ratio is too low. Take the revised version of 8 Treasures Kung Fu by the Golden Bull Martial Arts General Administration, which is the favorite of middle-class families. With the guidance of a teacher, the efficiency can be increased by more than 10%. 1 part heaven, 1 part hell. After long-term practice, for many students, the difference is like heaven and earth. Besides, looking at his shaky appearance, it was clear that his training had no effect at all. This is already the 10th time tonight, can you still hold on? However, Lin Qiye seemed to have entered a state of complete selflessness. He gritted his teeth and supported himself with a strong willpower, completing the entire set of radio gymnastics step by step. When the last movement was completed, Lin Qiye stopped almost exhausted, gasping for breath, sweat pouring out of his whole body like streams. He immediately checked the system panel in his mind. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1110. Done. It actually counts as an effective practice. Lin Qiye was ecstatic. Although his body was exhausted, his spirit was extremely excited. However, this excitement did not sustain him for long. His body had already reached its limit, and once his nerves relaxed, he was instantly overwhelmed by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Bang! Lin Xie didn't even have time to explain to Bai Muxi before his eyes went dark and he fell straight backwards. He fell directly onto the bed with a muffled sound, and then fell into a deep sleep with a loud snore. Hey! Lin Xie! You haven't showered yet. It stinks, you stinky man. Bai Muxi was disgusted, but when she saw him sleeping soundly, she stretched out her white and slender fingers. He gently stroked the sweat-soaked hair on Lin Xie's forehead, his eyes complicated and his light flashed. Why? Bai Muxi sighed and looked at Lin Xie's sleeping face with a puzzled look. This man really made her unable to understand him. What is going on? After a long while, Bai Muxi sighed softly and thought to herself, it seems that I really need to make some soup tomorrow. The next day, Lin Xie was awakened by the rich aroma of food. The aroma penetrated his nostrils domineeringly, tempting his already hungry stomach. He opened his eyes drowsily, and what came into view was an unfamiliar ceiling. Oh, no, it was the ceiling of his new home. The hangover-like headache and the hollowed-out feeling in his body reminded him of last night's struggle and madness. Woke up? A voice came, which was a little cold, but mixed with a hint of barely noticeable tenderness. Lin Xie turned his head and saw Bai Muxi carrying a casserole and walking out of the simple kitchen carefully. She was wearing a homely cotton dress with her long hair casually tied behind her head, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate profile. The morning light shone on her through the window, giving her a soft halo, making her less sharp than usual and more gentle like a wife. Especially her focused and serious look at this moment made Lin Xie a little dazed. Chapter 009 is really beautiful. This is... Lin Xie struggled to sit up and watched Bai Muxi put the casserole on the dining table. The aroma became even stronger. Bai Muxi didn't look at him. She just filled a bowl of soup and said calmly, "Come and have some soup when you wake up. You consumed too much last night." When Lin Xie heard this, his face turned red, and the scene of last night came to his mind vividly. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly, threw off the quilt and got out of bed. As soon as I stood firm, I felt my legs go weak and my waist ached. Hiss. Lin Xie grinned. It seemed that the physical fitness gap between quasi-warriors and ordinary people was really not a little bit. Bai Muxi saw all of this, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but she quickly returned to her usual cold expression. She frowned slightly and said with a hint of disgust, "Go take a shower. You stink." Lin Xie was suddenly embarrassed. He lowered his head and smelled his body. The mixture of last night's sweat and the indescribable smell was indeed not very pleasant. He quickly responded, Okay, I'll go right away. Then he rushed into the bathroom. It's really nice to live in a new house. Although this resettlement house allocated by the government is not big, it has everything needed. Most importantly, I no longer have to queue up with my parents and 3 younger brothers and sisters to use the only bathroom like I did at home. Hot water gushed out from the shower head, washing away the fatigue and dirt in the body, and also making Lin Xie's confused thoughts gradually clear. Soon, Lin Xie finished washing up, wrapped a bath towel around his waist, and walked out of the bathroom wiping his wet hair. Because of last night's hard work and the slight improvement in his attributes, his body lines seemed to be more obvious than before. Although he is not muscular yet, the outlines of several abdominal muscles can be vaguely seen on his flat abdomen, which is full of the health and vitality unique to young men. Bai Muxi was sitting at the dining table. When she heard the noise, she subconsciously raised her head. When her eyes fell on Lin Xie's faintly visible abdominal muscles, her breathing suddenly stagnated and her cheeks turned red uncontrollably, as if they were on fire. She hurriedly looked away, her heart pounding uncontrollably, even her ears feeling hot. This man seems to have a pretty good figure? How hadn't she noticed before? No, she never had the chance to notice before. Bai Muxi bit her lower lip and tried to calm herself down. Lin Xie didn't notice her momentary abnormality and walked straight to the dining table and sat down. Looking at the milky white soup in the bowl, there seemed to be some medicinal herbs and meat pieces that he didn't recognize, exuding an enticing aroma. He picked up the spoon and tasted it carefully. The delicious soup instantly blooms on the taste buds, a warm current slides down the throat into the stomach, quickly spreading to every part of the body, dispelling fatigue and soreness. Delicious. Lin Xie couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The soup tasted unexpectedly good. Bai Muxi's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible joy upon hearing this, but her tone remained calm. This is essence-reinforcing soup, made with the bones and flesh of low-level exotic beasts and several warming and nourishing herbs. It's good for restoring strength. If you're still like you were last night, well, you can drink more. At the end of her speech, her voice lowered a few notches and a blush appeared on her face. Lin Qiye heard the concern in her words and felt warm in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Bai Muxi seriously. Thank you, Muxi. Bai Muxi felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by him. She avoided his gaze and whispered, why thank me? We are partners. This is what we should do. Her voice was very soft, but Lin Qiye heard it clearly. Partner. Lin Qiye silently repeated these two words in his heart, and a wonderful feeling grew in his heart. He said no more and lowered his head to drink the soup attentively. After drinking a bowl of hot soup, Lin Qiye felt that most of the fatigue in his body had dissipated and his physical strength had recovered a lot. He looked at Bai Muxi and found that she was also drinking soup in small sips, but the blush on her face had not completely faded. Bai Muxi felt Lin Qiye's eyes lingering on her face. She paused while drinking her soup, raised her head, met his gaze, and asked awkwardly, is there something on my face? Lin Qiye had a smile on his face, his eyes were gentle and focused, and he said without disguising, it's really beautiful. These three simple words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples in Bai Muxi's heart. Swish! Bai Muxi's cheeks turned red instantly, like ripe apples, and even her ears were stained crimson. She glared at Lin Qiye in a reproachful manner, her tone tinged with annoyance, slippery tongue. Although she said this, there was a barely perceptible glint of joy and shyness in her eyes. What woman doesn't like to hear compliments? Especially in this ambiguous morning atmosphere, the praise comes from your partner. In order to hide her embarrassment, Bai Muxi quickly changed the subject and reminded him with a stern face, eat quickly, and then go to work immediately. Today is your first day, don't be late. Lin Qiye smiled and nodded, then asked, what about you? What are your plans for today? When Bai Muxi heard this, his eyes flickered and his movements paused slightly. She put down the bowl of soup in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and then said in a slightly uncertain tone, I might be pregnant. This morning, the terminal's automatic detection function prompted me to go get checked. I've already made an appointment to go to the community medical center for a detailed checkup tomorrow. Although Lin Qiye had already known the news in advance through the system and was well prepared for it. But when he heard Bai Muxi say it herself, he immediately cooperated and showed an expression of surprise and joy. Really? Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had heard great news. Bai Muxi looked at his surprised expression, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart, including anticipation, uneasiness, and a sense of relief that everything was settled. She nodded slightly and said affirmatively, well, the physiological indicators monitored on my personal terminal this morning showed that the possibility is very high. Hearing this, Lin Qiye grinned and laughed, proudly taking credit for it. It seems that my efforts last night were very effective. You. Bai Muxi felt embarrassed and angry at his straightforward yet somewhat teasing words, and her cheeks instantly turned red. She grabbed the napkin on the table, crumpled it into a ball, and pretended to throw it at Lin Qiye, saying angrily, stop talking nonsense. Eat quickly. That coquettish and slightly angry look, in Lin Qiye's eyes, had a different kind of charm. Seeing this, Lin Qiye quickly raised his hands in surrender, but still had a smug smile on his face. Okay, I won't say anymore, let's eat. He knew that Bai Muxi was thin-skinned, so he should just stop with this kind of thing. However, he was indeed very happy in his heart. Overnight, not only did he activate the heaven-defying system, he also successfully made his partner pregnant. This is the first step to becoming a winner in life. Bai Muxi looked at his ungrateful look and felt both angry and amused. In the end, she just snorted softly, ignored him, and lowered her head to continue drinking soup. But the slightly upturned corners of her mouth and the smile that flashed across her eyes still revealed her good mood at the moment. After all, for a woman who longs to support her martial arts training through maternity benefits, showing signs of pregnancy so soon is undoubtedly great news. This means that her plan to continue practicing can be started earlier than expected. For a moment, the atmosphere at the table became a little subtle. Joy, anticipation, and a hint of tacit understanding arising from a common goal flowed quietly between the two. Chapter 010 Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. After breakfast, Lin Qiye changed into the farm manager's uniform, a wear-resistant dark blue work suit. Bai Muxi helped him straighten his collar. Be careful on the road. Bai Muxi warned. Well, you too, have a good rest at home and don't overwork yourself. Lin Xie nodded with gentle eyes. The two smiled at each other without saying much, but they both saw a hint of warmth in each other's eyes. Lin Xie walked out of the house, and the system panel appeared in his mind. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential 6.15%. Physical fitness 56 plus. Spirit 62 plus. Psychic 10 plus. Exercise method, level 1 of the 128th radio gymnastics set 110. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 60, plus 10. Offspring, 1 incubation. Bai Muxi's favorability had increased by 10 points without anyone noticing. And physical fitness also increased by 1 point. Lin Xie was in a good mood and his steps became lighter. Lin Xie arrived at the express bus station at the entrance of the community, where several people were already waiting for the bus. The air was filled with the unique coolness of the early morning, and the outline of the energy tower in the distance gradually became clear in the morning light. At this moment, a slightly familiar figure came into Lin Xie's sight. The man was also wearing the same dark blue farm manager uniform as him. He was slightly fat and was looking down at his personal terminal, sighing from time to time. "How's he?" Lin Xie called out tentatively. The slightly plump young man suddenly raised his head and saw Lin Xie. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. "Lin Xie? Holy shit, why are you here too?" He looked at Lin Xie's uniform with a strange expression. Lin Xie took the initiative to greet him and said with a smile, "Yes, what a coincidence. I accepted the graduation placement and was assigned to the 16th Grain District." Wang Hao is Lin Xie's high school classmate. His results were even worse than Lin Xie's, and his genetic potential was only 3%. They were the first group of people in the class to give up their martial arts streams and clearly expressed their willingness to accept resettlement. Wang Hao nodded, his face still showing an expression of surprise. "I'm also in Grain District 16. Farm 952. What about you?" "Farm 939. Lin Xie replied. "Hey, it's not far away." Wang Hao took a few steps closer and said in a low voice, "Xie, I didn't expect this. I thought you would definitely go to a private university and try your luck. You figured it out so quickly?" Lin Xie shrugged, "Private university tuition is too expensive." Wang Hao nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's good to start working sooner rather than later. For an ordinary family like ours, it's better to find a stable place to stay. My parents said the same thing. As soon as the college entrance examination results came out, they urged me to submit my partner matching application on the system. They said that settling down sooner, having children sooner, and receiving subsidies are the right path." At this point, Wang Hao's eyes scanned Lin Xie. "That's not right. Xie, this station is right at the entrance to Xiangyang Garden Community. Housing in this community is only allocated to citizens who have completed partner matching and registered to start a family. You also successfully matched? So quickly? You should know that from the end of the college entrance examination to placement allocation, partner matching, and housing allocation, although the process is fast, it still takes several days. Lin Xie was able to stand here in his work clothes waiting for the bus so quickly. This means that he completed all the procedures almost as soon as the college entrance examination results came out." Lin Xie nodded, "Yes, I just moved here yesterday." "Holy crap." Wang Hao was completely shocked. "You're really good." Wang Hao didn't expect Lin Xie to be so fast. "I thought this guy had high standards and was only interested in martial arts. I never expected that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also betray me and solve my personal problems so quickly." Lin Xie smiled and said nothing. Of course, he wouldn't say that he was so anxious because of the system. At this moment, the screen of the personal terminal on Lin Xie's wrist suddenly lit up and made a slight prompt sound. He raised his hand and saw a message from Bai Muxi. After clicking on the message, Lin Xie's pupils shrank slightly. "The authorization for practicing the 8 treasures exercise has been sent to your account. I saw you practicing radio calisthenics last night. This 8 treasures exercise is more effective than radio calisthenics. You should familiarize yourself with it first. I'll teach you when you come back tonight." Below the information, there is an electronic certificate for authorization of the practice. A warm feeling suddenly surged in Lin Xie's heart. 8 treasures Kung Fu. This is an elementary level advanced exercise officially edited and promoted by the Jinyo Martial Arts General Administration. It is at least 10% more efficient than the 128th set of radio gymnastics. Although it is only a primary version, it is already a very precious training resource for ordinary people, especially high school graduates. More importantly, in the Galactic Empire, any formal martial arts techniques are strictly protected by copyright. If you want to practice, you must purchase authorization through official channels. If anyone privately spreads or practices unauthorized exercises and is found to have done so, the consequences could be severe, ranging from a huge fine to imprisonment. The price of a basic set of 8 treasure skill is not expensive, only 1,000 credit points. But the teacher's tutoring fee is expensive. The teacher charges 200 or 300 credit points for one class, and it's a small class. One-on-one is over 500 credits. The main reason is that parents don't want to. This is also the reason why Lin Xie did not practice before. Bai Muxi actually bought it for him and even wanted to teach him personally. I can only say that quasi-warriors are amazing. Of course, this price is not acceptable to ordinary men at the bottom of society. Just when Lin Xie was feeling moved, Wang Hao, who was standing next to him, caught a glimpse of Bai Muxi's small avatar on Lin Xie's terminal screen. It was a standard ID photo. The woman in the photo has impeccable facial features and fair and delicate skin, like the finest mutton fat jade. A pair of cold phoenix eyes, with a heroic air that keeps people at a distance, and an indescribable self-confidence. Even a small profile picture can hardly conceal her stunning appearance and unique temperament. Wang Hao's eyes widened. He grabbed Lin Xie's arm and asked excitedly, "Lin Xie, is this the partner you matched with?" Lin Xie felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, but he didn't intend to hide it. After all, they will be colleagues in the future, and they will see each other every day. Sooner or later, Bai Muxi's existence will be known to others. He nodded calmly, "Yeah. Fuck." Wang Hao cursed, his tone filled with incredible jealousy and bitterness. Chapter 011 Wife. Wang Hao was so jealous that his facial features almost squeezed together, thinking to himself, this is definitely a fake photo. If there really is such a beautiful woman in real life, it wouldn't be the turn of Lin Xie, the farm manager. Although the partner he matched with was also pretty, compared with Lin Xie, the difference was like the difference between an ordinary person and a fairy. Why? Just then, the suspended express line slowly arrived at the station. Beep, the vehicle has arrived. Please be careful with your steps. Lin Xie patted Wang Hao's shoulder and said, "Let's go, get in the car." The two of them got on the express line one after the other. There were not many people in the carriage. Lin Xie found a seat by the window and sat down. Wang Hao quietly sat opposite him, across the aisle. Along the way, Wang Hao was absent-minded. He opened his personal terminal and clicked on the photo of his partner. The girl in the photo has an ordinary appearance and a few freckles on her face, but she looks quite honest and simple when she smiles. The more Wang Hao looked at it, the more aggrieved he felt. Thinking back to the profile picture of Bai Muxi that he had just caught a glimpse of, the sense of imbalance in his heart became even stronger. It must be a photo scam. Wang Hao repeated in his heart with gritted teeth. He just didn't believe that Lin Xie could find such an excellent partner. Or maybe that woman has some unknown flaw. The suspended express line was running smoothly, and the scenery outside the window passed by quickly. The high-rise buildings gradually fade away, replaced by endless standardized farmland. These farmlands are divided into countless huge blocks, where various crops thrive under artificial light and precise temperature control systems. From time to time, you can see large semi-automated agricultural machinery parked in the fields. These semi-automated agricultural machines need to be operated by administrators like them. Wang Hao was still immersed in his own thoughts, and from time to time he would secretly glance at Lin Xie with a complicated look in his eyes. He really couldn't understand why Lin Xie was so handsome but also so lucky. It's so unfair. That woman must have some hidden illness? Or a particularly bad personality? Otherwise, how could it be Lin Xie's turn? The more Wang Hao thought about it, the more he felt that his guess made sense, and he felt a little more balanced. Lin Xie completely ignored Wang Hao's inner thoughts. He closed his eyes to rest, but in his mind he was carefully studying the 8 treasures Kung Fu. This set of exercises is indeed much more sophisticated than the 128th set of radio gymnastics. Not only are there corresponding breathing methods, but there are also some requirements for subtle control of the body. This is also the reason why it cannot be promoted. School teachers, I find it troublesome to teach radio gymnastics, so how can I teach you this for free? You're the only one with a big face? When I go home at night, I must study hard with my wife. Lin Xie said to himself. Soon, the signal sounded that the express train had arrived at the station. We have arrived at stop 950, Grain District 16. Passengers heading to farms 930 to 960, please get off here. Lin Xie and Wang Hao stood up together. I'm going to farm number 952, heading that way. Wang Hao pointed in a direction. What about you? Which way is farm number 939? I'm going this way. Lin Xie pointed in the opposite direction. Okay, let's contact each other later. Good luck on your work. Wang Hao waved his hand perfunctorily and walked straight towards his farm. Lin Xie followed the signs and quickly found the management office of farm number 939. This is a 3-story building with a simple appearance. Lin Xie walked into the reception hall on the first floor and showed his identity information and assignment notice to a staff member who was operating the terminal. Lin Xie, right? Welcome to farm 939. I'm the logistics manager here, my last name is Zhang. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s and was slightly plump received him warmly. Manager Zhang briefly introduced Lin Xie to the basic situation of the farm, job responsibilities and precautions. 939 farm mainly grows high-energy nutritious grains and several special economic crops. Supervisor Zhang took Lin Xie to familiarize himself with the work environment, received basic tools, and activated his work badge using a personal terminal. Your work area is Zone C7, where the main crops are the Golden Spike No. 1 High-Energy Nutritional Valley. Here is the operation manual and the area map. Familiarize yourself with them first. Today I will mainly take you to get to know the place, and you will officially start work tomorrow. Supervisor Zhang handed a data tablet to Lin Xie. Lin Xie took the data tablet and glanced through it. The job of a so-called farm manager sounds simple, but it is actually quite tedious. First of all, you need to be proficient in operating various semi-automated agricultural machinery, including seed drills, fertilizer spreaders, irrigation system controllers, and most importantly, harvesters. Although these machines are said to be semi-automated, many key links still require human intervention and adjustment, especially when dealing with crops at different growth stages and emergencies. Secondly, he needs to carry out daily monitoring of the crops in the C7 area under his responsibility. This includes observing the growth of crops and recording growth data such as plant height, leaf color, and signs of pests and diseases. All these data need to be uploaded to the Farm's central database in real time through personal terminals for analysis by the technical department. Finally, he is also responsible for the daily maintenance and basic troubleshooting of related equipment in the area. For example, check whether the irrigation pipes are unobstructed, whether the sensor readings are accurate, the lubrication and cleanliness of agricultural machinery, etc. Once you find a problem that cannot be solved by yourself, you need to report it in a timely manner. It can be said that this job requires a certain amount of physical strength as well as carefulness and responsibility. Manager Zhang led Lin Xie to Area C7. Looking around, you can see a field of golden grains, growing well and emitting a faint fragrance. This is Golden Ear No. 1, one of our galaxy's main crops. It has a high energy conversion rate and tastes great, Manager Zhang introduced. Your job is to ensure it grows smoothly until it's ready for harvest. Parked next to it were several agricultural machines that Lin Xie had just seen on the expressway. These are the Cultivator 3 multifunctional work platforms, integrating multiple functions such as sowing, fertilizing, and weeding. They're easy to operate, and there's a detailed tutorial on the data board. That big guy over there is a Harvest Behemoth V combine harvester. You'll need it when the crops are ripe. Manager Zhang pointed at the machines and introduced them one by one. Lin Xie listened carefully and nodded from time to time. Although he was fully focused on practicing martial arts, since he had accepted the job, he would do his best to do it well. Moreover, a stable job means a stable income. Whether it is for the family or to support Bai Muxi's cultivation, this is necessary. Okay, today you should first familiarize yourself with the environment and read the operating manual. If you don't understand anything, you can always ask me through internal communication or ask other old employees. The atmosphere on our farm is pretty good, and everyone is happy to help. Manager Zhang patted Lin Xie on the shoulder and said with a smile. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Lin Xie said gratefully. After Manager Zhang left, Lin Xie wandered around Area C7 alone. He opened the data tablet and began to carefully study the operation methods of agricultural machinery and crop maintenance knowledge. From time to time, other farm managers drove small patrol cars past the area he was responsible for. Most of them just looked at him curiously and did not communicate much. Lin Xie enjoyed the quiet time and immersed himself in his studies with full concentration. He found that although the agricultural technology of this era was highly developed, it still depended on human management and decision-making. The so-called modern farmer was not as simple as he initially imagined. The day passed quickly. When his personal terminal prompted that it was time to get off work, Lin Xie stretched and felt a little tired, but more of a sense of fulfillment. He gained a preliminary understanding of the job and also had some new plans for his future life. Go home. My wife should have prepared dinner, and she's going to teach me the 8 treasures kung fu tonight. Thinking of Bai Muxi, Lin Xie unconsciously raised a smile on his face, and his steps became much lighter. Lin Xie returned to room 1314, Building B, Shangyang Garden, and opened the door with terminal authority. Wife, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door was pushed open and Bai Muxi walked out. She was wearing a tight black training suit, outlining the exquisite and hot figure. Sweat soaked her hair and clothes, sticking to her skin. A few strands of wet hair stuck to her smooth and full forehead, adding a bit of sexiness after exercise. Her cheeks had a healthy flush from the intense exercise, and her breathing was a little breathy. Hearing Lin Xie's natural wife, Bai Muxi's body obviously stiffened, the blush on her cheeks seemed to deepen, and her eyes became a little evasive. She hesitated for a moment, as if she was doing some psychological preparation, but she finally mustered up the courage and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito, but it was clearly heard by Lin Xie. Husband, you are back. Chapter 012 Encounter. This was the first time Bai Muxi called him husband. Lin Xie's heart was moved. Looking at her shy appearance while trying hard to remain calm, he just thought she was so cute. Bai Muxi seemed to have noticed Lin Xie's burning gaze and quickly changed the subject, pointing towards the kitchen. The dishes are already prepared. It was still early, so I practiced for a while. Lin Xie understood after hearing this. This wife, who is a warrior-to-be, really refuses to relax her training for even a moment. Bai Muxi felt uncomfortable being looked at by Lin Xie. Her cheeks were hot and her eyes were wandering. She said with a hint of shyness, I'm all sweaty. I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, she turned around as if escaping and walked quickly towards the bathroom. However, just as she stepped into the bathroom and before she could close the door, she heard footsteps behind her. The next second, Lin Xie's figure also appeared at the bathroom door. Ah! Bai Muxi exclaimed and subconsciously wanted to close the door, but Lin Xie got there first and squeezed in. What are you doing? Bai Muxi was embarrassed and anxious. Lin Xie chuckled, hugged her from behind, and blew hot air into her ears. Wife, let's take a shower together, save water, and respond to the call of the Empire. No, well. The following 10,000 words omitted. An hour later, the bathroom door finally opened. Bai Muxi walked out with a red face, wearing clean cotton home clothes. Her hair was still a little wet, emitting the fragrance of a bath. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Xie. She quickly walked to the dining table and sat down. She picked up the bowl and chopsticks and silently served Lin Xie rice, but her ears were still red enough to bleed. Everything that happened in the bathroom just now made her face blush and her heart beat faster when she thought about it. This man is getting worse and worse. Lin Xie looked refreshed. He sat down at the dining table with his legs and feet stretched out. Looking at Bai Muxi's shy look, he was in a good mood. At the dinner table, Bai Muxi tried hard to calm herself down and asked calmly, "Today, your first day at work. How do you feel?" Lin Xie took a bite of his rice and said with a smile, "It's okay. The work is not difficult, but a little tedious. The farm manager is pretty good, and the colleagues seem easy to get along with." He briefly talked about his work content and experiences today. Bai Muxi listened attentively, nodded from time to time, and occasionally asked a question or two. Although she devoted herself to martial arts, she was not completely indifferent to her partner's work and life. After dinner, Lin Xie took the initiative to suggest, "Wife, let's go out for a walk to help digest the food." Bai Muxi was stunned when he heard this. Walk? Seeing Lin Xie's eyes filled with expectation, Bai Muxi nodded as if possessed by a ghost. "Yeah, okay." The two changed into casual clothes and walked out of the house hand in hand. Shangyang Garden is brightly lit at night, and many residents are walking and chatting in the community, which is full of life. Lin Xie and Bai Muxi walked side by side, neither of them speaking, but the atmosphere was not awkward. Instead, there was an inexplicable warmth flowing between them. Bai Muxi is tall, and even when wearing flat shoes, she is only half a head shorter than Lin Xie. She walked beside Lin Xie, feeling the warmth from his palm, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. This peaceful and stable life seemed not as unbearable as she had imagined. Just as the two were enjoying this rare tranquility, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Ha! Lin Xie? What a coincidence! Lin Xie looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Hao hugging a slightly plump girl and walking towards them. Wang Hao's gaze froze instantly when he saw Bai Muxi beside Lin Xie. His eyes were as big as copper bells, his mouth was slightly open, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. During the day on the express line, he only saw Bai Muxi's profile picture. Although he was shocked by her beauty, he still held a glimmer of hope that it was a photo scam. But now, the living Bai Muxi was standing in front of him. Even more charming than in the photos. She has a tall and well-proportioned figure, and her curves are still hard to hide even in simple casual clothes. Under the light of the street lamp, that exquisite face had fair and delicate skin, glowing with a healthy luster. Especially those cold phoenix eyes, which seemed to be a little softer and less distant at this moment because they were with Lin Xie, but more charming. She just stood quietly beside Lin Xie, with an extraordinary temperament, like a fairy who was not of this world. Wang Hao felt like his breathing had stopped. This is simply like a fairy descending to earth. Chapter 013 gradually heating up. The storm in Wang Hao's heart only lasted for a moment. I still understand basic social etiquette. Although his expression was still a little stiff, he still smiled and introduced, Yi, this is my partner, Zhang Qian. Xian, this is my high school classmate, Lin Yi, and this is my sister-in-law, right? Wang Hao's gaze swept over Bai Muxi. Zhang Qian, Wang Hao's partner, is a girl who looks simple and honest. She looked at Lin Xie curiously. When she saw his tall and handsome appearance, her eyes lit up and a shy blush appeared on her face. Hello, Lin Xie, hello sister-in-law. Zhang Qian greeted politely. Bai Muxi nodded slightly as a response. Lin Xie also smiled and nodded, hello, Wang Hao, Zhang Qian. This is my partner Bai Muxi. After a brief greeting, the atmosphere became a little subtle. Lin Xie noticed the slightly awkward atmosphere and took the initiative to say, we just finished our meal and came out for a walk. How about you guys? We came out to get some fresh air too. Wang Hao replied with a dry laugh. Okay, we won't disturb you anymore. We'll leave first. Lin Xie said, then took Bai Muxi's hand and left. Okay, let's talk another day. Wang Hao said quickly. The two sides passed each other. After walking a distance, Zhang Qian couldn't help but pull on Wang Hao's sleeve and whispered, Haozi, your classmate and his partner look so well matched. The guy is handsome, the girl is pretty, they're really pleasing to the eye standing together. His tone was full of envy. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt even more upset, but he showed a nonchalant smile on his face. He put his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulders and said, hey, everyone has their own preferences. To be honest, I don't like those who are too skinny. In my eyes, people with more flesh like you are the most beautiful, and it's also comfortable to hug you. As he said this, he gently pinched Zhang Qian's waist. Zhang Qian burst out laughing at his words, her blush deepening. She gently punched Wang Hao's chest and said angrily, you're so annoying. You only know how to say nice things to please me. Although she said this, she couldn't hide the smile and satisfaction in her eyes. Which woman doesn't like to hear sweet words? Especially in comparison, her partner could still say such words, which made her feel sweet in her heart. Wang Hao looked at the happy smile on Zhang Qian's face, and the imbalance in his heart quietly dissipated a lot. He thought to himself, so what if my partner is beautiful? After all, I still have to live a down-to-earth life. In his opinion, the more beautiful a woman is, the more ambitious she tends to be, the more demands she makes, and the more troublesome it is to serve her. Just like Lin Xie's partner, at first glance he looks the type that is cold, arrogant, and difficult to get along with. Maybe he has a very bad temper in private. Unlike her own Zhang Qian, who has a gentle personality, is considerate and family-oriented. At first glance, she is a good woman who can live a peaceful life. Only by being with a woman like this can you live a comfortable life. That's how life is. Contentment is the key to happiness. Wang Hao consoled himself, the most important thing is to live a comfortable life. He put his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulders and said gently, come on, Qian, let's go over there. I heard there's a new dessert shop that's delicious. On the other side, Lin Xie and Bai Muxi continued walking in the community. Although there was still a hint of coldness on Bai Muxi's face, she held Lin Xie's hand tightly and never let go. Lin Xie could feel her subtle changes in mood and felt a little amused. Muxi, Lin Xie suddenly asked, you rarely come out like this before? Bai Muxi was slightly stunned when she heard this, then shook her head and said softly, well, I used to spend most of my time practicing, or worrying about tuition. Her tone was flat, without much emotion. But Lin Xie could imagine the difficulties she had experienced in the past. A girl, burdened with huge debts alone, has to persist in her dream of becoming a martial artist. The bitterness and pressure involved are something that outsiders cannot understand. Lin Xie held her hand tightly and said firmly, I won't do that again. I'm here, you just need to focus on your cultivation. Bai Muxi's body trembled slightly, and she turned her head to look at Lin Xie's serious profile. The light from the street lamp shone on his face, outlining his clear outline, and his bright eyes flickered with a reassuring light. Her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. An inexplicable feeling, like the spring rain, quietly nourished her long-dried heart. She didn't say anything, just said softly and leaned her head slightly on Lin Xie's shoulder. The night breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, but it could not blow away the ambiguous atmosphere that was gradually heating up between the two. Chapter 014 8 Treasures Kung Fu. Lin Xie felt the soft touch and faint fragrance on his shoulder, and his heart warmed, and his pace slowed down a lot. The two of them snuggled up to each other quietly and walked slowly on the tree-lined path of the community. The hustle and bustle around us seemed to have faded away, and the only things left in the world were each other's breathing and heartbeats. After walking for a long time, Bai Muxi seemed a little tired and his steps became a little slow. Are you tired? Lin Xie asked softly. Well, a little bit. Bai Muxi's voice was a little lazy. Then let's go back. Good. The two turned and walked towards home. After returning home, Bai Muxi took the initiative to offer to guide Lin Xie in practicing the 8 treasures kung fu. In the training room converted from the large bedroom, the two stood facing each other. Bai Muxi changed into a loose and comfortable training suit, looking focused and serious. Although 8 treasures kung fu is an elementary practice, it has a solid foundation and is very effective in improving body coordination and the use of strength. First, memorize the moves, and then I'll teach you the corresponding breathing techniques. As Bai Muxi spoke, he began to practice the moves of 8 treasures kung fu. Her movements were smooth and flowing, and every rise and fall was full of power and beauty. It was obvious that she had mastered this set of exercises by heart. Lin Xie watched carefully from the side, trying hard to remember every movement in his mind. After completing a set of exercises, Bai Muxi breathed slightly, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. She looked at Lin Xie and asked, how is it? How much have you remembered? Lin Xie said awkwardly, I don't know either. Okay, you don't have to be too nervous. Bai Muxi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then he explained, after I became a quasi-martial artist in my junior year, I started teaching children the 8 treasures kung fu part-time. I now have 5 years of teaching experience. I should have no problem teaching you the basics. Lin Xie followed Bai Muxi's instructions, imitating the moves clumsily, and asked curiously, wife, how much do you charge for teaching children? Bai Muxi's lips curled up slightly when she heard this, and she said with a hint of pride, at the beginning, I lacked experience, so I only charged 300 credit points per hour. Now that I'm more experienced and my reputation has improved, the price has increased to 500 credit points per hour. After hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow! Doesn't that mean my wife gave me 1,000 yuan tonight? Bai Muxi snorted proudly, humph. Do you understand now? Hurry up and study hard. If you don't learn well, you will have to compensate me double the time. Although she said this, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Yes, my dear wife. Lin Xie immediately stood up straight and put on an appearance of studying seriously. In the following time, Bai Muxi patiently corrected each of Lin Xie's movements, explaining the techniques of exerting force and the coordination of breathing in each move. As the night deepened, the lights in the living room remained bright, illuminating the figures of the two people who were practicing diligently. Lin Xie tried hard to imitate Bai Muxi's movements, striving to be standard in every move. However, it was his first time to practice the 8 treasures skill, and his body coordination and control over strength were still unfamiliar. After practicing for a long time, my movements still seem a bit stiff and clumsy, and I still seem to be unable to find the right method. It seems that I am still a long way from getting started. Bai Muxi looked at his serious but confused look and felt secretly amused in her heart, but did not point it out. She said considerately, take your time, don't rush. This set of exercises may look simple, but it takes time to truly master it and find that feeling of unified energy. I've taught so many people, and most people take between 3 months and 6 months to get started. This is only your first day, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Of course, she has also taught some gifted students, some of whom were able to grasp the essence of 8 treasures Kung Fu within a week and get started smoothly. But looking at Lin Xiye's current appearance, he is obviously not that kind of talented player. Bai Muxi naturally wouldn't say these things to dampen his enthusiasm. After all, this is your partner, your husband, so you should give him more encouragement. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiye nodded, but felt a little helpless. He quietly glanced at the system panel in his mind. In the exercise column under 128th radio gymnastics, a new line of information appeared. 8 treasures Kung Fu not yet started. Chapter 015 Pregnancy Check. I still haven't learned it. Lin Xiye sighed in his heart. It seems that the difficulty of 8 treasures exercise is indeed much higher than that of radio gymnastics. Seeing that he seemed lost in thought, Bai Muxi said, "First, digest what I just taught you and feel the subtle changes in your body. I'll practice for a while." After saying that, she walked to the other side and started practicing the 8 treasures Kung Fu. Bai Muxi's practice is to continue to improve the level of the 8 treasures skill, thereby enhancing genetic potential. When the genetic potential reaches 10%, one can be promoted to a warrior. Looking at Bai Muxi's 8 treasures skill, it is definitely not the entry-level level 1, it must be advanced. Lin Xiye looked at Bai Muxi's focused and devoted appearance, and a sense of urgency arose in his heart. He thought about it and decided that since it would be difficult to get started with the 8 treasures exercises in a short time, it would be better to improve the 128th set of radio gymnastics first. After all, the progress of radio gymnastics training is visible to the naked eye. Each time you practice, the progress bar on the system panel will increase. This tangible sense of progress is very important to him. After making up his mind, Lin Xiye no longer bothered about the 8 treasures exercises. He took a deep breath and began to do the 128th set of radio gymnastics in a methodical manner. Although he had practiced this set of radio gymnastics for 10 years, he had already memorized it. Moreover, the system's support is very magical. No matter whether the movements are performed standardly or not, as long as they are completed, it means an improvement in strength. Bai Muxi occasionally opened her eyes during her practice and saw Lin Xiye practicing the radio gymnastics that she thought was extremely inefficient. She frowned slightly, but in the end she didn't say much. Everyone has his own choices and habits, as long as he feels it is effective. Moreover, seeing how serious he looked, Bai Muxi couldn't bear to lecture him any further. Time passes by every second. Lin Xiye was immersed in the practice of radio gymnastics and completely ignored the passage of time. Sweat soaked his clothes, but he showed no intention of stopping. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1-10. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1-3-10. Time passes quietly during the focused practice. Sweat slid down Lin Xiye's forehead and dripped onto the floor. After practicing radio gymnastics for 2 hours straight, and previously studying the 8 treasures exercise with Bai Muxi for nearly 2 hours, Lin Xiye felt that every cell in his body was groaning, and fatigue overwhelmed him like a tide. His movements became slower and slower, and his breathing became heavier. Bai Muxi had already finished her training. Seeing Lin Xiye's shaky but still persistent appearance, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. There is confusion, heartache, and also a sense of inexplicable touch. Although this man had average talent, his tenacity and perseverance made her look at him with new eyes. Finally, when Lin Xiye barely finished the last round of radio gymnastics, he could no longer hold on, his legs went soft, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Bai Muxi hurried forward and supported him. "Okay, let's stop here today. You've worked very hard." Bai Muxi's voice was filled with a barely perceptible gentleness. Lin Xiye leaned on Bai Muxi, gasping for breath, and almost didn't have the strength to speak. He just nodded weakly. Bai Muxi helped him into the bathroom and put in some hot water for him. Lin Xiye finished his shower almost instinctively, then fell headfirst onto the bed without even a blanket covering him, and fell into a deep sleep, his snoring soon starting to sound. Bai Muxi looked at his sleeping face, shook her head helplessly, and gently covered him with the quilt. Then she went to wash up and returned to bed. Listening to the man's even snoring beside her, Bai Muxi felt a little insomniac. She didn't understand why Lin Xiye was so obsessed with that inefficient radio gymnastics. Does he really think that he can change his fate by doing radio gymnastics? The next morning, Lin Xiye was awakened by a slight feeling of oppression. He opened his eyes drowsily, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of white little feet pressing right on his stomach. Lin Xie was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and carefully moved Bai Muxi's legs away from his stomach. Bai Muxi yawned and woke up. In the bathroom, the two stood side by side in front of the sink brushing their teeth. The morning light streamed in through the window, casting a golden halo on the wash basin. Bai Muxi, with toothbrush foam in her mouth, said vaguely, "Well, I'm going to the community medical center for a checkup today." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie immediately turned around and asked with concern, "Do you want me to go with you?" Bai Muxi rinsed her mouth, shook her head, and said, "No need. You just started working on the farm, it's not easy to ask for leave. It's just a routine early pregnancy checkup. I can go by myself. It's quick." After she finished speaking, she playfully raised her snow-white fist towards Lin Xie and said with a hint of pride, "Besides, I am now a quasi-warrior who is more powerful than you." Lin Xie couldn't help laughing at her cute look. He reached out and scratched the tip of her upturned nose, saying lovingly, "Yes, yes, my wife is the best. The best in the world." Bai Muxi felt a little embarrassed by his praise, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at him, "You're so smooth talking." Although she said this, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. The two chatted and laughed as they finished washing up. Bai Muxi was wearing a loose and comfortable light-colored dress today, with her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She looked less heroic than usual and more gentle and graceful, a characteristic of pregnant women. After a simple breakfast, Lin Xie reminded, "When the test results come out, remember to tell me as soon as possible. Be careful on the road." "I know. You too, don't be late for work." Bai Muxi nodded and sent Lin Xie to the door. Lin Xie kissed her gently on the forehead before turning and leaving. Looking at Lin Xie's departing back, Bai Muxi unconsciously raised a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth. This feeling of being cared for and advised by others seems not bad. She touched her flat belly, her eyes full of anticipation and a hint of imperceptible uneasiness. Chapter 016 The upper limit is too low. In the farmland of Area C7, Lin Xie started the Cultivator Type 3 multifunctional operation platform and began to practice and familiarize himself with his work. He had just sat down and adjusted the control panel when the personal terminal on his wrist began to vibrate. It was a voice message from Bai Muxi. Lin Xie's heart moved and he quickly clicked it. "Honey, the test results are out. The doctor said I'm pregnant." Bai Muxi's voice, filled with unconcealable joy and a hint of excitement, came clearly through the terminal. A bright smile instantly broke out on Lin Xie's face. Although he had expected it, he still felt extremely happy and excited when he heard the news in person. He immediately switched to video call mode. Soon, Bai Muxi's face with a gentle smile appeared on the screen. "Wife, that's great." Lin Xie said excitedly, "How do you feel now?" "Everything is fine." Bai Muxi's cheeks were flushed with health. "The doctor said I should pay attention to rest and eat a balanced diet during the early stages of pregnancy. He also prescribed some nutritional supplements for me." That's good, that's good." Lin Xie nodded repeatedly. "After you go home, have a good rest. Don't do any heavy or tiring work. Wait for me to do it when I get off work." "I know. Just go to work with peace of mind. I'm not made of paper." Bai Muxi said angrily, but her tone was full of sweetness. The two chatted for a while, gave each other a few instructions, and then reluctantly hung up the video. Lin Xie put down the terminal and couldn't calm down for a long time. He's going to be a father. This feeling is wonderful and exciting. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and began to familiarize himself with the operation of the agricultural machinery. The work on the farm today is not heavy. It is not the busy farming season and most crops are in the growth period and do not require much intervention. Lin Xie drove the Cultivator 3 around the area he was responsible for, checked the operation of the irrigation system and sensors, and recorded some basic data. After completing these routine tasks, he found that he seemed to have nothing else to do. "Since you have nothing else to do, why not do some radio gymnastics?" Once this thought came up, I could no longer suppress it. Anyway, this is his exclusive work area and few people come here usually. He parked the work platform at the edge of the field, found a relatively flat open space, and began to perform the 128th set of radio gymnastics in a methodical manner. The morning sun was warm and gentle, and the breeze blew across the golden waves of the valley, making a rustling sound, as if accompanying him. An hour later, a set of radio gymnastics was completed. Lin Xie felt relaxed all over and in much better spirits. He glanced at the system panel. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1410. Yes, another step forward. At noon, I had a simple nutritious meal provided by the farm and rested for a while. In the afternoon, Lin Chia found some free time and devoted himself to practicing radio gymnastics again. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, but he enjoyed it. Every effective practice means one step closer to your goal. When the afternoon practice ended, the progress bar on the system panel updated again. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1510. Very good. It's halfway done. Lin Xie was excited. Finally, it was time to get off work, and Lin Xie could hardly wait to get on the express train back to the community. When he thought of his gentle wife and hot meals waiting for him at home, his steps became especially brisk. When I got home, Bai Muxi had already prepared a sumptuous dinner and was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. "Wife, I'm back." Lin Xie gently hugged her from behind. Bai Muxi was startled by his sudden action, then patted his hand in a scolding tone. "You're back, go wash your hands quickly, you can eat soon." Her voice was as gentle as water. Lin Xie grinned and began to feel at home. After dinner, Bai Muxi continued to patiently teach Lin Xie the moves and power techniques of 8 Treasures Kung Fu. However, considering her pregnancy, starting from today, the guidance time was shortened to 1 hour, and her own practice time was also reduced to 1 hour accordingly. "Your movements today are more coordinated than yesterday. Keep it up." Bai Muxi encouraged, but she knew in her heart that Lin Xie still had a long way to go before he could master the 8 Treasures skill. Lin Xie nodded and practiced seriously. After an hour of instruction in the 8 Treasures exercise, Bai Muxi went to sit aside and meditate to regulate her breathing, consolidating her cultivation, which was also a form of prenatal education during pregnancy. Lin Xie, on the other hand, did not hesitate to once again devote himself to the practice of the 128th set of radio gymnastics. For him, he still doesn't know when to start learning the 8 Treasures Kung Fu. The upgrade of radio gymnastics can clearly show the progress. Moreover, according to the system, after opening the cultivation authority, you can directly cultivate to the maximum level. Under the light, his figure repeated the movements that he had already memorized again and again. His clothes were soaked with sweat and his muscles were trembling slightly due to exhaustion, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1610. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1710. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1810. That night, he practiced radio gymnastics for 3 hours and completed 3 rounds. When the last round ended, Lin Xie stopped almost exhausted, gasping for breath. Although he was extremely tired, he was full of anticipation as he looked at the pleasing progress bar on the system panel. "Only 2 more times. Tomorrow, I will definitely be able to level up tomorrow." This thought sustained him and made him feel extremely excited. After washing up, Lin Xie fell asleep almost as soon as he got into bed. He didn't even have the energy to say a few more words to Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi looked at Lin Xie's sleeping profile and shook her head helplessly. She sighed softly and thought to herself, ordinary people are like this. Once they encounter difficulties, they tend to choose the path they are familiar with and comfortable with, and find it difficult to persist in overcoming new difficulties. In her opinion, Lin Xie's abandonment of the more promising 8 Treasures exercises and his obsession with inefficient radio gymnastics is a typical example of path dependence. Although she could understand this choice, she still felt a little regretful. After all, the ceiling of radio gymnastics is too low. However, thinking about how he worked hard during the day and practiced at night for the sake of this family and their unborn child, the slight dissatisfaction in Bai Muxi's heart gradually dissipated. Forget it, as long as he feels happy. Bai Muxi also lay down and gradually fell asleep. Chapter 017 Breakthrough Level 2. The next morning, Lin Xie went to work on the farm as usual. As soon as we arrived at Area C7, before we could activate the Cultivator 3, Director Zhang, the head of logistics, drove over in a small patrol car. "Shaolin, how are you? Are you used to the job? Are you familiar with the mechanical operations?" Manager Zhang stopped the car, stuck his head out and asked with a smile. "Hello, Manager Zhang." Lin Xie responded quickly, "I'm basically familiar with it. I've also read the operating manual. There's no major problem." That's good, that's good." Manager Zhang nodded with satisfaction. "The work on our farm is neither difficult nor easy. It all comes down to proficiency and responsibility. You're young and a quick learner, so you should be able to pick it up quickly. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Don't be shy. Got it. Thank you for your concern, Director Zhang. Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll go check out other areas. Supervisor Zhang gave a few more instructions and then drove away in the patrol car. Lin Xie watched Manager Zhang leave and understood what was going on. This should be a routine check to see how the new employee is settling in. Now that the leader has come, he can arrange his time more freely in the future. He skillfully started the operating platform and, in accordance with daily procedures, first conducted a round of inspections and data recording on the crop growth and equipment operating status in the area he was responsible for. Everything works fine. After completing these necessary tasks, Lin Xie parked the work platform at the edge of the field and then began today's radio gymnastics practice. The warm sunshine shines on my body, the vast farmland stretches as far as the eye can see, and the air is filled with the fragrance of soil and crops. Practicing in such an environment is quite a unique experience. He was fully focused, and time passed quickly as he practiced seriously. Sweat quickly soaked his work clothes, but he showed no intention of stopping. An hour later, Lin Xie breathed a sigh of relief. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1910. It's just the last time. In the afternoon, during a break from work, Lin Xie once again devoted himself to practicing radio gymnastics. When the last movement was completed, sweat fell like rain, he held his knees and gasped. At this moment, the long-awaited system prompt finally sounded in my mind. The 128th set of Radio Gymnastics Level 11010. Ding! The level of the 128th Radio Gymnastics set has been upgraded to Level 2. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. In an instant, an indescribable feeling of comfort surged from every limb and quickly spread to every cell in the body. The muscles that were originally sore due to fatigue seemed to be injected with new vitality and filled with explosive power. What surprised Lin Xie even more was that the more standard and refined movements of the 128th set of radio gymnastics suddenly emerged in his mind. Every detail and every point of force were so clear, as if he had practiced this level 2 radio gymnastics thousands of times. At the same time, his body movements also changed naturally, becoming smoother, more coordinated, and more rhythmic. Every stretch, every jump, every bend seems to have been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations, and contains an indescribable strength and beauty. This is... Lin Xie widened his eyes, an expression of disbelief on his face. He could clearly feel that his control over his body had greatly improved. Every movement becomes spontaneous, as if instinctive. To upgrade this technique, there's no need to understand or break through bottlenecks. Lin Xie was ecstatic. As long as I continue to practice, I'll automatically break through and master higher levels. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential 6.35% plus 0.2%. Physical fitness 58 plus. Spirit 64 plus. Psycho 11 plus. Exercises, Level 2 Radio Gymnastics Set 128020, 8 Treasures Exercises Not Yet Mastered. Partner, Bai Muxi Favorability 60. Offspring, 1 Incubation. The 128th set of radio gymnastics has indeed been upgraded to Level 2. Moreover, to upgrade to Level 3 again, you need to practice 20 times. Although the frequency has increased, according to his current training speed, it will only take 2 or 3 days. More importantly, genetic potential has actually increased by 0.2%. From the initial 5% to the 6.15% for newbie benefits, to the current 6.35%. The genetic potential, which had remained unchanged for the past year, increased by 1.2% in less than a week. If I keep going like this, it won't be long before I can break through the 7% barrier and become a true quasi-warrior. Lin Xie's heart was filled with unprecedented confidence and expectations. Chapter 018 Radio Gymnastics Level 3. Return home in the evening. After dinner, Bai Muxi still taught Lin Xie the 8 treasures Kung Fu for an hour. Lin Xie still studied very hard, but the system still showed that he had not yet started. An hour later, Bai Muxi went to sit aside and practice in silence. Lin Xie started practicing radio gymnastics again. However, when Lin Xie started doing radio gymnastics, Bai Muxi, who was closing her eyes and regulating her breathing, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of surprise and confusion in her eyes. What's going on? Why does she feel that the radio gymnastics that Lin Xie practiced today are different from before? His movements seem to become smoother and more standard. That feeling, like a breakthrough? Bai Muxi suppressed her surprise and observed carefully. As time went on, the shock in her eyes grew more and more intense. That's right. Her feeling is not wrong. The radio gymnastics that Lin Xie practices is indeed different from before. Every movement is more precise and the force is more coordinated. This is definitely a sign that radio gymnastics has broken through to level 2. 2 hours later, Lin Xie finished his training. Although still tired, his spirit was extremely high. Bai Muxi could no longer contain her doubts, so she stepped forward and asked directly, Lin Xie, have you made a breakthrough in your radio gymnastics? Lin Xie chuckled and scratched his head. It seems so, it feels much smoother than before. What is your current genetic potential? Bai Muxi asked immediately, with a hint of urgency in her tone. Lin Xie did not hide anything and said directly, just tested it this morning, 6.35%. 6.35%? Bai Muxi took a breath, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that he was really born to practice this most basic radio gymnastics? This seemingly least efficient martial art can produce unexpected effects on him? Time flies. In the next 5 days, Lin Xie persisted in practicing radio gymnastics. Whether it's in between work on the farm or when I get home in the evening. Whenever he has free time, he will immediately devote himself to cultivation. On average, he can complete 4 to 5 training sessions every day. Hard work pays off. Soon, his level of the 128th set of radio gymnastics was successfully upgraded from level 2 to level 3. When the warmth of the level 3 breakthrough surged through his body again, Lin Xie felt that his physical fitness had reached a new level. He immediately checked his property panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential 6.55%, plus 0.2%. Physical fitness 60 plus. Spirit 65 plus. Psycho 11 plus. Exercises, level 3 radio gymnastics set 128-130, 8 treasures exercises not yet started. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 65, plus 5. Offspring, 1 incubation. Genetic potential increased again by 0.2%, reaching 6.55%. One step closer to the 7% threshold for quasi-warriors. His physical fitness also successfully broke through the 60-point mark, which means that his strength, speed and endurance have been significantly enhanced. The spirit has also been increased to 65 points, the perception is sharper and the attention is more focused. The only thing that hasn't changed is psychic power, which remains at 11 points. However, the 8 treasures exercise is still in the unlearned state. Although Bai Muxi still patiently guided him every night, he seemed to have no talent in this area and made slow progress. However, Lin Xie was not discouraged, as he had radio gymnastics as a safe way to improve himself. What surprised him was that Bai Muxi's favorability had increased by 5 points without him noticing, reaching 65 points. Although it is not much, it is also a positive sign. During this week, the two of them got along better and better. Bai Muxi also gradually adapted to her new identity as wife. The initial awkwardness and discomfort gradually faded away as we spent time together day after day. She saw Lin Xie's thoughtfulness and hard work. Although he had average talent and was only practicing the most basic radio gymnastics, his perseverance moved her. Moreover, Lin Xie treated her very well, always rushing to do housework and letting her eat first if there was anything delicious. This kind of long-lasting care gradually warmed her heart, which had become hardened by martial arts and debts. The 0755 galaxy has a week of 9 days, 7 working days and 2 rest days. Lin Xie had just broken through to level 3 in the 128th set of radio gymnastics and had his first full day off since coming to this community. It just so happened that Lin Xie also wanted to test the progress of his strength during this period of time. After all, the number on the system panel is just a number, and he wants to know more about the specific level of his punching power. On the dining table, Bai Muxi still prepared a loving breakfast. A bowl of steaming exotic animal bone and meat porridge, served with a few light side dishes. After she became pregnant, her taste became much lighter. Wife, I want to go to the public testing point in the community gym today to test my strength. Lin Xie expressed his plan while drinking porridge. Bai Muxi was a little surprised when she heard this, but she quickly nodded, okay, I also want to move around, let's go and take a look together. Although she was pregnant, as a prospective warrior, proper activity was good for both her body and the fetus, and she was also curious about Lin Xie's progress. After breakfast, the two of them packed up quickly, changed into sportswear, and went to the community gym together. It was still early, but there were already quite a few people in the gym. People were sweating profusely in front of various training equipment, and the air was filled with a passionate atmosphere of training. This is also a typical feature of the era when martial arts flourished. Even though most people are eliminated from the college entrance examination, there are still many people who maintain the habit of practicing, eager for even the slightest progress. As soon as he entered the strength testing area, Lin Qiye heard a somewhat familiar voice. "Hey, Lin Qiye?" Lin Qiye looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man of medium build and ordinary appearance looking at him in surprise. Zhang Wei? Lin Qiye also recognized the other person. He was his high school classmate. Zhang Wei was also very surprised, Lin Qiye. He felt embarrassed when he glanced at Bai Muxi. Because she is so beautiful and has such a great figure. He secretly grumbled in his heart, Lin Qiye, this kid is so lucky. He actually matched with such a beautiful partner. Lin Qiye smiled and introduced, "This is my partner, Bai Muxi." "Oh, hello." Zhang Wei nodded, thinking to himself, what a shitty luck Lin Qiye has. Why are all the tanks matched with me? Lin Qiye didn't know what Zhang Wei was thinking at the moment, and said, "Let's come over and test our strength." "It's just right. I just finished warming up. Let's go and take a look together," Zhang Wei said with a barely perceptible sense of superiority in his tone. After all, he was much better than Lin Qiye in high school. Chapter 019 Bai Muxi's Suggestions. Zhang Wei's genetic potential in school was 6.5%, much higher than Lin Qiye's initial 5%. He was in the top 10 in the class and was just a little short of the admission score for the public martial arts university. Lin Qiye remembered that his martial arts teacher once commented on Zhang Wei, saying that although his 128th set of radio gymnastics had also broken through to level 3, it was still some distance away from truly unleashing the power of his genetic potential. The teacher's words at the time were that radio gymnastics needed to be broken through to at least level 5 before the genetic potential could reach the passing level of 7%. Of course, although Zhang Wei is better than Lin Qiye, he also failed the martial arts college entrance examination. And now, Lin Qiye's radio gymnastics has reached level 3. With a genetic potential of 6.55%, he is beginning to surpass Zhang Wei. The three of them walked over to a public strength tester. This tester is a standard punching force target that can accurately display the impact force. "You go first?" Zhang Wei asked politely. "Okay." Lin Qiye did not refuse. He took a deep breath, pushed the ground with his right foot, exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and the force was transmitted along the spine to his arms, and finally gathered in his right fist, and slammed it on the boxing target. Bang! A muffled sound. The numbers on the display screen above the boxing target jumped rapidly and finally froze. 602 kilograms. 602 kilograms. Zhang Wei was immediately surprised. He remembered Lin Qiye's punching strength test before the college entrance examination, and it seemed that he could barely hit 500 kilograms. It had only been a short time, and he could actually hit 602 kilograms? You know, his current punching strength is only about 650 kilograms. Even Bai Muxi, who was standing beside him, had a hint of surprise in her cold eyes. She knew that Lin Qiye had been working hard on radio gymnastics recently, but she didn't expect it to be like this. With a punching force of 600 kilograms, the genetic potential is at least 5.9%. However, when Lin Qiye saw this number, he frowned. He knew that with his current genetic potential of 6.55%, if he could control his strength well, his maximum punching power should be close to 700 kilograms. If not 700 kilograms, it should be at least 650 kilograms or more. Now I only weigh 600 kilograms, which means that I am still a long way from mastering the use and burst of strength, and my body's potential is far from being fully realized. It seems that although the level of radio gymnastics has been improved, the fine control of strength still requires more practice and understanding. Lin Qiye said in his heart. Zhang Wei didn't notice Lin Qiye frowning, but instead asked in surprise, "Qiye, what is your current genetic potential?" 600 kilograms, such a big improvement. Lin Qiye did not hide it, 6.5%. Zhang Wei showed a surprised look. What? He couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Lin Qiye is just average in the class, probably around 5%, right? How did it suddenly soar to 6.5%? Bai Muxi was also very surprised. 6.5%, which is higher than when I graduated from high school. Although Lin Xia's current genetic potential of 6.55% still does not meet the minimum admission standard of 7% for public martial arts universities, this rate of improvement is already astonishing enough. If he chooses to go to a private martial arts university, with his current potential and fighting spirit, perhaps his future achievements will really be higher than mine. In fact, at the same age, he might have entered the ranks of true warriors faster than himself. However, he chose to support himself to continue practicing martial arts without hesitation, and was even willing to bear the burden of the family for this. Thinking of this, Bai Muxi felt an indescribable feeling of being touched and sweet in her heart. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Xie also became more gentle. After Lin Xie finished the test, he made way and motioned Zhang Wei and Bai Muxi to try it as well. Zhang Wei waved his hand and said with a complicated expression, I'd better go over there and practice with the equipment first. Lin Xie turned to look at Bai Muxi and said with a smile, Wife, why don't you try it too? Let me see the true strength of a quasi-warrior and give me some motivation to move forward. Hearing this, Bai Muxi shook her head slightly and said, My current genetic potential is already 9.5%, which is incomparable to your current situation. There is no point in testing it. Her tone was calm, but Lin Xie could hear a hint of pride in it. With 9.5% genetic potential, he was only one step away from the 10% warrior threshold. Lin Xie insisted, Wife, come on. Bai Muxi was amused by his appearance, her cheeks slightly reddened, but she couldn't resist him in the end and nodded, okay, just for a moment. She walked over to the strength tester and took a deep breath. Unlike Lin Xie's slightly awkward outburst, Bai Muxi's movements seemed extremely smooth and coordinated. She seemed to be standing there casually, but her right fist turned into a shadow in an instant, and with a fierce gust of wind, it slammed heavily on the boxing target. Bang! A loud noise that was even duller and more penetrating than Lin Xie's previous one echoed in the strength testing area. The numbers on the display screen above the boxing target soared wildly, and finally stopped at a jaw-dropping number. 972 kilograms. In an instant, the entire strength testing area fell silent. The people who were exercising around, whether they were doing strength training or practicing fighting skills, all stopped what they were doing and cast their eyes on Bai Muxi, who had put up amazing numbers. His 972 kilograms. Oh my god. Is this a quasi-warrior? Too strong. This force is almost close to 1 ton. Who is she? I don't think I've seen her before. Various exclamations and discussions arose one after another. Some people who originally looked at Lin Xie with a hint of contempt now looked at him with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Lin Xie was also shocked by the power of Bai Muxi's punch. Although he knew that Bai Muxi was very strong, seeing her punch with a force of nearly 1 ton still made him feel excited. Wife, you are so awesome. Lin Xie praised sincerely. Bai Muxi was the center of everyone's attention, her pretty face flushed slightly, but her eyes were shining with confidence. She pulled Lin Xie's sleeve and whispered, Okay, let's go back. Yeah. Lin Xie nodded and left the gym with Bai Muxi. As the level of radio gymnastics gets higher and higher, at level 5, you can step into the ranks of 7% genetic potential, and at the maximum level 10, I heard that you can step into 9%, or even 10%, and directly become a warrior. He can also possess such power. After Lin Xie and Bai Muxi left, Zhang Wei, who was quietly exercising in the strength area, heard several young men who were resting nearby whispering. That woman just now was too powerful. One punch weighed over 900 kilograms. She's definitely a quasi-martial artist. Yeah, I don't know which faction he belongs to. There aren't many quasi-warriors in our grain-producing area. Is the man next to her partner? He doesn't look very strong. Hey, these days, it's normal for women to be stronger than men. Maybe they have other advantages. Hearing these discussions, Zhang Wei was stunned. He subconsciously thought of Lin Xie's handsome face and Bai Muxi's beautiful face. Could it be that he is really Lin Xie's partner? He shook his head violently, thinking to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Xie and Bai Muxi returned home. Close the door and block out the noise from the outside world. Bai Muxi poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to Lin Xie. She was silent for a moment, as if she was organizing her words, then she raised her head, looked at Lin Xie seriously and said, Xie, your current genetic potential is already stronger than mine at the same age. She still remembers that when she graduated from high school at the age of 18, her genetic potential was only 6%. But Lin Xie's is 6.55%. If I can successfully break through to the warrior realm, Bai Muxi looked at Lin Xie, his eyes full of determination and a hint of guilt. By then, our family's financial situation will be much better. Then, why don't you also go to Martial Arts University? Chapter 020 Martial Arts University. When Lin Xie heard Bai Muxi's words, his heart was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that Bai Muxi would take the initiative to offer to support him to study at a martial arts university after she became a warrior. The sincerity and expectation in these words made him feel warm. He didn't agree immediately, nor did he refuse outright. Because he knew that Bai Muxi said these words now with a beautiful vision of the future and deep affection for him. If I refuse directly, it will hurt her feelings. Even if he agreed, he didn't know whether the martial arts university would be of any use to him. Lin Xie's current situation is that as long as the skills can open up the restrictions of practice, like radio gymnastics, as long as there is a progress bar during practice, you can break through directly without any understanding at all. In this situation, is the martial arts university still useful to him? Lin Xie was skeptical about this. So, Lin Xie pondered for a moment, raised his head, looked at Bai Muxi gently, and asked with a smile, "Wife, I've always been curious. I haven't been to a martial arts university. Can you tell me what life is like there?" Bai Muxi was slightly stunned when he heard this. She put down the water cup in her hand, thought for a moment and said, "Martial arts university. Actually, it's very different from high school." I can't quite remember what percentage of high school classes were theoretical, Bai Muxi recalled, slowly saying, but the biggest difference between martial arts university and high school is that cultivation takes up the vast majority of time. Theoretical classes that aren't related to martial arts training, like martial arts history, galactic flora and fauna, and mechanical principles, account for a very small percentage, probably less than 10%. She paused and continued, the remaining 90% or more of your time is basically spent practicing, and practicing again. The school will provide a dedicated training venue, with a gravity room, a simulated combat room, a meditation room, and so on. It's fully equipped with various auxiliary facilities. Every week, the school arranges a mentor QA session, Bai Muxi added. You can ask the martial arts teacher in charge of your major any questions you encounter in your training. The teacher will provide targeted guidance based on your specific situation. For example, the 8 treasures skill I practiced before, Bai Muxi explained. According to our school teacher, as long as you can practice the 8 treasures skill to level 8 and lay a solid foundation for each level, your genetic potential will definitely break through the 10% limit and reach the standard of a true warrior. Hearing this, Lin Xie couldn't help but ask curiously, if that's the case, then why do we have to practice in school? Can't we practice at home? Hearing this, Bai Muxi shook her head slightly and explained, there are many reasons for this. First, the cultivation atmosphere is different, she said. At school, you're surrounded by classmates who are practicing diligently just like you. Everyone is striving for the same goal. That positive atmosphere is very motivating for you. Secondly, the school will provide specially formulated nutritious meals based on the student's training intensity and physical condition, Bai Muxi continued. These nutritious meals can maximize the replenishment of training energy, repair physical damage, and promote the development of genetic potential. These precise nutritional ratios and ingredient selections are difficult for individuals to achieve at home. Third, weekly QA sessions with your instructor are incredibly important, Bai Muxi emphasized. You might go a month without any specific questions, feeling like your training is going smoothly. But sometimes, you'll suddenly hit a bottleneck or become confused about a detail. At these times, receiving immediate answers tailored to your individual needs from an experienced martial arts instructor is vastly different in efficiency and effectiveness than relying entirely on your own efforts. Often, a single word from your instructor can open your mind and save you from many detours. Oh right, Bai Muxi recalled, in the martial arts university, whether it's at the school level, within each department, or even within each class, there are all sorts of rankings and competitions. There are monthly evaluations and annual competitions, and students who excel can receive generous rewards, such as rare training resources, partial authorization for high-level techniques, and even the opportunity to receive individual instruction from renowned teachers. At this point, Bai Muxi's tone was filled with a hint of regret. Of course, my talent is average, and I've always been at the middle to lower level, so I haven't received any rewards. After listening to Bai Muxi's description, Lin Xie had a general understanding of life at the martial arts university. It sounds like the martial arts university does provide a very superior training environment and resource platform. Especially the instructor's answers to questions and nutritious meals are indeed very important aids for martial arts practice. It's just his current situation doesn't seem to be entirely applicable. Cultivation under the support of the system does not seem to require too much understanding and guidance. You only need to practice step by step to steadily improve. As for nutritious meals, they may help with physical recovery and the improvement of genetic potential, but is it necessary for him? However, Bai Muxi mentioned the various rankings and competitions at the martial arts university, as well as the generous rewards. Rankings, competitions, rewards. These words instantly touched upon a sense of competitiveness and anticipation deep within him. After all, his current situation, although he seems to have average talent on the surface, is that he is only practicing the most basic radio gymnastics. But in fact, with the support of the system, his cultivation speed and potential have far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. As long as he is given enough time, whether it is radio gymnastics or other skills that may be unlocked in the future, he can quickly improve in a way that is almost cheating. A genius with incredible comprehension? Lin Xie chewed over the words silently in his heart. Judging from the results of his cultivation alone, he truly deserves this evaluation. There is no need to understand bottlenecks, and no need for guidance from famous teachers. As long as you practice, you can break through and become stronger. Isn't this a true genius in cultivation? If I really entered the martial arts university and participated in those so-called rankings and competitions. Judging from his current situation, can't he be easily crushed? When he thought of that scene, Lin Xie's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Who doesn't want to be the center of attention? Who doesn't want to obtain those precious cultivation resources? If there are additional resources available to speed up the process, why not? He also wanted to know how far he could go in front of a true martial arts genius. Moreover, Bai Muxi didn't say one thing, which was also known to everyone in the Galactic Empire. The martial arts licenses that ordinary people can access basically come from martial arts universities. In other words, if you don't enter a martial arts university, then the only famous martial arts you can access in your life is basically radio gymnastics. Therefore, if Lin Xie wants to rely on the system to steadily improve, he also needs to constantly have new skills. The only way to do this is to enter a martial arts university. Chapter 021 Practicing Mind. What are the rewards for those rankings and competitions? Lin Xie suppressed his excitement and asked casually. Bai Muxi thought for a moment and said, there are many types of rewards. The most common is credit points, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In fact, at a private martial arts university, as long as you're in the top 10 in your class all year, the reward credit points can cover your tuition. There are also training resources, such as high-quality gene-enhancing potions and so on. Even more precious are the authorizations for martial arts techniques, and sometimes there are even partial training rights for special martial arts techniques or secret skills that are not disclosed to the public. Of course, the ultimate reward might be the opportunity to enter some secret realm for training, or receive personal guidance from a renowned martial arts master. Lin Xie's eyes widened when he heard this. Credit points, genetic medicine, technique authorization, secret realm cultivation, guidance from powerful masters. Each of these things has a huge appeal to him. If I can get these rewards, whether I use them to improve myself, improve my family life, or support Bai Muxi's cultivation, it will be great. It sounds quite interesting. Lin Xie touched his chin and said thoughtfully. The balance in his heart seemed to begin to tilt slightly towards going to martial arts university. After all, if you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a fool. Moreover, although being an administrator on a farm is stable, the speed of advancement is ultimately limited. Martial arts university might really be a platform that can help him take off faster. Bai Muxi looked at the glint in Lin Xie's eyes, smiled gently, and said, well, after I break through, we'll plan it out. When Lin Xie heard Bai Muxi's plans for the future, his heart moved and an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. He grinned and said with a hint of sarcasm, wife, is there a possibility that I can break through to the warrior realm faster than you? Upon hearing this, Bai Muxi was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. Of course, she didn't believe that Lin Xie could become a warrior faster than her. After all, she is now standing at the threshold of 9.5% genetic potential, only one step away from becoming a warrior. The more you practice genetic potential, the harder it becomes. It took Bai Muxi 8 years to go from 6.5% to 9.5%, and that was at a private martial arts university. Lin Xie currently only has 6.55% of his genetic potential, and he is still practicing basic radio gymnastics. If Lin Xie continued to practice like this, Bai Muxi felt that it would be amazing for him to become a warrior within 20 years. In her opinion, catching up with her or even surpassing her was completely impossible. However, in order to maintain her man's face and to express her encouragement and love for him, Bai Muxi hugged Lin Qia's arm and said, "Yes, yes, yes. My husband is the best. I believe you can do it. I just wait for you to become a great warrior." After saying that, she winked at Lin Xie playfully, her eyes moving around and her charm evident. Lin Xie laughed out loud at her cute look, but he secretly made up his mind. Provide for you? Of course. Besides, I will definitely become a warrior faster than you. Looking at Bai Muxi's gentle smile, Lin Xie reached out, held her in his arms, and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Don't worry, honey, we will all become warriors, and we will be very powerful ones. Bai Muxi snuggled in Lin Qia's arms, feeling his strong heartbeat and the warm breath coming from his body, her heart filled with peace and happiness. Although she didn't think Lin Xie could break through faster than her, she liked his confidence and his enthusiasm for working hard for her. With a husband like this, what more could I ask for? Perhaps, this was the most correct decision she made in choosing Lin Xie. As for who becomes a warrior first and who supports whom, it is actually not that important to her anymore. What's important is that they now rely on each other and work together for a better future. That's enough. The 2 days of rest passed quickly. Early in the morning on weekdays, the express train platform at the entrance of Shangyang Huayuan community is becoming more and more lively. Lin Xie found that he was getting to know more and more high school classmates. Obviously, as the graduation placement process progresses, more and more students have completed partner matching and are assigned to nearby communities and jobs. When people meet, they inevitably ask each other about their recent situation, talk about work, and talk about their newly formed families. Some are happy, some are sad. Some students have matched with partners who are of good condition and have relatively easy jobs, and their faces are filled with anticipation for a new life. Some students also seem to be dissatisfied with the current situation. They sigh and complain about the boring resettlement work and the unsatisfactory partners. Lin Xie just listened silently, occasionally agreeing with a few words, and did not participate too much in their discussion. To him, none of this matters. What is important is that he is steadily getting stronger every day. Moreover, he found a bug. That is, no matter whether his radio gymnastics movements are standard or not, or whether he uses all his strength. As long as he completes a complete cycle of a set of radio gymnastics, the progress bar on the system panel will actually increase. In addition, with the steady improvement of genetic potential, Lin Qia's physical and mental strength also increased. The most intuitive manifestation is that now when he works on the farm during the day, he can easily take a break and practice radio gymnastics twice, which basically does not consume any physical energy. After returning home and having dinner, he temporarily stopped teaching the 8 treasures exercise, which was progressing slowly, and devoted all his energy to practicing radio gymnastics. If he performs level 3 radio gymnastics with all his strength according to the standard requirements, he will probably feel exhausted and his body will reach its limit after practicing it for the 4th time in a row. But if you just go through the motions, with your movements sloppy and not striving for ultimate power, and just demonstrating the moves completely, then he can persist in practicing 8, 10, or even 20 times. So, at night, a strange scene took place in the house. Lin Qia's radio gymnastics movements are becoming more and more freehand. Sometimes he staggered from side to side, sometimes he looked weak and powerless. It was not at all obvious that he was practicing seriously, but rather just casually stretching his muscles. Bai Muxi watched from the side, her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. She couldn't help herself and asked doubtfully, "Yi, is it really useful for you to practice like this? Your movements are all deformed." Lin Xie was gesturing with his hands and feet. He smiled and said mysteriously, "Wife, you don't understand this, do you? I call this training the mind, not the form. The focus is on the mind, not the moves. The key is to understand the essence of gymnastics." Practicing mind? Bai Muxi looked at Lin Xie as pretending to be profound but actually a little funny look, and shook her head helplessly. She felt that her husband was sometimes like a child who never grew up and liked to do all kinds of weird things. "Okay, take your time to practice your mind. I'm going to bed first. Don't stay up too late. Get some rest early." Bai Muxi yawned, gave some instructions, and then ignored her funny husband and went to bed. Seeing that Bai Muxi stopped asking questions, Lin Xie secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued his slacking off practice. In this way, he was able to practice radio gymnastics several times more than before. Although his body still felt tired, the pleasure of seeing the progress bar rise rapidly made him enjoy it. When they woke up the next morning, Bai Muxi looked at Lin Xie, who was still in good spirits, and asked curiously, What time did you go to bed last night? Lin Xie laughed and said, I fell asleep not long after you fell asleep. Of course, he would not tell Bai Muxi that he had been practicing until midnight. Chapter 022, Moderation. Lin Xie quietly glanced at his attribute panel. Exercise method, level 3 radio gymnastics set 128-1130. He was delighted. Yesterday alone, he completed 10 rounds of radio gymnastics exercises. He slacked off on the farm twice during the day, and then went home at night. After Bai Muxi fell asleep, he secretly practiced 8 more times. According to this progress, you only need to practice 19 more times, which is less than 2 days. Very good. If I keep going like this, I will definitely be able to break through to level 4 tomorrow night. Lin Xie thought to himself. He thought about it and decided to work harder today. Maybe he could reach level 4 tonight. By then, genetic potential will be further improved. That day in the farmland, Lin Xie fully exerted his subjective initiative, took advantage of various fragmented gaps, squeezed out time, and completed 4 rounds of radio gymnastics training. The progress bar on the system panel is moving forward steadily. Exercise method, level 3 radio gymnastics set 128-1530. 15 more times to go. Lin Xie muttered to himself. According to his current slacking method, one session of radio gymnastics takes about 45 minutes. 15 times, which is about a little more than 11 hours, less than 12 hours. If I get home at 6 p.m. and practice till the early hours. If I stay up all night tonight, I can indeed reach level 4. As soon as this thought came up, Lin Xie felt a little excited. But, isn't this a bit too much? Lin Xie hesitated. But soon, he became resolute again. Let's fight. What kind of fight is this? Now I have such a heaven-defying system and the opportunity to change my fate. If I don't give it a try, wouldn't I be so sorry for myself? Besides, many people want to try, but they don't have the opportunity one have now. If you try, your bicycle can become a motorcycle. After making up his mind, Lin Xie was full of energy. The next morning, when the clock struck 6 o'clock, Lin Xie breathed a long sigh of relief, a relieved smile on his face. After a night of hard work, he finally succeeded. Ding! The level of the 128th radio gymnastics has been upgraded to level 4. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. In my mind, the system prompt sound came as expected. A warm current, stronger and more comfortable than before, surged from the body and quickly flowed through every part of the body. The intense sleepiness and physical fatigue caused by practicing all night were miraculously dissipated by this warm current. My spirit is lifted and my body seems to be injected with new energy. He immediately checked his property panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential 6.75%, plus 0.2%. Physical fitness 63 plus. Spirit 67 plus. Psychic 12 plus. Exercises, 128th set of radio gymnastics, level 4 140, 8 treasures exercise not yet started. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 65. Offspring, 1 incubation. Success. Radio gymnastics level 4. Lin Xie was ecstatic. Genetic potential increased again by 0.2%, reaching 6.75%. There is only a 0.25% gap left to the 7% threshold for quasi-warriors. According to his current training speed, it will probably take only a few days for the radio gymnastics to reach level 5. At this moment, Bai Muxi beside him seemed to be awakened by his movement and opened his eyes in a daze. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked at the energetic Lin Xie, and asked in surprise, Xie, why did you wake up so early? In her impression, Lin Xie usually stays in bed for a while in the morning. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie immediately suppressed the excitement on his face, turned his head, showed Bai Muxi a bright smile, and nodded vigorously, yeah. The air is good in the morning, I feel energetic. Of course he wouldn't tell Bai Muxi that he hadn't slept all night. Express train station in the early morning. Lin Xie stood in the crowd. Although he tried hard to cheer himself up, he still felt sleepy and couldn't help yawning. Even after practicing all night, the body's instinctive reaction still exists, even with the recovery brought by the system upgrade. Hey, Lin Xie, what a coincidence! A familiar voice came. Lin Xie turned around and saw Wang Hao and Zhang Wei. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei saw Lin Xie looking a little tired and yawning, and they both smiled knowingly. Young man, please exercise moderation and take care of your health. The body is the capital of revolution. Chapter 023 Improve Again. Lin Xie was teased by the two and felt a bit helpless, but he had no way to explain it. After all, you can't say that you stayed up all night just to practice radio gymnastics, right? That's too unbelievable. He could only respond vaguely, yeah, I see. I've been a bit busy with work lately and haven't had enough rest. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei looked at each other, both showing an I understand expression, chuckled, and said no more. The suspended express train arrived at the station soon and the three of them got on the train together. Along the way, Wang Hao and Zhang Wei were still chatting enthusiastically about some trivial matters about work and family, and from time to time they wanted to pull Lin Xie to discuss together. Lin Xie was a little absent-minded, and most of his attention was focused on the changes in his body. After his radio gymnastics skills were upgraded to level 4, he could clearly feel another leap in his physical fitness. Strength, speed, and endurance have all been significantly improved, and the mind is more focused and the perception is sharper. Most importantly, he felt that he had greater control over his body. In the past, it was a bit difficult to do some difficult radio gymnastics movements. But now, I feel at ease, as if those movements have been engraved in my bones. If I test my punching strength again now, I should be able to break through 650 kilograms, right? Lin Xie was secretly looking forward to it. He currently has 6.75% of his genetic potential, and theoretically his maximum punching power should be around 700 kilograms. Although it cannot be fully utilized yet, it will definitely be a significant improvement compared to the previous 602 kilograms. After the radio gymnastics reaches level 5 and my genetic potential exceeds 7%, becoming a quasi-warrior, I must go for another thorough test. Just as Lin Xie was secretly planning, the express line had already arrived at station 950. Lin Xie said goodbye to Wang Hao and Zhang Wei and went to their own farms. Farm 939, Section C7. As usual, Lin Xie first conducted a round of inspections on the crops and equipment in the area he was responsible for. Everything works fine. Then, he couldn't wait to start today's radio gymnastics practice. Although he stayed up all night last night, the recovery brought by the upgrade made him still energetic at the moment. Moreover, he found that after the radio gymnastics was upgraded to level 4, he seemed to be able to practice it more easily and the energy consumption was less than before. In the morning, he seized every opportunity and completed 2 more sessions of radio gymnastics. Exercise method, 128th radio gymnastics level 4340. The progress bar moves forward steadily. After lunch, just as I was about to take a nap, the logistics manager drove over in a patrol car. Shaolin, are you busy? Manager Zhang greeted with a smile. Hello, Manager Zhang. Lin Xie responded quickly, I just finished my meal and am ready to take a break. Look, Supervisor Zhang took a data tablet from the car and handed it to Lin Xie. The farm is going to conduct a comprehensive survey of crop growth data soon. Every manager's area must be recorded in detail. Here are the specific requirements and forms. You can start this afternoon and complete it within 3 days. Lin Xie took the data tablet and took a quick look at it. The content of the census is much more detailed than routine inspections. It not only records the plant height, leaf color, and pest and disease conditions of crops, but also samples and analyzes soil moisture, nutrient content, etc. The workload is indeed not small. Okay, Manager Zhang, I understand. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Well, feel free to contact me if you have any questions. After giving his instructions, Manager Zhang left. Lin Xie looked at the data tablet in his hand and sighed helplessly. It seems that my plan to practice slacking off in the afternoon will be ruined. However, the work still needs to be done seriously. In the afternoon, Lin Xie started working on the crop growth data census. He drove the cultivator 3 back and forth in area C7, carefully observing, recording, and taking samples. Although this work was tedious, it also gave him a deeper understanding of the land and the crops grown there. Lin Xie was busy until the end of the day and had barely completed 1/5 of the workload. It seems that it will really take 3 days to complete. Lin Xie rubbed his sore shoulders and said to himself. When I got home, Bai Muxi had already prepared dinner. Seeing Lin Xie's slightly tired look, she asked with concern, Are you tired from work today? Well, the farm needs to conduct a data census, so there's a lot to do. Lin Xie explained. Then you should eat quickly and have a good rest after eating. Bai Muxi said with concern. Lin Xie smiled and said, How is your work? Because Bai Muxi is already pregnant and has registered her pregnancy information in the citizen database. Soon, the relevant departments of the Galaxy government contacted her and arranged a mother position for her. The so-called mom post is a special post set up by the Empire to take care of pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers. The working hours are relatively flexible and not very intensive, mainly to allow them to have a stable income during pregnancy and postpartum while also taking care of their families. The most important thing is that the workload is less, but the salary is not less than that of Lin Qiye. This is an encouragement to have children. It is also the need for the banking empire to expand its territory. Bai Muxi was assigned to the second public elementary school in the nearby community as a first-grade martial arts teacher. This position is absolutely perfect for her. She is a quasi-martial artist herself and has experience in tutoring children in the 8 Treasures Kung Fu. She is more than qualified to teach first graders the most basic martial arts moves and radio gymnastics. Moreover, the working hours of the elementary school are relatively fixed, and school ends early in the afternoon, which gives her more time to rest and cultivate herself. Bai Muxi and Lin Qiye were both very satisfied with this arrangement. Bai Muxi looked at Lin Qiye with a sincere smile on her face. Lin Qiye, thank you. Lin Qiye was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you, for choosing me," Bai Muxi said in a low voice, with a hint of complicated emotions in her eyes. Lin Qiye held her hand and said seriously, "Muxi, we are partners. It would be too awkward to say these things. Also, I want to thank you for being willing to bear children for me and run this family with me." The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. After dinner, Lin Qiye did not start practicing immediately as usual, but instead accompanied Bai Muxi in the living room to watch the Star Network video for a while. Lin Qiye looked at her gentle profile, his heart filled with warmth. It was almost 9 o'clock and Bai Muxi felt a little sleepy, so she went back to her room to rest. Lin Qiye started his overtime training tonight. He wants to make up for the training progress he lost during the day. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, only Lin Qiye was sweating in the training room, and the progress bar on the system panel was constantly jumping, bearing witness to his efforts and persistence. In the blink of an eye, another week of hard work has passed. On the last working day of the week, which was the 7th day of the week in the zodiac calendar, Lin Qiye once again chose to practice all night long. Although the farm data census work took up a lot of his daytime time, he relied on overtime at night and the hard work all night on Zhou Qi to successfully upgrade the level of the 128th set of radio gymnastics again. When the first ray of virtual sunlight in the morning shone into the room through the gap in the curtains, the system prompt toned that he had been looking forward to so much rang in Lin Qiye's mind. Ding! The level of the 128th radio gymnastics has been upgraded to level 5. Chapter 020 for the first maximum level. Ding! The level of the 128th radio gymnastics has been upgraded to level 5. Host gene potential plus 0.25%. In an instant, a warm current, more powerful and pure than any previous one, surged through his body like a flood breaking through a dam. Every cell is cheering, as if it has experienced a thorough baptism and transformation. His body, his spirit, his perception, at this moment, all reached a new height. Drowsiness and fatigue were instantly swept away. Instead, I was filled with unprecedented energy and a sense of control. Lin Qiye suddenly opened his eyes shining brightly. He could clearly feel that something inside his body seemed to be broken, and an invisible shackle was broken open. He immediately couldn't wait to check his properties panel. Host, Lin Qiye. Genetic potential 7.00%, plus 0.25%. Physical fitness 68 plus. Spirit 70 plus. Psycho 13 plus. Exercises, 128th set of radio gymnastics, level 5 150, 8 treasures exercises not yet mastered. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 70. Offspring, 1 incubation. 7%. Finally reached. Lin Qiye looked at the 7% clearly displayed in the genetic potential column and was so excited that he almost jumped out of the bed. Quasi-warrior. From today on, he, Lin Qiye, is also a true quasi-warrior. Moreover, after the radio gymnastics was upgraded to level 5, the progress bar reached 50 times. Although the number of times has increased, he believes that with his current training speed and perseverance, this is not a problem. What surprised him even more was that Bai Muxi's favorability had unknowingly increased to 70 points. This shows that the relationship between them is developing in a better and better direction. Great joy and a sense of accomplishment filled Lin Qiye's heart, but along with it came an intense feeling of fatigue from practicing all night. Although the recovery brought by the upgrade is significant, the body's instinct is to rest. He forced himself to glance at Bai Muxi, who was sleeping beside him. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and then he could no longer resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xie slept particularly soundly this time. He had a dream in which he became a powerful warrior and set foot on a new journey with Bai Muxi, becoming pioneers. In the blink of an eye, 45 days passed. Lin Xie's life is regular and fulfilling. He practices fishing on the farm during the day and goes home to enjoy Bai Muxi's tenderness at night. During these 45 days, Bai Muxi has completely adapted to the role of an elementary school martial arts teacher. Her belly also began to bulge slightly, adding a soft maternal glow to her heroic temperament. And today, Lin Xie also ushered in his first full-level martial arts. Level 10 Radio Gymnastics. Ding! The level of the 128th Radio Gymnastics set has been upgraded to level 10 maximum level. Congratulations to the host, you've reached the maximum level. Host's genetic potential plus 1%. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 9.5%. Physical fitness, 90 plus. Spirit, 90 plus. Psychic power, 19 plus. Exercises, set 128 of Radio Gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 1. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 80. Offspring, 1 incubation. 9.5%. He only needs the last 0.5% to truly enter the realm of warrior. Lin Xie felt the surging power in his body, and every cell was filled with explosive energy. This feeling is far beyond any previous upgrade. He even had the illusion that he could beat up his current self from 2 months ago with one punch. He didn't plan to test his strength for the time being because there was no need. In this stage of rapid growth and strength, any test data will quickly become outdated, and exposing one's strength will instead cause unnecessary trouble. Low-key development is the right way. What surprised Lin Xie was that when the radio gymnastics reached the maximum level 10, all the difficult and confusing obstacles in his mind about the 8 treasures exercise suddenly became clear as if ice and snow had melted. Every force-generating technique and every breath flow became extremely clear and came naturally. On the system panel, 8 treasures skill not beginner quietly changed to 8 treasures skill level 1. He got started. However, when he tried to use his mind to check the progress of his practice of 8 treasures exercise, he found that there was nothing behind it, and there was no progress bar 0xx like the one for radio gymnastics. Sure enough, Lin Xie understood. The progress bar of the radio gymnastics represents the authority to practice the exercises, and was a system reward given to Bai Muxi when she was pregnant. However, the system did not reward the right to practice 8 treasures skill. This means that although he relied on his full understanding of radio gymnastics to get started with the 8 treasures exercises, but for subsequent improvements, one must rely on one's own talent and hard work, just like Bai Muxi, to polish and break through bit by bit. The highway of radio gymnastics has come to an end. Next, it is the slow ordinary person cultivation mode again. The morning sun shines through the window and gently falls on the bed. Lin Xie turned his head and looked at Bai Muxi, who was still sleeping beside him. 3 months pregnant, her sleeping face became more and more peaceful, and her slightly bulging belly covered by the thin blanket outlined a curve of life. Although she knew that Lin Xie had been making progress, she could never have imagined that the man beside her had the same genetic potential as hers. She just thought that it was a remarkable achievement for Lin Xie to reach the 7% threshold within a few years with this basic skill. Lin Xie's gaze fell on her slightly bulging belly, and his expression became complicated. Bai Muxi seemed to sense something, her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Lin Xie's focused gaze. What are you looking at? She subconsciously pulled the quilt with a hint of laziness as if she had just woken up. Her pretty face flushed slightly and she felt a little shy. Lin Xie did not answer, he was thinking about something else. The 8 treasures skill could not be upgraded quickly, which meant that if he wanted to rely on his own hard work to break through to 10% and become a warrior, he didn't know how long it would take. Just like Bai Muxi said, you can become a warrior in 3-5 years. This is too slow. How can I get system rewards faster? The core of the system is more children, more blessings. Giving birth to children one by one is too inefficient. It is impossible to maximize the advantages of the system. We must find a way to break this deadlock. Suddenly, Lin Xie's eyes lit up. He thought of a possibility that was almost crazy, but extremely reasonable. A way that would allow him to truly break free from his restraints and soar into the sky. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Chapter 025 An Alternative Way. The next day after get off work, Lin Xia looked at Bai Muxi, who was watering several pots of exotic plants on the balcony. Her profile looked particularly gentle in the morning light. He took a deep breath, walked forward, and gently put his arms around her waist from behind. Wife, I want to discuss something with you. What's the matter? Bai Muxi put down the kettle, leaned in his arms, and enjoyed this rare leisure time. I want to go to the Fertility Management Center. Lin Xia said in a relaxed tone. Bai Muxi was stunned for a moment, turned around, and looked at him puzzledly. What are you going there for? I saw a promotion on Star Network, saying that they are now encouraging the dissemination of high-quality genes. If you go to the center to register and sell your fertility information, you can get a lot of credit points at a time. Lin Xia said seriously, I want to give it a try and earn some money for milk powder. Hearing this, Bai Muxi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She reached out and tapped his forehead with her finger, saying jokingly, What are you thinking about? A prospective warrior is rewarded with 5,000 credit points for registering once. An ordinary person like you would only get 500 credit points at most, and that's only if all your physical indicators are in excellent health. It's not worth it to go through so much trouble for a few $100s. What if I can also get 5,000? Lin Xia had a mysterious smile on his face. The smile on Bai Muxi's face froze instantly. She stared into Lin Xia's eyes, her tone filled with disbelief. Your genetic potential has reached 7%? Lin Xia smiled, but did not answer directly. He just said ambiguously, yes. Bai Muxi obviously didn't believe it, but after looking at Lin Xia, she didn't try to stop him again. In her opinion, men are definitely looking for information about where there are collection robots, out of curiosity. Just go there and have fun. You can't be jealous of the collection robot. Just like that, an hour later, Lin Xia arrived at the Fertility Management Center in the city. This is a white building full of technology. The interior environment is bright and clean, and the air is filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. As soon as he walked into the hall, a female staff member wearing a fitted professional suit and black stockings on her legs, with a capable temperament, came up to him with a smile. Hello sir, how can I help you? Lin Xia originally felt a little embarrassed and planned to look for the office by himself according to the signs, but since the staff came over on their own initiative, he simply explained his purpose. As if they had seen this happen many times, the staff member showed no sign of strangeness, maintaining a professional smile and making a very natural please gesture. Yes, sir, please follow me. The information registration is on the second floor. There are special instructions and a separate reception room. 2 hours later, Lin Xia came out of the Fertility Management Center feeling refreshed. On the personal terminal, a transfer record of 5,000 credit points is clearly visible. Hey, this is a really good way to make money. Most importantly, fertility information from would-be warriors is extremely sought after. Maybe I'll be able to conceive soon. I just don't know if this method of pregnancy meets the system's standards. Lin Xia touched his chin and thought happily in his heart. At this moment, the grand mechanical voice suddenly rang in Lin Xia's mind. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Exercise Cultivation permissions are now open. In an instant, Lin Xiu felt his mind become clear. My original understanding of the 8 treasures skill was a bit awkward, but now it was like an epiphany, and every detail and every key point became extremely clear. He immediately checked the system panel. Exercises, set 128 of Radio Gymnastics Level 10 Max, 8 Treasures Exercise Level 1020. Done. My own method really works. And I didn't expect it to be so fast. He certainly knew that in this era, there were a large number of single women. They may have missed out on matching partners for various reasons, and as they grow older, they accept being single, but still desire to have their own offspring. After all, the galactic government's rewards for childbirth are extremely generous, whether it is birth allowances or welfare benefits in housing, education, medical care, etc., which are enough for a single mother to live a pretty good life with her children. The only legal way for these women to have children is to apply to a fertility management center and match the appropriate genetic information. In the center's gene bank, the genetic data of prospective warriors and warriors are extremely rare, and most of them belong to ordinary people. Therefore, Lin Xie was very clear that his genetic information of a quasi-warrior with a potential of up to 9.5% was definitely a hot commodity in the market. It is the top resource coveted by countless single women who desire to have an outstanding offspring. However, he hadn't expected it to be so popular. Not long after it was entered into the gene bank, it was immediately matched successfully and conception was completed. That's great. Lin Xie was ecstatic. This means that he can quickly obtain system rewards in this way. Looking at the words, 8 treasure skill level 1020, on the system panel, Lin Xie thought. You can reach level 2 after 20 times of practice. It can be seen that the 8 treasures exercise is indeed better than the popular radio gymnastics. At the same time, this is countless times faster than if he practiced hard on his own. When Bai Muxi returned home and saw Lin Xie coming back, she immediately asked, "How is it?" Lin Xie smiled and shook the personal terminal on his wrist. "Look." Bai Muxi leaned over to take a look, and when she saw the payment record of 5,000 credit points, she still couldn't believe it. But when Lin Xie handed her the genetic potential assessment certificate with the official seal of the Fertility Management Center, her eyes instantly widened like copper bells. At the bottom of the evaluation certificate, the string of bold and enlarged numbers struck her mind like thunder. 9.5%. How is this possible? Bai Muxi's voice was trembling. She looked at the certificate again and again to make sure she was not dazzled. Lin Xie looked at her shocked expression, chuckling inwardly. He walked forward, pulled her into his arms, and explained with the words he had prepared long ago, "I don't know why, honey. Maybe you are my lucky star. After being with you, I feel like I've suddenly become enlightened. My cultivation is much more efficient, and I'm making progress every day." This half-true, half-false explanation is the only reason Lin Xie can give now. Although rare, similar examples do exist. Bai Muxi bit her lips tightly, her chest heaving violently. Shock, ecstasy, disbelief, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, leaving her mind blank. She raised her head and looked at her man's face. This partner whom she once thought was of average talent, actually suddenly became smart? After a long silence, the confusion and shock in her eyes were gradually replaced by an unprecedented firmness and decisiveness. She suddenly grabbed Lin Xie's hand and said in an unquestionable tone, "You should have said it earlier. With 9.5% potential, you're still farming on the farm. Isn't that a waste of resources? Tomorrow. We'll sign up tomorrow. Tuition is not a problem. I can lend you the money. Chapter 026 Sign up." Lin Xie looked at the unquestionable fire in Bai Muxi's eyes, and an indescribable warmth surged in his heart. In fact, the emotional foundation between the two parties is not that deep. It is just a match that is mutually agreed upon. 2 months ago, Bai Muxi agreed to become his partner, mainly because he was willing to support her in continuing her studies at the private martial arts university. Unexpectedly, when this woman learned that he possessed top-notch talent, her first reaction was not jealousy or uneasiness, but to give her all to pave the way for him. Even though she herself was still burdened with nearly $1 million in debt, she did not hesitate to borrow more money for him. He reached out his hand and hugged Bai Muxi, whose body was trembling slightly with excitement, tightly into his arms. His chin rested lightly on the top of her head, and his voice was gentle but firm. "Wife, your words are more important than anything else." Bai Muxi lay in his arms, her emotions still struggling to calm down. You idiot. You have such a great talent, why didn't you tell me earlier? The tuition at the private martial arts university is expensive, but after you get in, there are plenty of opportunities to earn it back. Lin Xie smiled and said, "It's okay. If it doesn't work, I will continue to sell my fertility information." Bai Muxi blushed immediately and punched Lin Xie with her fist. She broke free from Lin Xie's arms, the blush on her face not yet completely faded. She picked up her personal terminal and tapped the light screen with her fingers quickly. "There's no time to hesitate." Bai Muxi's tone was filled with an undeniable sense of urgency. The deadline for registration for this year's private martial arts university is the day after tomorrow at 5 p.m. We must decide now. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment and asked, "How much is the registration fee?" "The registration fee is a uniform 100,000 credit points," Bai Muxi said without looking up. "After successful registration, there will be a screening exam. The Examination Management Center will determine whether your overall score meets the admission requirements of certain private martial arts universities based on your overall scores. These universities will then offer corresponding rewards, such as waived registration and tuition fees." She paused, then looked up. her eyes brightening dramatically. With your 9.5% potential, as long as you perform normally on the screening exam, getting into a mid-level private university and getting a half scholarship shouldn't be a problem. The teaching at the lower level is so poor that even though the registration and tuition fees can be waived, it's not worth it. And there's a full scholarship? Lin Xie asked in surprise, what about a top-tier private university? Bai Muxi looked at Lin Xie and said, if it's one of the top 10 private universities, you can definitely get in, but forget about the registration fee and scholarship. Those places are basically reserved for those martial arts geniuses who have successfully advanced to martial arts before the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie immediately asked curiously, martial arts geniuses? Weren't they already selected by public martial arts universities during the martial arts college entrance examination? Why are they still coming to private universities? Upon hearing this, Bai Muxi shook his head, with a hint of insight in his eyes that only experienced people could have. You're oversimplifying things. Do you think only public universities compete for talent? She explained. For those truly top-tier talents, both private and public universities have already been frantically competing for them long before the college entrance exam, or even during their freshman and sophomore years of high school. You don't know that truly top-tier private martial arts universities are no less capable than public universities in terms of faculty and training resources, and in some specific areas, they even surpass them. As for those true geniuses, Bai Muxi said with a hint of emotion, tuition isn't even a consideration. Think about it, to achieve a breakthrough and become a warrior in high school, one must have strong family financial support. When they choose a school, they prioritize whether it can provide the most suitable development path for them, the best instructors, and the broadest network of connections. Lin Xie was stunned when he heard this. What Bai Muxi said was completely a world he had never encountered before. But if you think about it carefully, this is indeed the truth. The high school he attended was just an ordinary public high school. Its best class, the so-called key class, was said to have produced several would-be warriors, which was enough for the school to publicize. As for the martial arts genius that Bai Muxi mentioned, I'm afraid those people are in the key classes of the top key high schools in the entire galaxy? That was a circle that he couldn't even see when he looked up before. Seeing Lin Xie's thoughtful expression, Bai Muxi took a deep breath and said firmly, don't think too much. It has nothing to do with us. Our current goal is to seize this opportunity. The 100,000 registration fee, let's work together to find a solution. Lin Xie came back to his senses and quickly pulled her back. Wife, you still owe 900,000. Bai Muxi saw a hint of guilt and hesitation in Lin Xie's eyes, but she smiled instead, with a smile that was open-minded and confident. Those are interest-free loans, and I've now saved up another 50,000 credit points. Lin Xie's heart was shocked again. These 50,000 credit points are what Bai Muxi prepared for her own tuition. And now, she seemed to be determined to place this hope on herself without hesitation. But the registration fee is 100,000, which is still half of the total. Even if you sign up, there is still a tuition fee of 100,000 yuan per year. Do I really have to take a gamble on that scholarship? Lin Xie looked at Bai Muxi's determined eyes, and the blood in his heart was ignited. Bet. Why not bet? He now has 9.5% of his potential, coupled with an incredible system. If you don't even have this little bit of confidence, how can you become a strong person? Lin Xie nodded heavily. Okay. I've been working here for 2 months, and with my previous savings, I have about 10,000. For the remaining 40,000, I'll take out a consumer loan. Bai Muxi nodded and started operating on her personal terminal quickly. Soon, a crisp prompt sound came from the personal terminal on Lin Xie's wrist. Ding! You have received a transfer of 50,000 credit points. Bai Muxi didn't give Lin Xie a chance to refuse and urged him, hurry. Sign up now. Don't miss the time. Looking at the number 50,000 on the screen, Lin Xie felt his heart tighten. He took a deep breath, suppressed all his emotions and determination in his heart, and nodded heavily. Chapter 027 I Can't Stop Practicing. Lin Xie first found the consumer loan of the payment system in the terminal. Because of my current job, I can get a consumer loan limit of up to 50,000 yuan. Take them all out. Then, the unified registration portal for private universities of the Galaxy Ministry of Education was opened. Identity verification, uploading of genetic potential assessment certificate. Finally, on the payment page, he entered the amount of 100,000 credit points. The balance is still over 10,000. I owe the bank 50,000. Ding! Registration fee has been paid. Citizen Lin Qiye ID, you have successfully registered for the joint screening exam for the private martial arts university in the Taurus 0755 galaxy. The exam time, location, and specific arrangements will be sent to your personal terminal after the registration deadline. Please check it carefully. Registration successful. Looking at these 4 words, Lin Qiye breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time ignited a burning fighting spirit. He turned to look at Bai Muxi and asked curiously, "Wife, what exactly is this screening exam about? What does it test?" Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Bai Muxi quickly checked the relevant information on her personal terminal and said, "Let me see what has happened in the past 2 years. It was already 8 years ago when I was there, so the process must have changed." Her fingers slid quickly across the light curtain, and her brows gradually furrowed. Back then, it was very simple. It was just basic physical fitness tests, such as punching power, speed, nerve reaction, and mental strength. I put the data out there, and the major universities looked at the data and selected the players. But Bai Muxi's expression suddenly became a little strange. She enlarged a piece of information and read it carefully several times. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise and confusion. "What's wrong?" Lin Qiye's heart skipped a beat when he saw that her expression was not right. Bai Muxi raised her head and said in an almost absurd tone, "Last year and the year before last, the screening exam turned into a practical exam?" She pointed at the information on the terminal and showed it to Lin Qiye. "The first stage of the dungeon practical exam is for all candidates to enter the first floor of the dungeon. Monsters will appear in the dungeon, and candidates will be ranked based on their time to clear the dungeon. Is this just the first stage? The subsequent stages are likely kept secret, so ordinary people won't be able to see the relevant information." Bai Muxi couldn't help but complain, "Is it so curvy now?" Lin Qiye looked at the shocked and worried expression on Bai Muxi's face, but suddenly he felt heroic. He put his arm around her shoulders and said confidently, "Go ahead and roll up, who's afraid of who?" Bai Muxi was infected by his soaring passion, and the worry in her heart was instantly replaced by an inexplicable trust and pride. She raised her head and looked at the fighting spirit flashing in Lin Qiye's eyes. "I just think that he is so handsome at this moment." "Yes." Bai Muxi nodded heavily, a fire in her eyes. "That's right. Now that you sign up, you should give it your all. The stronger you are, the higher your exam ranking will be, the better school you can go to, and the more rewards you'll get. The goal is clear, all that remains is to give it your all." Lin Qiye knew that the most important thing for him now was to race against time and improve his strength and genetic potential as quickly as possible. Lin Qiye immediately called the logistics manager, Manager Zhang. "Manager Zhang, I signed up for the screening exam for a private martial arts university and would like to apply for unpaid leave." On the other end of the phone, Manager Zhang was silent for a moment, and then a sigh was heard. "Shaolin, have you thought it through?" "I've made up my mind, Manager Zhang, I want to try again." Lin Qiye's tone was extremely firm. "Okay." Supervisor Zhang's voice was tinged with regret. "I respect your choice. According to regulations, citizens who accept resettlement and then choose to continue their studies can apply for unpaid leave, retaining their original position for up to 2 years. I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you, Manager Zhang." After hanging up the phone, Manager Zhang shook his head and complained to the others in the office, another impulsive young person. Shaolin from Farm 939 has only been working there for 2 months, and he suddenly wants to apply to a private university." There was an immediate echo of agreement in the office. Every year there are always 1 or 2 who won't turn back until they hit a wall. "That's right. You could live a peaceful life but insist on making trouble. In the end, you still come back in disgrace. Young people always think they can achieve a different life." I understand. Lin Qiye naturally knew nothing about these discussions and didn't care much about them. After quitting his job, he devoted all his time and energy to the practice of 8 treasures Kung Fu. Seeing how dedicated he was, Bai Muxi offered to continue coaching him, helping him polish the details and improve efficiency. However, Lin Qiye waved his hand and rejected her kindness. "Wife, no need, I can do it myself." "Just kidding, if I follow Bai Muxi's standard and methodical training method, not only will it be slow, it will also be very tiring. How could it be as refreshing as his own slacking off method? As long as you practice the moves, the progress bar will increase, the physical energy consumption will be small, and the speed will be more than twice as fast." So, that eye-catching scene was staged again in the practice room at home. Lin Xiye's 8 Treasures Kung Fu was performed in a free and unrestrained and unconstrained manner, without any rules or rules at all, and was just a complete mess. Bai Muxi watched from the side, her eyebrows tightly twisted into a knot. This is simply challenging the martial arts training concepts she has established over the years. She really wanted to rush up, grab Lin Xiye's arm, and tell him loudly, "It's wrong for you to practice like this. It's totally wrong." However, when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. She recalled that for the past 2 months, Lin Xiye had been practicing in this blind practice method. It just increasing the genetic potential to 9.5%. Could it be that the cultivation method of geniuses is really different from that of ordinary people like us? This absurd thought popped up in Bai Muxi's mind involuntarily. Perhaps he really does have his own unique cultivation habits and insights? Thinking of this, Bai Muxi's frown gradually relaxed, replaced by a complex expression of helplessness and a bit of curiosity. She no longer tried to correct Lin Xiye, but just sat quietly by the side, watching him dancing with joy, thinking to herself, "Okay, I don't understand the world of geniuses. As long as he feels that it works, that's enough." 8 Treasures exercise is indeed an advanced exercise. Even if Lin Xiye uses the fishing slacking method, the consumption of physical and mental energy is far from comparable to the 128th set of radio gymnastics. The night gradually faded away, and the sky outside the window turned pale. After practicing for 15 consecutive times, Lin Xiye already felt that his limbs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. But he glanced at the clear progress bar in his mind, 15-20. Only 5 times. As long as he persists for 5 more times, he will be able to break through again. "Let's fight." Lin Xiye gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words. He once again forced himself to support his exhausted body and plunged into a new round of training. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Bai Muxi rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out in a daze. When she saw the figure still sweating profusely in the practice room, she instantly woke up, froze for a moment, and asked in surprise, "Husband, you didn't sleep?" Lin Xiye had entered a semi-trance state at this moment. All his mind was immersed in cultivation and fighting fatigue. He didn't hear Bai Muxi's words at all. He just relied on his strong willpower to repeat the actions mechanically. Nearly another hour passed, and when he finally finished a round of practice and reluctantly stopped, he noticed Bai Muxi standing at the door. He gasped and said in a hoarse voice, "I practiced so much. I just couldn't stop." At this moment, Lin Xiye was in an extremely miserable state. He was drenched in sweat, looking like he had just been pulled out of the water. There was a pool of sweat on the floor beneath my feet, and I could even see some white salt particles that had precipitated from the dried sweat. But his bloodshot eyes were burning with raging fire as he stared at the invisible progress bar, frantically squeezing out the last bit of potential in his body. Chapter 028 Critical Period. Bai Muxi felt a little distressed when she saw him like this. She quickly washed up and quickly prepared a nutritious breakfast. She walked to the door of the practice room, waved her snow-white little fist, and cheered him up, "Hubby, come on." But she couldn't help but remind him, "Hubby, you also need to rest. I'm going to work first." Bai Muxi's job as a mom is very easy now. She usually only has to attend classes for half a day and can go home in the afternoon. Lin Xiye squeezed out a word from his throat. Bai Muxi looked at him deeply before turning around and leaving reluctantly. After hearing the door closing, Lin Xiye forced himself to complete another round of training. Then, he dragged his heavy steps to the dining table and looked at the loving breakfast that Bai Muxi prepared for him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He devoured the food ravenously and felt a little strength returning to his body. After a brief rest, he stood up again. 3 more times. 3 hours later, when he was about to faint, the long-awaited voice finally rang out in his mind like the sound of nature. Ding! The level of 8 Treasures skill has been upgraded to level 2. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. Host, Lin Xiye. Genetic potential, 9.7%. Physical fitness, 93+. Spirit, 93+. Psychic power, 20+. Exercises, set 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 Treasures exercise level 2040. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 75. Offspring, 2 in development. In an instant, a warm current of energy, purer and more powerful than any previous one, exploded in his body like a volcanic eruption. Lin Xiye suddenly felt that his hand, which was so sore that he could hardly lift it, was suddenly filled with explosive power. Every cell in the body is greedily absorbing this energy and undergoing a radical transformation. The body, which was originally exhausted to the extreme due to practicing all night, was instantly restored to its peak state under the impact of this energy. It was even stronger and more energetic than before. He could even hear the crackling sound of his bones, and his muscles and fascia became tougher and stronger. 9.7%. There is only a 0.3% gap to the realm of warrior. Lin Xie clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, with a gleam in his eyes. I'm so hungry. At this moment, the door was opened with a click. Bai Muxi came back carrying bags of vegetables. Seeing Lin Xie standing in the living room in high spirits, emitting an indescribable powerful aura, she was stunned for a moment. Wife, I'm so hungry. Lin Xie's eyes lit up when he saw her and he immediately shouted. Ah? Oh, okay. Bai Muxi was startled back to her senses by his powerful voice and quickly responded, okay, I'll do it right now. She put all the dishes into the kitchen and started working quickly. 20 minutes later, when Bai Muxi brought out the first plate of fragrant fried meat, Lin Xie, who had just come out of the bathroom, sat down without saying a word and devoured the food like a whirlwind, finishing the whole plate of food and a large bowl of rice in no time. When Bai Muxi brought out the second dish, she was stunned when she saw the empty plates and bowls on the table. Lin Xie unceremoniously picked up the second dish and praised vaguely, Wife, your cooking is so delicious. Bai Muxi immediately realized that this was a sign of excessive consumption during practice and the body urgently needed to replenish energy. She quickly turned around and rushed into the kitchen again, and cooked all the ingredients originally prepared for lunch and afternoon meals. I thought to myself, I'll go out and buy some in the afternoon. I can't let my husband go hungry. So, after the meal, Lin Xie ate 3 or 4 times the usual amount, finished all the rice in the rice cooker, and swept through 4 plates of dishes. Only then did he burp contentedly, feeling that he was finally full. Bai Muxi looked at the clean dishes on the table. Instead of feeling distressed, she smiled and said gently, Go to bed when you're full. You haven't slept all night. Yeah. Lin Xie nodded. He did feel a little sleepy, so he walked into the bedroom obediently and fell asleep. He slept soundly that night. When I woke up again, it was already dark outside the window and it was time for dinner. At the dinner table, Lin Xie continued to eat voraciously. Although his appetite was not as exaggerated as at noon, it was more than double that of usual. Bai Muxi sat opposite, watching Lin Xie eat quietly, but her heart was filled with mixed feelings and thoughts. She remembered something her martial arts teacher had said when she was in martial arts university. When your cultivation reaches a bottleneck, or is about to break through, your body will instinctively send out signals. One of the most common manifestations is a sudden increase in appetite. This means your body is accumulating energy for the next transformation. Seize this critical period, intensify your cultivation, and replenish your nutrition. It's very likely that you will break through to the next level in a short period of time. Bai Muxi remembered that the teacher said at that time that if one seizes this critical period, a prospective warrior will most likely be able to reach the warrior level within 1-2 years. She looked at Lin Xie, who was eating voraciously, and an idea that even she herself found a little unbelievable was growing wildly in her mind. Lin Xie, could it be that he has reached this critical period? Could he really become a warrior within 2 years? Bai Muxi's heart was pounding. Chapter 29 Lin's Mother's Call. 3 days later, in the training room, Lin Xie was immersed in the practice of 8 treasures Kung Fu. The personal terminal on my wrist suddenly vibrated and issued a message alert tone. However, Lin Xie was now at a critical moment in his cultivation. He could feel the energy in his body gathering and impacting an invisible barrier. He ignored the prompts on the terminal and continued to persevere. Another 2 hours passed, and when he finally completed the last round of training, the familiar system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! The level of 8 treasures skill has been upgraded to level 3. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 9.9%. Physical fitness, 95 plus. Spirit, 95 plus. Psychic power, 21 plus. Exercises, set 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 3060. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 75. Offspring, 2 in development. 9.9%. Lin Xie's breathing suddenly became heavy, and an incredible light flashed in his eyes. Only the last 0.1% left. He only has this last and most difficult step left to reach the realm of a true warrior. The huge consumption brought by the breakthrough made him feel a strong sense of hunger again, as if he could swallow a cow. He walked out of the training room and saw Bai Muxi had already prepared a sumptuous meal on the dining table, waiting for him with a smile. These days, Lin Xia's appetite has been very high, and Bai Muxi has long been accustomed to it and always prepares enough food for him in advance. While Lin Xia was wolfing down his food, he raised his wrist to check the notification on the terminal. It was an official notice from the Taurus 0755 Galaxy Admissions Examination Center. Dear candidate Lin Xia ID, hello. The details of the joint screening exam for the private martial arts university in the Taurus 0755 system have been confirmed. Exam location, Taurus 0755 Galaxy Provincial Capital City Tiantai City Provincial Admissions Examination Center. Reporting time, August 21, 40918, Imperial Calendar, to August 30, 40918, Imperial Calendar, a total of 9 days. Please be sure to register at the test center within the specified time with your ID and registration voucher to collect your admission ticket. Failure to register after the deadline will be deemed as automatic waiver of the test qualification, and the registration fee will not be refunded. Good luck on your exam. Reach the Provincial Examination Center within 9 days. Lin Xia chewed the food in his mouth and calculated quickly in his mind. At night, soft lights fill the Xianyang Garden community. Lin Xia and Bai Muxi held hands and walked leisurely. Bai Muxi is more than 2 months pregnant, but if you don't look closely, you can't see any bulge in her abdomen. The two were enjoying the tranquility after dinner when a familiar voice suddenly appeared. Ha! Lin Xia? I haven't seen you for several days. Following the sound, they saw Wang Hao and his friend Zhang Xian. Wang Hao looked at Lin Xia curiously. He hadn't seen Lin Xia at the express station for several days. Lin Xia smiled and didn't intend to hide it, so he said directly, "Well, I stopped working on the farm and planned to apply to a private martial arts university." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Hao's expression changed instantly and his smile froze on his face. Zhang Xian, who was standing beside him, immediately revealed an expression of surprise and envy, and quickly congratulated him. Wow! That's amazing! Congratulations! Wang Hao also reacted and quickly echoed, yes, congratulations! Xia, you are really good. You are a hidden talent. After a few simple greetings, Lin Xia and Bai Muxi continued their walk and passed them by. When Lin Xia and Bai Muxi walked away, Zhang Xian was still immersed in shock. She couldn't help but pull Wang Hao's arm and sighed, "Your classmate is so rich. He can actually go to a private martial arts university. The tuition and application fees are not cheap." Yeah. Wang Hao nodded and looked in the direction where Lin Xia left with complicated eyes. But what he was thinking was something completely different. Lin Xia is rich? How is that possible? He knows exactly what's going on in his family. With 7 children and his parents being ordinary workers, they were lucky enough to be able to support him to finish high school. The only explanation is, he got hold of a rich woman. Wang Hao's gaze once again fell on Bai Muxi's graceful back in the distance. TSK, I really don't know how this guy convinced that beautiful woman to willingly pay for him to go to a private university. Wang Hao simply didn't believe that Lin Xiyu had the money to go to a private school. Let's take a step back and say that even if he is lucky enough to win the lottery, will his partner definitely agree? For example, myself. Thinking of this, Wang Hao subconsciously glanced at Zhang Qian beside him. Zhang Qian seemed to notice his gaze, tilted her head to look at him, and asked, "So? Do you want to go to a private school too?" Wang Hao's heart moved, and he asked tentatively, "You support me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian immediately rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Go home and dream. The money I worked so hard to earn from giving birth to a child isn't for you to dream about." Wang Hao smiled awkwardly, but a sense of bitterness inexplicably welled up in his heart. Yes. This is the reality. What people fear most is comparison. There is no comparison. Being a stable farm manager, marrying a down-to-earth wife, having a few children and receiving subsidies, life is pretty comfortable. But once there is a comparison, and I see other people's different choices in lives, the resentment and envy in my heart will grow wildly like weeds. Wang Hao put his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulders and said with a smile, "Let's go home." 2 days later, Lin Xia and Bai Muxi were packing their luggage, preparing to set off for the provincial capital, Tiantai City. The personal terminal on Lin Xia's wrist suddenly rang. It was a video call request from Lin's mother. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. On the screen, Lin's mother's face, with a somewhat sad look, appeared. "Shi, how have you been recently? I heard that you enrolled in a private university?" Mother Lin's tone was questioning. Chapter 031st Visit. "Shi, how are you doing recently? I heard that you enrolled in a private university?" Lin Xie nodded, but before he could say anything, his mother's voice rose 8 degrees. "Xie, you are confused." On the other side of the screen, Lin's father also squeezed over, his face full of anger. "If you do this, don't ask us for tuition in the future. We don't have a penny." Lin Xie was also speechless. He had no intention of asking his family for money, and didn't want to listen to all that nonsense, so he didn't tell them about this decision. Unexpectedly, the news still got through. Lin's mother continued to nag, "Your genetic potential is only 5%. Why are you going to a private university? Isn't that a waste of money? Listen to me, withdraw your application immediately, and work peacefully on the farm. That's the right path. My genetic potential is now 9.9%. Lin Xie finally couldn't help but interrupt her. "I'm preparing to become a warrior, so why can't I go to a private school? I made this decision after careful consideration. My partner also agrees. We don't plan to ask you for money, so you don't have to worry about us asking you for money in the future." As soon as he said this, Lin's father and mother on the other end of the video were stunned, as if the pause button was pressed. 9.9% genetic potential? How is this possible? Their first reaction was that Lin Xie was lying to them and talking nonsense. "You, stop lying to us." Mother Lin came to her senses, her tone even more urgent. "How did you learn to lie, kid? You better obey me and don't waste your money on the registration fee." Lin Xie was upset after hearing this and was too lazy to explain any further. He said directly, "I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with you. Okay, let's stop talking. We are going to Tiantai City." After saying that, he hung up the video call without waiting for the other party to respond. Silence returned to the room. Bai Muxi watched the whole process clearly from the side and did not expect the situation to be like this. Lin Xie's parents actually don't believe in their son at all? In comparison, my parents supported me for 4 years before giving up on me. So, it seems that my parents are already good? Bai Muxi hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, "Shi, should we go visit my parents?" Hearing this, Lin Xie raised his head in surprise. "Is it convenient?" He remembered clearly that when the two were matched, Bai Muxi said that her parents were disappointed in her and they would no longer care who she married. Bai Muxi's family, unlike Lin Xie's parents, is not a lower-class working-class family, but a typical martial arts family. In this era that values strength, all emotions and resources seem to be linked to martial arts talent. Bai Muxi was unable to advance as a warrior for many years, which gradually exhausted his parents' patience and expectations. What's even more cruel is that Bai Muxi has a sister who is more talented than her. The limited family resources naturally tilted towards the more promising sister. Therefore, Bai Muxi gradually became an unnecessary existence at home. Bai Muxi looked at Lin Xie with a complicated smile on her face. "They said they would leave me alone before. But, this is a different time. Before you go to Tiantai City this time, I suddenly felt that it would be a good idea to pay them a visit. Maybe I can get some gold coins." She paused, a shrewd glint in her eyes. "After all, you are different now. A quasi-warrior with 9.9% genetic potential, a future warrior. No martial arts family can ignore such a son-in-law as they did before. This is not only about face, but also about the family's future interests and connections." Lin Xie immediately understood what Bai Muxi meant. "I just didn't expect Bai Muxi to say that gold coins would explode. This is not a simple family visit, but more like a show of force. Go tell her parents, the daughter you once looked down upon has now found a partner who is better than you could have imagined." "Okay." Lin Xie nodded without any hesitation. He held Bai Muxi's hand and said seriously, "Then go." On the other side of the terminal, the Lin family. Father Lin looked at the hung-up call, his face livid with anger, and slammed the table. "What a rebellion! What a rebellion! This old seven actually dared to hang up on me." He angrily said, "Just wait and see. If Lao Chi comes back and asks us to borrow money, I won't give him a penny." Lin's mother sat aside, sighing, her eyes a little red. She said quietly, "Shi is a good kid by nature, but he was led astray by his partner. I told you at the beginning that the woman was arrogant and wouldn't live a peaceful life, but you didn't believe me. Behind them, the 13 younger children, the 8th, 9th, and 11th, were standing there quietly, looking at their parents, not knowing what to say. Bai Muxi's parents' home is not in an ordinary resettlement community like Xiangyang Garden, but in a villa area called Jingoa Garden on the edge of the city. The environment here is quiet, there is security at the door, and each townhouse stands tall. It is a villa community for middle-class martial arts families in the city, much better than Lin Qia's parents' home. When the hovercraft that Lin Qia and Bai Muxi were riding in slowly drove into the Jingting Garden, Lin Qia truly and intuitively felt the huge gap between the two families. The Bai family's villa is a 3-story townhouse with a modern and simple style and covers a large area. As soon as the two of them reached the door, the gate of the villa opened automatically. A well-dressed, elegant middle-aged man was standing at the door. When he saw Bai Muxi, a slightly distant smile appeared on his face. "Muxi, I'm back." He is Bai Muxi's father, Bai Xinfeng. Bai Xinfeng's gaze stayed on Bai Muxi for a moment, then turned to Lin Qia beside her, with a barely perceptible scrutiny in his eyes. "Dad." Bai Muxi addressed him calmly, without much emotion in his voice. She turned sideways and introduced, "This is my partner, Lin Qia." "Hello, Dad." Lin Qia greeted him neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Well, come in. Your uncle and brother are here just in time." Bai Xinfeng nodded as a response, then turned and walked into the house. "Uncle and younger brother?" Lin Qia looked at Bai Muxi, and Bai Muxi shook her head and said, "I don't know either." Chapter 031 It's simply a monster. In the living room, a well-maintained and elegant middle-aged beautiful woman was sitting on the sofa. When she saw Bai Muxi, she just glanced at her lightly. "This person is Bai Muxi's mother, Lu Yuqin." "Mom." Bai Muxi's voice remained calm. Bai's mother nodded and looked at the two guests in the living room. One is a middle-aged man who is somewhat similar to Bai Xinfeng, but has a more shrewd temperament. Sitting next to him was a young man who was about the same age as Lin Qia and had a slightly arrogant look on his face. These two people are Bai Xinfeng's younger brother, Bai Xinyun, and his son, Bai Mujie. Seeing Bai Muxi bringing Lin Qia in, Bai Xinyun and Bai Mujie both showed surprised expressions. "Muxi, you're back?" Bai Xinyun spoke first, with a hint of polite surprise in his tone. "Uncle, Mujie." Bai Muxi greeted calmly. Lin Qia also greeted politely, "Hello uncle, hello Mujie." Bai Xinfeng and Lu Yuqin just nodded faintly in response. Although there were outsiders present, they did not act too indifferent, but the sense of alienation in their bones was still clearly discernible. "Sister, why did you come back suddenly?" Bai Mujie asked, his eyes sweeping over Lin Qia with a hint of undisguised scrutiny. Bai Xinfeng picked up the teacup, blew on it gently, and said, "Jinyun and the others came here today to discuss Mujie's exam in Tiantai City." Bai Xinyun smiled and continued, "Yes, Mujie has signed up for this year's private university screening exam. We plan to send him there the day after tomorrow." Bai Muxi's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light when she heard this. She glanced at Lin Qia beside her and said calmly, "What a coincidence. My partner Lin Qia has also signed up. We are also planning to go there in the next 2 days." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly stagnated. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Qia. Bai's mother, Lu Yuqin, was the first to be unable to resist. She frowned and asked, "Private martial arts university? Where did you get the money?" Although Bai Xinyun and Bai Mujie, father and son, did not say anything, they looked at Lin Qia with surprise. In their opinion, what kind of capable person could Bai Muxi, the abandoned daughter, find as her partner? "I'm afraid he is just another unrealistic poor guy who wants to take a gamble by taking out a loan." Feeling the cold gazes around him, Bai Muxi's face darkened. However, Lin Qia still had a smile on his face and remained calm. He took out the genetic potential assessment certificate with the official seal from his bag, gently placed it on the coffee table, and pushed it in front of everyone. "Dad, Mom, Uncle. This is the assessment I just made. Please take a look." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present, with an unquestionable confidence. Bai Xinfeng, Lu Yuqin, Bai Xinyun, Bai Mujie. Everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on the certificate. When they saw the bold and enlarged number at the bottom, the whole living room instantly fell into deathly silence. Genetic potential 9.9%. Moreover, the information clearly states age, 19 years old. Everyone was stunned and their minds went blank. 9.9% genetic potential. What is the concept? This is already the pinnacle of a quasi-warrior, and is only one step away from being a real warrior. What is even more terrifying is that he is only 19 years old. The most outstanding person in their Bai family's generation is only the 8th sister, Bai Mulan, who has seized most of Bai Muxi's resources. When she took the college entrance examination at the age of 19, her genetic potential was only 8.5%. Now, after 3 years of hard training in a private university, she has just entered the realm of warrior. And this little-known Lin Qiye, who is despised by them, actually possessed 9.9% potential. This is simply a genius among geniuses. The first one to react was Bai Xinyan. The coldness and scrutiny on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by an almost flattering enthusiasm. He stood up suddenly, took 2 steps at a time and walked to Lin Qiye's side, and said excitedly, "My dear nephew. Your talent is simply a dragon among men." Then, he enthusiastically invited Lin Qiye, "My dear nephew, when are you going to Tiantai City? Why don't you go with our Mu Jie? We can take care of you on the way." Bai Muxi shook her head and said calmly, "Don't bother your uncle, we can go by ourselves." "Hey! What's the trouble?" Bai Xinyan said immediately, his tone unquestionable, "We're all family, so why bother talking about trouble or not? It's settled. When are you planning to leave? Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow?" At this moment, a clear, pleasant, and somewhat charming voice came from the stairs. "Sister? You're back." I saw a girl who looked a bit like Bai Muxi, but younger and more lively, running down from upstairs. She was wearing a branded sportswear and a high ponytail, full of youthful vitality. She is Bai Muxi's 12th sister, Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi ran to Bai Muxi and took her arm affectionately, then looked at Lin Qiye curiously and blinked. "Hello, brother-in-law. My name is Bai Muxi." "Hello, Mu Shui." Lin Qiye responded with a smile. Compared to the initial indifference of her parents, this younger sister seemed much more enthusiastic. And Bai Mujie, the young man who had been a bit arrogant just now had an extremely wonderful expression on his face. His expression didn't change as quickly as his father's, but his eyes, which were as big as copper bells, were filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of jealousy that was hard to conceal. He stared blankly at Lin Qiye, then looked at the glaring evaluation certificate on the coffee table, his head buzzing. Is it really 9.9% genetic potential? What a joke! He is a key student in the key high school in the district. The top scorer in the college entrance examination in his class, who is known as a martial arts genius, has a genetic potential of only 9%. At that time, this achievement had caused a sensation in the entire school, and he was regarded as an idol by countless teachers and classmates. But now, the seemingly ordinary brother-in-law brought by his sister actually scored almost 1% higher than the top student in their class? This is no longer excellent, this is simply evil. Chapter 032: A Change of Attitude. Bai Mujie felt that his worldview had been severely impacted. He was originally quite proud of his 6.8% genetic potential, thinking that although he could not compare with those top geniuses, he was still a leader among his peers. But now compared with Lin Qiye, it is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, not worth mentioning at all. He looked at Lin Qiye's calm and confident face, feeling mixed emotions. At this time, Bai Muxi, the 12th sister who had just run down from upstairs, still had no idea what was going on. She just felt that the atmosphere in the living room was a little weird, and the adults' expressions were also very strange. She curiously approached the coffee table and stretched her neck to take a look at the evaluation certificate. Wow! 9.9%. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. Bai Muxi exclaimed sincerely, and little stars instantly appeared in her eyes, shining with admiration. She didn't have as many complicated thoughts as others, she just thought that this number was very, very impressive. Lu Yuqin, Bai Muxi's mother, had a completely different expression at this moment. She looked at the certificate, then looked at her daughter whom she had never looked down upon, and her son-in-law whom she met for the first time, and a huge wave of emotion rose in her heart. She couldn't understand how her daughter, who was not very talented, could find such a charming partner. This is unscientific. Bai Xinfeng, as the head of the family, was as shocked as anyone else, but on the surface he regained his composure the fastest. He looked at Lin Qiye deeply, then picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said in a tone as calm as possible, "Xinyan is right. We are all family, so let's go together. It will be good for us to take care of each other on the way." His words set the tone for this matter. Bai Muxi looked at Lin Qiye, who smiled and nodded, saying, "Since Dad and Uncle have said so, then we'll obey. We can set off tomorrow." He knew that the Bai family wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to him. And he does not reject this kind of closeness. After all, one more friend is always better than one more enemy. What's more, this is my wife's hometown. If the relationship can be improved, it will be a good thing for Bai Muxi. And wouldn't he that save on transportation and accommodation costs? I heard that Tiantai City, as the provincial capital, has very high consumption. At night, in the basement floor of the Bai family villa, in a specially designed training room. The lighting is bright and all kinds of professional training equipment are available. It is many times better than the public gym in the community. Lin Xie was just about to start his slacking off method when he noticed two little heads at the door. 12th sister Bai Muxi, with a little kid who looked only 7 or 8 years old, was clinging to the doorframe, looking at him with curiosity. Brother-in-law, this is the 13th brother, Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi introduced. Call me brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Bai Muxi hid timidly behind his sister, his big black eyes full of admiration and curiosity towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie looked at the pure and admiring eyes of the two little guys and smiled bitterly in his heart. Well, the plan of slacking off is ruined. You can't just make random gestures in front of children, it would be bad to teach them bad habits. The reason why he was practicing here was because Bai's father and mother strongly requested that they stay in the villa tonight. The 9.9% evaluation certificate was like a stepping stone, instantly knocking open the tightly closed door of family affection of the Bai family. Lin Xie was also happy to give Bai Muxi the opportunity to strengthen her relationship with her parents. As for me, I am not good at speaking, so I simply suggested using this training room to practice properly. So, he put away his playful smile, became serious, and began to practice the 8 treasures exercise in a serious manner. Although it is more tiring to practice this way, and the efficiency is no different in the eyes of the system, the posture is standard and does look like a master. The two little guys, Bai Muxi and Bai Muxi, were so fascinated by the scene that they didn't even blink. The next morning, when Lin Xie and Bai Muxi were about to say goodbye, the attitude of Bai's father and mother was completely different from yesterday. The enthusiasm was so great that Lin Xie could hardly resist. Xie, if you need anything in Tiantai City, feel free to tell your family. Don't hesitate. Yes, Muxi, take good care of Xie and yourself. Lu Yuqin held Bai Muxi's hand, asking about her well-being and showing great concern, as if the indifferent lady yesterday was just Lin Xie's illusion. Get on the hover car returning to Xiangyang Garden, inside the car. Bai Muxi turned her head, leaned close to Lin Xie's ear, and whispered with a sly smile, my dad said that he will cover your 100,000 registration fee. And your tuition fees in the future, too. Lin Xie's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. Bai Muxi looked at his surprised expression, and the smile on her face became even brighter. Look, did the gold coins explode? It exploded, it exploded. Lin Xie nodded heavily, and his heart had a deeper understanding of the word reality. After returning to their home in Xiangyang Garden, before the two of them had time to sit down and drink a sip of water, Bai Xinyan called. Half an hour later, a spacious and luxurious 7-seater floating commercial vehicle stopped steadily at the gate of Xiangyang Garden community. The car door slid open, Bai Xinyan stuck his head out, and waved at them with a smile on his face. Xie, Muxi, get in the car quickly, we're going straight to Tiantai City. In the car, the spacious and comfortable 7-seater suspended commercial vehicle was driving smoothly. The atmosphere is also very harmonious. When Bai Xinyan asked about Lin Xie's family background seemingly casually and learned that he came from an ordinary working-class family, the surprise on the faces of the father and son was beyond words. Bai Muxi couldn't help but sigh sincerely, brother-in-law, you're so much better than those so-called second-generation kids in our class. Which of them didn't rely on their family's resources to get to where they are today? I've never seen someone like you who relies entirely on your own talent. Lin Xie laughed heartily and nodded calmly, but secretly complained in his heart, aren't you also a second generation? As they chatted, Bai Muxi came over curiously and asked, brother-in-law, what brand of nutrient solution do you usually use for your cultivation? Is it Titan's Power or Galaxy Source? My dad bought me the enhanced version of Titan's Power, and it's quite effective. Lin Xie was stunned by the question. When had he ever used any proper nutrient solution? The energy consumed in daily practice is huge, and he relies entirely on the meals prepared by Bai Muxi to replenish his energy. His mind raced, and he spoke in a serious tone, I used the Love brand nutrient solution. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Muxi beside him blushed with shame. She stretched out her little hand and pinched Lin Xie's waist hard, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. Heart card? Bai Xinyun and Bai Muxi, father and son, were both stunned and looked at each other. Is this some new high-end brand? How come I've never heard of it? The 2-hour drive passed quickly with relaxed chatting. The hovercraft slowly slowed down, and in front of it, an extremely magnificent high-tower city gradually came into view. Countless skyscrapers are short on the outside and tall on the inside, and the higher they are towards the center, forming a pyramid structure that soars into the clouds. In the air, densely packed suspended lanes crisscrossed, forming a huge light net. The colorful neon signs twinkle like stars, making the entire city look like a dream. Lin Chia looked at the dense, endless stream of neon traffic outside the window and the shocking city landscape, and couldn't help but sigh. This is Tiantai City, the provincial capital. Chapter 033, Why Practice Martial Arts If You Have No Money? The hover car shuttled through the complex aerial lanes and finally landed slowly in front of a skyscraper called Tianyue International Hotel in the 4th and 5th ring roads. Okay, we're here. Bai Xinyun parked the car and said to Lin Chia and Bai Muxi with a smile, I've already booked a room in advance. Let's go up and get settled in first, and then report to the examination center this afternoon. Lin Chia looked up at the luxurious hotel that was at least 200 stories high, and sighed in his heart again, it's great to be rich. The 4 of them walked into the magnificent hotel lobby. Bai Xinyun skillfully completed the check-in procedures and booked 2 adjacent luxury suites. After settling the luggage, Bai Xinyun suggested, it's still early, let's go to the hotel restaurant for lunch first, and then go to the examination center in the afternoon. Lin Chia and Bai Muxi naturally had no objection. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel, you can overlook the bustling scene of the surrounding area through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Chia suddenly thought that the restaurants in the 2nd and 3rd ring roads, which are more centrally located, were probably looking down upon these buildings from a high position. A sumptuous lunch was served on the table, with a variety of rare and high-quality ingredients, carefully cooked by the chef, and it was delicious and fragrant. At the dinner table, Bai Xinyun was still as enthusiastic as ever. He kept picking up food for Lin Chia and asking him about his impression of Tiantai City. His words and actions showed his investment in an attempt to win over a future strong man. Bai Muxi was also very humble and would ask Lin Chia some questions about cultivation from time to time. Although Lin Chia was just responding casually, he listened with great interest, as if he had obtained some true secret. After lunch, the 4 of them took the hotel's special car to the Provincial Admissions Examination Center on the other side of the city. The examination center is a spacious modern building complex with a solemn and dignified style. At this moment, the entrance of the center was already crowded with people. Candidates and parents from all over the galaxy had packed the entire square. There was a tense and exciting atmosphere in the air. Lin Chia looked at the scene in front of him, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. This is the first hurdle on the road to becoming a strong person. The 4 of them finally squeezed into the registration hall and found the corresponding window according to the signs. Show your ID, verify your registration information, and receive your electronic admission ticket. The process went very quickly. Lin Chia looked at the electronic admission ticket displayed on the terminal, which had his photo, name, test number, test time, and QR code printed on it. Exam time, 9 a.m., September 1st, 40918 Imperial Calendar. September 1st, there are still 5 days left. Lin Chia put away the admission ticket and said to himself. Just as they were about to leave, a slightly surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Muxi? Is it really you? Are you here to take the exam too? Lin Chia looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, handsome young man in branded casual clothes walking towards them with a smile. The young man was accompanied by several other young men of equally extraordinary bearing, who were obviously from wealthy families. Bai Muxi smiled when he saw the person coming. Hey, Li Mingao. What a coincidence, you are here too. Hey, Li Mingao. What a coincidence, you're here too. The 2 sides greeted each other warmly, exchanged a few words, and then left. A few second-generation students from the class next door. Bai Muxi explained to Lin Chia, and then enthusiastically suggested, they said they want to go to the Shinnong pharmacy store in front to take a look. Brother-in-law, should we go too? Medicine? Lin Chia was immediately confused when he heard that, and he looked at Bai Muxi. Bai Muxi nodded and explained, well, some wealthy second generations, in order to go further in the practical exam and enter the 3rd level or even higher, will prepare various auxiliary potions in advance. For example, those that instantly restore physical strength, those that increase explosive power for a short period of time, and those that heal injuries. She looked at Lin Xie, her eyes becoming serious. However, with your current strength, of course you must try your best to make it to the end. These potions are also necessary for you. Let's go and pick some. Before Lin Xie could say anything, Bai Muxi smiled and shook his head, saying, Sister, those are all old stories from 10 or 8 years ago. The situation now is much more complicated than it was back then. With a look that said, you're already behind the times, he continued. Now, unless you've made up your mind from the beginning to just get by and attend the lowest tier private universities, you'll need potions just to get past the first level and onto the second. The most basic energy drinks and nutrient solution are standard equipment for everyone, Bai Muxi counted on his fingers. There are also things to deal with various emergencies, such as antidote and fast-acting hemostatic spray. These are all indispensable. Otherwise, in the dungeon, if you get bit by a poisonous monster or get injured, you might be eliminated immediately. Lin Xie was stunned and couldn't help but say, this exam, can it be conducted like this? Then whoever has the most money will get first place, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Muxi looked at Lin Xie as if he were an alien, and then said as a matter of course. Why practice martial arts if you don't have money? Chapter 034 Shinong Potion. Coming out of the examination center, the afternoon sun in Tiantai City was a bit dazzling. Bai Muxi suggested enthusiastically and directly led the group into a busy commercial street nearby. At the end of the street, a huge three-dimensional signboard with the words Shinong Pharmacy hangs on a high-tech building. The store is well cooled, and the air is filled with a unique scent of a faint mixture of herbs and exotic minerals. In the crystal-clear glass counter, rows of medicines gleaming with various colors are displayed, and holographic projections in the air display their tempting efficacy descriptions. Explosive Blood Number 1 slightly increases explosive power for 3 minutes, price 1,000 credit points. Swift 1 slightly increases speed within 5 minutes, price 1,000 credits. Lin Xie looked at those staggering prices and frowned subconsciously. This is a bit expensive. Just the lowest level 1 costs 1,000. The number 2 is 2,000, and so on. The highest level number 9 is 9,999. Wife, we don't need to buy these, right? Lin Xie whispered to Bai Muxi. Lin Xie was looking at the staggering prices, and before he could say too expensive, he saw Bai Muxi's eyes light up and walk towards the cashier. Li Mingao. Bai Muxi walked over quickly and greeted them enthusiastically. Mingao. What good things did you buy? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Mingao and his second-generation friends standing in the checkout line with high spirits. Each of them was holding a gift box with the Shinong Pharmacy logo printed on it. Bai Muxi came back quickly and said, they bought. Before Bai Muxi could finish, Bai Xingyun immediately revealed a bright smile and said, I saw it too. Let's buy this exclusive gift pack. 1 set for you and 1 set for Chie. Perfect. He glanced at Lin Xie sharply and made a decision in his heart instantly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity, for just 50,000 credit points. If I can win the favor of a future warrior, it would be a huge profit. Dad. Bai Muxi wanted to say that it was not the 50,000 yuan gift package, but was stopped by Bai Xingyun's eyes, and he forced himself to swallow the rest of the words. Bai Muxi also hurried forward and said politely and distantly, Uncle, this is too valuable, we can't. Hey! Bai Xingyun interrupted her with a wave of his hand. With an unyielding smile on his face, he looked at Lin Xie and Bai Muxi. You young people don't have to be so polite. He looked at the two of them, his tone becoming earnest. This isn't valuable, it's an investment. An investment in your future. You don't have to worry about anything else right now. Just focus on the exam. A good grade will be the best reward for your uncle. Having said that, it would be ungrateful to refuse. Lin Xie looked at the smart and well-behaved middle-aged man in front of him and understood. Back in the hotel suite, Lin Xie put down the exclusive package gift box worth 50,000 credit points. He probably also knew the value of a warrior, and this was the good intention that Bai Xingyun expressed. I feel like I'm surrounded by good people now. Lin Xie calculated that with his current speed of cultivation, it was a foregone conclusion that he would be able to break through the 8 treasures skill to the next level within these 5 days. At that time, the genetic potential will definitely break through the shackles of 10% and become a true warrior before the exam. Once this idea is ignited, it will be like a prairie fire that can never be extinguished. The night is as deep as water. The spacious living room of the luxurious suite was temporarily used by Lin Xie as a place for cultivation. The never-ending neon lights of Tiantai City outside the window cast mottled light and shadows through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining his silhouette as he sweated profusely and repeated the training movements again and again. Even when he was slacking off in his training, his clothes had already been soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his body, and his muscles were trembling constantly due to extreme fatigue. The bedroom door was gently pushed open and Bai Muxi walked out. Looking at the man practicing in the living room, she wanted to speak and say, "Shi, take a rest." But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. She saw his determined eyes, and more importantly, she saw the fire of determination burning in those eyes. She knew he was making a breakthrough. At this moment, any word of concern could become a stumbling block that interrupts his momentum. Her support cannot become a burden to him. Bai Muxi took a deep breath and suppressed the heartache and worry in her heart. She didn't go over to disturb him, nor did she go back to her room to sleep. She just walked silently to the sofa in the living room, curled up and sat down, turned the light screen of her personal terminal to the darkest, then lowered her head and gently slid her fingers across it. Key points for replenishing physical energy during the breakthrough phase for prospective warriors. A recipe for quickly recovering your energy after intense training. A gentle medicinal diet that helps stabilize the mind. She accompanied him in this silent way. So, over the next few days, a crazy scene took place in the hotel suite. Lin Xie almost treated himself as a perpetual motion machine. Except for eating and a short sleep, all his time was spent practicing the 8 treasures kung fu. Although his fishing method is ugly, it is durable. Bai Muxi turned into an all-round nanny, preparing high-energy nutritious meals for him in different ways every day, calculating his energy consumption after each practice, and even spending a lot of money to order some mild nourishing soups and medicines. On the first day, Lin Xie completed 15 training sessions. The next day, 15 times. On the third day, still 15 times. Lin Xie knew very well that the key to cultivation was to strike a balance between relaxation and tension. In addition to his hard practice every day, he would set aside time to fully rest and recover his body and mind. Because he understood that there was more than enough time for a breakthrough and there was no need to rush. The exam is just around the corner, and overexerting your potential may backfire. By the evening of the 4th day, there was only 1 day left before the exam began. On the system panel, the progress bar clearly shows 8 treasures skill level 35960. Just one last time. Bai Muxi sat on the sofa and could clearly feel that the aura around Lin Xie's body was undergoing drastic changes. A vague sense of oppression made even this would-be warrior feel palpitations. Bai Muxi couldn't believe it. Is this a breakthrough? Impossible? I watched this crooked practice for 4 days. Is this a breakthrough to 10% of genetic potential and becoming a warrior? Bai Muxi felt that it was too sci-fi. Absolutely impossible. She worked hard for 8 years. It took almost 3 years to increase from 8.5% to 9.5%. No matter how talented Lin Xie is, there's no way he could break through so quickly, right? Chapter 035 Warrior. This is the last time. Lin Xie growled, clenched his teeth, and began the final round of practice. Finally, when the last movement was completed, Lin Xie's figure suddenly stopped, as if time had stopped. The next second, a torrent of energy, far more powerful and pure than any previous one, erupted in his body like a dormant volcano. Boom! A thunderclap seemed to ring out in Lin Xie's mind. Ding! The level of 8 treasures skill has been upgraded to level 4080. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. Genetic potential 10.1%. Crack! A crisp cracking sound that seemed to come from the depths of his soul was heard, and Lin Xie felt that an invisible and solid barrier in his body was shattered. At that moment, the world is no longer the same. If the previous warm current of energy was a gentle stream, then at this moment, what erupted from the depths of his life source was volcanic lava that was powerful enough to tear apart the heavens and the earth. A torrent of energy, far more powerful and pure than any previous one, no longer emerged but swept through every corner of his body in an explosive manner. The aches and fatigue in my limbs receded like the tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness. He could clearly hear his bones making a series of fine crackling sounds like frying beans, and becoming harder and denser under the impact of energy. Every muscle fiber seemed to be reforged, filled with explosive power. The boiling blood rushed like a river, transporting powerful vitality to every extremity of the body. In an instant, Lin Xie felt his whole body lighten, as if he had broken free from some invisible shackles. Every cell in the body is cheering and transforming wildly. The body, which was originally exhausted to the extreme, was instantly restored to its peak under the impact of this energy. Its strength, speed, and mental strength also skyrocketed at an incredible speed. The whole world, in his perception, became clearer and more three-dimensional than ever before. This is the realm of a warrior? Lin Xia's whole world has become different. In his vision, the dust particles floating in the air were no longer fuzzy particles, but independent individuals with clear outlines and movement trajectories. He could see the subtle dispersion of light reflected in the air as it passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Is this a 10% difference in genetic potential? In his hearing, Bai Muxi's heartbeat, which was accelerated due to nervousness and excitement, sounded clearly in his ears like a war drum. His skin could keenly sense every movement of the airflow and distinguish the subtle temperature difference between the night breeze coming through the window gaps and the cold air from the air conditioner indoors. The whole world seemed to be stripped of its fuzzy shell and presented itself to his perception in an unprecedented and extremely delicate manner. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 10.1%. Physical fitness, 100 plus. Spirit, 100 plus. Psychic power, 50 plus. Exercises, set 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 4080. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 80. Offspring, 2 in development. Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Xia's heart was beating wildly. His physical strength soared to 100 points. His mental strength also exceeded 100. Not to mention doubled psychic power. 7. Xie. A trembling, shocked voice brought Lin Xie back to reality from his ecstasy. He raised his head and met Bai Muxi's beautiful eyes that were filled with disbelief. As a quasi-warrior with 9.5% genetic potential, she could feel the drastic change in Lin Xie's aura more clearly than anyone else. That is no longer the power of a quasi-warrior, but a true crushing at the level of life. The energy fluctuations that were emitted inadvertently made her instinctively feel awe and palpitations. I have made a breakthrough. Lin Xie looked at her with a bright smile on his face. He took a step forward, and his figure seemed to teleport, appearing in front of Bai Muxi in an instant. Bai Muxi was startled by his ghostly speed and subconsciously took half a step back. Lin Xie stretched out his hand, gently took her into his arms, and said softly, "Wife, I succeeded." The warm chest, the strong heartbeat, and the familiar yet extremely powerful breath finally brought Bai Muxi back to his senses. You really? She worked hard for 8 years, exhausted her youth and her family's expectations, but she was never able to reach the state she had always dreamed of. The man in front of me just stepped over it so easily. It would be a lie to say I'm not jealous. But she is also proud and happy for her man. Lin Xie patted her back gently, feeling her excitement, and his heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction. Bai Muxi looked at the man in front of her, the gentle smile in his eyes and the strong self-confidence. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to kiss him. The kiss was hot and passionate, filled with all her pride, joy, and love. The next morning, the sky was bright. Lin Xie opened his eyes and felt refreshed. The fatigue brought by all-night practice and breakthrough had disappeared without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sense of control. Bai Muxi was sleeping soundly beside him, with a sweet smile of satisfaction on her lips. Lin Xie leaned over and kissed her lightly on the forehead, and Bai Muxi slowly opened her eyes. When Lin Xie and Bai Muxi walked out of the room, the door of Bai Xinyan and Bai Mujia's suite also opened. "Good morning, Xie." Bai Xinyan greeted warmly. However, when his eyes met Lin Xie's, the smile on his face froze slightly, and a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. Bai Mujia beside him was even more stunned and rubbed his eyes subconsciously. The Lin Xie in front of me seemed different from yesterday. Although he still has that handsome face, his whole temperament has changed drastically. His eyes became deeper and sharper. His stance was casual, yet as straight as a javelin and steady as a mountain. A powerful aura, almost imperceptible, emanated naturally from him. Bai Xinyan and Bai Mujia did not think about a breakthrough. I just felt that Lin Xie was full of momentum before the exam. 8:30 a.m., Provincial Admissions Examination Center. In the huge square, tens of thousands of candidates have gathered according to their test number areas. It is a sea of black and the scene is spectacular. The loud broadcast voice echoed over the square, announcing the examination room rules and precautions. Lin Xie and Bai Mujia stood in the line of candidates and waved goodbye to Bai Muxi and Bai Xinyan, who came to see them off. "Hubby, come on." Bai Muxi mouthed something to Lin Xie vigorously. Lin Xie smiled and nodded to her, his eyes full of confidence. At 8:50, with a long whistle, the huge alloy gate slowly opened. All candidates, please enter the examination room in an orderly manner, dungeon number 1. Millions of candidates began to pour into the deep underground city in trance like a tide. Lin Xie took a deep breath, followed the crowd, and stepped into this unknown battlefield. His eyes were calm and sharp, with only one thought in his mind. Then the exam begins. Chapter 036 Genius Class. When I stepped into the entrance of the dungeon, the scene before me was not the dark and narrow passage I had imagined. This is an extremely huge underground platform, more than enough to accommodate 1 million people. The cold alloy floor shone with a cold metallic luster. Above was a dome structure, and the dazzling industrial lighting made the entire space as bright as day. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with oil, dust, and disinfectant. At the front of the platform, a giant alloy gate, 100 meters high, was tightly closed, like an ancient beast choosing its prey, silently announcing the danger and unknown of the world beyond. Tens of thousands of candidates gathered here, and the noisy discussions, nervous breathing, and excited conversations merged into a buzzing sound, echoing in the huge space. "Hey, Xie, this way." Bai Muxi pulled Lin Xie's sleeve and led him through the crowd as if he knew the way to a relatively open area. When several young men and women saw them, they immediately waved and greeted them enthusiastically. "Muxi, you're here. How are the preparations going? I heard it's going to be difficult again this year." After a brief greeting, Bai Muxi's attention was attracted by a scene not far away. It's Li Minggao and his guys again. However, at this moment, these second-generation students who were so high-spirited in front of ordinary students were standing respectfully beside another group of men and women. They bent slightly with ingratiating smiles on their faces, looking as if they wanted to get closer but didn't dare to get too close, and they kept a very low profile. The group of people surrounded by them included both men and women, all of whom had indifferent expressions and outstanding temperaments. They just stood there casually, forming a circle of their own, exuding a strong aura that kept strangers away, which was out of tune with the noisy environment around them. "That is?" Lin Xie looked at Bai Muxi in confusion. Bai Muxi followed his gaze, his expression instantly becoming somewhat complicated. He lowered his voice, his tone filled with a hint of awe and envy that was difficult to conceal. "That's someone from the genius class of number 1 middle school." "Number 1 middle school's gifted class?" Lin Xie repeated. "Yes," Bai Muxi nodded heavily and began to introduce them like a treasure. "The tallest and coolest one in the white training suit is Lei Qianjun. The short-haired girl next to him, who looks very cool, is Su Qingying. And the one sitting on the ground is Yan Feilong. They are all students from the top high schools and the top classes in our galaxy. They are geniuses among geniuses." He paused and added, "During the 10 Schools League, I saw them from afar. They were incredibly strong." 10 School League? Lin Xie searched his mind and found that he had no impression of this term. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that the ordinary high school he attended before was not even qualified to participate in this kind of league. Bai Muxi had no intention of going over to say hello. He obviously thought he was not qualified and was not in the same circle. Lin Xie looked at the group of geniuses with powerful auras, and asked, "So, are they all warriors?" "Yes." Bai Muxi answered crisply, "The students in the genius class were all warriors before the martial arts college entrance examination." Lin Xie was shocked. "So, this is the real top student in this world? Is this the truth of the world?" While he was still struggling with the 100,000 yuan registration fee, these true geniuses of his age had already left him behind and entered another realm that he could only look up to. Just then, boom! A loud bang came from the center of the platform without warning, as if a bomb exploded in the crowd. The sturdy alloy platform shook violently. The buzzing sounds of tens of thousands of examinees were instantly suppressed by this huge sound wave, and the entire platform fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound in horror. I saw a giant man who was over 3 meters tall and had muscles as hard as cast iron. He had appeared on the platform in the center of the platform at some point. His bronze skin reflected a metallic luster under the light, and blue veins coiled on it like steel cables, full of explosive power. And on his huge shoulders, as broad as mountains, was sitting leisurely a slim woman wearing a fiery red tight combat uniform. She had long fiery red hair of the same color, a beautiful face, and a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, which formed a sharp contrast with the wildness of the giant under her. "Quiet." The giant opened his mouth, his voice like a huge bell, dull and majestic, clearly transmitted to every corner of the platform. "We are the examiners for your first round. My name is Changshi Li Sr." The red-haired woman on his shoulder also laughed. Her voice was clear and pleasant, but with a hint of lazy danger. "My name is Deng Hong." She looked around at the crowd of candidates below, opened her red lips, and briefly introduced the rules of the first exam. "The rules are simple. Just follow us. There are countless forked paths in the first level of the dungeon. If you get lost, don't blame us." She paused, her smile becoming more playful. "If you sustain any injuries during the exam, please treat them yourself. If the injury is serious and you feel you can't hold on any longer, you can immediately call for help on your personal terminal. Of course, calling for help means you have taken the initiative to complete the exam. Do you understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 100-meter-long alloy gate in front of him, which had been closed for a long time, made a teeth-grinding creaking sound of metal friction and began to rise slowly. A cold, damp air with the smell of earth and an unknown decay blew in from behind the door. "Then, the exam begins." Before Deng Hong finished her words, the giant man Li Sun under her suddenly bent his legs and soared into the sky like a cannonball, passing over the heads of tens of thousands of candidates, and rushed directly into the gate that had just been opened with a whistling evil wind. Deng Hong sat on his shoulders and even waved to the candidates below with ease. Hundreds of thousands of candidates were stunned at first, and then immediately reacted. "Follow me. Quick!" I don't know who shouted first, but the entire platform exploded in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of candidates rushed towards the huge gate like a flood. Chapter 037 So fierce? The moment the gate opened, the entire platform was like a violently shaking beehive, and instantly fell into a chaotic frenzy. "Follow me. Get out of the way. Charge!" Tens of thousands of candidates rushed towards the only exit like a frightened herd of animals. People are crowded together, shoulder to shoulder. The classmate you were talking to 1 second ago may become a stumbling block on your way forward the next second. Lin Qi's pupils suddenly shrank. There was a sudden commotion ahead. It's exactly the direction of the group of people in the gifted class. The commotion of the crowd seemed to them like a breeze blowing across the lake, unable to shake them at all. The short-haired girl named Su Qingying had a confident smile on her lips. She lightly tapped the shoulder of a candidate in front of her with her toes, and her whole body floated up like a weightless feather. After a few ups and downs, she stepped on the heads of the crowded people below, her posture light and graceful, as if she was performing the legendary light skills. In a blink of an eye, she crossed the crowded crowd and came to the front of the team, following closely behind the examiner. The young man named Yin Filong was even more direct. He spread his arms like a rock spreading its wings, and actually squeezed out a path from the gaps between the people at an astonishing speed. At the same time, in the genius class area centered on Lei Qianjun, strange changes suddenly occurred. "Get out of here!" A cold low roar rang out. An invisible, violent airwave exploded with them as the center. Bang! 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 Those ordinary candidates who were originally standing close to them and trying to rush forward with the flow of people were hit hard as if by an invisible giant hammer. They spurted blood from their mouths and flew backwards screaming. In an instant, a vacuum zone with a diameter of more than 10 meters was forcibly cleared out with the genius class as the center. Countless candidates fell down like cut wheat, some were injured, some screamed, and the sound of broken bones could be heard one after another. Lin Qie saw clearly that Li Minggao and his second-generation friends were among the crowd who were flung away. Although they were also shaken by the airwave and their blood was surging, and blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths, their reactions were astonishingly fast. Almost at the moment of being bounced back, they took out the medicine they had prepared long ago from their pockets and drank it without even looking. After the medicine entered their stomachs, their pale faces visibly regained a hint of redness. Then, a fierce look flashed in their eyes, and they stretched out their hands without hesitation, pushing away the candidates in front of them who were weaker and more panicked than them, stepping on other people's bodies, forcing themselves out of a path, and closely caught up with the team in the front. This series of events happened in a flash. The law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest are vividly demonstrated at this moment. Is this possible? Lin Qi's eyes widened, and a huge wave rose in his heart. This is not an exam anymore. This is simply a cruel elimination match without rules. Rules? Discipline? In the face of absolute strength and cruel reality, it is so fragile that it can withstand no blow. Before he could recover from his shock, a surging crowd of people was already pressing towards him. Bai Muxi next to him turned pale, obviously not expecting such a tragic start. He subconsciously wanted to take out the medicine from his pocket and prepare to fight it out. However, at this moment, a steady and strong hand pressed on his shoulder. "Follow me closely." Lin Qiye's calm voice sounded in his ears. The next second, Bai Muxi felt a gentle but irresistible force pulling him gently. His body seemed to have lost weight and was protected by Lin Qiye behind him. Lin Qiye, facing the surging crowd, did not dodge or evade. In a flash, Lin Qiye instantly analyzed the optimal solution to the current situation in his mind. Back off? You'll be drowned by the crowd. Defend? You will be squeezed by the forces from front, back, left, and right, and unable to move forward. In that case, there is only one choice left. Forward. With pure brute force, push to the front. As long as you rush to the front of the team, all resistance will only come from the front, and you no longer have to worry about being constrained by forces from all directions. He, Lin Qiye, had not learned any exquisite light footwork, nor did he know any techniques to release force. All he had was a body full of explosive power after becoming a warrior. Then use the simplest and most violent way and charge forward. Sorry, everyone. A hint of determination flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes. He could see clearly that in this chaotic forward torrent, struggle was everywhere. Not only in the area of the gifted class, but in every corner, there were scenes of pushing, shoving, and even stabbing. Since no one stopped it, that meant. This is the rule that the examiner tacitly agrees to. After figuring this out, Lin Qiye no longer hesitated. He took a step forward. Buzz. A powerful energy that is invisible to the naked eye suddenly burst forward with his body as the center. The crowded crowd in front was like being hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. Bang! A muffled sound. The candidates within 3 meters in front of Lin Qiye instantly fell to the sides like dominoes. A straight, blank road leading to the gate was opened up by him using brute force. Who the hell? Which bastard? There were bursts of angry curses from the crowd that was pushed away. Among them, the young man with a burly build and a face full of flesh reacted the fastest. He staggered after being pushed, and after he steadied himself, a fierce light immediately flashed in his eyes. He roared, exerted force on his feet, and actually rushed towards Lin Qiye. His fist as big as a casserole made a whistling sound and went straight to Lin Qiye's face. Court death. Lin Qiye's eyes turned cold. He wasn't sure whether the exam rules allowed injuring others. However, since no one stopped the genius class from taking action, and since this strong man dared to attack, it means it's possible. He also swung his fist to meet the attack. Fist to fist. The sturdy man saw that Lin Qiye's punch was completely random, with neither sophisticated power circulation nor tricky angles, but just a straight punch. A ferocious and victorious smile suddenly appeared on his face. What he practiced was the rock-crushing fist, which was famous for its ferocity. When it comes to competing in strength, he has absolute confidence. However, at the moment the two fists touched, the smile on the sturdy man's face froze instantly, replaced by an expression of extreme horror and disbelief. Crack! A bone-breaking sound was heard, so crisp and teeth-grinding. Lin Qiye doesn't know how to box, but his fists contain a true warrior's full-strength blow of over 1,000 kilograms. In the face of absolute power, all skills seem pale and powerless. Use force to defeat cleverness. The sturdy man's seemingly powerful fist was like paper under Lin Qiye's fist, and was instantly crushed. An unmatched force flowed along his arm and madly surged into his body. Puff! The burly man spat out a large mouthful of blood in the air, and his whole body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. His swung arm was twisted at a strange angle, and the white bone stump even pierced his skin, exposing it to the air. Seriously injured. Fracture. Bang! The burly man slammed heavily into the crowd more than 10 meters away, causing another round of commotion and screams. And Lin Qiye didn't even look at him from beginning to end. He simply retracted his fist and continued walking forward with a calm expression. It was as if he had just swatted an annoying fly. Behind him, Bai Muxi, who was following closely, saw everything clearly. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped and he swallowed subconsciously. Sister brother-in-law, is he so fierce? He knew that Lin Qiye was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. One punch. With just one punch, he beat a candidate who seemed to be as strong as him to the point where he was in a life or death situation. The decisiveness and domineering attitude frightened him, but at the same time, he felt an inexplicable excitement and sense of security. With a brother-in-law like this, what is there to be afraid of? Chapter 038 The First Echelon. It's not just Bai Muxi. Countless candidates around who were shocked by the scene just now also reacted. They looked at Lin Xia's figure, who was like a bulldozer, moving forward unstoppably, with awe and a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. Follow him. Follow the person in front. Someone immediately made the wisest choice. For a moment, countless candidates spontaneously followed the blood road opened up by Lin Xia, forming a new and more unstoppable torrent, rushing towards the gate frantically. Lin Xia pushed forward all the way, domineering and unmatched. Any candidate who dared to stand in his way would be knocked away by him with the most direct and purest force. Gradually, he rushed out of the most crowded and chaotic middle area. The closer you get to the front, the more space there is. Those truly capable candidates had already distanced themselves from ordinary people. At this moment, they were following the examiner's steps at an astonishing speed, moving quickly through the wide underground passage. They keep a certain safe distance from each other, which is both a warning and a tacit understanding. While everyone was moving at full speed, they were vigilantly observing their competitors out of the corner of their eyes. The situation on Lin Xia's side is the same. As the examiner in front of him was running faster and faster, Lin Xia had no choice but to speed up if he wanted to keep up. The other candidates who were originally following behind him were gradually left behind by Lin Xia. Lin Xia greeted Bai Muxi behind him, and Bai Muxi saw Lin Xia slowly walking away. There was nothing he could do. If you don't have enough strength, you can only follow from a distance and pray that you don't take the wrong fork in the road. At the front, with the appearance of Lin Xia, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, he immediately attracted the attention of the first group of candidates in front. These people are all the chosen ones from various cities. The people closest to Lin Xia are naturally those from the gifted class of number 1 middle school in the same city. The stern young man named Lei Qianjun glanced at Lin Xia with a gaze as sharp as lightning, and raised his eyebrows slightly. A new face, quite interesting. Su Qingying beside him also noticed Lin Xia, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her sharp phoenix eyes. Looking at the attack he just made, his strength was quite strong, but his movements were very crude. It doesn't look like he has been taught by a famous teacher. She commented softly. No matter who he is, just don't block our way. Yan Feilong snorted coldly and quickened his pace. Although these gifted people noticed Lin Xia, the dark horse, they did not really take him seriously. In their opinion, perhaps this was just a matter of luck or some kind of wild path of adventure. No matter how strong one's strength is, without systematic training and combat skills, one will never be able to perform well. And Lin Xia was also observing them. He could clearly feel that the powerful aura emanating from those people in the genius class was no weaker than his own. In some aspects, such as the concentration and control of breath, he is even more refined than him, a quickly learned warrior. These guys are not easy to deal with. Lin Xia was secretly alert in his heart. He is very clear about his current strengths and weaknesses. The advantage is that he possesses genuine warrior-level strength and physical fitness. The disadvantage is that there is no combat skills at all. He has great power, but he doesn't know how to use it most effectively. There are no boxing techniques, no footwork, and no body movements. If he were to really go up against these true geniuses who have received the best education since childhood and have mastered various advanced skills to perfection, he would probably find it difficult to gain the upper hand at the same level. This is just the first level, there's no need to compete with them. So, Lin Xia deliberately controlled his speed, keeping a distance from those people in the genius class and several other strong people whom he secretly observed. He neither fell behind nor rashly rushed to the front to steal the limelight. His goal is to pass the exam successfully and get good grades. Instead of confronting these top monsters head-on from the very beginning. At this time, Bai Muxi could no longer see the first group and the examiners. He was so tired that he was panting and his face was pale. Although he is competitive, he also knows his own limitations. Being able to follow Lin Xia to the front of the second echelon was already his limit. Bai Muxi gritted his teeth, took out the bottle of the most basic energy drink from his pocket, and drank it in one gulp. A warm current rushed into his abdomen, restoring some of his exhausted strength. He roared, took another step, and followed closely. At this time, the examiners Li Xin and Deng Hong in front had already led the first echelon of the team into a fork in the road. The entire underground city is like a huge ant nest maze, with countless passages crisscrossing and leading to the unknown darkness. An hour later, Lin Xie was still following steadily at the tail end of the first echelon. The wide underground passage seemed to have no end, with cold alloy walls on both sides. There was a dim industrial light at intervals, stretching the shadows of the people at times. Lin Xie was filled with surprise. How big was this underground city? At their current speed, they could cover hundreds of kilometers in an hour, but there was still deep, endless darkness ahead. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the burly figure in the front. Examiner Li Sen, the giant who was like a moving hill, was still carrying the leisurely red-haired female examiner Deng Hong on his shoulders. The 1-hour high-speed rush seemed like just a walk after dinner to him. His breathing was still steady and long, his steps were steady and powerful, and he didn't show any signs of fatigue. What kind of strength does this guy have? Lin Xie was secretly shocked. At this moment, changes finally began to appear within the first echelon. Running at full speed for a long time consumes a huge amount of physical energy and endurance. The breathing of some weaker candidates began to become heavy, and their speed slowed down visibly. Some people began to secretly take out potions and pour them into their mouths while running. And the more insidious ones set their sights on the people around them. Suddenly, a candidate not far in front of Lin Xie slowed down suddenly. He did not choose to drink the potion, but suddenly turned around, with a fierce look in his eyes, and a heavy punch that had been accumulating power for a long time, with the sound of breaking wind, hit Lin Xie, who was following closely behind without any warning. He has made a very careful calculation. I'm about to fall behind. Before I slow down completely, I have to drag the people behind me down with me. As long as the speed of the people behind him is affected, he can buy precious time to catch his breath and drink potion. However, he chose the wrong target. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Xie's eyes instantly turned cold. During this hour, he was not only running mechanically, but also constantly thinking and observing. He had already seen the conditions of everyone around him and had anticipated this situation. When running at high speed, whether you take the attack head-on or stop to counterattack, it will disrupt your rhythm and is not the optimal solution. The only choice is to avoid it and surpass it. Just as the opponent turned around, Lin Xie had anticipated it and tilted his body to the right, just narrowly avoiding the punch. At the same time, he suddenly exerted force with his feet. Swish! His speed increased instead of decreasing. He turned into a shadow and instantly passed by the attacker and surpassed him directly. The candidate's punch missed, and his body staggered due to excessive force. His speed dropped sharply again. He watched Lin Xie's back getting farther and farther away from him. He was so angry that he roared repeatedly, but he could do nothing. Lin Xie's action was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, immediately causing a chain reaction. The candidates in the second half of the first group, seeing that they were running out of energy, followed suit. For a time, all kinds of sneak attacks and plots emerged one after another. Fists, footsteps, and even people secretly throwing out small hidden weapons. However, Lin Xie's perception at this moment is so sharp. After becoming a warrior, his mental power was highly concentrated, and every move within a radius of dozens of meters was clearly reflected in his mind. In the next few minutes, he moved calmly between various attacks like a butterfly flying through flowers. Turn left, dodge right, duck, accelerate. He can always avoid all attacks with the smallest movement and the fastest speed. He was like a slippery loach, leaving all those who tried to drag him into the water in vain. These guys are probably just quasi-warriors, with genetic potential around 8% or 9%. Lin Xie understood clearly, although their strength is not weak, their endurance is still a bit lacking compared to a real warrior like me. He even has enough energy to accelerate now. After dodging 3 or 4 waves of attacks, Lin Xie no longer held back. He took a deep breath, the warrior power in his body surged, and his legs burst out with powerful strength. His speed increased again, and he completely left behind those guys with bad intentions, caught up with the core team of the first echelon, and followed steadily behind those in the genius class. The explosive power that Lin Xie suddenly displayed naturally caught the attention of the people in the genius class in front. Su Qingying, with her neat short purple hair, glanced back calmly while running. When she saw Lin Xie following closely behind her, breathing steadily, her sharp phoenix eyes revealed a look of genuine surprise for the first time. It turned out to be him. Chapter 039 The Strength of the Genius Class. Su Qingying was a little surprised. She originally thought that this dark horse that suddenly emerged would at most struggle at the end of the first tier. Unexpectedly, after a brutal round of internal elimination, he not only did not fall behind, but instead easily rushed up and followed them closely. This endurance and strength cannot be underestimated. Su Qingying subconsciously glanced further back, but soon she lost interest and an imperceptible, mocking sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. In the second group that was left far behind, she saw several familiar figures. Those old classmates who were once in the gifted class with her, but were later kicked out of the class because of their lack of ability and inability to keep up with the progress. Really? It still doesn't work. The distance between a quasi-warrior and a real warrior seems to be only one step, but in fact it is an insurmountable chasm. Especially in this kind of long-distance running that tests comprehensive quality and endurance, the gap is infinitely magnified. In the end, they were ruthlessly kicked out by the first tier. Just like when they were ruthlessly kicked out of the gifted class. The weak are destined to be eliminated. Su Qingying withdrew her gaze, no longer paying attention to the losers, and turned her attention back to the exam at hand. She glanced at Lin Xie, this wild guy who suddenly appeared in their sight, and for the first time, a hint of curiosity arose in her heart. Who is this guy? At this moment, the female examiner Deng Hong, who had been sitting leisurely on Li Sen's shoulder, suddenly let out a crisp laugh. The sound echoed in the deep passage and was clearly heard by every candidate. Hold on tight, little ones. The warm-up exercises are over. Next up is the final sprint. Her voice was tinged with a hint of playful excitement. The scoring criteria for the first stage is simple. The first 100 people to reach the finish line will receive a 100-point bonus. For every 100th place after that, 1 point will be deducted, and so on. After 10,000th place, there will be no bonus points. Before he finished speaking, Deng Hong jumped down from the giant Li Sen's shoulder like a civet cat. The moment her feet touched the ground, without any pause, her fiery red figure suddenly turned into a red lightning, and her speed suddenly increased several times, shooting towards the depths of darkness ahead. The giant examiner, Li Sen, slowed down in response. He grinned, revealing a simple smile, and shouted to the candidates who were chasing him closely, "Come on, little ones." Although his speed slowed down, it was still astonishingly fast, and he maintained a steady pace at the limit that the first-tier candidates could keep up with. Deng Hong's speed is really too fast. Her figure left a long afterimage in the dim passage, and she was about to rush into a fork in the road ahead. Left. Lin Xie's eyelids twitched suddenly. He saw clearly that Deng Hong entered the fork in the road on the left, and then his figure disappeared behind the corner. A strong sense of crisis came over me. This underground city is full of forks in the road. Once you lose the way, finding the right path is like looking for a needle in a haystack. He immediately realized that this was not just a competition of speed, but also a brutal screening. Only if you can keep up with Deng Hong are you qualified to talk about scores. If you can't keep up, you'll be eliminated. There are probably over 10,000 people in the first echelon now. Lin Xie calculated rapidly in his mind, I'm afraid that there are only 1,000 people at most who can really keep up with Deng Hong's speed. And among these 1,000 people, only the fastest 100 can get full marks. Thinking of this, Lin Xie no longer had any reservations. Boom! The warrior power in his body burst out without reservation. A powerful airwave exploded from under his feet, and his body was like an arrow shot from a bow, and his speed instantly soared to the extreme. Lin Xie's sudden outburst immediately attracted the attention of several people in the genius class in front. A hint of surprise flashed across Lei Qianjuan's cold eyes. Su Qingying looked back in surprise. She didn't expect that this wild boy could actually hide such powerful explosive power. However, they had no time to think at this moment. Because they are also accelerating at full speed. Rush! Follow me! The core team of the entire first echelon was completely excited at this moment. Everyone increased their speed to the limit, transformed into streaks of light, and rushed madly towards the fork in the road where Deng Hong disappeared. Everyone knows that this is the moment that determines fate. Lin Xie's full-strength burst was like a torpedo thrown into the battlefield, instantly tearing a hole in the first echelon. He overtook one candidate after another who had slowed down due to exhaustion, and chased straight ahead. The underground passage suddenly narrowed in front, from a width that could accommodate thousands of people walking side by side to a narrow section that could only accommodate 300 or 400 people. This sudden change made everyone's nerves tense to the extreme. The narrower the road, the more intense the competition will be. Lin Xie was just about to pass through the gap on the right side of Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, but a figure moved sideways like a ghost, instantly blocking his way. It's Yan Filong. There was a hint of disdainful sneer on his face, and his eyes were full of undisguised provocation. Yaluzi, this is not the place for you. Before he finished speaking, Yin Feilong's right fist had already burst out with a dull sound of breaking through the air. This punch seemed to be as straightforward as the one thrown by the strong man before, but Lin Qiye's pupils suddenly shrank. Danger! Extremely dangerous. His warrior instinct was frantically warning him. Attached to this punch was an invisible, extremely condensed force, as if compressing the surrounding air into substance. This is not pure strength, this is a skill and a technique. Lin Qiye reacted almost instinctively, turning his body to the extreme left, trying to dodge like before. However, a mocking arc appeared at the corner of Yin Feilong's mouth. Just as the fist was about to brush past Lin Qiye's body, the condensed force exploded. Shake the sky fist. Bang! A visible airwave spread out violently in a fan shape with Yin Feilong's fist as the center. Although Lin Qiye avoided the direct attack of the fist, he was hit hard by the aftermath of this violent force. There's no way to avoid it. There's no way to avoid it. This is a range attack technique. Lin Qiye only felt an unmatched force hitting his chest and arms, as if he was hit head-on by a high-speed armored vehicle. He groaned and flew backwards uncontrollably, hitting the ground hard with a deafening bang. Clang! Severe pain. A tearing pain came from both arms, and they instantly became numb and weak, as if even the bones were groaning. The blood in his chest was surging, his throat felt sweet, and he almost vomited blood. Is this the strength of the genius class? Chapter 040 Top 500. Lin Qiye rolled and crawled, unable to stay in the same place at all. He forced himself to steady his body, kicked his feet hard, and continued to run forward quickly. And the place where he had fallen was suddenly hit hard by another person. If Lin Qiye had stayed where he was just now, he would have been injured and would have probably called for help. For the first time, Lin Qiye realized so clearly the gap between himself and a true genius. That is not a gap in strength, but a gap in skills and experience in using strength. He only has 10% of his genetic potential and 100 points of physical fitness, but the power he exerts is scattered. However, the opponent can condense the power into a rope and even detonate it, which more than doubles the power. At this time, Yin Feilong's figure had already disappeared into the distance. In his opinion, this unconventional approach has been solved and is not worth paying attention to. Not far from Yin Feilong, Su Qingying, who was also far ahead, shook her head. It's not over yet. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth and swallowed back the fishy and sweet taste that was rising in his throat. He kicked his legs hard and accelerated again. In a flash, a thought flashed through my mind: the medicine sent by Bai Xinyan. I didn't expect that I would actually use it so soon. Without the slightest hesitation, he used his other hand, which was still able to move, to quickly pull out an injection from the tactical bag at his waist. Without even looking, he stabbed hard into his right arm, which was in severe pain. Blood activating number 5. As the cold liquid was injected, a strange warm current instantly spread out, just like a sweet rain welcoming the long dry land. The tearing pain was suppressed and weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pain in my arms suddenly subsided. Although I still feel sore and numb, at least I have regained my mobility. At this moment, a female candidate with fierce eyes rushed up to him. Seeing that he was injured, a trace of greed flashed in her eyes. It is obvious that they want to take advantage of his illness to kill him and eliminate him completely. If there is one less person, then her ranking can be moved up one position. A cold light flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes, and he showed no sign of weakness. He quickly unscrewed another bottle of nutrient solution and poured it into his mouth. Then he shook his wrist and smashed the empty bottle towards the female candidate's face like a hidden weapon. The female candidate subconsciously thought it was some poisonous potion or hidden weapon. Her face changed and she suddenly stopped and dodged to the side. It's this moment. Lin Qiye didn't even look at the result. He exerted force on his feet and his body turned into a sharp arrow again, instantly widening the distance again. He ignored the angry curses coming from behind him and continued to rush forward madly. That move just now had created a gap of several hundred meters between him and the top group of people, including Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying. He looked at the figures moving further and further away in front of him, and the resentment and anger in his heart turned into the most primitive motivation. He no longer tried to catch up with Yin Feilong, who was in the front, but instead set his sights on other candidates in front who were also trying their best. He was like a wounded lone wolf, full of anger, and began his final crazy chase and dodging. He is indeed a lone wolf. Because he found that these first-tier candidates, whether it is the real warriors like Lei Qianjun, or the quasi-warriors around Lin Qiye whose genetic potential is 8% or 9%, they are almost all moving in small groups of 3 or 5. They come from the same school, even the same class, and have a natural understanding with each other. They will subconsciously cover for each other and advance and retreat together. Only Lin Xie was there, all alone, looking so out of place. He is very clear about his current strengths and weaknesses. The advantage is the body of a genuine warrior. It is far beyond the strength, physical fitness, and recovery ability of these quasi-warriors around him. The disadvantage is that I have no fighting skills at all. Apart from practicing the popular radio gymnastics, ordinary high schools have no chance to learn real martial arts. He can only rely on his most primitive instincts in fighting. Dodge. A thin candidate suddenly attacked from the side. Lin Xie used his legs to raise his body and narrowly avoided it. Beyond. He passed over the candidate's head without stopping and continued to rush forward. Dodge. Another gust of wind came at him, and he twisted his body with all his strength, letting the wind from the fist brush against his back, causing a burning pain. After being hit, drink medicine, use the medicine bottle as a hidden weapon to scare the opponent and create space. He was once again swept by the aftermath of the force, and staggered. Without hesitation, he injected another injection and threw another empty bottle of energy drink at the pursuer. Beyond. Dodge. Surpass again. Every time he moved forward, he was accompanied by thrilling dodges and intense physical exertion. But he was like a tireless beast, his eyes became brighter and his will became more determined. Every time he surpassed someone, the pain in his arms seemed to ease a little, and the fire in his heart grew brighter. Despite this, in the endless dark passage, the fiery red figure female examiner Deng Hong was always the only light source and direction in his vision. Finally, after walking through the tunnel for an unknown amount of time, perhaps several hours, a dazzling light appeared in front of us. End. Lin Xie's eyes lit up instantly. He could see that Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, Yan Feilong, and the others had easily crossed the finish line and were standing there with calm expressions, as if the extreme sprint just now was just a warm-up for them. After them, more and more candidates crossed the finish line. Lin Xie took a deep breath and squeezed out the last bit of strength in his body. The severe pain in his arms seemed to have numb. He roared angrily and gave up all unnecessary dodging. His whole body turned into a blurry afterimage like a cannonball. At the last moment, facing the siege formed by 7 or 8 candidates in front of him, he charged forward like a bull. Bang! 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 He withstood several attacks head-on, and fought his way out in the most brutal and tragic way. Despite being injured again, he rushed through the light curtain. The moment my feet stepped onto the finishing platform, a huge feeling of fatigue came over me like a tide. He was breathing heavily, sweat was pouring down his face, and his arms were still shaking. Candidate Lin Xie, ranked 498th. Congratulations on completing the first level and getting 95 extra points. A cold electronic prompt sound rang in my ears. 498th, 95 points. Lin Xie's tense nerves finally relaxed. He sat down on the ground, but couldn't help but grin. Although the process was awkward, the result was pretty good. The people who had just been overtaken by him in a suicide charge were now standing behind the finish line, looking at Lin Xie with grim faces. If this madman hadn't suddenly appeared just now, they would probably have made it into the top 500. In such an important exam, a difference of 1 point may determine whether they will be admitted to a university in the future. You idiot! One of them gave Lin Xie the middle finger, his eyes filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Chapter 041 The Second Stage. Lin Xie just glanced at them and then looked away. Now, he just wants to have a good rest. At this moment, the female examiner Deng Hong casually swept her eyes across the room, finally stopping for a moment on Lin Xie, who was sitting alone on the ground. Then she announced loudly, "Congratulations, everyone, you have completed the first stage of screening. Rest here for 24 hours, and then prepare for the second stage of the exam." Lin Xie was stunned for a moment. Rest here? This means that they cannot return to the hotel for deeper rest and replenishment. He glanced around and saw that the geniuses from various prestigious schools had already begun to methodically take out various recovery items from their backpacks, and some even took out portable energy recovery capsules. Gaps are everywhere. Since he couldn't go back to replenish his energy, Lin Xie could only take out the nutrient solution from his tactical bag and continue drinking it to replenish his energy. The effect of the blood-activating number 5 was about to wear off, and the pain in his arms became more pronounced again. He took out another one and injected himself with it without hesitation. It is also unknown how many students will be eliminated in the first phase. Lin Xie secretly estimated in his heart that he felt that he could make it into the top 500 among tens of thousands of candidates as a wild student. This result should be enough for him to enter most of the excellent private martial arts universities, right? Thinking of this, he slowly raised his head, his gaze passed over the crowd and fell on the arrogant Yin Feilong in the distance. The other party seemed to have noticed his gaze and gave him a cold look. Lin Xie slowly withdrew his gaze. There was no anger in his heart, only a cold calmness. He knew that he was not as strong as others now, but that didn't mean it would be the same in the future. He raised his arms, which were still sore, painful, and covered with bruises, and slowly clenched his fists. Pain is the best teacher. This collision made him admit defeat sincerely, and also made him clear about his direction for the first time. Martial arts. Lin Xie whispered to himself, with an unprecedented fire burning in his eyes, I need real martial arts. Only by mastering real martial arts can he unleash his powerful strength to 100%, or even 200%. As time passed, more and more candidates appeared on the finishing platform, but more people were left forever in the dark passage behind. When the number on the electronic timer jumped to the 10,000th candidate crossing the finish line, the huge alloy gate in the distance that represented the starting point made a heavy roar and slammed shut. Lin Xie looked around but did not see Bai Muxi. But it's normal when you think about it. There are nearly 1 million candidates, and only the top 10,000 will enter the second stage. Bai Muxi's genetic potential is not even enough to be considered a quasi-warrior, so it is highly likely that he will be eliminated in such a cruel screening. However, among millions of candidates, only the top 10,000 enter the second stage. Isn't this elimination rate too high? Lin Xie shook his head and turned his attention back to preparing for the second stage of the exam. For these chosen ones, the 24-hour rest period is both a time for rest and recuperation and a new round of arms race. On the finishing platform, the 10,000 passers were clearly divided into several areas. The most important group, of course, were Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and other gifted students from top high schools. They sat cross-legged, some meditating with their eyes closed, while others swallowed high-level elixirs that emitted a faint glow. Faint energy fluctuations lingered around their bodies, clearly trying to recover and adjust their condition in the most efficient way possible. Those on the periphery are small groups that are equally strong and come from major key high schools. They gathered together, whispering about their experiences in the first stage, sharing potions and food, and the atmosphere was tense and united. Lin Xie, on the other hand, sat alone in the farthest corner, like an isolated island that was out of tune with the hustle and bustle. There are not many people like Lin Xie. Apart from Lin Xie, there are only 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. Since there was nothing to do, Lin Xie simply started practicing the 8 treasures skill silently. He was pleasantly surprised to find that as the exercises were practiced, a gentle warm current emerged from his body and slowly flowed through his injured arms. Wherever the warm current passed, the numbness and tingling sensations were actually relieved and dissolved little by little. That's right. Lin Xie's heart moved and he understood instantly. Whether it is 8 treasures exercise or radio gymnastics, their essence is the most basic exercise method to strengthen the body and enhance genetic potential. Although they do not have fancy moves or powerful attack power, they have the most fundamental and direct effect on nourishing and restoring the body. After figuring this out, Lin Xie no longer hesitated. He calmed his mind and devoted himself to the practice of 8 treasures kung fu. Time flies, and 24 hours pass in a flash. When Lin Xie opened his eyes again, the injuries on his arms had almost recovered. Although there was still some pain, it no longer affected his movements. And his physical and mental strength returned to their peak state under the nourishment of the exercises. At this moment, when the timer in the center of the platform returned to 0, the examiner Qiangshi, who was as giant as an iron tower, took a step forward. The heavy footsteps made the entire alloy platform shake. Break time, over. His booming voice resounded throughout the venue, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The second stage of the exam begins now. Chapter 042 Hunting. Team up. Qiangshi Lisan's cold eyes swept across the 10,000 candidates present, and everyone who was swept by his gaze felt a heavy pressure. The content of the second phase of the exam is very simple, but also very cruel. He stretched out a finger thicker than an ordinary person's arm and pointed to the back of the platform, where another huge alloy gate was slowly opening. Behind the door, there was no longer a monotonous passage, but a simulated, vast abandoned urban scene. The broken walls and collapsed high-rise buildings, the jungle made of steel and concrete, exudes an atmosphere of death and danger under the dim light. In this examination room known as Ruin City No. 3, there are scattered 1,000 of our prey mechanical guards. Changshi's voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Your goal is to hunt down these mechanical guards and obtain the point badges from their bodies. The closer you are to the center, the higher the level of the mechanical guards, and the more point badges they contain. Each badge represents 10 points. The exam will take 48 hours. Your final score will be determined by your score in the first level plus the total points earned in the second level. 1,000 praise, 10,000 candidates. A candidate muttered to himself, his face instantly becoming ugly. 10 people, fighting for one target. This means that at least 90% of people may not get a single badge. Xianxi seemed very satisfied with the shock on everyone's faces. He grinned, revealing a row of sharp white teeth, and his smile looked particularly ferocious. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you the most important rule. He paused, then spoke word by word. No one is allowed to snatch anything within the examination room. If you have the ability, even a badge snatched from someone else will be valid. Of course, if you are seriously injured, you must call for help immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Boom! This sentence, like a blockbuster bomb, exploded in the hearts of all the candidates. Don't grab it. You will take the consequences at your own risk. This is no longer an exam, it is clearly a bloody game that encourages killing each other. The law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak is laid bare. Now, I'll give you 5 minutes to form teams freely. In 5 minutes, the exam will officially begin. As soon as Xianxi finished speaking, the entire platform exploded. Brother, shall we team up? We are all from Tiannan No. 2 Middle School. Let's do it together. We'll split the badges equally. Is there anyone good at reconnaissance? You can be the scout. Those candidates who came from the same school or formed a revolutionary friendship in the first round quickly gathered together in groups of 3 or 5, or even dozens of people, and looked at others around them vigilantly. Top talents like Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying naturally formed their own school and simply disdained to associate with ordinary candidates. Lin Qiye and the other 5 lone wolves who were also alone became the most conspicuous and embarrassing people in the whole audience. From time to time, I swept over them, with scrutiny, pity, and even malicious greed. Under such rules, loners are often the easiest prey to bully. Lin Qiye ignored the gazes around him, his brain was working fast. Team up? Who should he team up with? He didn't know anyone here. To rashly join an unfamiliar team would be like courting disaster. If danger arose or the badge was discovered, he, the outsider, would definitely be the first to be sacrificed or betrayed. Unless. He glanced at the few people who were also isolated in the distance, and there was also a glint of vigilance in their eyes. Just as Lin Qiye was weighing the pros and cons, a cold voice sounded beside him. A person cannot live long. Lin Qiye turned around and saw that the lone female candidate who was also isolated had walked to his side without him noticing. She is tall, with a pretty face, short and neat hair, and eyes as sharp as an eagle, giving people a cold feeling that keeps strangers away. How about forming a temporary team? She got straight to the point, her tone straightforward and straightforward. The 6 of us are the ones left behind. Rather than being hunted down one by those larger groups, it's better to stick together and at least increase our chances of survival. Lin Qiye looked at her, then glanced at the 4 male candidates not far away who were also paying attention to him. He could see that these people had all ranked highly in the first stage. The fact that they could break into the top 10,000 as lone wolves in the brutal sprint itself proved their strength and character, and that they were definitely not mediocre. How do we cooperate? How do we distribute? Lin Qiye asked concisely. This was the core issue. It's very simple. The short-haired girl held up 3 fingers. First, don't attack each other. If anyone stabs you in the back, we will attack them together. Second, whoever catches the prey gets it, and no one else can take it. Third, if you encounter danger, you can ask for help, but whether or not to help depends on your personal wishes and the situation at the time. We won't force you. This rule is cruel and realistic, but it also eliminates the possibility of internal strife to the greatest extent. There are no false promises, no forced obligations, everything is based on voluntary and self-interest. This actually made Lin Qiye feel a little more reliable. I agree. Lin Qiye nodded. I agree too. A burly man as strong as an iron tower said in a muffled voice. He was one of the other 4. Count me in. A thin young man with flickering eyes, who looked like a scout, also expressed his opinion. The remaining two were twins. They looked at each other and nodded in unison. We brothers will join too. Very good. The short-haired girl nodded with satisfaction and glanced at everyone. My name is Hanyu. Since this is a temporary team, everyone should give us a name so that it is convenient for us to address each other. Iron Meng, said the strong man with an iron tower. Zhao Shu, said the thin young man. Chun Feng. Shen Yun, said the twin brothers. Just call me Xiaolin. Since it was a temporary team, Lin Xie didn't plan to reveal his full name. 6 people, a makeshift team of lone wolves, were hastily formed in the last few minutes. 5 minutes to go. The examiner Chang Shi's voice sounded again. Exam, begin. Boom. The alloy gate at the rear was completely opened, revealing the vast and silent abandoned city. Rush. Seize the advantageous terrain. Almost at the moment the gates opened, those large teams that had been organized long ago rushed in like tigers out of their cages. Chapter 043 Being Besieged? Lei Chenjun, Su Qingying, and other top talents formed a team that turned into several streams of light and rushed towards the ruins of the most conspicuous skyscrapers in the city center without hesitation. Obviously, the closer to the central area, the more high-level mechanical guards will appear. Moreover, the terrain there is high, so what is happening in other places can be seen clearly, making it the best ambush location. A large army of thousands of people followed closely behind, and the whole scene was in chaos. As soon as they entered the city of ruins, small-scale conflicts broke out on the edge. What should we do? Tai Meng looked at everyone, obviously undecided. Everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on Lin Xie and Hanyu. It's not just because Hanyu initiated it first, but also because the two of them were the first to achieve it. The one who reaches it first shows the strongest strength. Hanyu looked at Lin Xie, as if wanting to hear his opinion. Lin Xie calmly scanned the chaotic situation before him and said in a deep voice, "Don't go into the city center." Why? Zhao Shu was puzzled. Aren't all the good things in the center? The center is a meat grinder right now. Lin Xie shook his head and analyzed, the top teams are going to grab territory, and the big teams are going to grab heads. If the 6 of us go in, we won't even be able to make a wave. We will be devoured to the bone. He pointed to the edge of the city, at the inconspicuous, low-rise ruins of residential buildings. Our goal is the badge, not to fight anyone. Let's go to the edge of the country first. There might be less prey there, but there's also less competition. We need to survive first, get familiar with the environment, and then we can move on to other things. Survival always comes first. This proposal was immediately recognized by everyone. That makes sense. That's it. The 6 people reached a consensus and without any hesitation, they immediately broke away from the large group rushing towards the center. They turned around and sneaked silently into the shadows on the edge of the city like a few inconspicuous shadows. The abandoned city is more dilapidated than imagined. The collapsed walls were covered with moss and vines, and the streets were littered with the rusted remains of scrapped hovercraft. The wind blew through the empty windows, making ghostly howls and adding a touch of eeriness to this dead city. Lin Xie's 6-member team formed a battle formation and moved carefully through the ruins. I'll go explore the way first. The thin young man Zhao Shu said in a low voice. His body seemed to have no bones. He nimbly jumped onto a broken wall and disappeared into the shadow in front after a few jumps. His movements were swift and silent. Tai Meng, you and brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun, pay attention to the sides. Hanyu, you and I, pay attention to what's behind and in front of us. Lin Xie made arrangements quickly. Everyone nodded and became alert. Not long after, Zhao Shu emerged from an abandoned shopping mall ahead. He gestured to everyone to indicate safety and said in a low voice, "It's safe ahead. No one or mechanical guards have been spotted." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued on their way. Just as they walked through the mall lobby and were about to leave through the back door, Lin Xie suddenly stopped. Etc. His eyes were fixed on a pile of collapsed shelves not far ahead. After becoming a warrior, his perception, which was far superior to that of ordinary people, caught an extremely weak energy fluctuation that did not belong to this environment. Something. He whispered. Everyone immediately stopped, gripped their weapons tightly, and looked in the direction of his gaze, but found nothing. Lin Xie did not explain, but slowly picked up a cement block half the size of his head from the ground, exerted force with his arm muscles, and threw it hard towards the pile of shelves. Bang! The cement blocks hit the shelves with a loud noise. Next second, Buzz. A red light suddenly lit up. The collapsed shelves suddenly exploded, and a 2-meter-tall humanoid machine made entirely of dark silver metal, resembling a spider but with 6 sharp limbs, suddenly stood up from the ruins. On its chest, a single red eye shone, coldly locking its gaze on Lin Xie and the other 6. Intruder detected, clearance mode activated. A cold electronic synthesized sound rang out, and 6 metal limbs flashing with cold light suddenly kicked the ground. The entire mechanical spider shot towards everyone like a cannonball. Mechanical guard. Tai Mang let out a low roar, with a hint of excitement and solemnity in his eyes. Unexpectedly, I encountered my first prey so soon. At the moment the mechanical spider appeared, a sense of crisis that was colder and more deadly than the murderous intent of the mechanical guards erupted from behind and on both sides of Lin Xie. Lin Xie's warrior instinct was sounding the alarm, and he roared almost instinctively. Die! There was no trace of innocence on the faces of the 2 brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun. Instead, there was a ferocious murderous intent. Their fists, one on the left and one on the right, were like hammers, with whistling sounds, going straight to Lin Xie's back and temples. On the other side, Han Yu, who had always appeared calm and rational, came close like a ghost, and with a tricky and ruthless whip kick, swept towards Lin Xie's lower body like a steel whip, blocking all his escape routes. The 3 of them took action, and their timing was perfect. It was the moment when everyone's attention was attracted by the mechanical guard and their focus was most distracted. The cooperation is tacit and the killing moves are fierce. They calculated correctly that under the pincer attack from the mechanical guard and the 3 of them, this guy named Shaolin would be seriously injured if not killed. In this way, the strongest guy was dealt with. However, they underestimated Lin Xie. Faced with this fatal situation, there was no panic in Lin Xie's eyes, but instead a hint of cold ridicule flashed across his eyes. From the very beginning, he never fully trusted these so-called teammates. The warrior's perception, which was far beyond that of ordinary people, made him prepared. Innocent. Lin Xie sneered in his heart. He did not choose to resist the attacks from any side head-on, as that would only put him in a dead end where he would be attacked from both sides. In a flash, he made a move that no one expected. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, his whole body like a cheetah rushing straight towards the mechanical spider that was rushing towards him. Court death? There was a flash of surprise in the eyes of Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu. Is this guy scared silly? He actually took the initiative to crash into the blade of the mechanical guard? However, the next second, the expressions on their faces completely froze. Just when Lin Xie was about to collide with the mechanical spider, his body suddenly sank downwards. With an extreme low slide, his entire body pressed against the ground, he passed through the narrow gap under the 6 sharp metal limbs like lightning. It all happens as fast as lightning. When Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu's attacks failed. When their bodies became stiff due to excessive force, Lin Xie's figure had already appeared behind the mechanical spider like a ghost. The mechanical spider that had just started up obviously did not anticipate this drilling under the crotch operation in its attack program. Its single eye flashed red, and it lost its original target, immediately locking its hatred on the 3 people closest to it who had just attacked its teammates. New threat target detected. Clearing mode activated. Swish. 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 The 6 sharp metal limbs are like 6 unsheathed blades. Chapter 044 Hunting Game. 6 sharp metal limbs were like 6 unsheathed blades, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, and instantly enveloped Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu. Damn it! Han Yu's face changed drastically. She reacted the fastest, stomping her toes on the ground and retreating quickly like a fallen leaf, narrowly avoiding the 2 oncoming cold lights. Brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun were not so lucky. Their offensive was old, and their old strength had just gone before new strength was generated. Faced with this sudden backlash, they could only cross their arms in embarrassment and endure it. Ding! Ding! 2 sharp sounds of metal clashing were heard. The 2 brothers were shocked by the huge force and retreated repeatedly. 2 deep scratches that could be seen to the bone appeared on their arms in an instant, and blood was dripping. The backstab alliance that seemed unbreakable just now collapsed instantly under the violent attack of the mechanical guards. On the other side, Tai Mang and Zhao Shu just came back to their senses from their shock and quickly retreated to avoid it. They don't want to be the next target. If they were the target chosen by the 3 people just now, there is no doubt that they would have called for help, or even become a corpse. Lin Xie had already disappeared behind the broken wall on the other side. He did not stop for a moment, nor did he look back to watch the drama of the internal strife. Like a civet cat, he kept jumping and climbing in the ruins, his movements swift and silent. His goal was clear: to find a suitable vantage point. He needed a position where he could overlook the entire situation and see everyone's movements. His heart was cold. Hanyu, and the brothers Qinfeng and Shenyun, these three people have completely torn their faces apart. There is no possibility of any cooperation anymore. It is a fight to the death. As for Tai Meng and Zhao Shu, perhaps there is still a possibility of winning them over. But now, what he wanted to do most was to take advantage of the current chaos and see if there was any chance to get rid of these three traitors first. Since these three guys dared to kill him, they should be prepared to be killed by him. If it really doesn't work, just give up on the second stage. A trace of determination flashed through Lin Qiye's mind. He is well aware of his situation. Compared with those geniuses who have received systematic training since childhood and have various resources, he, a wild man who started late, is inherently deficient. Being able to get here in this exam is already a pleasant surprise. He could lose the exam, but it would be best if he didn't get hurt too badly. Rescue costs are very expensive. Just when brothers Qinfeng and Shenyun were repelled and Hanyu was dodging in a panic, the red light of the mechanical spider's single eye flashed a few times, as if it was re-evaluating the threat level. It lost its original target, Lin Qiye, and the three people in front of it quickly retreated, out of its attack range. Threat eliminated, returning to standby mode. The cold electronic sound rang out again. The violent mechanical spider slowly retracted its 6 limbs and lay down again with its huge body. The metallic luster on its body quickly dimmed and merged with the surrounding rust and dust, as if it had turned back into a pile of lifeless scrap metal. The battlefield, which was tense and life and death situation just now, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The wind once again blew through the empty shopping mall, making a whistling sound. The heartbeats of the people hiding behind different shelters seemed to be infinitely amplified at this moment. Hanyu hid behind a broken load-bearing pillar, her chest heaving slightly as she scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze. She hadn't expected that the guy named Shaolin to react so quickly and use such strange tactics, not only escaping a fatal blow but also turning the tables on them. Brothers Qinfeng and Shenyun leaned against a broken wall, giving themselves injections to stop the bleeding and bandaging their wounds while searching for Lin Qiye with resentful eyes. Their failed sneak attack had backfired, leaving them completely humiliated, and their murderous intent had intensified. Tai Meng and Zhao Shu, on the other side, hid even further away. They exchanged glances, each seeing a mixture of fear and relief. They trusted no one now, seeking only self-preservation. Everyone knew it tacitly. Whoever moves first may become the next target. For a moment, a deadlock was formed. Everyone's thoughts were surprisingly consistent: wait. Wait until others lose their patience first. Wait for others to make mistakes. Or, wait for new prey to enter this area and break this damn balance. Time passes by every second. The abandoned shopping mall was eerily quiet. Above this tomb, in a dilapidated office on the 3rd floor, Lin Qiye was staring coldly at everything below through a broken window. He restrained his aura to the extreme, as if he had merged with the shadows around him. He is very patient. Because he knew that in this hunting game, the first one to lose patience is often the first to die. Chapter 045: The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Tai Meng and Zhao Shu are the two weakest among the 6. They were concentrating on guarding against Lin Qiye, Hanyu, and the brothers Qinfeng and Shenyun who were hiding in front. However, they had no idea that the most deadly danger came from behind, where they had been momentarily negligent. In this dead silence, 2 dark shadows suddenly emerged from the shadows behind them like ghosts. The speed is extremely fast. Zhao Shu felt a chill on the back of his shoulder, and an overwhelming pain instantly spread throughout his body. A blood-stained, rusty steel pipe pierced his shoulder blade, pinning him to the ground. You are not allowed to bring weapons to the exam, but they are available on site. Ah! A shrill scream broke the dead silence of the shopping mall. He didn't even have time to see who the attacker was. In the severe pain and fear, he subconsciously pressed the distress button on his personal terminal. Rescue! I need rescue! As soon as he was attacked, Tai Meng next to him was startled. He roared, his muscles tensed instantly, and he turned around and tried to escape. But he is fast, and the other party is even faster. The moment he turned around, the steel pipe in the hand of another black shadow pierced his back accurately and viciously, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole. Puff! Tai Meng's tall body suddenly stiffened. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the blood-stained tip of the steel pipe protruding from his chest. His 2 eyes, as big as copper bells, widened, filled with unwillingness and horror. The next second, a white light flashed. A medical worker in a white first aid suit appeared out of nowhere in front of Tai Meng. He said expressionlessly, "Your condition is critical. The survival rate is 80% if you go directly for treatment. Do you need a stimulant? The cost is 100,000 credits, and the survival rate is increased to 99%. I have it." Tai Meng used up his last bit of strength, took out a potion that also emitted a bright green light from the tactical bag on his waist, and tremblingly injected it into his thigh. As the medicine was injected, an abnormal blush appeared on his pale face. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and said weakly, "Let's go." The medical staff took out a small bag from his hand, and after opening it, it instantly turned into a simple medical bed. After putting Tai Meng on the medical bed, the medical staff dragged the medical bed away in front of everyone. On Zhao Shu's side, the battle stopped instantly because of his cry for help. Another medical staff also appeared and dragged him away. This thrilling scene lasted only a dozen seconds from the beginning to the end. All of this was seen clearly by Lin Xie, who was in the office on the third floor. He felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his heart instantly turned cold. I won die, but the medical expenses cost 100,000 yuan. That's 100,000 credit points. He couldn't even come up with the 100,000 registration fee back then. And Tai Meng actually prepared this expensive life-saving medicine himself. Damn it! Only then did Lin Xie truly realize that he had no idea about the hidden rules of this exam. He doesn't understand anything. Bai Muxi and Bai Muxi didn't tell him either. This thought flashed through Lin Xie's mind, but he immediately denied it. Bai Muxi and Bai Muxi didn't tell him either, and it was more likely that they actually didn't know either. Bai Muxi and Bai Muxi are just ordinary key high school students from decent families, and have been marginalized for many years. To use a popular phrase, it is the falling middle-class martial arts family. After all, in the eyes of those true chosen ones, I am afraid that both I and they are just ants. This kind of life-saving trump card is probably only needed by the top 5% of geniuses among millions of candidates, and they will be told by their teachers and schools that they need to prepare it. There are probably no more than 2 or 3 people like Lin Xie who accidentally broke in among 10,000 people. Such distracting thoughts only last for a moment. Lin Xie shook his head helplessly and refocused all his attention on the battlefield below. There were at least 5 attackers. Lin Xie had already seen the 5 sudden movements. Although they quickly found new cover the moment they attacked to avoid being exposed to everyone's sight. But with his keen perception as a warrior, the positions and general movements of these 5 people were still visible. This is a well-organized and coordinated hunting team. The timing, attack angle, and retreat route they chose were all filled with textbook precision. At the same time that Tai Meng and Zhao Shu were attacked, Han Yu and the brothers Chen Feng and Shen Yun reacted extremely quickly. They almost instinctively retreated in the opposite direction to keep their distance. Lin Xie did not move, nor did he chase after them. Because of the actions of Han Yu, Chen Feng, and Shen Yun, they naturally attracted the attention of the hunting team. Several dark shadows, like leeches, immediately surrounded the 3 of them from different directions and chased them. Han Yu and the other 2 instantly turned from hunters into prey. Lin Xie, on the other hand, went from being a prey to a condescending bystander. He now has 2 advantages. One is the perception, physical fitness, strength and recovery speed of the warrior level. The second is the most crucial: the enemy is in the open, and he is in the dark. He didn't want to be the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole was waiting behind. Although the mantis can eat cicadas, it will eventually be targeted by the oriole. What he wants to do is to be like the vulture that waits patiently for the yellow bird and the poisonous snake to be both injured in the fight, and then slowly flies down to catch all the spoils in one fell swoop. Several dark shadows chased in the direction of Han Yu, Chen Feng, and Shen Yun, and the abandoned shopping mall soon returned to silence. After a few minutes, there was no sound of fighting, and the figures who had chased out did not return. Lin Xie understood that Han Yu, Chen Feng, and Shen Yun were not easy to deal with. If they tried to escape, it would be difficult to catch them in the complex terrain. But then, Lin Xie's pupils shrank slightly. Within the range of his warrior perception, 3 new auras approached from a distance and quickly merged into the hunting team, filling the gaps left by the people who had just chased out. This team has at least 8 people, or even more. Moreover, they did not abandon this area because of the escape of Han Yu and others. Lin Xie saw that these 8 people, like well-trained soldiers, began to spread out in a fan shape with the mechanical guard disguised as scrap metal as the center, moving alternately behind various bunkers and slowly advancing to the periphery. Their actions were cautious and professional, and they were obviously conducting a carpet-style survey and clearance. This is to thoroughly comb this area and not miss any potential threats or prey. Lin Xie's heart sank. One of them was moving straight towards the abandoned office building where he was. Getting closer. Lin Xie immediately withdrew his gaze from the window, and his body retreated silently like a feather, hiding in the deepest shadows of the office. He held his breath and restrained his aura to the extreme, as if his whole body had merged into one with the darkness. Relying on the warrior's extraordinary perception, he could clearly hear the footsteps. Rustle. Neither hurried nor slow, with a unique sense of rhythm, he approached step by step. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. The man has arrived downstairs of the office building. Lin Xie's heartbeat seemed to slow down a beat, and all the muscles in his body were tensed, ready for a thundering blow at any time. However, just when Lin Xie thought that the other party was about to enter the building, the footsteps stopped abruptly not far from the building. Quiet. Deathly silence. After the footsteps downstairs stopped, there was no more movement, as if the person had disappeared out of thin air. But in Lin Xie's perception, the aura not only did not disappear, but became more condensed, like a cheetah lurking in the grass, restraining all unnecessary movements, just waiting to deliver a fatal blow. What is he waiting for? Lin Xie's mind was racing with thoughts, but he remained absolutely still, even deliberately slowing down his heartbeat. Sudden. Whoosh whoosh. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Chapter 046 You Fry Fish. A cement block the size of half a brick was thrown up from downstairs with great force, accurately smashing a glass window in the corridor on the second floor. Crash. The crisp sound of breaking glass was particularly harsh in the silent abandoned building, and the echo continued to stir in the empty corridor. This is a temptation. Lin Xie instantly understood the other party's intention. The other party was using noise to create chaos, trying to lure out any prey that might be hiding in the building. Any abnormal noise, such as rapid breathing after being frightened, or the sound of subconscious footsteps, will immediately expose one's position. What a cautious guy. Instead of moving, Lin Xie blended his body deeper into the shadows, like a lifeless sculpture. His warrior perception allowed him to clearly hear the steady heartbeat and breathing of the person downstairs. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. After a long period of silence, the people downstairs still did not move. He's not coming in? Or, have I been exposed? A trace of doubt arose in Lin Xie's heart, but he still suppressed the impulse in his heart and did not make any move. In this suffocating confrontation, a new sound suddenly came from the direction of the mall in the distance. Buzz. The familiar mechanical voice sounded again, and the mechanical guard was activated. Immediately afterwards, there was a dense sound of metal collisions, the explosion of energy impacts, and the roar of humans, all intertwined together. Obviously, a fierce battle broke out. However, even though the battle in the distance was so fierce, the man guarding downstairs remained like a rock, motionless, and his breathing was not disordered at all. It was as if a flash of lightning flashed through Lin Xie's mind, instantly connecting all the clues together. He probably understood what was going on. This person is not here to search this building at all. His mission is to stay here. Defending this building, or in other words, defending a key node in this area. Prevent anyone else from entering the hunting ground where the battle is taking place from this direction. And those people who had chased Han Yu and the brothers Chen Feng and Shen Yun before probably didn't really pursue them. Instead, they set up a defense line farther away and carried out the same mission. Blockade. This team, after confirming that there is prey mechanical guards in this area. The first thing they did was not to rush in to encircle and suppress them, but to dispatch personnel to quickly seal off and clear the entire area. They wanted to turn this area into a closed cage, ensuring that the prey inside, whether it was mechanical guards or hiding candidates like Lin Xie, had nowhere to escape, and also ensuring that no outsiders would come in to share a piece of the pie. And the ones responsible for the battle are the remaining group of people. Hunting, blockade, vigilance, clear division of labor and efficient execution. Damn it, this can't be something taught in school. Lin Xie cursed in his heart. This kind of tactical quality in team combat is definitely not something a group of students who have formed a temporary team can possess. Obviously, Lin Xie guessed that it was most likely the courses of those key high schools. My unconventional experience gained from the bottom is nothing compared to their systematic tactics. If we continue to wait, it will definitely be a dead end. Once they've dealt with the mechanical guards and freed up their hands, it would be even harder for them to gain anything. At that time, what he will face is not just one person, but a complete and well-coordinated hunting team. Lin Xie quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Grit your teeth and fight. Now is the best chance. Most of the opponent's attention was focused on fighting the mechanical guards. The only thing standing in his way was the sentinel downstairs. As long as he could get rid of this person silently, he could instantly transform from a trapped prey into a poisonous snake lurking in the dark. Next, whether to take advantage of the chaos to escape from this blockade area or hide and look for an opportunity to counterattack, it is 1,000 times better than sitting and waiting to die like this. The initiative must be taken back into our own hands. With this thought in mind, Lin Xie no longer hesitated. He moved silently to the broken window on the third floor like a civet cat, quickly stuck his head out and glanced at the battlefield in the distance. Really? A team of 5 candidates was methodically besieging the spider-shaped mechanical guard that was over 3 meters tall. That mechanical guard was the same one from before, with 8 long metal legs flashing with cold light, like 8 sharp swords. The 5 candidates cooperated very well. A burly young man stood at the front, holding an alloy door panel that was removed from somewhere as a shield, attracting the frontal fire of the mechanical guards. The other 4 were on the flanks, constantly launching harassing attacks, forcing the mechanical guards to be unable to attack the front with all their strength. At the same time, he was also looking for the vital joints of the mechanical guard. Now is the time. Lin Xie retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, and picked up a steel bar that was more than 1 meter long and as thick as his arm from the ground. The next second, he jumped out of the third-floor window like a hunting hawk. At the moment of falling, he suddenly twisted his waist and exerted force. The steel bar in his hand was like a javelin that had been shot from a bowstring. With a sharp sound that tore through the air, it went straight for the head of the candidate downstairs. His sudden appearance was naturally noticed by everyone at the first moment. The burly man who was holding a shield to block the attack suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Ali, hold him back." He had meant to say, hold him for 10 minutes while they dealt with the mechanical guards. However, the next second, his voice stopped abruptly like a duck with its neck strangled. Lin Xie was in mid-air, and when he threw the steel bar, he didn't even look at the result. Just as he expected, his hasty and unprofessional throwing attack would most likely miss the target as the opponent was already alert. Boom! The steel bar scraped past the other person's scalp and stabbed into the pile of construction waste behind him, making a loud bang and splashing dust all over the sky. In the dust, the candidate named Ali's face became extremely ugly. However, before he could recover from his relief at surviving the disaster, a dark shadow fell from the sky. Lin Xie's figure tore through the smoke and dust, bringing with him an unparalleled sense of oppression, and an extremely powerful fist had already arrived in front of him. Too fast. Ali had no time to make any effective counterattack or dodge, and could only subconsciously cross his arms to protect himself. However, just as he opened his mouth, a terrifying aura that made him scared to death and far exceeded the level of a quasi-warrior, enveloped him completely like a mountain pressing down on his head. His face turned pale instantly and his pupils contracted violently. Warrior? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Xie's full-strength attack, which contained more than 100 points of physical energy, had already hit his arm solidly. Crack! A bone-breaking sound was heard, so crisp and teeth-grinding. In the face of absolute power, Ali's defense was instantly torn apart like thin paper. Both arms are broken. The severe pain had not yet spread throughout his nerves, and Lin Xie's body landed on the ground without any pause. He sank down, and his other fist was like a cannonball, a fierce uppercut that hit his abdomen hard. Bang! A muffled sound. Ali's whole body bent into a bow shape in an instant like a cooked shrimp, his feet left the ground, and he was bounced backwards by the huge force. Then he lost all his strength in the air, fell heavily to the ground, curled up his body, and twitched in pain. This punch directly injured him severely and completely made him lose his fighting ability. A white light flashed, and the rescuer in white appeared again, standing in front of Ali with an expressionless face. Ali groaned in pain, staring at Lin Xie with a look of resentment as if he had seen a ghost, and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. A seated player also came to the outer area, to fry fish. Chapter 047 Sleeping like a baby. Lin Xie himself did not expect that the battle would end so quickly and so cleanly. He was even prepared to engage in a tough battle and even use potions. But the opponent, under his full-strength attack, couldn't even withstand a single blow. Is this the difference between a warrior and a quasi-warrior? However, now is not the time for Lin Xie to feel sentimental. The people guarding other directions have reacted after seeing the signal that their companions were killed instantly, and are rushing towards this side at full speed. The attack has already arrived before the people arrive. Whoosh! 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 Several pieces of rubble, twisted metal scraps, and even a few sharpened steel bars, accompanied by a whistling sound, shot towards Lin Xie from different angles. Lin Xie's face darkened, and he tapped his feet repeatedly, his figure dodging among the dense throwing objects like a ghost. Ding dang dang! Countless attacks landed on the spot where he had just stood, splashing sparks and dust all over the ground. At the same time, a surprised cry came from the mechanical guard. Found it. The weakness is here. Lin Xie glanced at the battlefield from the corner of his eye and saw that the attack frequency of the four candidates suddenly increased and their offensive became more fierce. It was obvious that they had found a breakthrough. He didn't know where the so-called weakness was, and he didn't have time to observe it carefully. Because two figures were like cheetahs, attacking him from the left and right directions almost at the same time, blocking most of his space to dodge. One on the left and one on the right, forming a pincer attack. A cold light flashed in Lin Xie's eyes, and he made a judgment in an instant. He did not choose to defend or retreat, but chose to take the initiative. Target the short-haired girl on the right with a relatively weaker aura. Boom! The ground beneath Lin Xie's feet shook violently, and the whole person turned into a blurry afterimage. Instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed towards the short-haired girl on the right. The girl with short hair obviously didn't expect that Lin Xie would not only not dodge, but would dare to charge forward actively, and at such a fast speed. She opened her eyes wide, and just as her cherry lips opened, she could only let out a short ah before she could only hastily throw a punch at Lin Xie's face. However, in Lin Xie's extraordinary warrior perception, the opponent's hasty punch was full of flaws. He tilted his body slightly, and the fist almost grazed his cheek, causing a strong wind to blow his short hair back. It's this moment. Lin Xie's fist arrives first after being struck later. An extremely precise uppercut hit the girl's chin firmly. Bang! A muffled sound. The girl's head suddenly jerked back, and her whole body flew backwards as if she had lost bones, drawing an arc in the air and falling heavily to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he instantly lost consciousness, falling into a baby-like sleep. A white light flashed, and another rescuer in white appeared. Lin Xie looked at the girl who fell to the ground and was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party was so weak, or rather, he was so strong. On the other side, the male candidate who had originally planned to form a pincer attack with the girls almost popped his eyes out when he saw the scene. His forward figure suddenly stopped, then he turned around without hesitation and retreated quickly. What a joke! He killed a teammate with similar strength in one encounter. This guy is not someone they can deal with at all. The candidate retreated suddenly and quickly, roaring in his heart. This is a seated player. How could it appear in the outermost area? At this time, he no longer cared about the team or his teammates. I don't want to be like that girl who was knocked out by one punch before she even had time to react. Lin Xie did not chase after the candidate who escaped. His goal was clear from the beginning to the end points badge. After knocking out the short-haired girl with one punch, he didn't even look at her twice. He turned around and rushed straight towards the battlefield where the mechanical guards were being besieged like a tiger descending from the mountain. The 5 people who were fighting with the mechanical guards did not expect the situation to take such a turn for the worse. In just a moment, 2 of their 10-man team were injured and 1 escaped. There were 2 more people staring in another direction further away, and it was too late for them to come over. An absurdly powerful troublemaker is rushing towards their core battle group with an unmatched attitude. You guys continue. Take care of the mechanical guard first. I'll stop him. The burly young man holding the alloy door panel as a shield roared, and was obviously the leader of the team. He made a quick decision and made a choice. The mechanical guard is on the verge of collapse. If we make a little more effort, we can take it down. We must not fail at this moment. At the moment when the burly young man made the decision, Lin Xie's figure was approaching. Without any fancy moves, he casually picked up a steel bar that had been knocked down from the ground. His arm muscles suddenly bulged, and with all his strength, he threw it out like a javelin. Drink! Faced with this powerful blow, the burly young man did not choose to dodge. He roared, his legs seemed to be rooted to the ground, the muscles in his arms instantly knotted and bulged, and he fiercely placed the heavy alloy door panel in his hand in front of him, forming a solid barrier. Clang! The steel bars collided with the alloy door panels with a loud bang, making a deafening noise and stirring up a circle of airwaves visible to the naked eye. The burly young man felt an unmatched force coming from the shield, which made his arms numb. A huge wave of emotion surged in his heart, and his eyes were filled with horror. What a terrifying power! This is definitely not a power that an ordinary quasi-warrior can possess. On the other side, Lin Qiye's heart sank suddenly. The collision just now was so loud. In this relatively quiet ruin, it is like a beacon in the dark night, and it will inevitably attract the attention of everyone around. Whether it is other hunting teams or lone wolves like Hanyu who were driven away, they may be attracted here. We must fight quickly and decisively. A hint of determination flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes. If he cannot defeat the enemy in front of him and grab the badge in a short period of time, then he must immediately leave this place that is about to become the center of the storm. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye no longer held back. He exerted force on his feet and rushed towards the burly young man like a cannonball. When the burly young man saw Lin Qiye rushing towards him, he decisively gave up the heavy alley door panel in his hand. With a clang, he threw the shield to the ground, and he also took a stance and rushed forward. The two of them fought together in an instant. Bang! 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 The collision of fists and feet made a dull sound like beating drums. After a few rounds, Lin Qiye immediately realized the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. In terms of pure strength and speed, the opponent is much weaker than himself. However, each and every move of the opponent contained exquisite force-generating techniques, which were obviously martial arts. Lin Qiye had a lot of brute force, but he felt extremely frustrated when he fought. Several of his powerful attacks were resolved by the opponent's cleverness. On the contrary, he was almost hit in the vitals by the opponent several times. We can't delay any longer. Lin Qiye knew very well that as a lone wolf, his opportunities would only become fewer and fewer. If we can't deal with this guy in front of us quickly, the window of opportunity will become smaller and smaller as time goes by. Let us fight. Lin Qiye's eyes instantly turned crazy, and a fierceness rose in his heart. He gave up all clumsy dodging and defense, and adopted a life-and-death fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries. Facing the young man's powerful punch, Lin Qiye did not dodge or evade, but took the blow with his shoulder. He felt severe pain, but he didn't even frown. Immediately afterwards, the opponent's attack was like a storm, enveloping Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth and resisted. It really gave Lin Qiye a moment of opportunity. Lin Qiye took the risk and stepped forward, gathering all his strength into his right fist, and using the most primitive and brutal method, he punched the opponent in the face. The burly young man didn't expect Lin Qiye to be so fearless and brave, and it was too late for him to withdraw his attack and defend himself. Bang! Lin Qiye's fist hit him hard in the face. At the same time, the burly young man threw another punch, hitting Lin Qiye's cheek hard. Lin Qiye only felt a buzzing sound in his head, the world was spinning, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. But he bit the tip of his tongue forcefully, and the severe pain instantly sobered him up a bit. The warrior's physique, which is one level higher, showed a decisive advantage at this moment. By the time Lin Qiye shook his head and steadied his body, the burly young man opposite had his eyes rolled back and fell straight back, hitting the ground heavily and falling into a baby-like sleep. A white light flashed, and the familiar rescuers in white appeared again. He looked expressionlessly at Lin Qiye, whose face was also bruised. Although his face was covered in blood, he was confirmed to be able to fight. Then he opened the simple medical bed and skillfully dragged the burly young man away. Chapter 048 Successfully Collected Points. After dealing with the other party's leader, Lin Qiye did not stop for a moment. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes, like lightning, instantly locked onto the remaining 4 candidates who were still fighting with the mechanical guards. The 4 men watched helplessly as their captain was knocked out in one blow, their faces filled with shock. Of course, the attacks didn't stop. And at this moment, the spider-shaped mechanical guard, which was already at the end of its strength, let out a shrill cry, and its 8 long metal legs collapsed powerlessly, and the red light of the single eye on its chest completely went out. The battle is about to end. However, before the 4 candidates could breathe a sigh of relief, a whirlwind with a strong smell of blood swept towards them. It's Lin Qiye. He did not give the other party any chance to breathe. During the charge, he quickly took out 2, blood-activating number 5, injections from his waist. Puff! Puff! Without hesitation, he injected 2 injections into his left and right arms, which were sore from resisting the attack. As the cold medicine was injected, a powerful warm current instantly dispelled the pain and fatigue in his arms, allowing him to regain his peak combat power. "Stop, stop him," one of the candidates shouted in horror. But before he could finish his words, Lin Xiye's figure had already rushed into the four of them like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Faced with the siege of four people, Lin Xiye used the same trick again. Injury for injury. He completely ignored the whip kick coming from the side, and used his back to block it. At the same time, he gathered all his strength into a punch and punched at a candidate in front of him. Bang! The candidate could only cross his arms to block in a hurry, but was knocked back by Lin Xiye's violent force. His arms felt a tearing pain, and he screamed and fell heavily to the ground. Solve 1. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiye suddenly raised his arms, like two iron rods, blocking the fists and kicks of the other two people. At the same time, his right foot, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, collided violently with the supporting foot of one of the candidates. Crack! Another teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking. The candidate let out a shrill scream, hugged his twisted ankle, and fell to the ground in pain. Another one solved. In a flash, only the last two people were left in the four-person team. They looked at Lin Xiye, who was like a devil in front of them, with fear in their eyes. "Come on together," one of them shouted in a timid manner. However, the moment he roared, the two of them turned around at the same time and ran in opposite directions. But as soon as they turned around, they were suddenly stunned and subconsciously looked back at each other. They both saw astonishment and a hint of embarrassment in each other's eyes. "Didn't we agree to go together?" But they had no time to think at this moment. The two turned around again and ran for their lives without looking back. Lin Xiye looked at the two fleeing figures and did not chase after them. He was now covered in wounds. Although he was suppressing the pain with the help of potions, he had consumed a lot of energy and was already at the end of his strength. More importantly, his real goal from the beginning to the end was only one. He rushed to the completely scrapped spider-shaped mechanical guard, swung his hand, and violently tore open the alloy shell on its chest. Under the outer shell, a palm-sized metal badge, gleaming with a faint blue light, lay quietly among the complex circuits. Lin Xiye grabbed it in his hand and felt a cool touch. Ding! Found a points badge, do you want to pick it up? A prompt immediately popped up on the personal terminal. Pick it up. Picked up successfully, current score, 10 points. Done. Lin Xiye's tense nerves finally relaxed, and a huge feeling of fatigue and severe pain from all over his body surged like a tide. He glanced around and saw several eliminated candidates lying in a mess. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. "We must leave here immediately." Lin Xiye knew very well that the smell of blood here and the huge sound of fighting just now would soon attract new sharks. He endured the pain, identified the direction, and immediately dragged his tired body into an abandoned residential building next to him. His figure quickly disappeared into the shadows. Less than a minute later, Lin Xiye's figure completely disappeared in the shadow of the residential building. The two candidates who had escaped just now actually sneaked back carefully with two other companions. They were the last four remaining members of the hunting team. The four of them dispersed, using the broken walls as cover, and vigilantly observed the deserted battlefield. The companion whose ankle was broken by Lin Xiye's kick has been taken away by the rescuers in white. The mechanical guard with its chest torn open lay there quietly like a cold corpse, proving the brutality of the battle just now. "Where are the people?" one of them asked in a low voice, his eyes full of confusion and vigilance. "He ran away," the first candidate to escape said with lingering fear. "That guy is a monster. He's definitely a top-ranked player. He took the badge." Another man said hatefully, looking at the hole in the mechanical guard's chest. "They worked so hard for a long time, but ended up making wedding dresses for others. What should we do now? Should we continue to chase? Chasing shit." The atmosphere fell into silence. The four of them looked at each other, and saw resentment, anger, and a hint of unconcealable fear in each other's eyes. After a long moment, one of them broke the silence, his tone filled with dejection and caution. "Let's go. We can't stay in this area anymore. If we encounter mechanical guards again, we can't attack them first. We must wait for others to attack first, and then we'll see if we have the chance." Although this proposal is full of reluctance, it is the safest option at the moment. Their hunting team, which was originally full of confidence, was beaten to pieces by a monster that suddenly appeared, and their morale has fallen to the bottom. The other three nodded silently, said no more, turned around and left quietly. The battlefield fell silent again. After a while, a tall and agile figure slowly walked out of the shadows like a ghost. It was Han Yu. Her cold gaze swept across the deserted battlefield, finally landing on the scrapped mechanical guard. After making sure there were no other ambushers, she slowly walked forward, squatted down, and carefully examined the hole in the mechanical guard's chest and the traces of battle around it. His delicate brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was analyzing something. After a moment, she stood up and looked around again. A complicated look flashed in her eyes, then she turned and left, and soon disappeared at the other end of the ruins. Not long after Han Yu left, brothers Chen Feng and Shen Yun also appeared from another direction. They looked at the devastated battlefield with equally solemn expressions. They did not stay long and quickly left this place of trouble. For a moment, the area fell completely silent, leaving only the mess on the ground, silently telling the story of the short but fierce battle that had just taken place. On the top floor of an abandoned apartment, Lin Xie unscrewed the last bottle of nutrient solution and drank it in one breath. The warm liquid slid down his throat, replenishing his almost exhausted energy. I didn't expect that all the supplies would be used up. Chapter 049 Han Yu explodes. Lin Xie leaned against the dusty wall and muttered to himself, alas, lack of experience is the most fatal thing. He reviewed the exhilarating yet thrilling battle just now, replaying every detail in his mind. What he had ignored before suddenly became clear to him. He had been knocked away by Yin Feilong's punch before. There was also the experience of being surrounded and embarrassed by 7 or 8 candidates ranked around 500 before the end of the first stage. That painful memory made Lin Xie have a serious and wrong prediction about the strength of the candidates in this exam. He subconsciously regarded the combat effectiveness of the top talents and the backbone of the first echelon as the average level of this exam. After experiencing the battle just now, Lin Xie suddenly woke up. I got a basic fact wrong. In the first stage, who was he facing when he suffered? He is a seed player like Yin Feilong who stands at the top of the pyramid and was already a martial artist before the martial arts college entrance examination. He is a true genius ranked in the top 100. They are the elites who can break through the siege among millions of candidates and rank in the top 500. They represent the top 5% of the candidates in the second stage. And here, there are as many as 10,000 candidates who have passed the first level. I actually took the top 5% of combat power as the general combat power of these 10,000 people. Lin Xie shook his head, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. After all this time, I actually became the big boss of fried fish in the eyes of others without realizing it? Just as he was laughing at himself, his highly sensitive warrior perception suddenly caught a hint of unusual movement. Someone is coming. I was just coming here the same way I came just now. And there is only one person. Lin Xie's eyes instantly became sharp. He immediately jumped up from the ground, without any hesitation, and quickly moved his position, lurking in the shadows on the other side like a cheetah. Soon, he saw the identity of the visitor. Han Yu. She moved lightly and cautiously, approaching the top floor little by little. As for the brothers Chen Feng and Shen Yun, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xie sneered in his heart. How could those 3 people really trust each other if they could kill him, their temporary teammate, without hesitation? The possibility of cooperation is slim. In that case, a murderous look flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. The early bird catches the worm. Han Yu thought she was hiding well, taking every step in the place where it would make the least noise, and observing her surroundings vigilantly. However, just as she was about to step onto the rooftop, a fatal sense of crisis came from behind her. A steel bar, with a sharp sound that tore through the air, suddenly shot out from behind the wall beside her and hit her back. Of course, Lin Xie's throw this time was inaccurate as usual. But he never thought that he could kill with one blow. This was just a ploy to attract attention. Han Yu's face changed drastically, and she rolled to the side almost instinctively to avoid it. However, this time the throw hit the target unexpectedly. If Han Yu hadn't dodged, the ridiculously crooked steel bar would have flown past her body and wouldn't have hurt her at all. But out of instinct, she subconsciously did the most standard side roll to dodge. Result: it just happened to meet the flight path of the steel bar. Puff! A dull sound that makes your teeth ache. The thick steel bar directly pierced through her right thunder, and the powerful kinetic energy carried her body and nailed her to the opposite wall. Boom! Puff! Han Yu suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and severe pain instantly spread throughout his body. Her eyes went dark and she almost fainted. However, before she could react to the sudden blow, a flash of white light appeared. Faster than Lin Xie's movements. They are rescue workers in white. He appeared in front of Han Yu in an instant, standing between Lin Xie and her. Your situation. I'm fine. Hanyu gritted her teeth, and with her other hand that was still able to move, she quickly took out a potion from her waist and wanted to inject it into her leg. However, the next second, the rescuer reached out and held her down. "You've already lost." The voice of the rescuer in white was cold and mechanical. "I didn't." Hanyu struggled, her eyes full of unwillingness and anger. The rescuer in white shook his head and then jumped to the side. The moment he jumped away, a shadow of legs came whizzing towards him. Bang! Hanyu's hand holding the potion was kicked accurately by Lin Xie, and the potion in her hand flew out of her hand. Hanyu's eyes suddenly widened. Next second. Bang! A loud and crisp slap. Lin Xie slapped her mercilessly on the face. "I told you not to sneak attack me." This slap made Hanyu, who was already seriously injured, see stars, his head tilted, and he fell into a baby-like sleep. Lin Xie looked at her limp body and his eyes fell on the tactical bag around her waist. Without thinking, he reached out and pulled it over. The rescue workers in white seemed to turn a blind eye to this, and opened the simple medical bed and carried away the unconscious Hanyu who was tied to the steel bars. Within the rules, no looting is allowed. This naturally includes spoils of war. Lin Xie weighed the tactical bag in his hand, then slapped his thigh. "I had dealt with several people before, but I just watched them being sent away and forgot to loot their tactical bags. What a big loss." He walked over quickly and picked up the potion that had been kicked away. There are a few small words clearly printed on the bottle. "Strong Heart number 7. It turned out to be a high-end product that was 2 grades higher. Just when Lin Xie took "Strong Heart number 7 into his pocket, a strong sense of crisis suddenly hit him from behind. The warrior's intuition is sending out crazy alarms. Lin Xie rolled forward without thinking. Chapter 050 The Embarrassed Genius Class. Boom! Boom! 2 powerful punches almost brushed his back and hit the spot where he had just stood, creating 2 shallow pits in the ground. It's brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun. They had sneaked up on him at some point, and took advantage of Lin Xie's most relaxed moment to launch a long-planned attack. After missing the first attack, the 2 brothers did not stop at all. They continued to attack like a storm, cooperating with each other tacitly and completely blocking Lin Xie's retreat. Fuck! Lin Xie cursed inwardly. Facing the siege of 2 people, he fell into a passive position again. There is no way. Lin Xie gritted his teeth, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes again. This is the move he is most proficient in and most confident in now. Injury for injury. This may seem reckless, but in fact he is using his warrior-level physical fitness, which far exceeds that of his opponent, to forcibly crush his opponent. Use force to defeat cleverness. Lin Xie suddenly turned sideways and used his left shoulder and back to withstand Chen Feng's series of punches and kicks. He felt severe pain, but he grinned, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. This is the opportunity. He completely ignored Chen Feng's attack, concentrated all his strength in his right fist, and fiercely punched Chen Yun on the other side. Chen Yun didn't expect Lin Xie to be so decisive, and it was too late to dodge. Bang! A muffled sound. Chen Yun was hit head-on as if by a battering ram, spurting blood from his mouth and flying backwards. He fell heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away, struggled to get up, and ran away quickly. And how could Chen Feng, who was left, dare to fight again? He turned around without hesitation and ran away. Lin Xie didn't chase after him immediately. Instead, he slowly took out a bottle of nutrient solution from Hanyu's tactical bag, unscrewed the lid and took a big gulp to replenish his consumed energy. Then, he followed Chen Feng and Chen Yun from a distance, keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close. He was also very alert, worried that there were other people lying in ambush nearby. Moreover, if Chen Feng and Chen Yun fled in such a panic, the huge commotion might bring new troubles, or new opportunities. Sure enough, his premonition soon came true. At the ruins of a crossroads not far ahead, the sound of fierce fighting suddenly broke out. Lin Xie followed from a distance, ready to watch a good show. However, the moment he saw his new opponent attack, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he turned around without hesitation and retreated quickly. Too fast. Brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun fell down before they could even make a move. It's most likely a warrior. Even if I'm not a warrior, I don't have much advantage over him. And he's not a lone wolf. Lin Xie's heart was filled with alarm, and he immediately restrained his breath to the extreme and quickly disappeared into the depths of the ruins. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. On the top floor of an abandoned apartment, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes. His injuries have almost recovered, and his physical and mental strength have returned to their peak. In such a dangerous environment, he did not dare to use the 8 treasures skill to deeply heal his injuries without any precautions. During these 6 hours, Lin Xie did not participate in any battle except recovering his body. Mainly because there are no good opportunities. I could only avoid wave after wave of battles. Lin Xie has no team, he is alone. If there was another fierce battle like the previous one, even if he could win, he would definitely be injured again. By then, without enough medicine, he could only rely on his body to withstand it. Once you encounter new enemies continuously, you may have to leave early. The second stage of the exam lasts for 48 hours. Lin Xie analyzed calmly. The examiner only said that the badge represents points, but did not say whether the points would be retained after being eliminated. According to this cruel rule, once you are eliminated for calling for rescue, no matter how many points you have won before, they will most likely be reset to 0. Therefore, Lin Xie resisted the temptation in his heart, considered it again and again, and made a difficult decision. Don't get involved in any battle unless there is a good opportunity. What he has to do now is to do everything possible to preserve his 10 points. Then hide and hold on until the 48-hour exam period is over. Not quitting early is a victory. Although it is only 10 points, plus the 95 points from the first level, the total score is 105. This is much better than fighting until you run out of ammunition and food, and finally end up being eliminated with 0 points. Moreover, if you are not dead or injured, you don't have to pay for medical expenses. Having made up his mind, Lin Xie completely transformed himself into a master of the art of goofing. He found a 5-story building with a relatively intact structure but a remote location, and built his own temporary turtle shell in a shady room on the 3rd floor. The view here is not very wide, but it is hidden and not easily discovered by enemies in high places. Moreover, the corridor is narrow and has only one entrance, which makes it easy to defend and difficult to attack. If discovered, there is still a chance to fight back. In the following time, Lin Xie truly achieved a calm mind. He no longer paid attention to the sounds of fighting coming from afar, nor did he count how many mechanical guards had been eliminated. All his energy was used to perceive the surrounding environment. Any slight movement, any suspicious aura approaching, would instantly put him on high alert. Time passed by minute in this highly tense environment. The first day passed quickly. The next day, the fighting in the ruined city became noticeably less frequent. Obviously, after a whole day of brutal fighting and elimination, the 1,000 mechanical guards had been hunted down almost completely. The candidates who have survived to this day have become more cautious and cunning. Now, the cause of the battle is no longer the fight for the mechanical guards, but a bloody infighting among the candidates to snatch each other's badges. Lin Xie even sensed several times that a team was passing by the building where he was hiding, but they were in a hurry, obviously chasing a target, and did not have the attention to explore this ordinary little building. And so, another day passed. There are only 12 hours left before the end of the exam. Lin Xie's nerves have been stretched to the limit. This is the darkest moment before dawn, and also the time when accidents are most likely to happen. He didn't dare to relax at all, and lurked there like a stone statue, motionless. However, the accident still happened. Boom! A deafening roar came without warning from downstairs of the building where he was hiding. The whole building shook violently, and dust from the ceiling fell down. Lin Xie was shocked and suddenly woke up from his dormant state. He rolled over to the window and looked down cautiously. Downstairs, 2 groups of people were fighting fiercely. One of the groups was none other than the genius class of number 1 middle school, which was previously composed of Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, Yin Filon, and others. But at this moment, these proud sons of heaven looked somewhat embarrassed. Obviously, they were injured. The other group of people was even larger, with more than a dozen of them, and each of them had a strong aura. They cooperated well with each other, and advanced and retreated in a planned manner, and actually suppressed the people in the genius class. What kind of team is this? Lin Xie was horrified. They actually forced Lei Qianjun and the others to this point. The aftermath of their battle, like an out-of-control battering ram, wantonly destroyed everything around it. The loud noise just now was the attack from one of them. The load-bearing wall of the ground floor of the small building where Lin Xie was hiding collapsed in half. The structure of the entire building has been damaged and may collapse at any time. Grass! Lin Xie cursed inwardly, he knew that this place was no longer safe. Chapter 051 Counterattack. The building was shaking with a teeth-grinding creaking sound. Chunks of cement and steel began to peel away from the ceiling, and the floor beneath my feet began to tilt. Lin Qiye knew he had to leave immediately. Moreover, now is the best opportunity. The two sides downstairs were in a fierce battle. Even if they discovered him, they would probably not be able to deal with him, a passerby. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed towards the window on the other side, preparing to evacuate from the back of the building. However, just as he turned over and jumped out of the window, there's someone over there. The two groups of people downstairs discovered him, the uninvited guest, almost at the same time. Lin Qiye's heart tightened, but his feet did not stop moving, ready to escape immediately after landing. He thought both sides would ignore him as an insignificant little character. Unexpectedly, the woman leading the dominant team of more than a dozen people ordered someone beside her, "Ahu, go. Get rid of him for me." Then, he turned his gaze to Lei Qianjun and the others who were surrounded by them, and his tone was full of teasing like a cat playing with a mouse. "I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to be eliminated, hand over half of your points and I'll let you go. Dream on." Lei Qianjun responded coldly, and the attack in his hand became more and more fierce. The young man next to the woman snorted coldly, "If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink for it. If that's the case, then leave all your points to me. Even if one person is missing, we can still take you down." The young man named Ahu responded and left the main battlefield, chasing in the direction of Lin Qiye's escape like a cheetah. He had a cruel and confident smile on his face. In his opinion, dealing with a rat that escaped from an abandoned building was just a piece of cake. Lin Qiye didn't expect that the other party would be so domineering and would not even let a passerby like him go. He was burning with anger, but reason told him that now was not the time to fight the other party head-on. First, two things must be established. First, is there only one person chasing after him? Second, how strong is this person and whether you can eat him in a short time? Lin Qiye's brain was working at high speed. He did not try his best to escape, but deliberately controlled his speed, always keeping a distance from the pursuers behind him. At the same time, he increased his warrior perception to the limit, alert to other enemies that might appear around him. From the perspective of Ahu who was behind him, Lin Qiye's slow running performance was undoubtedly proof of his lack of strength. The smile on his face grew more contemptuous. As he chased slowly, he shouted in a joking tone, "Don't waste your energy, boy. Stop and call for help, and you'll avoid some physical pain." After a chase, Lin Qiye took him around in circles a few times, and after confirming that there were no other ambushes around, he rushed into another abandoned building nearby. Seeing this, Ahu sneered and followed in, while continuing to persuade him to surrender. "Will hiding in a rat hole be of any use? I advise you." However, before he could finish his words, his voice suddenly stopped. Because, the prey who had just rushed into the building and should have fled in panic, suddenly turned around the moment he stepped into the staircase door of the building, and with an indomitable and resolute momentum, punched him fiercely. In this lightning-fast confrontation, Lin Qiye had already roughly judged the opponent's strength. Very strong. But, not a warrior yet. The strength of his aura and power is comparable to that of the team leader who was previously defeated by him using the injury for injury tactic. Since you are not a warrior, it's easy. The reason for choosing this place is to limit the opponent's dodging and achieve the purpose of exchanging injuries for injuries. Lin Qiye's heart was filled with murderous intent, and his punches became more powerful instead of decreasing. The young man named Ahu obviously did not expect Lin Qiye to dare to turn around and fight back, so he could only block with his fists in a hurry. Bang! The two fists collided fiercely. A huge force came, and Ahu felt his arm go numb. He took a half step back uncontrollably, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This kid's strength is not much weaker than mine? However, Lin Qiye didn't give him a chance to breathe. After a successful attack, he immediately rushed forward. He completely ignored Ahu's counterattack and let the other party kick him hard in the side of his waist. Despite the severe pain, he didn't even frown. At the same time, his fist, like an iron hammer, hit Ahu's chest with a whistling sound. Puff! Ahu felt as if his chest was struck by lightning. An unmatched force surged into his body, instantly causing his blood to surge. His throat felt sweet and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hit the wall behind him heavily, and then slid to the ground. You are a warrior?" Ahu covered his chest, which was in great pain, and looked at Lin Qiye, his eyes full of disbelief and horror. He just couldn't understand how a straightforward who could be casually sent out by his boss to hunt down could be a warrior of the same level as his boss. Lin Qiye didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense. He took a step forward and continued to launch a violent attack. One step wrong, every step wrong. In this narrow corridor, Ah Hu simply didn't have enough space to dodge or create distance. He could only grit his teeth and passively take Lin Qia's attack. At this time, the advantage of Lin Qia's brutal and efficient injury for injury style of play was brought to the extreme. Bang! 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 There were several more dull sounds of punches and kicks colliding. Ah Hu was beaten again and vomited blood, and Lin Qia's face was also bruised, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. But it doesn't matter. As long as you can stand to the end, you will win. A cold light flashed in Lin Qia's eyes. He seized the opportunity when the opponent was taking a breath, took a sudden step forward, and delivered a fierce elbow strike, hitting Ah Hu's face hard. Crack! Teeth mixed with blood splattered out. Ah Hu's head suddenly tilted back, his eyes rolled back, he completely lost consciousness and fell into a baby-like sleep. This time, the rescuers in white seemed a little slower. The white light finally appeared after Lin Qia skillfully looted the tactical package from Ah Hu and saw the prompt pickup successful, current points, 30 points on his personal terminal. Lin Qia nodded to the expressionless rescuers, then left without hesitation. Lin Qia did not return to the main battlefield immediately, but made a big circle and approached quietly like a patient hunter. On his way back, he saw smoke and dust billowing in the distance, houses collapsing one after another, and all kinds of violent explosions were heard in his ears. He could even clearly sense the movements in that area, and it was obvious that the battle had begun again. Lin Qia's face suddenly lit up with joy. It's good to fight. The more fierce the fight, the more chaotic the situation, the more opportunities he has to take advantage of the situation. Of course, such a big commotion must have attracted more than just him. Soon, Lin Qia discovered other figures approaching. Chapter 052 Yan Feilong's Terror. At this time, the already fragile buildings continued to collapse in the confrontation between Lei Qianjun and his men, stirring up smoke and dust. Several figures shot out. It was Lei Qianjun and others. They had obviously reached some kind of tacit understanding and no longer wanted to fight. Instead, they chose to break up into small groups and escape in different directions. This sudden change instantly ignited the greed of all the lurkers around. They're running. Stop them. They must have a lot of badges on them. Don't let them get away. All of a sudden, the mantises appeared one after another, but they didn't know that the Oriole was already behind them. More than a dozen figures suddenly rushed out from behind different cover, like sharks smelling blood, and rushed towards the fleeing Lei Qianjun and others fearlessly. However, they seriously underestimated the strength of these top talents, even when they were fleeing in a panic. A candidate had just jumped out from behind the rubble when he ran head-on into the graceful Su Qingying. Just as he was about to make a move, Su Qingying passed by him like a ghost, leaving only a shadow. On the other side, a strong man who tried to intercept Lei Qianjun just shouted "Leave your badge" and passed by Lei Qianjun. Yan Feilong, who was fleeing to the east, caught a glimpse of the chaotic scene from the corner of his eye. A cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he sneered, "Xin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong are lucky." Before he finished speaking, the team of more than a dozen people who had forced Lei Qianjun and others into a desperate situation also rushed out from the smoke and dust. When they saw the mantises who had just been exposed and were in an awkward situation, the woman in the lead, Xin Xiaoxiao, showed a cruel smile on her face and uttered only two words. "Clear the area." At a command, the team members behind her rushed towards the exposed candidates like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Xin Xiaoxiao? Lu Zhenlong? Ah. No. We are also from Tiantai City. Puff. Screams, pleas for mercy, and the sound of fists hitting flesh rang out one after another. The candidates who just wanted to be the jackal instantly became lambs to be slaughtered, and were solved one by Xin Xiaoxiao's team with thundering force and crushing speed. Bloody, efficient, and cruel. Behind the window on the 5th floor, Lin Qia saw this scene, and a chill rushed from his spine to the top of his head. This is no longer a simple crushing by force of force, but a conspiracy mixed with tactics and human hearts. Lei Qianjun and Xin Xiaoxiao, two top teams from different cities and schools, actually reached a certain tacit understanding silently in the seemingly fierce battle just now, and jointly performed a big drama of luring the snake out of its hole. Maybe Lei Qianjun is really no match for Xin Xiaoxiao. Their defeat just happened to lure all the potential competitors around them to reveal themselves. Xin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong's team chose the weaker lurkers between the two. Like a scavenger, catch all these trash fish in one net. As for Lei Qianjun and the others, they took advantage of this opportunity and escaped successfully. Good calculation. Good trick. Should I run away? Lin Chia's pupils suddenly shrank as the thought came to his mind. He just happened to see clearly the disheveled figure rushing straight towards the small building where he was. It's Yen Filong. In order to hide as much as possible, I remained motionless like a stone from beginning to end. Being at the same warrior realm, Yen Filong was running at high speed, his aura was released, and his perception was inevitably affected. He seemed to have not noticed that there was another person hiding in this building. It can't be such a coincidence. As soon as this thought came to mind, Yen Filong's figure shot up from below like a cannonball, and with a loud bang, he directly smashed the window on the fourth floor and broke in through the window. Good. In an instant, all of Lin Chia's retreat routes and hesitations were cut off, leaving only one choice. Beat. Yen Filong had just landed and hadn't even stood firmly when his expression suddenly changed. He originally thought this was a safe, temporary place to stay, but the moment he stepped into the room, he felt a cold and solid murderous intent, like a poisonous snake looming over his head. Someone. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, a huge fist rapidly enlarged in Yen Filong's field of vision. Too fast. Too close. The next moment, Yen Filong was punched hard in the face. At the same time, relying on his fighting instinct, he hurriedly swung a punch and hit Lin Chia's face hard. Severe pain. The two men groaned at the same time, and their cheekbones seemed to be cracking. However, Lin Chia was acting unintentionally. He endured the severe pain and bit the tip of his tongue hard. The intense pain kept him absolutely awake for an instant. However, Yen Filong's head buzzed due to the sudden attack, and he became dizzy and unconscious for a moment. When masters fight, victory or defeat is decided in a flash. This is the gap. Lin Chia's eyes widened instantly, with a wild and ferocious light flashing in his eyes, like an enraged beast. His fist swung violently like a storm, without any pause or hesitation, and each punch contained endless power and anger. Bang! 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 This series of dull blows echoed in the small room like a violent symphony. Each punch landed accurately on Yen Filong's face, making a heart-pounding sound. Yen Filong was completely caught off guard by this sudden and fierce attack, and he didn't even have time to organize an effective defense. Lin Chia's fists hit his face as densely as raindrops, making it impossible for him to dodge or fight back. It's over. Yen Filong knew he was in trouble. In just 5 seconds, Yen Filong's face was covered with redness, swelling and bruises. Boom! Yen Filong's eyes rolled back, his face was covered in blood, and his body collapsed to the ground as if it had lost support. Sleeping like a baby again. Lin Chia finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yen Filong fall down. Chapter 053. Who is this? Lin Chia suddenly understood. The humiliation of being knocked away by Yen Filong's shock the Skyfist in the first stage was now transformed into a refreshing pleasure. Unexpectedly, this revenge was avenged in such a dramatic way in the second stage. Without any hesitation, Lin Chia quickly and skillfully searched Yen Filong's body and took away all the remaining potions and the most important points badges in his tactical bag. A prompt popped up on the personal terminal immediately: pickup successful, current score, 210 points. A full 180 points. Get rich! After doing all this, Lin Chia did not stop for a moment, not giving Qin Xiaoxiao any chance to take advantage of the situation, and quickly disappeared into the shadow of the corridor. After a long time, the rescue workers in white finally arrived and took the unconscious Yen Filong away. Obviously, the large-scale clearing operation just now has overwhelmed the rescue system. In the following days, although the fighting in the ruined city was sporadic, each outbreak was more bloody and tragic. After eating the fat piece of meat Yen Filong, Lin Chia became more cautious in his choices. At this point, there is no need to take any more risks. He would rather miss the battle ahead than take risks. Every time he arrived at a new ambush point, the first thing he had to do was to make sure that he was not blocked from behind and was not in danger of being surrounded. Therefore, despite Lin Chia's extreme caution, he never found any good opportunities. Time passed slowly, and in the last hour, the atmosphere in the entire examination room became weird and tense. The vast majority of candidates have been eliminated or separated, and only a few can form teams. And these teams, without exception, are the seeded players among the final seeded players. The team of more than 10 people led by Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong that we had met before not only did not lose any members, but even expanded like a snowball to 20 or 30 people. Lin Chia was shocked when he heard the conversation between the others. This huge team is composed of students from Tiantai No. 1 Middle School. Tiantai No. 1 Middle School. In the entire Tianhai province, high school martial arts ranked first. Haicheng is a small city, and even the gifted class of number 1 middle school still has a clear gap in foundation and overall strength compared to the gifted classes of top provincial schools like Tiantai number 1 middle school. Even as strong as Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying were eventually forced to break up and fight on their own. Is this the strength of the provincial capital? In the last half hour, it seemed that everyone had reached some kind of tacit understanding and would no longer start a fight easily. Those 2 or 3 super teams have also stopped. Lin Qiye hid in an inconspicuous basement, restraining his breath to the extreme. Even his breathing became inaudible. He was like the most patient hunter, quietly waiting for the end of the hunt. 10, 9, 8. When the final countdown appeared on his personal terminal, Lin Qiye's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up slightly. 3, 2, 1. Exam time is up. All candidates, please stop all fighting immediately. As the cold electronic sound resounded throughout the ruined city number 3, the 48-hour trial finally came to an end. All surviving candidates returned to the platform. The platform was once again filled with people, but the number had dropped sharply from the initial 10,000 to less than 2,000. The survivors had different expressions. Some looked exhausted and injured, but they couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. Some looked dejected, obviously not having achieved good results. Core members of large teams like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, on the other hand, all looked arrogant and high-spirited, enjoying the awe-inspiring looks from those around them. Lin Qiye blended into the crowd, inconspicuous. He didn't know anyone here. The only 2 people who looked familiar to him were Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying from the gifted class of number 1 middle school. Although both of them were injured, their aura was still strong and their eyes were as sharp as knives. It was obvious that they survived the final melee by relying on their personal strength. At this time, examiners Chang Shi, Li San and Deng Hong appeared on the podium again. The second phase of the exam is over. Xiangshi's voice was still loud, but with a hint of approval. Now, let's announce the final results. A huge light curtain unfolded in the center of the platform, and the names and scores of the candidates began to scroll rapidly on it, and finally froze. Everyone held their breath and nervously searched for their names on the screen. Lin Qiye also raised his head and scanned the densely packed list. Soon, he found his name. Candidate, Lin Qiye. Exam number. Level 1 score, 95. Level 2 score, 210. Total score, 305. Overall ranking, 288. 288 people. Seeing this ranking, Lin Qiye was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes flashed with disbelief. He thought he had given up the competition in the second half and that he would be lucky if he could stay within the top 1,000. Unexpectedly, he unexpectedly made it into the top 300. He subconsciously glanced at the rankings around him and understood instantly. It turned out that in the brutal internal fighting in the second half, countless candidates competed with each other, causing their scores to fluctuate greatly. Many people were even eliminated at the last minute and their scores were reset to 0. However, he relied on the decisive battle in the early stage and the big gift package given by Yin Feilong, as well as the extreme hiding in the later stage, and instead, he firmly maintained his victory and finally stood out. On the screen, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong's names were listed in the top 10. Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying also squeezed into the top 100 with their personal tenacious strength. Among the top 100, the name that appears most frequently is Tiantai number 1 middle school. The names of other cities' number 1 middle school or experimental middle school will also appear several times. However, amid the whispers of the crowd, in addition to the discussion about these already famous geniuses, an unfamiliar name and an equally unfamiliar school also began to be mentioned frequently. Number 288, Lin Qiye. Haicheng Grain District number 2 middle school? What kind of school is that? I've never heard of it. An ordinary high school in the food-producing area? What a joke! Can such a school produce a top 300 talent? Who is this? I remember the name. I think it was the top 500 in the first round. I thought it was strange at the time. Hearing all kinds of discussions, Lin Qiye was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that his achievement would bring fame to his alma mater in this way. Haicheng Grain District number 2 middle school is an ordinary high school that is not even qualified to participate in Haicheng S10 Schools League. At this moment, the names of top schools such as Tiantai number 1 middle school and Haicheng number 1 middle school appeared on the light curtain together. It's really a bit magical. Chapter 054. The exam is over. Okay, the overall results have been announced. On the podium, the voice of female examiner Deng Hong rang out again, interrupting everyone's discussion. With a charming smile on her face, she looked around at the survivors below. Her gaze lingered on several top talents such as Qin Xiaoxiao and Lei Qianjun. Finally, as if inadvertently, she also glanced at Lin Xie. Congratulations, you have passed this joint screening exam. From now on, you have the right to choose any private martial arts university within the scope of this joint entrance examination. In 3 days, the enrollment brochures and admission standards of all major private martial arts universities will be sent to your personal terminals. At that time, you can fill in your application according to your own grades and wishes. Remember, you only have one chance to choose. Okay, this exam is officially over. Deng Hong's voice suddenly rose, and her smile faded a little, becoming more serious. Finally, let me remind you all. Her eyes became sharp, like two sharp swords, sweeping across the entire audience. Remember, don't bring up any grudges from the exam. Weapons are prohibited within Tiantai City. Violators will be detained at the very least, imprisoned at the worst, or even disqualified from the exam. Disband. With Deng Hong's order, the tense atmosphere that had lasted for several days finally dissipated completely. People left in batches according to their test numbers. Lin Xie's test number was the last one, so he was naturally in the last batch. All he wanted now was to find Bai Muxi as soon as possible, have a good meal, and then have a good sleep. Walking out of the gate of the admissions and examination center, the afternoon sun was dazzling and warm. Lin Xie narrowed his eyes and was a little uncomfortable for a moment. The world inside and outside the examination room seemed to be two extremes. He took a deep breath of the city air, which was mixed with various scents, and felt extremely familiar. Before he opened the terminal to contact Bai Muxi, he felt several unfriendly gazes. Lin Xie followed his gaze and saw that it was Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying. Next to them, there was a guy with a thick bandage wrapped around his face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, but one could still see deep resentment in his eyes. Is this Yan Feilong? Judging from the hateful look in his eyes, it must be correct. Brother-in-law. This way. At this moment, a voice came from the other side. It's Bai Muxi. Beside him, Bai Muxi and Bai Xingyun were also looking at him with smiles on their faces. Lin Xie withdrew his gaze and strode towards them. Seeing Lin Xie coming out safely, Bai Muxi finally let go of her worries. She walked up quickly and looked at Lin Xie carefully. Seeing the bruises on his face and body, her eyes were full of heartache. Wife. Bai Muxi blushed and responded, Husband, are you okay? Lin Xie grinned and said, Very good. You actually managed to hold on until the end of the second stage? Bai Muxi widened his eyes, his tone filled with disbelief and shock. He was eliminated in the first stage. After coming out, he heard other candidates who were also eliminated talking about the cruelty of the second stage, which made him feel even more frightened. In his opinion, it was already remarkable that Lin Xie could pass the first stage. I didn't expect that I could even make it to the end of the second stage of the battle royale. Bai Xinyan also looked at Lin Xie with shock on his face, and his heart was filled with turmoil. He knew very well what it meant to be able to hold on to the end. This means that Lin Xie's strength is definitely far beyond his imagination. Lin Xie smiled at them, nodded, and said in a calm tone, Well, let's go, I'm hungry. Let's go, let's go. Bai Xinyan suddenly came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly, with a smile on his face brighter than the sun. Awesome. These 3 words were the only ones left in his mind. This nephew-in-law is definitely a treasure. On the other side, watching Lin Xie's back as he walked away after reuniting with his family, Su Qingying retracted her gaze and looked coldly at Yan Feilong, who had a bandage on his face beside her. Yan Feilong, how did you get into this state? Her voice was cold and emotionless, yet it contained an unquestionable question. Yan Feilong gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, ambush. He doesn't want to say more. Who would be willing to admit that he, a top student in the gifted class of Haicheng No. 1 middle school, was eliminated in the most brutal and humiliating way by a guy who came out of nowhere in an unknown dilapidated building? That was simply the greatest shame in his life. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying just glanced at him indifferently and did not ask any further questions. She knew Yan Feilong's character very well. He was arrogant and conceited. There are only 2 possibilities for him to suffer such a huge loss and yet never mention who his opponent is. Or, he met a top-level expert like Qin Xiaoxiao, who made him unable to fight back. He felt that his defeat was not unfair, but he was just too embarrassed to say it. Or, he was eliminated by some insidious means by a little character whom he looked down upon and whose strength was far inferior to his. He felt extremely ashamed and humiliated and was unwilling to mention it. Either way, the result is the same for him. If your skills are not as good as others, go back and practice hard. Lei Chen-jun on the side commented concisely, his tone was cold and without any comfort. Yan Feilong's face instantly turned purple, but he was unable to refute. He could only suppress his anger and humiliation deep in his heart. His eyes once again cast resentfully in the direction where Lin Xie left. I must avenge this. Yan Feilong said silently in his heart, his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. At night, in the luxury suite of Tianqi International Hotel, Yan Feilong sat alone on the sofa, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The personal terminal on his wrist suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered the call. A flattering and fawning voice immediately came from the other side, Brother Feilong, it's me, Howsy. If you have to fart, do it quickly. Yan Feilong's tone was very impatient. Brother Feilong, I've found out. That guy named Lin Xie seems to be the boyfriend of the sister of a classmate of one of my brothers, or something. Lin Xie? Yan Feilong sat up straight and asked with a frown, is he from Haicheng? Yes, yes. Wang Hao responded quickly, a friend of mine, Li Minggao, has a classmate in the next class, Bai Muxi. Is this Lin Xie Bai Muxi's brother-in-law or something? Yan Feilong's eyes instantly turned cold, find out more about him. Send me all his information. Chapter 055, Testing. Enrollment. Lin Xie didn't know that Yan Feilong was actually asking about his background. At this moment, he was immersed in the ocean of delicious food, eating with relish. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of Tianyue International Hotel, the lights are bright and the music is melodious. Bai Jinyun generously treated everyone to a meal to celebrate. The pretext was to congratulate Lin Xie and his son Bai Muxi for passing the exam. Although Bai Muxi didn't even pass the first level, this didn't prevent Bai Jinyun from finding an excuse to get closer to Lin Xie. At the dinner table, Bai Jinyun and Bai Muxi, father and son, showered Lin Xie with compliments and praise as if they were free. Xi Yi, you're truly a hidden talent. This time you've really made our Haicheng proud. Yes, brother-in-law. You're amazing. 288th place. In the entire Haicheng, you're in the top 10. Bai Muxi even turned into the number one little fan, his eyes full of admiring little stars. Lin Xie stuffed the barbecue into his mouth and responded vaguely, but his mind was completely on the food in front of him. He was really hungry during those days in the examination hall. Bai Muxi sat beside him, gently pouring juice for him, watching him wolf down the food, her eyes full of smiles and pampering. After finishing a sumptuous buffet, Lin Xie burped contentedly. Seeing that he had almost finished eating, Bai Jinyun asked tentatively, Xi Yi, the exams are over. What are your thoughts on applying to schools next? Lin Xie wiped his mouth and shook his head honestly, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's wait until the enrollment brochures of all the schools come out before taking a look. Bai Jinyun nodded, a shrewd glint in his eyes, and continued, actually, with your grades this time, you'll have no problem getting into even the top first-tier private universities. While a full scholarship might be a bit of a stretch, getting into those key second-tier universities is pretty much guaranteed. He paused, then changed the subject, his tone becoming more sincere and generous. However, I think you only need to consider the first tier. Scholarships and other things aren't a problem. Just choose the best school. We elders will take care of the tuition. In fact, long before the dinner party, Bai Jinyun had already excitedly told his brother Bai Jinfeng through communication the news that Lin Xie had persevered to the end in the exam. When the final results came out, it was learned that Lin Xie had actually made it into the top 300. This score was enough to rank him in the top 10, or even the top 5, of all the candidates in Haicheng. Bai Jinfeng was completely stunned. He sat blankly on the sofa at home, holding his personal terminal, repeatedly looking at the screenshots of grades sent by his brother, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Haicheng top 10. What is the concept? Although their Bai family had warriors among their ancestors, at most they had struggled for 10 or 8 years in second or third-rate private universities before being promoted. In all these generations, there has never been a genius who can reach the threshold of a top university. Even his eighth daughter, Bai Mulan, whom he had always been proud of and whom he had poured a lot of effort and resources into, could only barely squeeze into the top 10,000 in Haicheng during the college entrance examination. And now, this little guy whom he once looked down upon has achieved such dazzling results. After the shock, there was ecstasy and a hint of fear. At this moment, Bai Jinfeng's attitude changed completely 180 degrees. He immediately replied to his brother's message, his tone filled with unquestionable determination. Jun Yun. Treat Chia well. You must treat him well. Don't let him worry about tuition. Our Bai family will cover it all. He can go to any school he wants. Tuition is not a problem. Lin Xie was about to refuse. After all, he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Bai Jinyun seemed to see through his thoughts. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, Shi, don't rush to refuse. This is not only my opinion, but also the opinion of your father-in-law, Muxi's father. It is a joint decision between us two brothers. Lin Xie was stunned when he heard this and subconsciously looked at Bai Muxi beside him. Bai Muxi gently placed her hand on Lin Xie's big hand, smiled at him gently, and then nodded slightly. She did not live up to her father's expectations. But the husband she chose far exceeded her father's expectations. It is a recognition of Lin Xie and also a recognition of her as a daughter. I felt secretly happy. Lin Xie looked at the smile in her eyes, and his heart warmed. He said no more, but said solemnly to Bai Jinyan, then, thank you uncle and dad. He meant his thanks sincerely. The atmosphere at the dinner table became more harmonious. After a while, Bai Muxi scratched his head, his face showing a bit of excitement and anticipation. He smiled and asked, brother-in-law, my classmates here, especially Li Minggao and the others, are all in awe of you, the super dark horse, and are very interested in you. They want to organize a get-together for everyone to get to know each other. What do you think? Lin Xie raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Let us get together? He has no interest in this so-called class reunion. What's more, he didn't even know Bai Muxi's classmates. It's nothing more than that she took a fancy to his test results and wanted to build a relationship with him and get close to him. He was just about to find an excuse to refuse, but Bai Jinyan next to him took the lead and said with a smile, Muxi, your brother-in-law just finished his exams and he's been tired for several days. Let him have a good rest. There will be plenty of opportunities for this kind of social activities in the future. Although he also hoped that Lin Xie could expand his network of contacts, he knew better how to keep a balance. Asking Lin Xie to deal with those second generations with different thoughts now would seem too eager for quick success and would easily cause resentment. The most urgent task is to let Lin Xie have a good rest and then concentrate on choosing a school. This is the most important thing. Bai Muxi immediately realized what his father said. He scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly, yes, I didn't think it through. Brother-in-law, you should have a good rest. I'll help you push those guys. Seeing this, Lin Xie was also happy to be quiet, so he smiled and nodded, next time then. Back in the quiet suite, Lin Xie finally relaxed completely. He lay down on the soft sofa and let out a long sigh. Bai Muxi brought a glass of warm water, sat next to him, and asked softly, are you tired? Lin Xie took the water cup, took a sip, then reached out and held her in his arms, smelling the fragrance of her hair and feeling this rare tranquility. He felt that all the fatigue accumulated in the examination room in the past few days disappeared at this moment. I'm not tired. He said softly, as long as you are here, I'm not tired. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Lin Xie did not go out and completely relaxed his body and mind. Every day, apart from accompanying Bai Muxi for a walk and chatting, he would stay in the room and practice the 8 treasures kung fu slowly and leisurely in the most lazy way. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, when he finished another round of practice, the familiar system prompt sound came in his mind as expected. Ding! The level of 8 treasures skill has been upgraded to level 50100. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Physical fitness, 102 plus. Spirit, 102 plus. Psychic power, 52 plus. Exercises, set 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 50100. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 85. Offspring, 2 in development. Feeling the strength growing in his body again, Lin Xie opened his eyes contentedly. At this moment, the personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated and issued a series of message alerts. Lin Xie raised his hand and saw dozens of official emails from various private martial arts universities flying in like snowflakes on the terminal screen. The admission brochures of all schools are out. Chapter 056 Galaxy Martial Arts University. Lin Xie casually clicked on one of the emails, and a beautifully crafted electronic brochure immediately unfolded on the screen. The golden frame and the glittering dynamic school emblem, every detail exudes a sense of low-key luxury and profound heritage. Galaxy Martial Arts University Genio 0755 Galaxy Branch. 40K Key Points. Introduction. Our school was founded in the first year of the imperial calendar. The branch school was established in the 38,612th year of the imperial calendar. With a history exceeding 2,000 years, we boast a strong faculty and have trained countless pillars of the empire and gods of the sea. Enrollment plan for this year, 500 people. Admission criteria. 1. The top 10 students ranked in the combined screening exam will receive a Tianjia full scholarship. All tuition and accommodation fees are waived, and an S-level training resource package is provided, along with a dedicated instructor. 2. The top 50 students in the overall ranking will receive a Talent Half Scholarship, 50% tuition waiver, and an A-level training resource package. 3. Students ranked in the top 500 in the overall ranking must pay full tuition. 4. Minimum admission score, top 10,000 overall ranking. Galaxy Martial Arts University. The school was founded in the first year. One of the schools with the most merits in the Galactic War. These few words seem to carry a magical power that could transcend time and space, causing Lin Xie's breathing to pause slightly. He had seen the name of this university countless times since he was a child in history books, news, and heroic biographies. It is not just a school, but also a symbol of the martial arts spirit of the entire galactic empire. It is a top university known as the Twin Peaks of the Empire, together with Longting Martial Arts University. He quickly clicked on another email, and it was indeed from Longting Martial Arts University. The admission standards were almost identical to those of Galaxy Martial Arts University, with only slight differences in some details. In addition, there is Taurus Martial Arts University, which ranks first in Taurus, and Titan Martial Arts Academy, which is famous for cultivating practical fighters, and so on. These prestigious universities in the galaxy together constitute the first echelon of this enrollment. Although with his grades, he could easily get a full scholarship and generous training resources by applying to a second-tier university. However, the moment I saw the prospectuses of those two top universities, all other options paled in comparison. Now, he only has the top two in his eyes. Going to the best school, receiving the best education, and interacting with the strongest classmates, this is the choice you should make on the road to becoming strong. Galaxy Martial Arts University or Longting Martial Arts University? How to choose? Lin Xie fell into deep thought. Bai Muxi came over curiously. When she saw the admission brochures of the two top universities listed on the screen, her beautiful eyes instantly widened into a glittering light. She was so excited that her cheeks flushed, and she almost looked exhausted. Isn't the ultimate goal of every student's martial arts college entrance exam to enter Galaxy Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University? It is a holy land of martial arts that countless chosen ones dream of, yet is out of reach. And now, her man, her husband, can easily get the admission letters of these two holy places. How could she not be excited and proud? Bai Muxi's heart was pounding with excitement, and she even felt waves of warm throbbing in her lower abdomen, and a wonderful warm current was slowly flowing. She subconsciously reached out her hand and gently stroked her belly, which was not yet noticeably bulging, her face filled with the glow of motherhood and immense pride. She was silently talking to the baby in her belly. Baby, do you feel it? This is your father. Did you also feel how great your father is and cheer for him? Bai Xinyun and Bai Muxi were also there during lunch. As soon as we sat down, the topic naturally turned to choosing a school. Xi Yi, have you read the brochure? Have you decided where to go? Bai Xinyun's face was flushed, and he was more excited than his own son who had passed the exam. Brother-in-law, it's definitely Galaxy or Longting. Is there any need to think about it? Bai Muxi said as if it was a matter of course. If it were me, I would choose these two with my eyes closed. Lin Xie smiled and said, I'm still considering it. Both schools are good, so it's a bit difficult to choose. When Bai Muxi heard Lin Xie's Versailles-style worries, he immediately showed an extremely envious look. He himself couldn't even pass the first level and could only pick and choose among third and fourth tier private colleges, while his brother-in-law was worried about which of the top two universities in the empire to choose. Why is the gap between people so huge? Bai Xinyun, on the other hand, had a smile on his face and his mind was as clear as a mirror. No matter which school Lin Xie finally chooses, at least for now it seems that this niece-in-law is still very friendly to their family on the surface, which proves that they have affection for each other. He also knew very well that this affection came entirely from his niece Bai Muxi. Bai Xinyan glanced calmly at Bai Muxi, who was gently picking up food for Lin Xie, and felt secretly relieved. Although my niece has average talent in martial arts, her vision and luck are simply amazing. What good luck! Brother-in-law, I think Longting is good. Longting Martial Arts University has undergone drastic reforms in recent years. I heard that their practical courses are the most cutting edge, and many new military war gods are graduates of Longting. Bai Muxi swiped around on his personal terminal with great interest, showing the various hot forum posts he had just searched from the Star Network. Bai Xinyan shook his head and expressed his more old-fashioned opinion. That's not the case. Galaxy Martial Arts University has a profound foundation. Since its founding in the first year of the Empire, their alumni network spans the entire military, political, and business realms of the Empire. This is something Longting can't compare to. Connections are sometimes more important than strength. The two of them spoke very logically, but Lin Xie could tell that these were just public information circulating on the internet and being repeated by others. In fact, for a family of the Bai family's level, these two martial arts holy places standing at the top of the empire are really too far away. Even if they are branches, they are not in Tiantai City, but in the center of the main planet, the capital Terra. Terra. In the vast galactic empire, there's an unwritten, yet deeply ingrained, tradition. The vast majority of planets with human civilizations share a common name for their capitals, Terra. This is not a lack of imagination, but a highest tribute that comes from deep in the blood. In honor of the one and only planet, the origin and heart of the galactic empire, the true planet of Terra. It's more than just a planet, a name. It is a totem, a holy place, and the origin of coordinates that is imprinted deep in the soul of every citizen of the empire. It is the political center of the empire, and the decrees of billions of stars are issued from it, determining the rise and fall, honor and disgrace of countless civilizations. It is the economic engine of the empire. Wealth converges here like a surging galaxy and flows in all directions. Every pulse pulls the commercial lifeline of the entire empire. It is the cultural melting pot and source of the empire. The most cutting-edge art, the most profound philosophy, and the most elegant fashion are all nurtured and blossomed here, and then spread across the entire starry sea like dandelion seeds. It is also the Empire's martial arts temple, with the twin peaks headed by the headquarters of Galaxy Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University standing here, with many famous schools and masters emerging. Every warrior will set foot on the land of Terra and regard it as the ultimate glory of his lifelong pursuit. However, for 99.9999999999999% of the Empire's ordinary citizens, Terra is just a dreamland that exists in light screen images, heroic epics, and bedtime stories. The desperately high migration cost and the insurmountable identity barriers made the heart of this empire out of reach. Setting foot on that land and breathing the air there is a luxury that they will never be able to achieve in their entire lives. Therefore, naming one's capital Terra has become a complex cultural complex. The same is true for the 0755 galaxy. The planetary capital of the galaxy's main star is also called Terra. On Terra, there are a large number of martial arts colleges, led by the branches of Galaxy Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University, as well as the Galaxy headquarters of the Warrior Association, the Galaxy headquarters of various galactic and intergalactic enterprises, and so on. And these places are too far away from Haicheng. Not to mention the Bai family, even in Haicheng, there are probably few people who can truly explain the true situation within these two universities. Chapter 057 The Principal's Persuasion. Honey, what do you think? Bai Muxi looked at Lin Xie gently. In her opinion, no matter what choice Lin Xie makes, she will support him unconditionally. Lin Xie finally chose Galaxy Martial Arts University. The strength of the top two is comparable, each with its own merits. There are many different opinions online. Some say that Longting's practical courses are closer to the front line, while others say that Inha's martial arts theory is more solid. But these are just references for Lin Xie. What really made him make the decision was the paragraph in the Galaxy Martial Arts University admissions brochure that was marked as the highest honor tradition. Any student of our school who, within 10 years of enrollment, surpasses 100% of their genetic potential and is promoted to a super warrior is eligible to apply to join the Galaxy Pioneer Team as vice captain and participate in the exploration and development of the Empire's frontier star regions. Open up the planet. These 4 words instantly pierced Lin Xie's heart. It is not a simple adventure, but to ignite the fire of civilization with your own hands in the endless unknown, and to imprint your name on the title page of the history book of a brand new planet. This is the ultimate romance that belongs only to men. What's more, he also has the more children, more blessings system. On a brand new planet, he can spread his family and descendants without any scruples, spreading his bloodline across the vast Earth. The star generation who started from scratch and created a brand new family. From an ordinary working class family to the ancestor of a planet. Once this idea was ignited, it was like a prairie fire. I decided. Lin Xie put down his cutlery, his eyes clear and determined. Galaxy Martial Arts University. For Bai Jinyun and Bai Muxi, there is no essential difference between the two schools. Both are the pinnacle existences that they need to look up to throughout their lives. No matter which one Lin Xie chooses, they can only applaud. Brother-in-law, why? Bai Muxi asked curiously. Lin Xie smiled and slowly explained his reasons. When he heard the words Galaxy Pioneers and Pioneering Planet, Bai Muxi's eyes instantly lit up like two little suns. Wow! Reclaiming a planet. Brother-in-law, this is so cool. Take me with you when you do. I'll run errands for you. Are you qualified? Bai Jinyun did not forget to criticize his son. It was also a statement to Lin Xie that Bai Muxi would never get entangled in these matters. It is also to maintain a good relationship with each other. However, the pioneers. Bai Jinyun thought of his Bai family. The ancestor of their Bai family was also a member of the Taurus 0755 pioneer team of this planet. In other words, the ancestors of everyone on this planet were once part of that great team. However, after more than 500 years, classes have long been clearly defined like the silt in a river. Some families seized the opportunities of the times and rose rapidly to become prominent families in the city. Some, like the Bai family, barely maintained the respectability of the middle class. And more, like Lin Xie's parents, have become lost in the crowd and become ordinary civilians. And now, his nephew-in-law will join the pioneering team of Galaxy Martial Arts University in the future. Its value and future are far beyond the reach of the local pioneering team of the 0755 Galaxy back then. Bai Jinyun looked at Lin Xie, his eyes filled with awe, excitement, and a hint of infinite longing for the future. When one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper. Perhaps, the fate of their families will really undergo earth-shaking changes in the hands of this young man. Bai Muxi didn't say anything, but silently placed her hand on the back of Lin Xie's hand. She raised her head and looked at her man's profile, her eyes filled with unbreakable tenderness and pride. Hubby, her voice was soft, but with unquestionable determination, wherever you go, I will follow. He was about to press submit on the application page when his personal terminal suddenly vibrated and a video call request popped up. Caller ID, class teacher Joe Deming. Lin Xie's eyes moved slightly, and a nostalgic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Bai Muxi, who was equally curious, and casually swiped the answer button. The screen lit up, and a face that was flushed with excitement and even a little distorted appeared on the screen. It was his homeroom teacher for 3 years of high school, Mr. Joe Deming. Behind Teacher Joe, the background was crowded with people, a dark mass that almost filled up the camera. Lin Xie could even clearly see the principal's shiny Mediterranean hairstyle shining behind Teacher Joe's shoulders. Teacher Joe, long time no see. Lin Xie greeted with a smile, his tone calm and gentle. His greeting was like pressing the play button. On the other end of the video, Teacher Joe Deming's voice trembled with extreme excitement, and he almost shouted, Xie! Lin Xie! It's really you! You went to a private university to register for the exam? The school's information system is connected to the admissions and examination center. When the final results were announced, an official notification email was also sent to the principal's office of Haichang Grain District No. 2 Middle School. However, when Principal Wang opened the email and saw the glaring words 288 and Lin Xie, his first reaction was that there was an error in the system. He doesn't believe it. What a joke! This ordinary high school of theirs didn't even qualify to participate in the 10 schools league. Never mind having students ranked in the top 300, their best results in history were barely making it into the top 10,000, barely qualifying for admission to the lowest tier private universities. He immediately asked the director of the Academic Affairs Office to check it over and over again, and even used his connections to call the city's education system to inquire. The replies we received were all confirmed to be correct. The entire principal's office exploded instantly. The news swept through the entire teaching community like a tsunami, and all the teachers couldn't believe their ears. Lin Xie? That student who comes from a poor family, usually has average grades in class, and is taciturn? Ranked 288th in the province? This is even more magical than the sun rising from the west. That's how this video call came about. Teacher Joe Deming's heart nearly jumped out of his throat before he pressed the call button. He couldn't help but confirm again, "Principal, is it really Lin Xie from our class?" "It's absolutely true." Principal Wang slammed the table excitedly. As soon as the video was connected, Joe Deming couldn't help but confirm it again, because this was so exaggerated that he still felt like he was dreaming. He was so excited that he was incoherent, waving his arms. 288th place. This is the best result ever achieved by our Haichang Grain District No. 2 high school. No. This is the most incredible result ever achieved by any non-key high school in Haichang in the past 100 years. You kid, you really are. He kept saying really for a long time but couldn't think of a suitable word to describe his mood. "Teacher, you're too kind. I'm just lucky." Lin Xie responded with a smile. His calmness formed a sharp contrast with the enthusiasm over there. "Student Lin, I'm Principal Wang from No. 2 Middle School." The principal's shiny, Mediterranean head finally emerged from behind Teacher Zhou, his face a beaming smile. "The school is proud of you. We're so proud of you." Behind him, countless faces, familiar or unfamiliar, were staring at Lin Xie in the light screen with expressions of shock, ecstasy, and admiration. Principal Wang cleared his throat, suppressed his excitement, and asked in a tone as friendly as possible, "Xie, where are you planning to apply for your major? Are there any difficulties? The school can help you with some advice." Lin Xie blinked and followed his words, pretending to be distressed and said, "Teacher, principal, you are aware of our family's situation. This tuition." Upon hearing this, Principal Wang was delighted and immediately said, "Oh, don't worry about that. With your score of 288th, you should have no problem getting a full scholarship to a top private university in the galaxy like Jinyo Martial Arts University. Thank you for your concern, President. However, I applied to Galaxy Martial Arts University." Principal Wang's smile froze on his face. He quickly adjusted his expression, putting on the earnest manner of an elder. "The competition at Galaxy Martial Arts University is fierce. It's full of geniuses. And not just geniuses, but geniuses whose families have resources and connections. You haven't applied yet, right? Listen to the principal. When he was a teacher, he also taught many outstanding students and has more experience than you. There's a saying that goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." He patiently said, "Top-tier institutions in the Empire, like Galaxy and Longting, aren't as suitable for you as top universities in the galaxy, like Taurus Martial Arts University. There, you'll have access to the school's most valuable resources and become a true prodigy. And, to be honest, I have some connections at Jinyo Martial Arts University. Their admissions director is my senior. As long as you go there, I promise he will take good care of you and even secure double the S-level training resources for you." The principal spoke sincerely, as if he was really thinking about Lin Xie's future. In fact, he was making his own plans in mind. Just now, the admissions director of Jinyo Martial Arts University personally came to see Principal Wang. Not really an alumnus. Principal Wang only graduated from a second-rate public martial arts university. The admissions director of Jinyo Martial Arts University stated that as long as Lin Xie could be persuaded to apply to Jinyo Martial Arts University, he would personally receive a recommendation fee of up to 1 million credit points in exchange for benefits. Chapter 058 Yin Family. Lin Xie just listened to the principal quietly, then slowly shook his head. "Thank you for your concern, principal and teachers. I have decided to apply to Galaxy Martial Arts University." Seeing this, Principal Wang became anxious and his tone became serious. "Xie, listen to my advice. I'm doing this for your own good. Let me tell you a real example. Just 2 years ago, there was a student in our school. Of course, his grades weren't as good as yours. His grades were just barely enough to get into a top-tier university. At that time, several second-tier universities extended olive branches to him, promising him the best resources and even providing him with a dedicated mentor. But that student, being arrogant, was attracted by the reputation of a top-tier university and insisted on applying to Spark Martial Arts University. What was the result? Principal Wang slapped his thigh in grief. He ended up being completely overwhelmed by countless talented people at Spark Martial Arts University, becoming nothing more than a nobody. After 10 years, he barely made it past the martial arts level, unable to advance any further. In the end, he had no choice but to graduate in disgrace and return to our grain district. This was a bloody lesson, Xie. However, after hearing this, Lin Xie just felt funny. What the principal said may be valuable advice to others, but to him, it was meaningless. His greatest talent is this unknown, many children, more blessings system. As long as you keep having children, you will become stronger. Seeing that Lin Xie remained unmoved and his eyes didn't change at all, Principal Wang felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He knew that his 1 million referral fee was in danger. However, Principal Wang has a backup plan. Those are Lin Xie's parents. He had learned about Lin Xie's parents' situation from the class teacher in advance. Families like Lin Xie's are people who want to have more children and earn more maternity allowances, and they attach great importance to money. Their vision and pattern are destined to be limited. For them, the illusory title of top 2 in the empire is definitely not as important as real benefits. While Lin Xie was still waiting to end the video call, Principal Wang secretly sent a message to Lin Xie's father and mother respectively. As long as Lin Xie applies to Jinyo Martial Arts University, the school will award them a scholarship. 200,000 credit points. In his opinion, for a poor family that may not even be able to afford the registration fee of 100,000, the temptation of 200,000 credit points is something they absolutely cannot refuse. In the video, Principal Wang sighed heavily and said, "Since you've made up your mind, I won't say much. However, there are still a few days left before you can submit your application. You don't have to rush to submit it. Think about it for a day or two, discuss it with your family, and listen to their opinions." After hanging up the video, Principal Wang immediately turned around and said, "Teacher Zhou, please come with me to the office." After closing the office door, Principal Wang couldn't wait to ask, "Teacher Zhou, please contact Lin Xie's parents immediately. I just told them that if they can convince Lin Xie to apply to Jinyo Martial Arts University, the school will award a scholarship of 200,000 yuan. Go and check it out. 200,000 credit points." Zhou Deming took a breath and was shocked by the number. I understood it instantly. Principal Wang works so hard, there must be some greater interests behind it. But what does this have to do with him? He was just an ordinary class teacher and had no right or ability to explore the transaction between the principal and the university. "Principal, don't worry." Zhou Deming took a deep breath, his eyes becoming firm. I'll do it right away." After Zhou Deming left, Principal Wang was the only one left in the office. He leaned back in the large leather chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, thoughts swirling in his mind. He remembered Yan Xingzhan, the director of admissions at Taurus Martial Arts University, who had contacted him not long ago. Principal Wang is not unfamiliar with this name. He specifically inquired and found out that Yan Xingwu, one of the vice presidents of the Haicheng Warrior Association, was Yan Xingzhan's younger brother. Although the Yan family is not the most powerful family in Haicheng, it is definitely a powerful family with connections everywhere. It seems that the younger generation of the Yan family also participated in this exam, and met Lin Xie during the exam, and admired him very much. Principal Wang speculated in his heart. Only this explanation can explain why Yan Xingzhan was willing to give a referral fee of up to 1 million credit points in order to recruit an unknown Lin Xie. This kid is incredibly lucky. Principal Wang shook his head, a mixture of envy and a hint of disappointment. What a shame. He doesn't appreciate the good things he has. He has a ready-made, open road, but insists on squeezing onto that narrow plank bridge. In his opinion, gaining the Yan family's appreciation and connections is far more real than the illusory title of top 2 in the empire. At the same time, in the luxury suite of Tiantai International Hotel, a crisp prompt tone also rang out from the personal terminal on Yan Feilong's wrist. The screen lit up, and a middle-aged man with a dignified face and a majestic aura appeared on the screen. It was Yan Feilong's father, Yan Xingwu, one of the vice presidents of the Haicheng Warrior Association. "Father." Yan Feilong called respectfully. The bandage on his face had been removed, but the purple scars were still clearly visible, making his face, which he originally thought was handsome, look a little hideous. "How is your injury?" Yan Xingwu's voice was low and majestic, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "It's okay now," Yan Feilong replied in a low voice. "Yeah." Yan Xingwu replied calmly, then changed the subject and got straight to the point. "Your uncle is very satisfied with your recommendation and has already used his connections to persuade Lin Xie to apply to Jinyo Martial Arts University." Yan Xingwu's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, as if he could see through all the resentment in Yan Feilong's heart. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but filled with an unquestionable majesty. "The grudge between you and him ends here. Your path is inherently different from that of a commoner like him. No matter how powerful or talented he is, he's ultimately just a consumable with no foundation. Once he enters university, he might be recruited by our Yin family and become a powerful force in our clan. So, you have to be more generous. This will not only show our Yin family's magnanimity and upbringing, but also help us win over a talented person in advance. Do you understand? Yen Feilong's face froze for a moment. However, when he met his father's serious and cold eyes, all the resentment in his heart were extinguished as if by a basin of cold water. He knew that his father's decision was the will of the family and could not be resisted. Yes, father, I understand. Yen Feilong took a deep breath, suppressed the humiliation in his heart, and replied in a low voice, after all, our future path will be based on the shoulders of these common people. I'm glad you understand. Yen Xingwu nodded with satisfaction. This failure is also a test for you. It will let you know that there are always people better than you. Put away your arrogance. It will benefit your future. Father, Yen Feilong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with unwillingness. Then, can I still go to Galaxy Martial Arts University? Yen Xingwu glanced at him calmly and said calmly, it's just right for you to go to Jinyo Martial Arts University. Okay, father. Yen Feilong's eyes dimmed instantly. He lowered his head to hide the uncontrollable and stronger resentment towards Lin Qiye in his eyes. All this is because of Lin Qiye. Of course, with his uncle's connections at Jinyo Martial Arts University, if he went there, he would definitely be able to get resources and preferential treatment far beyond that of other students. Since it is a family arrangement, I have to become stronger in the shortest time possible at Jinyo Martial Arts University. Step on Lin Qiye hard and turn him into a dog by your side. Chapter 059 Lin Qiye's Choice. In the luxurious suite of Tianyue International Hotel, Lin Qiye was leaning on the sofa, recalling the conversation he had just had with Principal Wang. Connections, care, experience. These words sounded high-sounding, but Lin Qiye always felt that there was an indescribable sense of incongruity behind them. He didn't quite believe that Principal Wang would be so kind. Even if everything the principal said was true, for him who had the system, the so-called resource allocation and connections were not that helpful. After figuring this out, Lin Qiye became more determined in his choice. At this moment, the personal terminal vibrated again. Seeing that the caller ID showed mother, Lin Qiye couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He had an idea and pressed the answer button. On the screen, Lin's mother's face, with a bit of flattery and excitement, appeared. Father Lin also squeezed in nearby, his face full of smiles. Shi Yi. Congratulations! You did so well in the exam. You are the pride of our Lin family. Mother Lin started with a series of congratulations. After a brief greeting, Lin's mother changed the subject and got to the point. By the way, Xia, your high school teacher, Mr. Zhou, just called us and told us everything about your situation. They're really responsible and good teachers. They especially recommended that you go to Jinyo Martial Arts University, saying that the benefits there are very good and it will be the best for your future development. Your father and I checked it out. This Jinyo Martial Arts University is also a top university. In my opinion, it is not much different from the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Aren't they both branches of first-class private universities? How big can the difference be between branches? They are all just names. The real benefits are the most important. Lin's mother kept persuading, as if she had already determined that this was the best choice for her son. Lin Qiye listened quietly without interrupting, and his facial expression showed no emotion. He knew that Principal Wan was behind this call. Yes, Qiye. Lin's father also echoed, his tone more gentle than ever, your mother is right. We are all experienced people, and we know that in this society, connections and relationships are more important than anything else. Your principal is also kind-hearted and can pave the way for you. What a blessing it is. You must not let him down. He hadn't expected them to understand his choice, but he hadn't expected them to become lobbyists for others so quickly. Dad, Mom, Lin Qiye finally spoke, his voice so calm that not a single ripple could be heard. I've already decided on the school. This is my own business. Why don't you listen to me, kid? Lin's mother's tone suddenly became anxious. Aren't we doing this for your own good? What's wrong with Jinyo Martial Arts University? It's a top-tier university. And it can give you the best resources. Why do you have to go to that Galaxy Martial Arts University and compete with others for a spot? Lin Xie shook his head helplessly. Children know their parents best. He could sense that Principal Wang had most likely promised his parents some benefits. I have made up my mind, you don't need to say anything more. Lin Xie said lightly. You. Mother Lin was choked by his tough attitude and was speechless. Father Lin's face flushed with anger, but he suppressed his anger and said, Xie, we are all doing this for your own good. Parents all over the world are there for their children. You are young and impulsive, you don't understand, we are experienced. No matter how good a top university is, it can't compare to connections. You go to Jinyo Martial Arts University. With the principal's connections and the school's resources, your future is bright. When the time comes, as your parents, we will sell everything we have and give it our all to support you. After all, you are our son. To see you bring honor to our family is worth our lives. He paused and changed the subject. But what can you expect from Galaxy Martial Arts University? No full scholarship, no resources, and no connections. How can you compare with those gifted children who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths? Don't you understand our family's situation? Even if we support you and drain all our family wealth, we'll only have 30,000 to 50,000 yuan a year, which is nothing compared to theirs. Whether we support you at Galaxy Martial Arts University or not makes no difference. You're the last one in the class and have no resources. In that case, we won't give you any support. Lin Xie wanted to laugh. You two didn't support me. The 100,000 yuan I used to register for the exam, half of it came from Bai Muxi, and the other half was borrowed from myself. It's not the first day that Lin Xie has known his parents. It's been so many years. Seeing his parents like this, he probably guessed what was going on. Lin's mother sensed that his father's tone was off and quickly helped. Xie, don't be angry. Your father was just saying that in anger. Don't be so stubborn. Your parents are doing this for your own good and won't harm you. It's definitely a good idea to enroll in Jinyo Martial Arts University. Lin Xie shook his head and said, but I have already applied for the Galaxy Martial Arts University. You don't know that according to the imperial law, once you have applied, you cannot change it. Instead of passively worrying about it, it is better to cut the Gordian knot and completely stop their thoughts. Without any hesitation, he skillfully clicked on the application page of Galaxy Martial Arts University and filled in his information one by one. He pressed the final Confirm Submit button without hesitation. Ding! Your application has been submitted successfully, please wait for review. He didn't stop, but directly took a screenshot of the successful application page. Then, he opened Lin's mother's chat interface and sent the screenshot. Mom, please look at the picture. I really did apply for the exam. The video from the parents' side was silent for a few seconds. Father Lin was so angry that he turned around and left. Mother Lin's smile was a little stiff. Xie, we have seen your application. Since it has come to this, then as your parents, we also respect your choice. Your dad was a little harsh earlier, don't take it personally. As parents, how could we have bad intentions? We're all doing this for your own good. It's just that we might be standing at a different angle and have different ideas. You've grown up and have your own opinions. We support you. Lin Xie nodded, I understand, Mom. Then, he opened the chat interface with his class teacher Zhou Deming and sent the screenshot as well. The head teacher Zhou Deming replied almost immediately. He did not mention anything about Jinyo Martial Arts University, but instead sent a warm and congratulatory message, the words full of pride. Student Xie, congratulations. The teacher has seen it, Galaxy Martial Arts University. Well done. The teacher is proud of you. From now on, I can brag to others that I, Zhou Deming, also trained a student at Galaxy Martial Arts University. Ha ha ha. I wish you a bright future and hope you will become a pillar of the empire in the future. Lin Xie looked at the message, just smiled and didn't reply. After doing all this, Lin Xie casually turned his personal terminal to silent mode and threw it aside. He didn't want to answer any more calls or read any more messages. He raised his head and looked at the bustling night view of Tiantai City outside the window. The neon lights were like a flowing river of stars, bright and blurry. The world had changed since the moment he stepped into the examination room. He knew that his life was about to embark on a brand new course full of unknowns and challenges. The past that he left behind, and the voices that tried to kidnap him with family affection and interests, will all become the blurred scenery that gradually moves away on this route. Bai Muxi silently and gently put her arms around his waist from behind and rested her cheek against his back. She didn't say anything, but used this warm hug to silently express her support and companionship. Lin Xie held her hand in his backhand, and the last trace of irritation in his heart quietly dissipated in this tenderness. The efficiency of Galaxy Martial Arts University is extremely high. Less than half an hour after Lin Xie submitted his application, an official email with a gold-plated school emblem was sent to his personal terminal. Dear Lin Xie, hello. After review, your joint screening test scores meet our admission standards. Congratulations, you have been officially admitted to the Galaxy Martial Arts University Genio 0755 Galaxy branch. Please register at our school before October 1st, 40918, Imperial Calendar, with your ID and this admission letter. Registration location, Galaxy Martial Arts University New Student Reception Office, Taurus 0755, Terra City. Wishing you a prosperous martial arts career and a bright future. Report to the planet's capital, Terra, within 1 month. Tiantai City, as the provincial capital, has a direct supersonic high-speed rail connection with Terra City, and the entire journey takes about 10 hours. Looking at the admission letter, Lin Xie's heart completely settled down. After going through all that with his parents and the principal, he no longer had any desire to return to Haicheng. He turned to look at Bai Muxi and suggested, "Wife, how about we go directly to Terra City? It would be good to go there in advance and get familiar with the environment." "Okay." Bai Muxi nodded immediately, excitement flashing in her eyes. Go to Terra City. That is the most prosperous center of the entire planet. Although Bai Muxi thought that she had only brought a few sets of clothes for changing and did not bring too many clothes. But, if my husband says to go, then let us go. Chapter 060 Terra, the City of the Future. The next morning, Lin Xie told Bai Xingyun about his plan. Go directly to Terra City? Not going back to Haicheng? Bai Xingyun was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then a trace of disappointment that could not be concealed appeared on his face. He said with some embarrassment, "Shi, your father-in-law is waiting for you to come back so he can have a big banquet and celebrate. He's planning to invite all his relatives and friends and tell everyone that he, Bai Xinfeng, has a precious son-in-law who has been admitted to Galaxy Martial Arts University." Before Lin Xie could speak, Bai Muxi spoke directly. Although her tone was gentle, her attitude was firm. "Uncle, there's no need to go back. Xie had just finished his exams and is exhausted both physically and mentally. Let him have a good rest. That kind of occasion is too noisy and he doesn't like it." She didn't want to embarrass Lin Xie. Upon hearing this, Bai Xinyan immediately understood what his niece meant. He nodded and stopped insisting. Now, the opinions of Lin Xie and his wife are the most important. Since they don't want to go back, then don't go back. That's fine, Bai Xinyan said with a smile. It's a good thing for young people to have their own ideas. So when are you planning to leave? We'll see you off. Dad, how about we just go to Terra together? Bai Muxie's eyes lit up and he said with anticipation, "We haven't been to Terra in a long time. We can treat it as a trip." Bai Xinyan pondered for a moment and thought this was a good suggestion. This is not only a farewell, but also a good opportunity to further strengthen the relationship. That's fine. He slapped his thigh and made a decision immediately. Then we'll go together and get you settled in school. I'll contact your dad right away to go together. Bai Muxi frowned slightly when she heard that. She was about to refuse again, but Lin Xie gently held her hand. In the luxurious suite of the International Hotel. The personal terminal on Yan Feilong's wrist rang. The screen lit up, and it was still the face of his father Yan Xingwu, who was majestic without being angry. I got the news from your uncle that Lin Xie has enrolled in Galaxy Martial Arts University. Yan Xingwu's tone was flat, without any emotion. When Yan Feilong heard the news, his face instantly became extremely ugly. Calm down. Yan Xingwu stared at him coldly, a hint of warning in his voice. Don't do anything that will harm your own interests and those of your family. I understand the youthful impetuosity, but there must be a limit, understand? Yan Feilong's chest heaved violently. He suppressed the anger and jealousy surging in his heart and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. I know, father, I know my limits. Very good. Yan Xingwu nodded with satisfaction, his tone slightly softened. Think about it yourself. What's the point of going to Galaxy Martial Arts University for a low-level person with no resources, no connections, and no foundation? After saying that, Yan Xingwu hung up the call. The room returned to silence, with only Yan Feilong's heavy breathing as the sound. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Although he still felt resentment in his heart, his reason told him that his father was right. Lin Xie going to Galaxy Martial Arts University is completely different from these people going to Galaxy Martial Arts University. Just as his father said, Lin Xie went to Galaxy Martial Arts University without any resources, connections, or foundation. It was simply a wrong move. Even more wrong than going to Jinyo Martial Arts University. At least at Jinyo Martial Arts University, with his talent, he will be valued by the school, taken care of by his uncle, and trained as a useful consumable. And Galaxy Martial Arts University? Where is that place? It is the gathering place of the top talents in the entire galaxy and even in several surrounding galaxies. What kind of monster have you not seen? With Lin Xie's achievements, if he threw them in, he wouldn't even make a splash. There, what matters is not just talent, but also the family background, connections, and inherited skills. Lin Xie, none of them. Thinking of this, Yin Feilong felt a lot more relieved. He couldn't even help but sneer. So what if you, Lin Xie, go to Galaxy Martial Arts University? By then, reality will be extremely cruel. There you will be ruthlessly crushed by countless chosen ones, and eventually all your potential will be exhausted, and you will be reduced to the lowest level of mediocrity. And I, at Jinyo Martial Arts University, will be the center of everyone's attention and rise to prominence at the fastest speed. By then, the gap between us will only get bigger and bigger. The flame of confidence rekindled in Yin Feilong's eyes. He seemed to have seen the future. Lin Xie, who had brought him shame, would be smashed to pieces by the iron fist of reality. In the afternoon, Tiantai City Supersonic Suspension High-Speed Railway Station was crowded with people. Bai Xinfeng and Lu Yuqin, a couple, arrived from Haicheng exhausted. Shi Yi. Lu Yuqin asked about his well-being as soon as she came up. Her concern was even greater than that for her own son. Bai Xinfeng's face also flushed, his eyes full of appreciation and satisfaction. Shi Yi. Well done. You have brought honor to our Bai family. He had already booked a VIP bus ticket to Terra City and a hotel in Terra City. Shi Yi, don't worry. Once we get to Terra, we will arrange everything. Just think of it as a trip in advance and relax. Bai Xinfeng said generously. Lin Xie just smiled and nodded without saying anything more. He knew that this was the Bai family showing goodwill to him. After all, they were relatives, so he accepted the kindness calmly. The train ran smoothly on the magnetic levitation track, and the scenery outside the window quickly receded, turning into streams of light. The VIP compartment has spacious space and comfortable seats. Bai Xinfeng and his wife, and Bai Jinyun and his son, were enthusiastically discussing the prosperity of Terra City and the various legends of Galaxy Martial Arts University. Their topic always revolved around Lin Xie. His words and actions showed his investment in an attempt to win over a future strong man. Lin Xie only responded intermittently. Most of the time, he turned his head and looked at the passing scenery outside the window, his mind already flying to the unknown planet's capital. Bai Muxi snuggled quietly beside him, holding a book about pregnancy nutrition in her hand, reading with great interest. For her, as long as she can be with Lin Xie, it doesn't matter where she goes. The 10-hour drive passed quickly in a relaxed atmosphere. As the train slowly pulled into the Terra City high-speed railway terminal, Lin Xie looked through the window and saw the heart of the planet for the first time. If Tiantai City is magnificent, then Terra City is a miracle. Skyscrapers rise from the sky like crystal forests growing on the surface of the planet, reflecting a dreamy glow in the sunlight. In the air, there is a network of suspended lanes that is 100 times denser and 1,000 times more complex than that of Tiantai City. Countless vehicles, like schools of glowing fish, shuttle through the blood vessels of the city. Lin Xie even saw a small private starship passing over the city, leaving a faint energy trail. This is the real city of the future. As you walk out of the high-speed rail station, you are greeted by a more prosperous and vibrant atmosphere. Bai Xinfeng had already arranged a special car, and the group went directly to the booked hotel, the Star Crown Interstellar Hotel in the central urban area of Terra. The hotel is located on the top of a skyscraper with more than 800 floors. Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the suite, you can take in the dazzling night view of the entire Terra City. It's so beautiful. Bai Muxi couldn't help but sigh, with a hazy light flashing in her eyes. Lin Xie stood beside her, gently holding her in his arms, and was equally shocked. Here, he truly felt his own insignificance and the vastness of the world. An unprecedented sense of pride surged in his heart. Chapter 061 Your Kung Fu is too backward. On the morning of the second day after settling into the hotel, Bai Jinfeng enthusiastically suggested going to taste the traditional breakfast that originated from the ancient Terra planet and has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It is said that this is the most authentic Lao Taila flavor. It is difficult to find such authentic flavor in other provinces and cities. The group came to a century-old restaurant with quaint decoration. When Lin Qiye saw the price of 500 credit points per serving on the menu, he couldn't help but be shocked. Is this what consumption looks like in the planet's capital? Compared with the grain area, it is a world of difference. But the unique taste made everyone frown and stop eating after just a taste. As soon as they finished breakfast, Bai Muxi suggested reporting to Galaxy Martial Arts University first. She knew that her husband was not in a position to speak, so it was just right for her to speak. Everyone in the Bai family immediately responded enthusiastically. They were also full of curiosity about this legendary martial arts holy land. You know, if it weren't for the candidates' family members, ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to enter the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Let's check it out in advance and familiarize ourselves with the environment, Bai Jinfeng said with a smile. Lin Qiye readily agreed. The Galaxy Martial Arts University is not located in the most prosperous central urban area of Terra City, but is located in the northwest of the city, in a vast area known as the Forest of Scholars. The environment here is quiet and peaceful, with towering ancient trees, forming a sharp contrast with the steel forest in the city center. When the hovercraft slowly drove into the range of the Forest of Scholars, Lin Qiye felt that the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was obviously much higher than that in the urban area. The car finally stopped in front of an ancient and magnificent school gate. The school gate was built of an unknown white boulder. There were no gorgeous carvings, only 4 powerful characters engraved above the lintel: Galaxy Martial Arts. These 4 words seem to contain a strange magic. Just one glance at them can make people feel excited, as if they can see the boundless sea of stars and the backs of countless pioneers. At this moment, a lot of people had gathered at the school gate, forming a long queue. Like Lin Qiye, they were all new students and their families who came early to register. Lin Qiye stood in the queue, observing his surroundings silently. He could clearly sense that the young girl in front of him, wearing a thin combat uniform, with a cold expression and a strong aura, was also a warrior. Standing next to her was a middle-aged man with a profound and majestic aura, as steady as a mountain. His strength was far superior to hers, and it seemed that he should be the girl's father. Behind his father, there were 2 graceful young women, lecturing 4 boys and girls who looked like middle school students and had the same cold expressions. Xiaoya, Xiaoxian, I don't expect you to be able to get into Galaxy Martial Arts University like your sister, but at least you have to get into a top-tier key university for me. Do you understand? Yes, I brought you here today to give you a sneak peek at what the Empire's top university is like and to give you a sense of the atmosphere. I also want to set a goal for you. The young men and women just nodded indifferently and responded calmly, I know. At this moment, another family lined up behind Lin Qiye. They were a middle-aged couple with a reserved aura, so much so that Lin Qiye could not fathom their true nature. They also brought with them a young man with martial arts skills and 2 younger sisters. Lin Qiye was secretly shocked. The 2 families ranked before and after him alone showed amazing background. Is this the family background of a student who can be admitted to Galaxy Martial Arts University? The couple seemed quite friendly and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. When he learned that Bai Muxi was Lin Qiye's wife, he was immediately surprised. The middle-aged man smiled and said, At first I thought they were brother and sister, but I didn't expect this to be your partner? You're getting married at such a young age, you're really a hero out there. His gaze inadvertently swept over Bai Jinfeng and Bai Xinyan, and a hint of subtle doubt flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, most of those who can get married at the age of college entrance examination are political marriages between families. But the 2 middle-aged men in front of him were of mediocre strength. They were not even warriors, but just quasi-warriors. He doesn't look like the head of a family who is capable of entering into an alliance. Of course, he could not have imagined that at the bottom of the empire, there was a possibility of getting married early for a living and for childbirth allowance. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Xinyan also behaved very humbly in response to the couple's kindness. Their minds are as clear as a mirror. The family that can stand here in line with their young warriors without batting an eyelid, in terms of background and strength, is far beyond the reach of a middle-class family like theirs from a small 4th-tier city. You're too kind. Children are naive. Let them get married earlier so that we, as elders, can feel more at ease. Bai Jinfeng responded with a smile, keeping a humble attitude. The 2 sides exchanged a few simple greetings and did not have any further conversation. Soon, the line reached Lin Xie, who was stopped by two guards wearing silver-gray uniforms and with a calm aura like a mountain. The two guards just stood there quietly, but they had an aura of profound and majestic power that silenced the surrounding noise. Lin Xie's heart trembled. He could feel that these two seemingly ordinary guards were definitely much stronger than himself. He stepped forward and respectfully presented his electronic admission letter. One of the guards scanned the QR code with a terminal, confirmed it was correct, smiled gently, and nodded. "Welcome, Lin Xie." He stepped aside to make way and reminded, family members of students are only allowed to visit after 6 p.m., and the area is limited to the freshman square and living quarters. Core areas such as the teaching area and library are not open to the public for the time being. Okay, thanks. The moment you step into the school gate, a richer and purer spiritual energy hits you in the face. It's like soaking in warm spring water, making every pore in your body relax. Suddenly, the view became clear. As far as the eye can see, there is a huge square so vast that it seems to have no end in sight. The square is paved with a kind of jade with a faint green glow. The ground is engraved with mysterious and ancient star patterns, which shimmer in the sunlight. In the center of the square stands a huge statue that is 100 meters high. He was an unknown hero wearing star armor, holding a giant sword, and gazing at the sea of stars. His face was blurry, but he had an aura of creation and an indomitable spirit that made people feel awe. This is the pioneer statue. Bai Xinfeng muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. It was personally built by our most supreme and greatest emperor, in memory of all the unknown heroes who sacrificed their lives during the pioneering era. The square is surrounded by green trees and towering ancient trees. In the distance, buildings of different styles, but all exuding a sense of history, are hidden in the sea of woods, blending perfectly with the surrounding natural environment. There is no oppressive feeling of the steel forest, and no hustle and bustle of flashing neon lights. Here, there is only tranquility and solemnity. It's so spectacular. Bai Muxi widened his eyes, completely shocked by the scene before him, and even stuttered when he spoke. Even Bai Xinfeng, who was usually calm, was so excited at this moment that he was speechless for a long time. This is Galaxy Martial Arts University, the first martial arts holy land in the galaxy. Bai Muxi's gaze always fell gently on Lin Xie. Looking at him standing under the pioneer statue, my heart was filled with unprecedented pride and satisfaction. Soon, Lin Xie and his group arrived at the new student registration office on one side of the square. Behind the neat rows of tables sat several teachers in charge of reception and senior students. Lin Xie walked to one of the windows and handed over his ID and admission letter. The person in charge of reception was a young female teacher. She was wearing a well-tailored black combat uniform that outlined her proud figure, with a neat short hair and sharp eyes. She took Lin Xie's information, quickly operated a few times on the screen, and called up Lin Xie's detailed file. When she saw the contents of the file, her delicate brows couldn't help but frown slightly. She raised her head, her eyes like lightning, examining Lin Xie in front of her, her tone filled with confusion and surprise. "Lin Xie, 288th in the provincial private entrance examination, 10.3% genetic potential, proficient in the 128th set of radio gymnastics and the 8 treasures exercise?" She paused, as if to confirm she had read correctly, then continued, "Based on your grades and the system's physical assessment, your overall ranking at the start of the semester is 9,988th, and you will be assigned to Class 10, Grade 1. Your genetic potential is pretty average, but your foundation is woefully outdated." The female teacher's voice was emotionless, simply stating a fact. It's the lowest grade broadcast gymnastics and 8 treasures kung fu. This level of training wouldn't even be enough to give a 3-year-old a foundation. My personal suggestion is that you use the month before school starts to quickly transition to a more advanced technique. With your demonstrated comprehension, if you can catch up, you might have a chance to advance from Class 10 to Class 9 within a year. Chapter 062 Competition Everywhere. When the people from the Bai family who were standing behind Lin Xie heard what the female teacher said, their hearts were suddenly in turmoil. Is the 8 treasures exercise an outdated exercise? In their Haicheng, this is already a very good martial art that ordinary families can access. Bai Muxi also practiced the 8 treasures kung fu. I didn't expect that in the eyes of the teachers at Galaxy Martial Arts University, even laying the foundation for a 3-year-old child was considered rough. Lin Xie seemed very calm, as he had expected this situation to happen. He humbly asked, "Teacher, do you have any exercises to recommend?" The female teacher frowned, her tone somewhat impatient. "The choice of martial arts is related to the life path of a warrior. This is your family's own business, and it should be planned by your elders or family mentors. Why are you asking me? In her opinion, which student who could be admitted to Galaxy Martial Arts University did not have a powerful family supporting him? It is unheard of that such a basic and core question as the exercises needs to be asked to a teacher who is responsible for welcoming new students. Seeing this, Bai Jinfeng hurriedly stepped forward, lowering his posture extremely low, and explained apologetically, "Teacher, I'm really sorry, we don't know much about this. We're from a fourth-tier city in the grain-producing area, and we don't have many connections, let alone a martial arts teacher." Xie was lucky enough to get in here entirely because of his own hard work. Upon hearing this, the female teacher once again swept her scrutinizing gaze over the Bai family, and the impatience in her eyes subsided a little. It turns out that he is a grassroots genius with no background. A genius from grassroots. This word reminded her of her childhood when her father said that their family was a branch of the family and was abandoned by the family. They had been born in grassroots families since their grandfather's generation. My grandfather made a name for himself in the world with his passion and extraordinary talent. This is how the family's foundation came to be. She even heard that one of the current vice presidents also came from a grassroots background, fought his way back, and finally reached the top. But that was all long ago. In the past 10 years, she has witnessed very few grassroots talents in this Galaxy Martial Arts University, which gathers the elites of the entire galaxy. She thought about it, and her attitude softened. She said, "Recommending a technique is a very rigorous matter. I can't give you any advice casually here. Let's put it this way." She opened her personal terminal and saw a QR code. "Add me on WeChat and schedule an offline tutoring session with me in the evening. In one class, I will help you do a comprehensive physical data analysis and exercise matching assessment. As for the tuition fee, since you haven't officially enrolled yet and can't use school credits to pay, it will cost 10,000 credits. You'll need to consider it yourself. 10,000 credit points." This number made everyone gasp. That's just the cost of one class. It's too expensive. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan looked at each other and saw pain in each other's eyes, but more importantly, determination. This money must be spent. And you have to spend it willingly. However, before the two of them could speak, Lin Xie had already taken out his personal terminal, scanned the QR code, and paid 10,000 credit points neatly. The female teacher saw the notification that the transfer was successful, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. She nodded and said, "Very good, very courageous. My name is Lin Yuechan, a 10-star extraordinary warrior. I will have no problem guiding you." At 8 p.m., in the core area of the school, teaching Building 10, Room 2202. After that, she entered Lin Xie's information into the system and handed him a temporary electronic student card. "Okay, the formalities are complete. You can take your family to the living area to check out the dormitory environment, and then you can move freely." Lin Xie took the student card and thanked teacher Lin Yuechan. As the group left the registration area, Bai Muxi couldn't help but mutter, "Brother-in-law, this is too expensive. 10,000 yuan for an hour. It's a rip-off. What do you know?" Bai Jinyun immediately glared at him and scolded him in a low voice, "This is called investment. 10,000 credit points can be exchanged for personal guidance from a teacher from Galaxy Martial Arts University, who can plan the most suitable cultivation path for Qi. This is simply a huge profit." Bai Jinfeng nodded in agreement, "That's right. We don't understand these things, so it's the wisest choice to spend some money to hire professionals to do professional things. Otherwise, if we choose the wrong technique and delay Qi's future, that would be a real loss." Lin Xie listened to their discussion and felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Following the map instructions on the electronic student card, the group boarded the campus automatic suspended rail car to the freshman living area. The rail car shuttles silently through the towering ancient trees. Outside the window, unique and technologically advanced buildings pass by, some even floating in the air, making it a feast for the eyes. "This place is like an independent city," Bai Jinyun exclaimed sincerely. Soon, they arrived at the freshman dormitory area. What comes into view is a huge tower building that soars into the clouds, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. Bai Muxi craned his neck, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, and couldn't help but ask, "Oh my god, this building has to have 100 floors, right?" Bai Jinyun shook his head, his eyes filled with shock. He murmured, "More than 100 layers." Bai's mother said, "The internet says this dormitory building has 300 floors and is one of the tallest buildings in the entire Scholars Forest." Bai Muxi couldn't help but exclaimed, 300 floors? Many students passing by looked at Bai Muxi with strange eyes after seeing his reaction. When everyone walked into the lobby on the first floor, they found that there was also a reception desk for new students, with several lines already formed. It seems that no matter where you are today, queuing is inevitable. Soon it was Lin Xie's turn. The staff member in charge of reception this time was just an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, without any aura of a warrior. Lin Xie thought that in such a purely civilian position, perhaps there was really no need for warriors. The staff member took Lin Xie's electronic student card, scanned it on the screen, and without even looking up, said in a formal tone, "Lin Xie, your dormitory will be arranged in room 166 on the 298th floor." He paused, as if the system had prompted a prompt, and then continued, "As a reminder, the concentration of spiritual energy in the student dormitories is far more abundant than outside. Practicing any destructive techniques is strictly prohibited within the dormitories. If damage is caused to the dormitory facilities, not only will you be required to pay the full price, but you will also be permanently disqualified from living in the dormitories. Please perform any destructive techniques in the school's designated training halls. The dormitories are only suitable for practicing non-destructive, gentle internal cultivation techniques. Also, the student dormitories have a total of 300 floors. The concentration of spiritual energy decreases from the bottom to the top, and the 300th floor is the thinnest in the building. Because your overall admission ranking was relatively low, you were assigned to a higher floor. The lower you go, the more abundant the spiritual energy becomes. If you want to move to a better floor, you'll need to work hard for it." These words left everyone in the Bai family stunned. It turns out that dormitory allocation is directly linked to strength and ranking. Even the spiritual energy resources for cultivation were clearly divided from the very beginning. Bai Xinfeng couldn't help but sigh in a low voice, "Hey, this is the holy land of martial arts. Starting from where you live, there is competition everywhere." Lin Xie nodded calmly, not surprised by this. He looked at the staff and asked the question that concerned him most, "Hello, teacher, my wife came here with me. Can she live with me?" Chapter 063 Lin Yuechan's shock. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Muxi beside him subconsciously grabbed Lin Xie's hand, her palms slightly sweating, and she seemed a little nervous. The staff member finally raised his head, glanced at Lin Xie and Bai Muxi, and asked, "Wife? Do you have a marriage certificate?" Lin Xie immediately opened his personal terminal and displayed the page of the electronic marriage certificate. The staff member carefully checked and confirmed everything, then nodded and said, "The school allows this situation, but since she's not a student, your wife will need to sign an agreement limiting her activities to the square and living area, and not entering core areas like the teaching area and library. She must also promise to abide by all school rules and regulations. If you agree, I'll process her temporary check-in procedures now." "Okay," Lin Xie answered without hesitation. The staff made a few adjustments and quickly processed a temporary residence card for Bai Muxi. "Okay, the elevator is over there. Only you two can enter from here. Have a pleasant stay." The staff member pointed to one side of the hall and ignored them, turning to greet the next new student. Bai's mother immediately said, "Okay, Xie, Muxi, you guys go upstairs, we'll take a walk around here." So Lin Xie took Bai Muxi in. There are 100 high-speed magnetic levitation elevators in the lobby, running silently. Lin Xie came to one of the elevators specifically for floors 291-300, swiped his student card, and one of the elevator doors slid open quietly. After entering the elevator, as the floor numbers soared rapidly on the light screen, you could clearly feel a slight sense of weightlessness. Bai Muxi whispered to Lin Xie, "Husband, the dormitory allocation shows how fierce the competition is in school. You, don't be too stressed." Lin Xie smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, I understand. This is actually motivation for me." Bite. The elevator stopped at the 298th floor and the door slowly opened. The scene before me was completely different from the grandeur of the lobby on the first floor. A long corridor with a cold metallic glow stretched to the end of the field of vision. There are identical alloy doors on both sides, and the light from the overhead lights is soft but also seems a bit monotonous. The whole space was so quiet that it was even a little depressing. They quickly found room 166. Lin Xie swiped his student card on the door lock and the door opened. The interior space of the dormitory is not very large, only about 30 square meters, but it has everything you need. There is a bedroom, a small living room with a sofa and a desk, and a separate bathroom. The overall decoration style is simple and technological. Although we are on the 298th floor, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is still much richer than the hotel we are staying in. Lin Xie took a deep breath and immediately noticed the difference. I really wonder what the dormitories on the floors below are like. Bai Muxi looked at Lin Xie tenderly, her eyes full of joy. This place is nice and clean. I'll clean it up. From now on, this will be our home in the capital. With just one word from her, the slightly cold metal room was instantly filled with the warmth of home. Lin Xie felt warm in his heart. He held her hand and looked around. There was no frustration in his eyes, but a burning fighting spirit. Well, this is our new starting point. 298th floor. I think we will move down soon. Bai Muxi had already started taking out the few pieces of luggage they brought with them and arranging them in an orderly manner, trying to make this small space more cozy. Lin Xie walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked out from the 298th floor, with a panoramic view of the magnificent scenery of most of the Forest of Scholars. In the distance, the steel forest of Terra City glowed golden in the setting sun. This is where he will live and fight for the next few years. Muxi, he called softly. Bai Muxi raised her head with a gentle smile on her face. Lin Xie turned around and looked at her, his eyes firm and affectionate. Our new life officially begins from now on. As night falls, the lights come on. The commercial street outside the east gate of Galaxy University has more youthful vitality and a sense of order than the city center. The suspended neon signs flickered in light and shadow, and there was a dazzling array of shops with unique styles. Most of the people coming and going were new students and their families who came to register. Lin Xie accompanied the Bai family and found a clean and elegant restaurant on the commercial street and had a simple dinner. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a little silent. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan looked at the confident and calm freshman outside the window. They felt proud of Lin Xie, but also a little worried. Every freshman here seems to come from a wealthy family, and the pressure of competition is everywhere. At the end of the meal, Bai Jinfeng put down his chopsticks and looked at Lin Xie seriously. He called up his personal terminal and operated it a few times. Soon, Lin Xie's terminal received a transfer notification. A huge sum of money of 100,000 credit points. Lin Xie was shocked and immediately refused. Father-in-law, this. Xi, listen to me. Bai Jinfeng raised his hand to stop him, his tone sincere and firm. It's not a lot of money, it's just a small token of our appreciation. You've just arrived in the capital, and you need to spend money everywhere. That teacher's tutoring class cost 10,000. In the future, buying the copyright of the exercises and the cultivation resources will all cost money. We can't let money become a stumbling block on your path forward. Bai Jinyan also nodded vigorously and said in a deep voice, that's right. Xie, don't be polite with us. You are our Bai family's greatest hope now. Investing in you is investing in the future of our entire family. Just let go and fight, your family will be your most solid backing. Looking at the determined and expectant eyes of the two elders, as well as the trusting looks of Bai's mother and Bai Muxi, Lin Xie could no longer say no. This money carries not only monetary value, but also the heavy hope and trust of a family. He took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Father-in-law, uncle, I understand. I will definitely use this money wisely and will never let you down. Only when they saw him accept it did Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan smile with relief. That's right. Bai Jinfeng looked at the time and said, it's almost time. Don't you have an appointment with teacher Lin Yuechan tonight? That's your business, so we won't go along and cause trouble, so as not to distract you. Bai's mother also gently advised, yes, you should ask the teacher for advice, and we can go back to the hotel by ourselves. Muxi will accompany you, and after you finish your class, you can go back to the dormitory together. No need, Mom. Bai Muxi shook her head, looked at Lin Xie, and said softly, this is my husband's professional course, it's not appropriate for me to go. Let him go alone. Honey, I'll wait for you in the dormitory. She knew that starting from tonight, Lin Xie would embark on a martial arts path that was entirely his own. All she could do was give him the greatest trust in space. 8 o'clock in the evening, room 2202, teaching building 10, in the core area of the school. Lin Xie took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and knocked on the door gently. Come in. A cold and crisp voice came from inside. He pushed the door open and walked in. The training room is very spacious, covering an area of 200 square meters, and is fully equipped with facilities. In the center of the room stood a figure. She was a woman who looked no more than 27 or 28 years old, with neat short hair, pretty face, but eyes as sharp as an eagle. She was wearing a tight-fitting black training suit that perfectly outlined her explosive yet flawless body lines. It was Lin Yuechan whom I met this morning. She looked Lin Xie up and down, her gaze seemed to be able to penetrate his skin and flesh and reach his bones. Lin Xie? Yes, Mr. Lin, hello. Lin Yuechan nodded and got straight to the point. You come from a wild background, so your foundation is not stable. If you want me to give you advice, I need to see your foundation first. Perform the radio gymnastics and the 8 treasures exercises for me. Lin Xie's heart moved, and after a little thought, he decided not to hide his strength anymore. Among the freshmen at Galaxy Martial Arts University, I am ranked 9,988th. Lin Yuechan in front of her described herself as being born in a grassroots family and having unconventional ways. There's nothing to hide. Yes, teacher. He walked to the center of the venue, took a deep breath, and began practicing radio gymnastics. As his movements unfolded, Lin Yuechan's originally calm eyes gradually became turbulent. Lin Xie's movements may seem simple, but each one flows smoothly and is full of an indescribable rhythm. Every stretch and every twist perfectly mobilizes the muscles and blood throughout the body. After finishing a set of exercises, he was breathing deeply. Instead of feeling tired, he felt more energetic. Perfect level of radio gymnastics. For the first time, Lin Yuechan's eyes showed surprise. Very few people can master this set of radio gymnastics. The perfection level means that one has mastered this most basic set of exercises to the extreme. She originally thought that it was amazing that this grassroots student in front of her had mastered the radio gymnastics, but she didn't expect it to be perfect. You know, perfection is 10 times more difficult than mastery. At this moment, Lin Yuechan's evaluation of Lin Xie completely changed. Chapter 064 Body Forging Flow. In the history of empires in the vast galaxy, there have been people with such extraordinary understanding. In the history of the empire, the youngest recorded age for someone to achieve perfection in radio gymnastics was 10 years old. Of course, even with such a genius, no other deeds have been recorded in history. Without waiting for her to ask, Lin Xie had already bent his waist and started practicing the 8 treasures kung fu. The 8 treasures of brocade were displayed one by one in his hands. Although it is not as good as radio gymnastics in achieving the perfection of returning to nature, each move is steady and solid, with the blood flowing, and it is obvious that a lot of hard work has been put in. When he finished his training and stood still, Lin Yuechan nodded, the surprise in her eyes turning into deep thought. Mastery level of the 8 treasures technique. She did not give a conclusion immediately, but walked back and forth in the spacious training room. Her sharp eyes never left Lin Xie, as if she was thinking of the best solution for him. Radio gymnastics is too universal. Although you've achieved an incredible level of perfection, this only proves that your understanding is extremely high, but it cannot determine the specific direction of your understanding. She spoke slowly, her voice much more serious than before. 8 treasures gong itself is a D-level technique that consumes very few resources, but it is also one of the prerequisites for the C-level technique, 8 treasures dragon and tiger power. If you also practice the other specific D-level technique, Dragon and Tiger Gong, and combine the two, you will be able to naturally comprehend the 8 treasures Dragon and Tiger Power. And the 8 treasures Dragon and Tiger Power is the prerequisite for the B-level Vajra body. When all of these are cultivated to their pinnacle, you will achieve the A-level technique, Akola body. Then, Lin Yuechan shook her head and said, but the bodybuilding style is not suitable for you. It's too expensive. Is it too expensive? Lin Xie asked. Lin Yuechan did not hide it, but said it clearly, the 8 treasures kung fu is a typical bodybuilding style, one of the prerequisites for the Akola body kung fu. What it represents is actually an extremely expensive and extreme path in the imperial martial arts, the bodybuilding style. That is a truly glorious path to transform the body into a treasure. The ultimate goal of the body forging school is to transform a mortal body into a walking divine weapon in human form. At the initial stage, one can ignore the cutting of ordinary swords and guns. When one reaches a high level of cultivation, the body will be like the legendary diamond glass, impervious to water and fire, indestructible. Every move one makes is full of earth-shaking power. When Lin Xie heard Lin Yuechan's words, his heart suddenly surged. A human-shaped divine weapon. Is 8 treasures kung fu so awesome? That sounds wow. However, Lin Yuechan changed the subject. However, this road is paved with credit points. The bodybuilding style has never been a path that grassroots people can take, because it is one of the most expensive systems of all cultivation systems. Every breakthrough in the physical body and realm requires a huge amount of resources to fill. Otherwise, it will be impossible for you to break through and be promoted. Don't think that it's easy because you've mastered the 8 treasures skill. But when you master the 8 treasures skill and then master the dragon and tiger skill, you'll find it difficult to combine the two. In the old days, people used magical medicine to achieve fusion breakthroughs. Now that the ingredients of these magical medicines have been cracked, they can be replaced with high-energy nutritional creams. But the daily expenditure of hundreds of thousands of credit points is probably not something you can afford. Hundreds of thousands? Lin Qiye's eyes suddenly widened. Lin Yuechan was satisfied with Lin Qiye's shocked expression, nodded and said, "Well, usually between 49 days and 81 days, the promotion will be completed." Of course, at such a high price, the fusion of the 8 treasures dragon and tiger power has reached perfection. Lin Qiye swallowed and said, "Teacher Yuechan, you mean that this bodybuilding style fusion breakthrough is difficult and it won't work without high energy nutrient paste, right?" However, Lin Qiye's mind became active. Others rely on their understanding and resources to practice. But he relies on the system. As long as you practice enough times, everything can be upgraded. If both the 8 treasures Kung Fu and the dragon and tiger Kung Fu were practiced to the perfect state, there would be no flaws in them, and they would reach theoretical perfection. So after the integration, will there still be any so-called bottlenecks? Once this idea arose, it grew like weeds. Even if they really cannot be integrated in the end, practicing the 2D level skills to perfection will have real benefits in enhancing one's genetic potential, and it is by no means a waste. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye's eyes changed unconsciously. Lin Yuechan was very familiar with Lin Qiye's eyes. She had been teaching at Galaxy Martial Arts University for almost 20 years. She was also a graduate of Galaxy Martial Arts University and had seen countless amazing geniuses. She understood Lin Qiye's expression almost immediately. "I don't believe it, I want to try it." Instead of being angry, she raised the corners of her mouth in an almost imperceptible curve. Geniuses are all proud. When you hit the wall, you will naturally turn back. Lin Yuechan then said, "You have already mastered the 8 treasures Kung Fu, and your foundation is good. You can go to the Kung Fu library to exchange it for the dragon and tiger Kung Fu. Once you have mastered both to the mastery level, you can try to combine the two." She paused and added, "By then, you'll naturally understand what I mean by bottleneck. If you fail, it proves that this path is not feasible, so don't waste your energy on it." Then, Lin Yuechan continued, "The above is for you to decide whether to practice. Based on my professional judgment, I recommend 3 paths of practice that are more suitable for you." She called up her personal terminal and projected 3 sets of martial arts information with different colored halos in the air, like 3 floating ancient books. She pointed to the first document that was burning with crimson flames. "First, the red sun prison suppressing technique, and a level technique, is also my major in school. This technique simulates the core of a star, cultivating spiritual energy that is extremely strong in yang, with unparalleled power. At a high level of cultivation, your qi and blood are like a furnace, and every gesture has the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Its prerequisite technique is the sea-level scorching sun qigong. Once you master it, your spiritual energy will begin to transform towards the attribute of fire, allowing you to master the rudiments of energy release." As she spoke, Lin Yuechan put her fingers together like swords, an array of red-gold flame ignited out of thin air on her white fingertips, jumping endlessly, illuminating the entire training room with a warm red. The flame seemed tiny, but it emitted a heart-pounding high temperature, causing the surrounding air to distort. At the warrior stage, spiritual energy is contained within the blood. But at my level as a 10-star transcendent warrior, I can release spiritual energy externally, transforming it into substance. Flame is the form of my spiritual energy." The flames at her fingertips quietly extinguished. "You have a very high level of understanding. Taking this path, you will achieve power the fastest and be the most direct in combat. If you choose this technique and purchase the copyright through me, I can give you the full set of online courses in 5 hours of one-on-one online QA. Chapter 065 Comprehension. Then, Lin Yuechan pointed to the second document shrouded in deep black mist, titled The Heart Sutra of the Formless Tribulation. Secondly, the Invisible Tribulation Heart Sutra is also an A-level technique. This path is completely different from all the previous bodybuilding and Qi training paths. It develops your mind and spirit. It uses mental power to interfere with reality, weaving heart tribulations that directly attack the enemy's will and soul. It is extremely difficult to master. With no prerequisites, it relies entirely on personal understanding. In the nearly 500-year history of the Galaxy Martial Arts University branch, fewer than 100 people have successfully mastered it. However, once mastered, the power will increase by 1,000 times, and its potential is even comparable to that of S-level techniques. It is rated a level purely because the entry threshold is ridiculously high. Her sharp gaze fell on Lin Xie. You have practiced the radio gymnastics to perfection, which means that you have reached an incredible level of perception and control over every inch of your muscles and every strand of your energy and blood. This kind of talent is often accompanied by a strong spiritual perception. I recommend this because warriors who have successfully practiced the Invisible Tribulation Heart Sutra have a huge advantage when applying to become the captain of the pioneering team and are almost unlikely to be rejected. For grassroots people like you, this is a shortcut that can truly reach the sky and change your destiny. When Lin Xie heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Yuechan certainly knew how fatal the temptation of opening up new star fields and becoming a superior person was to a grassroots genius with nothing. Finally, she pointed to the third yellow document that was twinkling with stars. Third, Zhou Tian Xing Chen Body, an A-level bodybuilding technique. Its prerequisite is the B-level Starlight bodybuilding technique. This path, while also a bodybuilding technique, differs from the expensive Akala body. It doesn't rely on rare treasures or high-energy potions, but instead teaches you how to continuously absorb the ubiquitous star radiation energy in the universe, using this gentle yet vast energy to temper your body and genes. This path is stable, balanced, and peaceful. Its advantage lies in its universality, and its resource dependence is one of the lowest among all A-level techniques. However, its shortcomings are also obvious. In the early stages, it is not as powerful as the Red Sun Prison suppressing art, and its functionality is not as strange as the Formless Tribulation Heart Sutra. It is a panacea. Transforming the ethereal starlight into one's own power tests one's understanding the most. But for you, this biggest shortcoming is not a problem at all. Lin Xie listened to Lin Yuechan's analysis, but smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that the other party had completely misunderstood. His so-called superb comprehension is not the kind of comprehension talent that allows one to understand things at a glance or at a glance. His understanding comes entirely from the more children, more blessings system. As long as he successfully becomes pregnant once, the system will automatically unlock one of the skills he has learned. His actual learning ability is actually quite ordinary. It took him a full 2 months to master the 8 treasures Kung Fu from scratch. He is self-aware of this. That Heart Sutra of the Formless Tribulation, in the past 500 years, less than 100 people have started to learn it? He went. Maybe you won't be able to learn it even after studying for 500 years. Lin Xie pondered for a moment, organized his words, and looked up at Lin Yuechan. Teacher, thank you very much for your recommendation. It's just. I have a question, or rather, a question about my personal habits. Explain. Are there any techniques that are easy to learn but difficult to master? That is, it's very easy to get started, ideally you can learn it in one go, but mastering it or reaching a higher level is extremely difficult. Lin Xie chose his words carefully and added an explanation. I'm not very patient. If I can't get started with a technique, I'll easily give up. I hope to learn it quickly and see results. Only then will I have the confidence and patience to continue practicing. When Lin Yuechan heard what Lin Xie said, she was stunned for a moment, and her beautiful brows frowned again. What? The most taboo on the path of martial arts is to be impatient and irritable. Lin Yuechan's sharp eyes locked onto Lin Xie, her tone carrying a hint of stern admonition. Student Lin Xie, you must understand that martial arts practice is not only about cultivating qi and blood and strength, but also about character and will. True geniuses are all those who are determined, able to endure loneliness and boredom. Your talent is 1 in a million, and it is your greatest asset. However, if your mindset cannot keep up, this talent will become the biggest obstacle on your future path. You're choosing the easiest introductory method now. It might seem like you're taking a shortcut, but in reality, you're laying the groundwork for your future. Once you develop a mindset of dreading difficulty and seeking the easy, how will you cope when you encounter a true bottleneck in the future? Her words were like a hammer, deafening. However, Lin Xie could only reveal an embarrassment. He gritted his teeth and explained, Teacher, I understand what you said. But I can't control my situation. If I couldn't get started for a long time, I would become extremely irritable and restless, and I would be unable to calm down and practice. That feeling is like there are countless ants crawling in my heart, making me want to just smash everything. Rather than wasting time and even affecting my cultivation progress, I'd rather choose a path that allows me to see results quickly, which at least allows me to maintain my enthusiasm for cultivation. When Lin Yuechan heard Lin Xie's almost perverse remarks, her brows furrowed even tighter. What is this? Gifted with talent, but with a heart as fragile as paper? But on second thought, she felt that perhaps it was understandable. She had seen too many children from noble families who were strong-willed because they had received the most systematic and rigorous elite education since childhood. The Lin Xie in front of him was just a grassroots person from a remote city with no background. There must have been a lack of proper guidance during his growth. In that kind of environment, being able to fight your way out with your own talent is a miracle in itself. It is also not impossible that there are some strange obsessions in your mind that are difficult for outsiders to understand. Geniuses always have all kinds of quirks. Perhaps this is his unique way of protecting and motivating himself. She sighed inwardly. That's all. I only gave him some guidance because he came from a grassroots background and was a paying customer. It was just a small favor. Since he has his own ideas, then respect his fate. Then, Lin Yuechan's expression returned to calm, and that overwhelming aura also subsided. I understand. Then I will screen it for you. You want easy to learn, difficult to master, and easy entry, right? Seeing her give in, Lin Xie felt as if he had been pardoned and nodded quickly. Yes, Teacher Yuechan. It would be best if the entry level is similar to the 8 Treasures Kung Fu. The entry level of a D-level technique is so difficult. Lin Yuechan's tone became a little strange. She lowered her head and quickly searched on her personal terminal screen, muttering to herself almost unconsciously, there are such techniques, but most of them have obvious flaws or are cut off from subsequent routes. I want to find a technique with a high enough upper limit, but also easy to get started. Such a contradictory thing. Lin Yuechan's fingertips darted across the light screen, and a vast amount of information about the cultivation techniques flowed before her eyes like a waterfall. Her brows furrowed as she continuously screened and rejected the information. Ice and fire? No, it's easy to get started, but the highest level you can reach is B. There's no way to go further. The upper limit is too low. 100 Battle Sword Technique? This is a pure technique, not involving core spiritual cultivation, so it doesn't count. Giant Spirit Dharma Image? Entry requires a special bloodline, it's not universal. What a strange request. She raised her head and glanced at Lin Xie, her eyes full of strangeness. The path of martial arts is to cut through thorns and face difficulties head-on. I've never seen someone like you who only chooses to walk on flat ground. Lin Xie could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Just when Lin Yuechan was about to give up and was about to persuade Lin Xie to reconsider, her fingers suddenly stopped. On the screen, a document with a plain and even slightly yellowed cover appeared. Chapter 066 Hunyuan Qigong. Hunyuan Yi Qigong. Lin Yuechan's expression became subtle, with a hint of surprise, but also a hint of nostalgia and regret. I got it. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xie with a complicated expression. There is a technique that may completely meet your contradictory requirements. It's a B-level technique, Hunyuan Yi Qigong. Hunyuan Yi Qigong? Lin Xie looked at Lin Yuechan. Just now, Lin Yuechan said that the upper limit of B-level skills was too low, and now she is recommending a B-level skill to herself. Can't she find any other better skills? Lin Yuechan explained, yes, Hunyuan Yi Qigong, once an A-level technique, has now been downgraded to B-level. The core concept of this technique is arguably the simplest and most unadorned theory in the entire empire accumulation. It doesn't focus on the changes in spiritual energy's properties, nor does it pursue exquisitely refined techniques. Its sole purpose is to transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your own Hunyuan Ichi in the most gentle and non-rejecting way possible, then continuously accumulate, compress, and purify it. Precisely because it embraces all psychic powers and has no attribute requirements, the barrier to entry is incredibly low. It's no exaggeration to say that any sane would-be warrior, given the techniques, will be able to master the art within 3 days. This perfectly meets your requirement for easy to learn. Lin Xie's eyes lit up instantly. You will definitely get started within 3 days. Isn't this tailor-made for him? Then, what about difficult to come, he asked. Lin Yuechan's lips curled up in a meaningful arc. Its difficulty also stems from its simplicity. Because it has no attributes, its Hunyuan Ichi is mediocre in power at the same level. Other spiritual energy is fire, ice, and wind blades, but yours is just a ball of pure energy. If you want it to have sufficient power, there are only 2 ways. First, victory through sheer volume. Use a spiritual energy volume several or even dozens of times greater than that of a warrior of the same level to crush the opponent. But how difficult is this path? This clumsy method is inefficient and time-consuming. It's only suitable for warriors with nowhere else to go. The second is enlightenment. After cultivating Hanyuan I Chi to an extremely high level, you must comprehend the universe and endow this ball of pure energy with a unique attribute: fire, thunder, space, life. Theoretically, it can be any attribute. But this step is harder than ascending to heaven. Countless warriors who practice Hanyuan I Qigong have been stuck at this step their entire lives, ultimately becoming nothing more than ordinary people. Therefore, it is difficult to master. She paused and added, in the early days of the empire's development, this practice was extremely popular and was the preferred method of countless predecessors. However, as the martial arts system continued to improve and various powerful and distinctive techniques were developed, Hanyuan I Qigong gradually became obsolete. Today, it is just a living fossil lying in a database, used as historical research material. Almost no one chooses it as a primary practice anymore. After hearing this explanation, Lin Qiye no longer had any hesitation. What others consider to be poison is, to him, the best honey. No matter how mediocre the power is or how difficult it is to understand the follow-up, these are not problems at all in front of his progress bar system. As long as he practices Hanyuan I Qigong to perfection, perhaps he will get a huge surprise. Teacher, I choose this one. Lin Qiye said firmly, his tone full of unquestionable determination. Are you sure? Lin Yuechan confirmed. Seeing the determination in Lin Qiye's eyes, the last thought of persuading him was dispelled. She sighed, feeling a little regretful, yet also a strange anticipation. Perhaps, this grassroots genius with an eccentric mind can really use this martial art that has been forgotten by the times to forge a different path? Okay. She said no more and started operating on her personal terminal. Hanyuan I Qigong is a B-level technique, and the exchange credits are 100 points. You don't have any credits now, so you can't exchange it directly. You can apply for the Ancient Book Research Support Program at the school, select Hanyuan I Qigong, and pay a 100,000 credit point deposit. 100 credits will be collected upon submitting your research results within 10 years, and the 100,000 credit point deposit will be returned at that time. You can fill in my name as your instructor. Thank you, teacher. Lin Qiye started to operate immediately without hesitation. With the successful transfer on the official website, a complete copy of Hanyuan I Qigong, along with official practice experience and annotations, as well as copyright proof, were sent to Lin Qiye's personal terminal. Then, there was a message reminding Lin Qiye that if he really had any experience in Hanyuan I Qigong, he could submit it. The imperial officials would give rewards such as credits and credit points based on the contribution of the experience. When Lin Qiye heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly felt that this ancient book research support project, which contained countless ancient techniques, might be a good thing. Alright, I've received the technique. Lin Yuechan put away the terminal, her expression returning to its original calmness. Tonight's tutorial ends here. That's all I have to say. You can do whatever you want. Thank you again, Teacher Yuechan, for your guidance. Lin Qiye bowed solemnly. He knew that no matter what the other party's mentality was, he had done his best in giving guidance tonight. After leaving the training room and walking back to the dormitory, Lin Qiye felt more excited than ever before. 8 treasures exercises, dragon and tiger exercises, and Hanyuan I Qigong. The 3 skills, like 3 keys, were already in his hands. He couldn't wait to return to the dormitory and start his cultivation. He even started looking forward to it. When he returned to his dormitory on the 298th floor, he was greeted by a room filled with warm lights and a gentle figure. Bai Muxi was not asleep. She was sitting on the sofa in the small living room, reading an e-book, but she was obviously absent-minded. When she heard the door open, she immediately raised her head, her eyes full of concern. Honey, you're back. How's it going? Is that teacher easy to get along with? Well, I'm back. Lin Qiye walked over to sit beside her, naturally holding her slightly cold hand. The turbulent emotions in his heart settled in the warmth of home. Teacher Lin is a very good person and gave me a lot of advice. That's good. Bai Muxi breathed a sigh of relief, leaned over, and asked softly, what about the cultivation technique? Do you have a direction? Got it. Lin Qiye smiled, opened his personal terminal, and showed her the information about Hanyuan I Qigong. I chose this technique. Bai Muxi looked at the words B-level Kung Fu on the screen, and then looked at the official annotations such as easy to learn but difficult to master, mediocre power, and unknown potential. There was no doubt or confusion on her beautiful face, and she just looked into Lin Xia's eyes seriously. "Hubby, you must have your reasons for choosing this," she said softly, her tone firm. "I believe in your choice." This simple sentence can give Lin Xia more strength than any big words. His heart warmed, and he took her into his arms, resting his chin gently on her forehead. "Yeah." The two of them were affectionate for a moment, and then Lin Xia urged, "It's getting late, you should go and rest." "Okay, then don't stay too late." Bai Muxi nodded obediently, got up, and walked into the bedroom. Only after the lights in the bedroom went out did Lin Xia focus his attention back on his personal terminal. He took a deep breath and clicked on the complete set of exercises for Hunyuan I Qigong. 3 hours later, Lin Xia showed an excited expression. Turn on the system. Host, Lin Xia. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Physical fitness, 103+. Spirit, 103+. Psychic power, 53+. Kung Fu, 128th set of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 53100, Hunyuan I Qigong introduction unlocked. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 85. Offspring, 2 in development. Hunyuan I Qigong. Getting started. Lin Xia felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at the 3 words unlocked. Or, should we donate again tomorrow? Chapter 067 Meeting Yen Filong again. The morning sunlight filtered through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, transforming into golden beams of light that filled the entire room. Bai Muxi rubbed her sleepy eyes and was awakened by the magnificent view of the sea of clouds outside the window. She was slightly startled, and then she remembered that she was no longer in the hotel, but had moved into the student dormitory on the 298th floor of Galaxy Martial Arts University. A new day begins at a new starting point. She tiptoed out of the bedroom and saw Lin Xia sitting cross-legged on the carpet in the middle of the living room. His eyes were slightly closed, his expression focused, his hands formed a strange seal in front of him, and there seemed to be invisible spiritual energy slowly converging towards him. Is this the new technique he chose, Hunyuan I Qigong? Bai Muxi did not disturb him, but just stood quietly by the side, her gentle eyes falling on him. Soon, Lin Xia slowly finished his practice and completed 1 week of cultivation. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The breath left a faint white mist in the air and then dissipated. His eyes were clear and bright, and he looked full of energy. How is it? Bai Muxi immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. Lin Xia smiled brightly when he saw her and stood up. I've already gotten started. Teacher Lin Yuechan was right. This Hunyuan I Qigong is very easy to get started with. He stretched his muscles, felt the new and pure energy in his body, and shook his head. This B-level technique feels no different from radio gymnastics. Maybe this is what Lin Yuechan meant by mediocre. However, after practicing this technique, I feel very energetic. I didn't need to sleep for a whole night, and I felt like I had a very good sleep. Bai Muxi's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said happily, Really? Is it because there's so much spiritual energy here? Maybe. Lin Xia nodded, pulling her hand and sitting on the sofa, but the effect of the exercise itself definitely accounts for the majority. For now, this exercise is better than radio gymnastics in that it's less strenuous and can be practiced for 24 hours without sleep. I haven't found any other differences. Bai Muxi smiled and said, just the fact that he can practice continuously for 24 hours without taking a break is already quite impressive. Lin Xia smiled and said, well, wait until I have practiced the 8 treasures Kung Fu to perfection in a few days, and then I will tutor you. Hearing this, Bai Muxi immediately shook her head and said seriously, don't waste your time on me. You are in a critical period now, you should spend all your time on yourself. Anyway, I will practice slowly and soon I will be able to reach the level of a warrior. Seeing her thinking about him, Lin Xia felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, it's okay, it's only natural for a husband to teach his wife. Bai Muxi didn't expect that Lin Xia still cared about her so much at this time. An indescribable feeling of being touched and feeling warm instantly surged through her body, causing her eyes to turn slightly red. The next second, she suddenly threw herself into Lin Xia's arms, hugged him tightly, buried her face in his chest, and said in a choked nasal voice, husband. Lin Xia gently stroked her back and said softly, we are husband and wife. What's mine is yours. Your cultivation is of course my top priority. Bai Muxi raised her head from his arms, her tearful eyes filled with deep love and emotion. She stood on tiptoe, moved closer and kissed him on the lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Bai Muxi's cheeks had already turned as red as ripe apples, and even her ears were pink. She didn't dare look at Lin Xia's smiling eyes again. She let out a shy cry, turned around and slipped into the bathroom. Lin Xie waited for Bai Muxi to finish washing up. After they packed up briefly, they called Bai Jinfeng's terminal. "Father-in-law, we are downstairs, let's have breakfast together." Soon, the group met up on the commercial street downstairs from the dormitory building and randomly found a bright and clean fast food restaurant. As soon as he sat down, Bai Jinfeng couldn't wait to ask about last night's tutoring. "Shi, how was it? Did Teacher Lin plan a direction for you?" Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Xie. Lin Xie took a sip of soy milk and put the cup down. He had already prepared his story in his mind. He didn't hide it completely, but just changed it subtly. "Well, Teacher Lin is very professional and gave me a lot of advice," he said calmly. Regarding the 8 treasure skill, she said its advanced path is the bodybuilding flow, which is very powerful, but also very expensive, so she doesn't recommend it. "However, I think my comprehension may be able to make up for some of the resource gap, so I plan to give it a try on my own first." Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan looked at each other and frowned slightly. They also knew about the bodybuilding style, and they also knew that it was very expensive and not something that people of their level could practice. However, since Lin Xie said to give it a try, they of course chose to believe it. Lin Xie continued, "Also, based on my personal needs, I hope to lay the most solid and broad foundation in the early stages, so the teacher helped me find a technique called Hunyuan Yi Qigong as my main practice. In addition, she also gave me 3 other A-level practice paths as alternatives." Hearing this, everyone in the Bai family breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the 10,000 credit points were well spent. Not only did I get the main cultivation method, but I also had a backup plan. Bai Muxi perked up when he heard this and asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, how about that Hunyuan Yi Qigong? It sounds very powerful from the name." Lin Xie thought for a moment and said, "The biggest feature of this technique is, it's not difficult to get started." "What? No difficulty getting started?" Bai Muxi's eyes lit up instantly, and he slapped his thigh excitedly. "This is great. This suits me. When I get into university, I'll look in our school's martial arts library to see if there's any copyrighted copy. Then I'll practice this, too." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jinyun hit the back of his head with a neither light nor heavy blow. "Nonsense." Bai Jinyun glared at him and scolded him angrily. "That was recommended by Teacher Lin based on Chiya's special situation and talent. Can you apply for it? What's their ranking, and what's yours?" Bai Muxi covered his head and muttered with a look of grievance. Seeing this, Lin Xie smiled and shook his head, helping to explain, "Uncle, actually, that's not a recommendation. This technique is very weak in functionality and mediocre in power. It was chosen mainly because it is easy to get started with, which meets my need to quickly build a foundation. If there is anything particularly desirable about it?" He paused, then said in a somewhat helpless tone, "Maybe it's because after practicing, you can stay awake for 24 hours, using practice to replace rest." "Ah." The excitement and yearning on Bai Muxi's face froze in an instant. He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Xie in disbelief. "No sleep for 24 hours? Practicing all day? What fun is there in life then?" Seeing his terrified look, the whole family couldn't help laughing. Half an hour later, the group finished breakfast and walked out of the restaurant. The warm morning light shines on your body, making you feel warm. However, this comfort was soon broken. I saw a group of people walking towards me. They all had an extraordinary aura, and their every move and gesture showed the confidence and pride unique to the second generation of martial artists. Lin Xie's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he recognized them. The young men and women in the lead were none other than the members of the gifted class that they met that day in the provincial private school entrance exam. At the center of the crowd, like the moon surrounded by stars, were the stern-looking Lei Qianjun and the cold-tempered Su Qingying. Beside them, Yan Feilong, who had been beaten into a pig's head by Lin Xie, now had a gloomy expression on his face. "Qianjun, Qingying, you are fine now." Yes, one entered the Galaxy Martial Arts School, and the other entered the Dragon Soaring Martial Arts School. Both are the top schools in the empire. The rest of us can only go to Jinyo Martial Arts University. It's not bad, right, Yan Feilong? At this moment, Yan Feilong's sight fell on Lin Xie, who had just walked out of the restaurant. At that moment, his expression became even gloomier. Chapter 068, Martial Arts in Competition. Who is this? His companions followed his gaze and saw Lin Xie and his group, and they all had a playful expression on their faces. However, Lin Xie did not look away, as if he did not see Yan Feilong's murderous gaze at all, and he and the Bai family members walked past them calmly. Behind him, Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun could also feel that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Brother Filong, what's wrong? Do you know each other? A young man next to him nudged Yin Filong with his elbow, his tone full of a smile that showed he was enjoying watching the fun. Yin Filong took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, snorted coldly, but did not answer. He knew very well that no matter what he said at this time, he would only bring shame upon himself. In front of these so-called classmates, any argument will only make oneself appear more incompetent and ridiculous. They were eager to see themselves and that guy clashing in the street so that they could laugh at themselves. Strength. In this world, only strength is the only right to speak. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Just wait. 3 months later, it will be the joint entrance exam for the first college district. By then, I must stand out among the freshmen of Jinyo Martial Arts University and become a core student representing Jinyo. By then, you, Lin Xie, will probably only be able to sit in the audience and admire my demeanor. You won't even be eligible to play. Just as the two groups passed each other, Su Qingying, who had been silent and as cold as an iceberg, suddenly spoke in a voice as gentle as a spring and asked Lei Qianjun beside her, who is the candidate from the grain-producing area school. Lei Qianjun curled his lips in disdain. It's just that he relied on an unexpected and unconventional move to win by chance. His foundation is shallow, and he won't go far on the road of martial arts. His words were full of disdain and assertion, as if he had seen through Lin Xie's future. After hearing this, the elites from the genius class turned their amusement into contempt as a matter of course when they looked at Lin Xie's back. In their view, Lei Qianjuan's evaluation is the final verdict. Honey, are you okay? After walking a distance, Bai Muxi pulled the corner of Lin Xie's clothes with some concern and asked in a low voice. Lin Xie turned around and saw the concerned expressions on her and the others in the Bai family's face, and couldn't help but laugh. He squeezed Bai Muxi's hand and said lightly, "It's okay, I just met a defeated opponent." When Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun heard Lin Xie's casual words and thought about the young man's gloomy and resentful eyes just now, they instantly understood what was going on. The student who was eliminated by Lin Xie in the exam seemed to be a second-generation student from a wealthy family. Bai Jinfeng wasn't worried at all. Instead, he smiled with relief. He patted Lin Xie on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "The path of martial arts is all about competition. You've done very well. Don't take them to heart. In the future at Galaxy Martial Arts University, there will definitely be more things to compete for. This is a good thing, as it proves that you are on the path to success." Bai Mujie, who was standing by, immediately widened his eyes after digesting this information. He slapped his thigh and excitedly gave a thumbs up. "Brother-in-law, awesome," he said excitedly. "So it was you who eliminated Yin Filong. Let me tell you, before the exam, everyone in the genius class was praising him to the skies. They said he was a guaranteed top 2 seed. And what happened? He was still knocked out by one punch from my brother-in-law." He snorted and looked at Lin Xie with admiration. "What kind of seed player is he? My brother-in-law is the real dragon." Afterwards, Bai Muxi accompanied her family to stroll through the bustling city center. Tomorrow they will take the interstellar train back to Haicheng, and today is their final farewell and tour. Lin Xie, on the other hand, had his own important business to attend to. That is donate again. He always felt uneasy unless he unlocked the Hanyuan Yi Qigong. He was alone, following the map navigation, and came to the Imperial Fertility Management Center, which was located on the edge of the Forest of Scholars and belonged to the First Academy District. However, as soon as Lin Xie arrived at the door of the solemn and technologically advanced white building, he was surrounded by a group of people. This was a group of middle-aged men and women who were well-dressed and had warm smiles. Each of them held a stack of QR code business cards, and they quickly stuffed them into Lin Xie's hands. "Handsome guy, can you tell me something? Take my business card. You won't get cheated." A middle-aged woman with curly hair squeezed to the front, her face full of wrinkles. "Whether you want to provide fertility information or need high-quality fertility information, we can help you match it here. The price is fair and the service is thoughtful." Another middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses followed closely behind, lowering his voice and saying mysteriously, "Handsome man, are you here to donate your fertility information? Judging from your temperament, you're a student from a top university. Going through official channels is a hassle, with long lines and low subsidies. I have private channels here and can connect you with wealthy families who are sincerely seeking children. The price will definitely satisfy you. Yes, yes, yes. We can also help you with a beautification assessment of your genetic potential, making your profile look better in the database and increasing the chances of a successful match. Young man, this is a genuine first-hand resource. We connect directly with buyers, without any middlemen taking a cut. Lin Xie was stunned by this sudden scene, and several glowing electronic business cards were stuffed into his hands. Chapter 069: A Great Harvest of Conception. Lin Xie looked at this group of overly enthusiastic agents and felt a little amused and helpless for a moment. In Haichine, there has never been such a scene in front of the Fertility Management Center. Is this the planet's capital? Without hesitation, he threw those fancy electronic business cards into the energy recovery trash can on the side of the road. Lin Xie didn't know whether these intermediaries were trustworthy or not, as there might be unknown risks and traps hidden in them. For him, the profits from official channels are not important. What matters is that they are safe, reliable, and fast. He walked into the stately white building with familiarity, came to the counter, calmly presented his personal ID, and filled out the electronic application. The entire process went smoothly without any delay. Soon, he was led by an elegant nurse in a neat white coat and black stockings into an extremely private room. After a moment, Lin Xie walked out refreshed, feeling a lot more relaxed. He didn't stay outside for too long and took the suspended railcar directly back to Galaxy Martial Arts University. As soon as he stepped into the door of the dormitory building, the long-awaited electronic prompt tones finally rang in his mind one after another. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. The practice permission for Hunyuan Yi Qigong is now open. In an instant, Lin Xie felt his mind become clear. It was as if a locked door suddenly opened, and all the practice methods, blood and qi transportation routes, and spiritual energy conversion tips of Hunyuan Yi Qigong were instantly integrated and became as clear as an innate instinct. He immediately had an idea and checked the system panel. Hunyuan Yi Qigong level 10100. Done. However, before he could fully digest this joy, the second prompt sound came. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Then, the third sound. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. The practice permission for Hunyuan Yi Qigong is now open. In an instant, Lin Xie felt his mind become clear. It was as if a locked door suddenly opened, and all the practice methods, blood and qi transportation routes, and spiritual energy conversion tips of Hunyuan Yi Qigong were instantly integrated and became as clear as an innate instinct. He immediately had an idea and checked the system panel. Hunyuan Yi Qigong level 10100. Done. However, before he could fully digest this joy, the second prompt sound came. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Lin Xie's face was instantly filled with irrepressible joy. Unexpectedly, this time I successfully conceived 3 times. Could it be that after becoming a warrior, that aspect of his abilities had also been greatly enhanced? Great harvest. Super big harvest. Not only did he successfully unlock Hunyuan Yi Qigong, he also unexpectedly obtained 2 precious authority points. System, how do I use this permission point? Lin Xie immediately asked in his heart. The system's cold and mechanical voice then explained. Authority points, providing the host with additional ways to unlock skills. 1 authority point can be used to unlock a technique that the host has cultivated to the entry stage, but has not yet been unlocked by the system. Lin Xie instantly understood the power of this authority point. Now, as long as he can practice any 2 skills to the entry level on his own, he can use these 2 authority points to immediately unlock them and start the progress bar mode. The D-level martial arts technique Dragon and Tiger Kung Fu immediately emerged in Lin Xie's mind. If one could also perfect the Dragon and Tiger Kung Fu and then integrate it with the perfect 8 Treasures Kung Fu, what would that be like? However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he quickly shook his head, gathering his chaotic thoughts. You can't chew too much. The most urgent thing is to master the Hunyuan Yi Qigong that has just been unlocked. After making up his mind, Lin Xie did not delay any longer and quickly returned to his dormitory on the 298th floor. Bai Muxi and his family were still shopping outside, and the dormitory was empty, which provided him with a perfect environment for practicing without being disturbed. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the living room, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind. Start practicing. As the practice began, Lin Xie could clearly feel that the ubiquitous spiritual energy in the surrounding air was being absorbed into his body in a gentle and long manner. After being transformed by the exercises, they became strands of the purest and most attributeless Hunyuan Qi, which slowly flowed into his Dantian Qi Si. The whole process is like a trickle of water, moistening things silently, without any stagnation or force. Lin Xie was pleasantly surprised to find that the efficiency of practicing Hunyuan Yi Qigong was beyond imagination. The exercise is performed easily and painlessly for one cycle, with almost no energy consumption, and the progress bar grows at an impressive rate. You can make a little progress almost every 10 minutes. Hunyuan Yi Qigong, level 1-100. Hunyuan Yi Qigong, level 1-100. Time passed quickly as Lin Xie practiced with concentration. He was completely immersed in the pleasure of rapidly growing strength and lost all perception of the outside world. I don't know how long it took, but when the progress bar finally reached 100-100, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Hunyuan Yi Qigong's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 20200. At that moment, Lin Xie felt his whole body tremble, and the Hunyuan Qi in his body seemed to be purified, becoming more condensed, and the total amount also increased accordingly. His understanding of this technique instantly leaped from the previous superficial entry level to a new height, and many previously unclear details became clear. So that's how it is. Lin Xie murmured to himself, his eyes full of surprise. Upgrading brings not only quantitative accumulation, but also a qualitative leap. Lin Xie opened his eyes and found that it was dawn. The moon is setting and the sun is rising outside the window. Bai Muxi heard the noise outside, walked out of the room, and looked at him with concern. He didn't even notice when Bai Muxi came back. What time is it now? Lin Xie asked in confusion. Bai Muxi saw that he had finally finished his training and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Hubby, I came back yesterday afternoon. Seeing that you were so focused on your training, I didn't dare to disturb you. Lin Xie felt warm in his heart. He stood up, stretched his stiff body, and held her in his arms. He said apologetically, "Thank you for your hard work. Have you eaten yet?" Bai Muxi nuzzled into his arms, raised her head, and her eyes curved like a lovely crescent moon. She smiled and said, "The food is all hot, waiting for you." While eating, Lin Xie saw an official notification message from Galaxy Martial Arts University on his terminal. Notify. To all freshmen. In order to fully understand the abilities of this year's freshmen before they enter the school, and to facilitate more targeted teaching arrangements, our school has decided to hold a school-wide preschool placement test on October 1st, the first day of school. The specific rules of this exam will be announced 3 days before the exam begins. Please note, the results of this baseline test are not directly linked to the monthly training resources, dormitory allocation, and other benefits. However, to encourage students to strive for excellence, the school has specially established the following rewards. 1. The top 1,000 students in the overall exam ranking will receive a one-time bonus of 100 credits. 2. In addition to the credits awarded, the top 100 students in this exam will also receive an additional opportunity to enter the A-level Gongfa library to select a Gongfa. The copyright fees for the Gongfa must be borne by the student. 3. In addition to the above rewards, the top 10 overall scorers in this exam will also receive a portion of body-tempering spiritual fluid provided by the school's Alchemy Institute. I hope that all students will take the exams seriously, prepare actively, and show their best as freshmen at Jingabudo University. Jingabudo University Academic Affairs Office. September 5, 40918 Imperial Calendar. Lin Xie looked at the notice, a gleam in his eyes. A preliminary exam before the start of school? Although the results do not affect the existing treatment, the rewards are quite generous. 100 credits. Eligibility for selection into the A-level Kung Fu library. There is also body-tempering spiritual liquid. This is a huge temptation for any freshman. There are still more than 20 days until October 1st. For him, it is enough to take his strength to the next level. Chapter 70. Who says mastery is difficult? 5 days later. In the dormitory, Lin Xie sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. After 5 days of sleepless work, the progress bar of his Hunyuan Yi Qigong advanced rapidly. At this moment, the system panel clearly displays Hunyuan Yi Qigong, level 40400. As the level of his skills improved, his control over the pure energy in his body also increased day by day. Just now, when his technique broke through to level 4, countless rays of light seemed to explode in his mind. A thought came to mind without any warning. He slowly extended his right index finger, and with a thought, he guided a tiny wisp of Hanyuan Qi in his body to his fingertips. The next second, a small, orange-red flame ignited out of thin air on his fingertips, jumping gently and emitting faint light and heat. Looking at this small flame, a bright smile finally appeared on Lin Qiye's face. He remembered Lin Yuechan's warning 5 days ago. The second is enlightenment. After cultivating Hanyuan Qi to an extremely high level, you must comprehend the universe and endow this ball of pure energy with a unique attribute: fire, thunder, space, life. Theoretically, it can be any attribute. But this step is harder than ascending to heaven. Countless warriors who practice Hanyuan Qigong have been stuck at this step their entire lives, ultimately becoming nothing more than ordinary people. Therefore, it is difficult to master. Harder than climbing to the sky? Stuck at this step your entire life? Lin Qiye looked down at the flames dancing happily at his fingertips with a strange expression. If teacher Lin Yuechan knew that I broke through the bottleneck of the so-called difficulty in achieving perfection in just 5 days, at the 4th level of the technique, I wonder what her expression would be? Lin Qiye thought with a sense of mischief in his heart. With a thought, the flame on his fingertips went out quietly without leaving a trace. After the flame on his fingertips went out, Lin Qiye couldn't wait to open the system panel to check his changes over the past 5 days. The moment he saw the data on the panel clearly, he was stunned, with an expression of incredible surprise on his face. Host, Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 12.1%. Physical fitness, 115 plus. Spirit, 115 plus. Psychic power, 101 plus. Gymnastics, set 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 55100, Hanyuan Qigong level 40400. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 85. Offspring, 5 incubation. Permission points, 2. After Hanyuan Qigong was upgraded to level 4, not only did the genetic potential suddenly increase by more than 1%. What shocked him even more was that the attribute of psychic power actually broke through the 100-point mark from the initial 50 points. Psychic power corresponds to the ability I used fire just now? Lin Qiye's heart was in turmoil. As for the various theoretical knowledge about cultivation, he actually only had a vague understanding of it, not quite. But the shocking numerical growth on the system panel told him intuitively what an astonishing transformation had taken place in him. As Lin Yuechan said, Hanyuan Qigong is easy to get started with, but extremely difficult to master. For countless warriors, this difficulty is an insurmountable chasm that they cannot overcome in their entire lives. However, for Lin Qiye, who owns the system, this biggest shortcoming has become his most incomparable advantage. Just 5 days. The breakthrough of Hanyuan Qigong to level 4 brought him such a huge surprise. He no longer dared to imagine what would happen if he continued to upgrade this technique. It seems that the 8 treasure skill and the dragon and tiger skill have to be put at the back of the list. Now the main focus of cultivation should be temporarily placed on the Hanyuan Qigong. Lin Qiye made up his mind secretly. At this time, he was eager to test his current specific data. So I opened the school's public facilities reservation system and prepared to go to the training hall to verify it. However, when he clicked on the reservation page of the public training hall, he found that the densely packed schedules on the screen were almost all dyed red, representing reserved. The nearest available time slots are already booked for 7 days later, and the few remaining spots are precarious. So popular? Lin Qiye didn't dare to delay and quickly made an appointment for a free time in the afternoon of the 7th day. After making an appointment at the training hall, Lin Qiye fell into new thoughts. Will there be a practical component in this preschool placement test? The answer is most likely yes. Although he now has a lot of skills, his spiritual energy is growing rapidly, and his fingers can even emit fire, but he does not have a decent offensive martial art. In a real battle, this is a huge disadvantage. Just like the last entrance exam, he was passively beaten almost the entire time, and although he had strength, he couldn't efficiently convert it into victory. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye no longer hesitated, opened the terminal, and sent a message directly to Lin Yuechan. He asked sincerely if she could recommend some martial arts that were suitable for him. Even if it is paid consultation, the money has to be spent. An hour later, Lin Yuechan replied to the message. Lin Yuechan, I was just in class. For martial arts, you can choose to take it online or offline. Lin Yuechan, if you're online, you can pay directly through the link I gave you and purchase my online beginner martial arts video course. It will first cover the 12 most popular basic martial arts in the empire. After learning the basics, you can choose a school and continue learning its beginner martial arts set. This set of beginner martial arts should be enough for you to handle situations within the next 6 months. Lin Yuechan, then there will be one-on-one offline tutoring. I'll help you analyze your fighting style, tailor a martial arts combination that's most suitable for you, and provide a preliminary explanation. The price is still 10,000 credits per hour. The first time can probably be completed within an hour. It's up to you. When Lin Qiye saw these two messages, he had almost no hesitation. Lin Qiye replied decisively, "Teacher Lin, when are you free?" Although online courses are cheap, they are universal and cannot teach students according to their aptitude. What he lacks most now is a professional mentor to point him in the right direction. The most important thing is to choose the one that suits you best. What's more, that Hanyuan Qigong recommended to him by Lin Yuechan in her last offline get out of class has already brought him great benefits. He even wondered if he could ask Lin Yuechan to recommend another martial art similar to the style of Hanyuan Qigong, easy to get started, extremely difficult to master, and with a very high ceiling? Chapter 71, Meeting the Second Generation of Tiantai Again. Soon, Lin Yuechan's reply came, with a hint of helplessness. Lin Yuechan, I'm fully booked for my regular class schedule this month. If you don't mind, I can spare an hour for you the night after tomorrow, from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Lin Qiye was stunned and secretly astonished. Isn't this teacher Lin too popular? So he quickly replied, "No problem. I'll be there on time the day after tomorrow morning." After finalizing the important matters, Lin Qiye felt a sense of emptiness in his stomach and a strong sense of hunger came over him. He stood up, called Bai Muxi who was reading, and said with a smile, "Wife, let's go eat." Bai Muxi smiled sweetly and said, "The food has been prepared a long time ago. I'll serve it now." She pulled Lin Qiye to sit down at the dining table, then turned and walked into the kitchen. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted out from the kitchen, making Lin Qiye's stomach growl even louder. Bai Muxi walked out laboriously, carrying a huge alloy tray. On the tray was half a roasted cow that was sizzling, golden and crispy. The skin is crispy and the meat inside is tender and fresh. It is sprinkled with secret spices, which makes the aroma very appetizing. "Eat, it's enough for today." Bai Muxi put the huge tray on the table and said proudly. Lin Qiye's eyes widened as he watched. Ever since he started practicing Hanyuan Qigong, his body has become like a bottomless pit, with his demand for energy and food increasing day by day. He didn't hesitate, picked up the knife and fork, and started to eat. He devoured the food like a whirlwind. Bai Muxi sat opposite him, supporting her chin with one hand, watching him eat with tenderness in her eyes. From time to time, she served him food, handed him tissues and drinks, her eyes full of happiness and satisfaction. Soon, only a bare skeleton was left of the half-roasted cow. Bai Muxi was also stunned for a moment when she looked at the bone that was so clean that it looked like it had been licked. Then she asked with concern, "Husband, are you full?" Lin Qiye touched his stomach, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and answered honestly, "It feels a little short." Puff. Bai Muxi looked at Lin Qiye, who looked like a child who had done something wrong, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Her eyebrows were curved like the crescent moon in the sky. "My husband is so awesome, there's more." Having said that, she turned and walked into the kitchen again, and brought out another identical huge tray, on which was another half of a roasted cow that was also roasted to golden brown and juicy. Lin Qiye widened his eyes and a warm feeling surged in his heart. It turned out that my wife had already guessed that I could eat it and made preparations in advance. This meal was a hearty one. When the last beef rib was eaten clean, Lin Qiye finally patted his slightly bulging belly in satisfaction and breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm full. Thank you, my wife." He looked at Bai Muxi, his eyes full of gratitude and love. Bai Muxi had a smile on her face, but she was secretly calculating in her heart. Fortunately, Lin Qiye said yesterday that he couldn't eat enough outside, so he went to the market today to buy a cow and came prepared. But I didn't expect that the amount that had been prepared for a whole day was all eaten by him in just one meal. It seems that I have to go to the vegetable market again later. Supporting a husband who was a big eater and a warrior who was in a period of rapid growth is really a sweet and arduous task. Lin Qiye and Bai Muxi held hands and came to the market in the school's commercial street. There was a rich variety of food here, and people were coming and going, full of the breath of life. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the market, I ran into a group of people. Lin Qiye recognized two of them at a glance: Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, who had performed brilliantly in the entrance examination. In the second stage, this woman and man, leading the students of Tiantai No. 1 Middle School, completely suppressed the gifted class of Haicheng No. 1 Middle School. They are true geniuses. Even Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying had to retreat. Next to them, there was another young man and woman who looked somewhat familiar. They must be in the same class as them. It seems that they all successfully entered Galaxy Martial Arts University and will be classmates from now on. Lin Xiye just glanced at it casually and then looked away. He was not from Tiantai City, so he didn't know these so-called second-generation martial artists and had no interest in currying favor with them, so naturally he didn't bother to pay any attention to them. Qin Xiaoxiao, Lu Jinlong and others also felt Lin Xiye's gaze almost at the same time. They looked at Lin Xiye and Bai Muxi curiously, but there was no emotion in their eyes and they quickly looked away. That boy, I seem to have seen him somewhere before? The tall and thin boy next to Lu Jinlong pondered and said with a frown. The long-haired girl next to him thought for a moment and guessed, I think I've seen him somewhere during the entrance exam. He looks a little familiar, but I can't remember him at all. I don't have any impression of him. The tall, thin boy laughed heartily and said in a superior tone, Chiyu, you have no impression of him. That means this person's information isn't even worth collecting and analyzing. There's a 99% chance that he's just a low-level dark horse who emerged from a small 4th or 5th tier city by chance. Chen Shuyuan nodded in agreement. Well, then, forget about him. I don't understand why the school's admissions policy is like this. Every year, they let a few dark horses like this in, taking up precious admission spots. She curled her lips, her tone tinged with disdain and contempt. And what's the result? Within 2 years, their true colors are revealed. Some sell their bodies for resources, while others can't handle the pressure and have mental breakdowns. Some go crazy or jump off buildings. Every year, there are 1 or 2 like that. As they were talking, they happened to see Lin Xiye and Bai Muxi picking out fresh mutant whole cattle in front of a stall, and the mockery on their faces became even more intense. Heh, he's still eating this kind of primitive food. He's really backward. The boy next to Chuyu laughed. Looking at his genetic potential, it's only a little over 10% at most. He's still at the stage where he can only rely on food to replenish his energy. Xin Xiaoxiao, who had been silent all the time, looked at Lin Xiye's back again, but soon regained her composure. The tall, thin boy echoed, Xiyu is right. Once genetic potential exceeds 11%, the body's energy needs will increase exponentially. Relying solely on food for energy is too inefficient and can no longer keep up with consumption. We must switch to using high-concentration nutrient solution to maintain it. However, how long can someone from a lower-class background sustain the consumption of nutrient solution? In their view, Lin Xiye's future is already clear. He is destined to be ruthlessly eliminated in this institution that gathers the elites from the entire galaxy. Chapter 72: An unexpected encounter in the tutoring class. Lin Xiye had no idea what those talented students from Tiantai No. 1 Middle School thought of him. All his attention at this moment was focused on the fun of selecting ingredients with Bai Muxi. The 2 men finally chose a mutant whole cow that looked the most plump and tender, weighing several hundred pounds. They paid for it and prepared to drag it home directly. At this moment, the middle-aged boss who looked honest and simple and had been selling meat here all year round wiped the oil off his hands and took the initiative to talk. Young man, the boss looked at Lin Xiye and said with the tone of an experienced person, judging from your appetite, I know that you have reached a critical stage in your cultivation. But I have to say one more thing, relying solely on food to obtain energy is still too inefficient, and it will soon not be able to keep up with your consumption. At that time, you must switch to using high-concentration nutrient solution to maintain your energy. As he spoke, he pulled out an electronic business card from under the counter and handed it over. I have a channel here. I can get high-concentration nutrient solution. It's absolutely cheap and large in quantity. I won't cheat you. Do you want to try it? My old customers who have tried it all say it's good. Lin Xiye took the business card, smiled and shook his head. Boss, not yet. I will contact you when I need it. Okay. The boss nodded and didn't force it. Instead, he seemed more enthusiastic. He turned around and took out a thumb-sized bottle filled with light blue liquid from the refrigerator next to him and stuffed it into Lin Xiye's hand. Meeting is fate. I have a 10 milliliters sample bottle here. Take it home and try it, the boss explained with a smile. Don't underestimate its small size. This little bottle has an absorption rate equivalent to eating 10 pounds of beef. If it works for you, come back and see me. The boss has been selling meat here for 40 years. He has grown from a young man who once dreamed of becoming a martial artist and had a promising future to a middle-aged man who inherited the family business of slaughtering pigs and cattle. He has seen more students here than Lin Qiye has eaten cows. As soon as I saw the temperament and attire of the young man and woman in front of me, I knew that they came from the lower class with no background. This kind of student probably hasn't used good nutrient solution much and can still survive by eating food. But as long as they want to continue on the path of martial arts, they will soon encounter a bottleneck in food energy replenishment. Let's make a good relationship now and send some samples out. Maybe we can turn it into a long-term business in the future. Lin Qiye looked at the trial package in his hand, felt the boss's kindness, thanked him again, and then left with Bai Muxi, dragging the huge whole cow, feeling satisfied. 2 days later, at noon. The dormitory was silent, with only the sound of Lin Qiye's steady and long breathing. Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Ding! Hunyuan Yi Qigong level increased. Current level, level 50500. Genetic potential plus 1%. Call. Lin Qiye took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled, as if to expel all the bad air in his body. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 13.1%. Physical fitness, 122 plus. Spirit, 122 plus. Psychic power, 111 plus. Exercises, said 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 55100, Hunyuan Yi Qigong level 50500. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 85. Offspring, 5 incubation. Permission points, 2. Genetic potential has increased by a full 1%. It's now 13.1%. On the system panel, all data have been significantly improved. This is like riding a rocket. Lin Qiye's mind moved, and a cluster of orange-red flames ignited again at his fingertips. On the surface, the size and color of the flames seemed to remain unchanged. But Lin Qiye could clearly feel that the temperature it contained was 2 or 3 points higher than before. The flame was retracted, and the intense feeling of hunger came as expected. As soon as Lin Qiye sat down at the dining table, Bai Muxi came out of the kitchen carrying a huge tray. Come on, come on. This time, on the tray was a whole lamb that was roasted to a crispy outside, tender inside, and fragrant. Starting from yesterday, in order to change her husband's taste, Bai Muxi's menu changed from whole beef to whole lamb. Soon, under Bai Muxi's doting and satisfied smile, Lin Qiye devoured the whole roasted lamb like a whirlwind. He patted his belly contentedly, stood up, and took Bai Muxi's hand. Let's go, wife, buy some groceries. The two came to the market in the school's commercial street again. On the way, Bai Muxi asked softly, Husband, what do you want to eat tonight? Lin Qiye thought for a moment and said, Let's buy a whole cow. I feel like beef has more energy. Bai Muxi nodded, and the two of them came to the familiar beef shop again. On the way, Bai Muxi looked at Lin Qiye's energetic appearance and couldn't help but ask with some concern, Husband, can we really replenish our energy with food alone? Otherwise, should we buy some nutrient solution? I saw online that everyone said that after the genetic potential exceeds 10%, you must start using nutrient solution, otherwise it will affect your cultivation progress. Lin Qiye shook his head, held her hand tightly, and comforted her, Don't use it for now, honey, I think it's absorbed quite well. He thought for a moment and added, I don't know what's going on with me, but it seems a little different from other people's. After eating a whole lamb or a whole cow, I feel warm all over, and my strength is restored. I don't feel any discomfort. After hearing what he said, Bai Muxi could only sigh softly and said, Okay, then you should take care of yourself. If you feel anything wrong, be sure to tell me. In fact, Lin Qiye did not lie. He himself did not know what was going on. Was it the special effect of the new Qigong technique, Hunyuan Yi Qigong? Or was it the radio gymnastics he had cultivated to perfection that was subtly transforming his body? The most likely possibility is one of these two techniques. Or maybe, is it because my physique is just special? Lin Qiye shook his head and stopped worrying about these things that he couldn't understand. If you don't understand something, don't think too much about it, so as not to worry yourself. This is the creed that Lin Qiye has always adhered to. The two soon arrived at the familiar beef shop. Boss, you're here again. When the boss saw Lin Qiye and Bai Muxi, he immediately greeted them warmly. When the boss saw Lin Qiye chose a huge whole cow without hesitation, he couldn't contain his curiosity anymore. He asked while packing up, Handsome boy, let me ask you something. You've been eating whole cows and lambs for so many days in a row. Can your stomach really handle it? I've seen many new warriors who have to go to the hospital to see the gastroenterology department within 3 days of eating like you. Their bodies can't handle it at all. Lin Xie patted his stomach, showing his white teeth, and replied with a smile, "Yes, I feel pretty good, there is no problem with digestion." As he said this, he paid the bill, easily dragged the packaged cow weighing hundreds of pounds with one hand, turned around and walked away, his steps brisk and effortless, as if he was dragging only a bag of cotton. The boss looked at Lin Xie's departing back, subconsciously touched his bald head, and muttered to himself in confusion, "Strange. Really strange. Is he practicing some unconventional technique to strengthen his stomach? But to save a little money on nutrient solution and practice this kind of thing, isn't it more harm than good, putting the cart before the horse?" With his limited knowledge, he was completely unable to understand the strange phenomenon happening to Lin Xie. After returning home, Lin Xie continued to practice every minute. After the progress bar of Hunyuan Qigong advanced more than 100 times, he stopped with a feeling of being unsatisfied. I looked at the time and it was almost 11:30. The time agreed with Lin Yuechan is midnight. It's time to go. Lin Xie changed into the combat uniform he wore when he entered school, said hello to Bai Muxi, and went alone to teaching building number 10 in the core area of the school. The campus late at night is not as quiet as imagined. On the road, you can still see many students wearing various combat uniforms coming and going. They were in a hurry, their expressions focused, some had just come out of the training hall, still covered in sweat and fatigue, some were about to rush to a teaching building, their eyes flashing with a desire for power. Those who are active on campus at this time should all be freshmen like me. Lin Xie sighed inwardly, the cultivation atmosphere here is really strong. Coming to the familiar door of room 2202 again, Lin Xie knocked gently. "Come in." It was still that cold and crisp voice. He pushed the door open and found that there was another person in the training room besides Lin Yuechan. She was a tall girl with short and sleek hair. She was wearing a dark red tight combat uniform that perfectly outlined her youthful and energetic curves. She was facing away from the door, asking Lin Yuechan for advice. Hearing the door open, she and Lin Yuechan turned around together. Lin Xie's pupils shrank slightly. It turned out to be Qin Xiaoxiao, whom I met a few days ago. Chapter 73 Martial Arts Basics. When Qin Xiaoxiao saw Lin Xie, a hint of surprise also appeared on her pretty face. "Do you know each other?" Lin Yuechan looked at the two of them with interest and asked curiously. In her opinion, Qin Xiaoxiao is one of the most outstanding geniuses of this generation of the Qin family in Haicheng, with a prominent family background and extraordinary talents. Could it be that this Lin Xie has some special background that I don't know about? However, Qin Xiaoxiao only glanced at Lin Xie lightly, then retracted her gaze, shook her head at Lin Yuechan, and said calmly, "I don't know him." After she finished speaking, she bowed slightly to Lin Yuechan and said politely, "Thank you, Teacher Lin, for your guidance tonight. I'll take my leave now." Then, she turned and left the training room without saying a word. When Qin Xiaoxiao walked past Lin Xie, a faint fragrance wafted by. But her gaze did not linger at all, as if Lin Xie was just an insignificant passerby. Lin Xie shrugged and didn't care about it. Only when the door of the training room was closed again did Lin Yuechan's gaze return to Lin Xie. Her sharp eyes seemed to see through him from inside out. "Not bad, not bad." Lin Yuechan looked him up and down, nodding with satisfaction. "In just a few days, you've made great progress. It seems you've listened to my advice and started practicing slaying Sun Qigong?" Lin Xie felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He didn't expect that Lin Yuechan had seen it wrong. However, seeing that Lin Xie didn't say anything, Lin Yuechan thought that he agreed, and the satisfaction on her face became even stronger. "Very good, your comprehension is even higher than I expected. It seems this technique is very suitable for you. Then after school starts, you can take my course. At Galaxy Martial Arts University, taking a teacher's main course is equivalent to becoming that teacher's disciple and being considered a registered disciple. Judging from your current situation, your genetic potential should be around 12% or 13%, right? As a 10-star extraordinary warrior, her spiritual perception is so sharp that she can even clearly feel the new, weak but extremely pure fire elemental power in Lin Xie's body. This made her more confident in her judgment. Okay, let's get back to the point." Lin Yuechan got straight to the point. There are several supporting martial arts for slaying Sun Qigong. First, you should practice the technique for me. That way, I can judge your current level of control over spiritual energy and choose the most suitable martial arts for you. Lin Xie felt his scalp tingling when he heard her words. This is a huge misunderstanding. He could only bite the bullet and explain, Teacher Yue-chan, I practice the Hun Yuan I Qigong. Lin Yue-chan raised her eyebrows, the smile on her face froze instantly, and she looked at him in surprise. You said you were practicing the Hun Yuan I Qigong? That's not right, then the fire elemental power in your body. Could it be that you have already enlightened? Lin Xie nodded reluctantly. At that moment, Lin Yue-chan looked at Lin Xie as if she was looking at a monster. What kind of understanding is this? In less than a week, you have practiced Hun Yuan I Qigong to the level of enlightenment? Is it really such a coincidence that he is the one in a million who has a physique that is perfectly compatible with Hun Yuan I Qigong? Anyway, at the moment, this seems to be the only possible explanation. You, rehearse it for me. Lin Yue-chan's tone trembled slightly, a tone she herself hadn't noticed. Lin Xie did as he was told and slowly performed the level 4 Hun Yuan I Qigong in the center of the training ground. He deliberately restrained himself so as not to shock Lin Yue-chan too much. However, as he practiced, Lin Yue-chan's eyes widened and she exclaimed in amazement. This smooth and flowing movement, this perfected spiritual energy. When Lin Xie finished his training and stood still, Lin Yue-chan looked at him with an extremely complicated expression. Monster! What a monster! Lin Yue-chan looked at Lin Xie and muttered to herself. But soon, the shock in her eyes was replaced by a more complex and cautious look. It was true, Lin Xie was a martial arts genius. However, in the Galaxy Martial Arts University, which brings together the elites of the entire galaxy, martial arts geniuses are not uncommon. In the pioneering era 300 or 400 years ago, comprehension was the most important factor in determining a warrior's upper limit. But in today's 0755 galaxy, martial arts have long entered the industrial age. As the saying goes, if you don't have enough understanding, you can make up for it with resources. How far a person can go on the road of martial arts is certainly determined by comprehension, but resources, especially at the warrior stage, are even more important than comprehension. Not to mention, genius is often accompanied by various problems. The Lin Xie in front of him had an almost paranoid habit. He only chose simple and introductory skills. In her opinion, this is almost equivalent to a sign of weak martial arts will. Such people may be able to make rapid progress in the early stages with their talents, but once they encounter a bottleneck, they will need to rely on strong will to overcome it. For example, the crucial martial intentions stage in martial arts is likely to fall into great difficulties or even become devastated. Since Lin Xie chose the path of Hun Yuan I Qigong and showed such amazing adaptability, she had no right to give him any more warnings. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more independent-minded, unlike me when I was young and only obeyed the arrangements of my family and teachers. Thinking of this, Lin Yue-chan suppressed her unnecessary emotions and stopped worrying about the technique. She calmed herself down and brought the topic back on track. Okay, let's talk about martial arts. Do you have any martial arts experience before? Lin Xie shook his head honestly. No, I have only practiced radio gymnastics and 8 treasures kung fu, and have not learned any offensive martial arts. After listening to this, Lin Yue-chan shook her head helplessly and sighed. Do high schools nowadays really not teach anything? They don't even teach the most basic martial arts skills. It's good that you're a blank slate, so I don't have to help you correct your bad habits. She calmed herself down, her expression turned serious, and she began to explain the basics of martial arts to Lin Xie. Martial arts are methods of utilizing one's own strength. There are countless martial arts techniques, and they are all based on the most basic force-generating techniques. While knives, guns, sticks, and clubs may seem ever-changing, they actually all have the same basic principles. So-called weapons are nothing more than the lengthening of your arms and the sharpening of your fists. Once you understand the principles of boxing, you will know how to chop, slash, thrust, and pierce, all of which are variations of punching. Once you master the footwork, you will be able to leap, move, dodge, and turn, and only then will you be able to drive the weapon and achieve its full potential. Therefore, the foundation of all martial arts must begin with fists and footwork. Fists are an extension of attack, and footwork is the foundation of strength. Without a solid foundation, everything else is just a castle in the air. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yue-chan moved. Chapter 74, Martial Arts Will. Lin Yue-chan stepped on the ground seemingly casually, and her whole body floated several meters away like a weightless fallen leaf. Her steps were light and graceful, yet full of mystery. Then, she lowered her waist and punched straight out. There was no earth-shaking noise, no dazzling light effects. It's just such a simple punch, each move, yet it's full of an indescribable sense of rhythm. It seems as if every movement has been honed through thousands of trials and tribulations, perfectly mobilizing the strength of the whole body. A set of boxing techniques combined with footwork is performed smoothly and in one go. When she retracted her fist and stood still, the invisible sharpness slowly dissipated. Did you see clearly? This is the basic boxing technique and the basic footwork. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xie and spoke slowly. These are the universal basic martial arts officially promulgated by the empire, and they are also the foundation of all martial arts. Don't underestimate them because they are low level and basic. In fact, they are far more important than the radio gymnastics you practice. Aside from a few large families with long-standing traditions who have been taught secret martial arts since childhood, 99% of the warriors in the empire practice these two basic martial arts to the level of mastery before choosing subsequent martial arts schools based on their own characteristics. She said slowly, I'll practice it again. Watch carefully. Then you can try it. With your comprehension, you might be able to get the hang of it quickly. Being there in person is certainly 10 times better than VR, and 1,000 times better than watching a digital video. Lin Xie thought to himself, Teacher Yuechan, you think too highly of me. An hour passed quickly. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xie's clumsy demonstration and frowned tightly. Unexpectedly, Lin Xie's performance was among the worst among all the students she had taught. This was totally different from what she expected. His movements were stiff, his footwork was disordered, his punches were soft and powerless, and he couldn't even find the most basic force. In 1 hour, even if you don't learn all the basic boxing and basic footwork, at least you should have learned the form. But Lin Xie's performance was unexpectedly poor. Lin Yuechan shook her head, a look of disappointment barely concealed on her face. She said, It seems your martial arts talent is very poor, very poor. You might want to consider carefully whether you should become a theoretical martial arts scholar. Perhaps this path is more suitable for you. Lin Yuechan did not hide anything, nor did she give him any face. In her opinion, it is better to speak more harshly now than to lead him astray in the future and waste his talent in martial arts. Lin Xie touched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and asked, Is it so serious? Serious? Lin Yuechan's tone became even more stern. Let me tell you this. The girl you saw just now was learning the A-level martial art, red sword technique, from me. In the first hour, she was already able to perform the sword technique in a form. Although she's still immature, she's already established herself. Her sharp eyes fell on Lin Xie, and she continued to attack him without hesitation. And you only learned the most basic boxing and footwork. An hour has passed, and you can't even stand steadily or find the right strength. What do you think? Lin Xie shook his head helplessly and did not refute. In Lin Yuechan's view, his appearance was an admission of his own incompetence, and the disappointment in her heart increased a little. However, Lin Xie was secretly muttering in his heart. Okay, I admit that I was just a little slow in getting started. Poor talent? After I go back and activate these two basic skills in the system. It depends on how quickly I finish it. Seeing Lin Xie's calm and composed look, Lin Yuechan's anger of hating iron for not becoming steel dissipated a lot. She shook her head, knowing that talking any further would be useless. Never mind. The way of martial arts depends on fate. It cannot be forced. She calmed herself down and said businesslike, the boxing and footwork I'm practicing here today will be automatically captured and recorded by the training room's intelligence system. Within 24 hours, a dedicated VR instructional video will be generated. You can then pay to download it and learn from my movements. This immersive teaching method will definitely be much more effective than watching those old digital videos. She paused, a hint of pride in her tone, then quickly turned serious. Of course, when I was practicing just now, I also incorporated my own martial arts will. You can watch the VR video repeatedly, which will help you understand the fist will and step will. However, compared to the martial arts will of that martial god Lingzhan, my martial arts will is only as different as a firefly and a bright moon. It's up to you to decide which method you choose to learn. God of War Lingzhan? What does that mean? Lin Xie looked confused when he heard this. Lin Yuechan was stunned for a moment, looking at his confused and curious eyes, before she suddenly reacted. Once again, I subconsciously mistook him for one of those children from aristocratic families. She quickly explained, the official instructional videos for basic boxing and basic footwork come from the main star of Taurus. They were personally recorded and practiced by His Majesty, the martial god Lingzhan, one of Taurus's first pioneers. This is common knowledge known to most martial arts families. The first pioneers of Taurus? The god of war Ling Zhan? Lin Xiye's eyes widened instantly, and a huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. Taurus Trailblazer. That person is not even on the same level as the pioneer of the 0755 galaxy. If we say that the pioneers of the 0755 galaxy were the brave pioneers who drove advanced starships and used mature skills to conquer the surrounding star fields after the Galactic Empire had established a stable territory on the main star of Taurus, then, the first pioneers of Taurus were the founders who, relying on their most primitive flesh and blood bodies and simple spacecraft, carved out a bloody path for the Empire in Taurus and laid the foundation for the main star when the Empire was facing the completely unknown Taurus starfield and even the main star had not yet been determined. They are true myths, names engraved at the top of the Taurus History Monument. And the god of war is a myth among myths. It can be said that it was because of these first pioneers that there were later pioneers of various star systems such as the 0755 galaxy. Lin Yuechan looked at the uncontrollable shock and yearning in Lin Xiye's eyes and continued, "That was just a digital video recorded using the oldest technology. The picture quality is crude and far less immersive than the popular VR holographic tutorials nowadays. For ordinary people, VR may be better, but for a genius like you with a high level of understanding of martial arts, watching the official original version may give you a chance to feel the boundless will of the martial god." Her voice unconsciously laced with reverence. When martial god Ling Zhan demonstrates his punches and kicks in the video, it contains his martial god level martial arts will. Even in the most ancient recordings, that will has not completely dissipated. If you can comprehend even a tiny bit from it, it will have immeasurable benefits for your future martial arts path. Now, the top student in our Galaxy Martial Arts University's warrior grade is someone who has comprehended a trace of the martial god's martial spirit and integrated it into his own martial spirit, becoming invincible in his own class. After saying this, Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xiye's confused look and couldn't help but laugh at herself in her heart. What am I doing? Looking at his clumsy and uncoordinated hands and feet just now, he couldn't even master the most basic form, let alone comprehend the illusory martial arts will that is harder than climbing to the sky. Giving him hope may only make him aim too high and fall even harder. Chapter 075 Basic Boxing, Add Points. Of course, Lin Yuechan changed the subject and returned her gaze to Lin Xiye. The set of punches I just performed also carried my martial spirit. Compared to the martial god Ling Zhan, it's the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, not worth mentioning. But precisely because of this, my martial spirit is easier for beginners like you to perceive and comprehend. As for those so-called learn basic boxing techniques in 1 day and learn explosive punch in 3 days courses on the market, they're all just hype and attention-grabbing garbage. They're completely useless and are nothing more than a scam to trick people into clicking on them and signing up for courses. Lin Yuechan looked at his pensive expression and couldn't bear it after all. She kindly reminded him, "I personally suggest that you start with my VR teaching video. It's more suitable for your current stage." "Okay, thank you, teacher." Lin Xiye nodded solemnly. Walking out of the training room, the cool breeze of the late night blew on his face, making his confused mind clearer. He stood in the corridor, thinking back to what he had experienced in the past hour, and suddenly felt a little amused and helpless. I spent 10,000 credit points, and it seems like I learned nothing? If he had known that he would only be taught basic boxing and basic footwork, he wouldn't have had to spend this money in vain. However, when Lin Xiye changed his mind, the depression in his heart disappeared. If it weren't for Lin Yuechan's words, I really wouldn't have known so much information. Information is the most valuable. From this perspective, the 10,000 credit points were well spent. Back in the dormitory on the 298th floor, the warm lights dispelled the chill of the night. Bai Muxi hadn't slept yet and was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Seeing Lin Xiye coming back, she hurried over to greet him and asked with concern, "Husband, how is it? Have you chosen your martial arts?" Lin Xiye changed his shoes, walked over to sit next to her, and told her everything about tonight's class. When Bai Muxi heard that Lin Yuechan was teaching basic boxing and basic footwork, a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. "So Galaxy Martial Arts University is also like this," she said with some surprise. "I originally thought that only third-rate martial arts universities like the one I got into would require students to first master the basic boxing and basic footwork techniques, and then choose advanced martial arts styles based on their individual abilities. I didn't expect that even a martial arts holy place like Galaxy Martial Arts University would follow the same approach." Lin Xiye nodded, and then told Bai Muxi about the god of war Ling Zhan and the will of martial arts. However, after listening to this, Bai Muxi just shook her head slightly, with a hint of understanding in her eyes. Our teacher never mentioned this to us, she said softly. We were using the VR teaching videos the teacher recorded himself. It's probably because, with our level of understanding, the teacher felt that even if he mentioned it, it would be the same as not saying it at all. Or maybe our teacher hasn't grasped that martial spirit either. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. In the living room of the dormitory, Lin Qiye replayed Lin Yuechan's VR teaching video over and over again. He disassembled, analyzed, and imitated every movement and every detail of the force. During these 5 days, he hardly slept and put all his energy into these two most basic martial arts. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and moved his body. No longer as stiff and clumsy as at the beginning, his footsteps, though still unfamiliar, had a certain method to them. His punches, though still soft, had a sense of exerting force. After he stumbled through the entire set of basic boxing and basic footwork, he immediately calmed down and looked at his system panel. Kung Fu, basic boxing unlocked, basic footwork unlocked. Getting started. An expression of irrepressible joy appeared on his face. Finally. Lin Qiye let out a long sigh and relaxed completely. However, this mental relaxation caused the fatigue accumulated over the past 5 days to surge in like a tide. He just felt his head was swollen, as if it was stuffed with a tangled mess, heavy and dizzy. He subconsciously practiced the Hunyuan Yi Qigong, and a stream of pure energy flowed through his body, slightly dispelling the fatigue in his body. However, the drowsiness that came from deep within his mind did not subside at all. No way. He felt his eyelids were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he staggered towards the bedroom, almost falling onto the bed. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep, even snoring softly. Bai Muxi walked out quietly and looked at his sleeping face, her eyes full of heartache. She gently covered Lin Qiye with a thin quilt, then sat on the edge of the bed, gently stretched out her hand, and gently stroked her still flat belly without any bulge. Dad works so hard, so he's setting a good example for our baby, right? I don't know how long I slept, but when Lin Qiye slowly woke up, the sky outside the window was already bright again. He suddenly jumped up from the bed without any hesitation. His first reaction was to calm his mind and open the system panel. Kung Fu, basic boxing unlocked, basic footwork unlocked. A gleam flashed in his eyes. System, use permission points to unlock basic boxing and basic footwork. Ding. Consuming 1 permission point, basic boxing has been unlocked. Ding. Consume 1 permission point, basic footwork has been unlocked. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Qiye felt a loud bang in his mind, as if 2 locked doors were pushed open in an instant. All the force-generating techniques, footwork changes, and essential techniques of basic boxing and basic footwork were integrated in an instant, and were deeply imprinted in his mind like an innate instinct. Basic boxing, level 1010. Basic steps, level 1010. Looking at the clear progress bar on the system panel, Lin Qiye felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart. Really? Just like the original radio gymnastics. As the most basic skill, it only takes 10 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Level 10 is the maximum level. It means perfection. Chapter 76 made? I've just gotten started. If I try to comprehend the martial spirit now, I'm guessing it will be the same as before, and I'll gain nothing. It's better to level up your basic martial arts skills first. 5 days ago, when Lin Qiye started practicing basic boxing, he first watched the ancient martial god video. However, after 2 days, he felt dizzy and had no understanding at all. He felt that if he kept staring at the blurry digital video, he wouldn't know when he got started. Maybe a month? 2 months? He can't afford to waste this time. Under such circumstances, he decisively changed direction and turned to watch the VR teaching video recorded by Lin Yuechan. When watching Lin Yuechan's VR, he also did not feel the martial spirit she mentioned. But we have to admit that Lin Yuechan's VR video is much more detailed than the old digital video, and every detail of the movement is clearly visible. The difficulty of learning is 100 times easier. It was under such circumstances that Lin Qiye successfully mastered the basic boxing and basic footwork to the entry level in the next 3 days and 3 nights. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye couldn't wait to jump off the bed. Come to the center of the living room and get ready. Start. He began to practice basic boxing. From now on, he doesn't have to think about whether the movements are right or wrong, nor does he have to worry about the details of the force. He only needs to perform the entire set of boxing techniques to complete 1 training session. The movement was so fast that it almost left an afterimage, and the wind from the fist was whistling. Set. Another set. Basic Boxing, Level 1-1-10. Basic Boxing, Level 1-2-10. Just 1 hour later, when he finished the 10th punch, the familiar system prompt sound came as expected. Ding! Basic Boxing Level Up. Current level, Level 2020. At that moment, Lin Xie felt a sudden shock in his mind. It was as if there was a little person exactly like him, practicing the basic boxing technique over and over again in his spiritual world. Every movement of the little man is extremely standard, and every exertion of force is just right. His understanding of basic boxing instantly became more than 10 times deeper than before. So this is how you exert force. This move can be connected like this. Countless obstacles that were previously unclear suddenly became clear. Lin Xie showed a bright smile on his face. He increased the speed of his boxing again, and he seemed to have turned into a tireless whirlwind, practicing continuously in the living room. Complete one set, and it counts as one time. It's that simple, rough, and efficient. Bai Muxi just sat quietly beside him, looking at him gently. She has never been able to understand how her husband has become what he is today. He was not even a quasi-warrior, but in just 1 month, he became a warrior. Just a few days ago, his movements were so clumsy that he couldn't even stand steadily. But now, although his boxing style was very chaotic, it felt completely different from yesterday, as if he had become a different person. Although the speed was a bit absurd and it looked like he was hitting randomly, Bai Muxi could vaguely feel it. My husband's boxing skills seem to have improved more significantly now than they did an hour ago. That invisible sense of rhythm and coordination of power, although still very weak, are becoming smooth and natural at a speed visible to the naked eye. Could it be? Is this a genius? Even fighting can improve? After staying with Lin Xie for a long time, Bai Muxi felt that her entire worldview was about to be distorted. She recalled the time when she was in school and had practiced hard for several days to master a force-generating technique but still couldn't get it right. Look at this man in front of me who seems to be cheating. Bai Muxi couldn't help but sigh softly in her heart. Sometimes, you really can't compare yourself with a genius, otherwise it will really make you angry to death. 5 hours later. Ding! Basic Boxing Level Up. Current level, Level 4040. With each level increase, Lin Xie could clearly feel the subtle and profound changes taking place in his body. His muscles became tougher, his bones became denser, and with every punch he threw, the transmission of force was smoother and more efficient than before. He immediately checked the system panel, and sure enough, his physical and mental values had improved significantly. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 13.4%. Physical fitness, 127+. Spirit, 127+. Psychic power, 114+. Kung Fu, 128th set of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 55100, Hunyuan Yi Qigong level 50500, basic boxing level 4040, basic footwork 010. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 85. Offspring, 5 incubation. The genetic potential has also been improved. In his previous understanding, exercises were used to enhance genetic potential, while martial arts were simply methods of using strength. But now it seems that things are not that simple. Martial arts will, in turn, deeply transform and optimize the warrior's body. Adjust every muscle and every tendon to the most suitable state for exerting force. Thus, the potential hidden deep inside is stimulated. At the same time, the little man in my mind's mind was punching in a completely different way than at the beginning. Each move was steady and powerful, with a hint of sharpness in the air, no longer the soft and limp form it had been at the beginning. Call. He finished his training and stood still. A strong feeling of weakness and hunger instantly swept over his body, more intense than ever before. I'm so hungry. He rushed to the dining table and saw Bai Muxi had already prepared a delicious roasted whole lamb. Lin Xie picked up the knife and fork and started to eat it all up. However, after eating the whole roasted lamb, he found that his hunger was only slightly relieved and his stomach was still empty. He remembered the bottle of nutrient solution that the butcher had given him, took it out, and drank it without hesitation. A stream of pure energy dissolved in his abdomen, but to his body, which was like a black hole at the moment, it was like drizzle falling into a dry lake, causing only a few ripples before disappearing without a trace. Hubby, this. Bai Muxi looked at his still unsatisfied expression and said worriedly, how about, we buy some nutrient solution? Your body won't be able to handle this. Lin Xie shook his head, held her hand, and comforted her, it's okay, honey. I feel I can still digest it. It's not time to use nutrient solution yet. He felt the state of his body and pondered, if one sheep isn't enough, then let's add a cow. The main thing is that the energy consumption of boxing is much greater than practicing internal cultivation techniques, and it requires more energy to replenish. Lin Xie and Bai Muxi had just walked out of the apartment and were about to go to the market to buy things. Coincidentally, the door of the room next to theirs, which was only separated by a door, also slid open with a swish at almost the same time. A round figure walked out from inside. He was a young man who looked about the same age, with a plump figure, a kind smile on his face, and a pair of small eyes that showed a bit of shrewdness. He glanced at Lin Xie, then turned his gaze to the gentle and lovely Bai Muxi beside him. Undisguised envy suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he gave Lin Xie a thumbs up. Dude, sure, you have some strong connections, you can even bring a maid to live here. Chapter 77 Qian Kuan's Doubts. Lin Xie and Bai Muxi were instantly petrified on the spot. Maid? Lin Xie looked down at Bai Muxi, who was gentle and considerate, taking care of everything for him, and then thought of the whole cow and sheep she prepared for him every day. For a moment, he actually felt that what the other party said seemed to make a little sense. Of course, this thought only flashed through my mind. He looked at the outgoing fat man with a mixture of laughter and tears, not knowing how to explain. Bai Muxi's cheeks suddenly turned red, spreading from her cheeks to her small ears. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She subconsciously hid behind Lin Xie and gently pulled the corner of his clothes. Well, she is my wife. Lin Xie cleared his throat and corrected. Ha! The smile on the fat man's face froze instantly, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. He looked up and down at Lin Xie and Bai Muxi again carefully, and the expression on his face quickly changed from the initial envy to a complex look mixed with shock, horror, and awe. Wife. On the 298th floor, there are basically only freshmen left, and it is unlikely that there are any old students. Even if the old students are not good enough, they are basically around the 200th floor. As for getting married at this age, he really couldn't think of any other possibility except for political marriages between big families. It turns out, it's not about strong connections. It was so hard that I couldn't even imagine it. This guy, could he be the heir to some hidden wealthy family, here to experience school life? Thinking of this, the expression on the fat man's face suddenly changed 180 degrees, and his previous familiarity turned into humility. He said with an apologetic look on his face, "So it's my sister-in-law. My apologies. I was blind to the truth. Sister-in-law, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Then, he turned to Lin Xie with a big smile on his face and extended his hand enthusiastically. "Hello, sir. My name is Qian Kuan, please take care of me in the future. If there is anything I need you to run errands for, just let me know." Looking at Qian Kuan, whose attitude changed so quickly, he had no idea what he was up to. Lin Xie shook hands with him. "Hello, my name is Lin Xie." Qian Kuan quickly opened his personal terminal and enthusiastically handed over his electronic business card. "Brother Lin, add me as a friend, and keep in touch." Lin Xie added him as a friend, and the three of them walked towards the elevator together. As he walked, Qian Kuan introduced himself non-stop with Brother Lin. "My family makes Jian Bailey nutrient solution, and we're the general agent for Tianmen province. If you and your sister-in-law need nutrient solution in the future, just come to me. I'll definitely give you the cost price. I'm not looking for money, I just want to make friends with you, Brother Lin. I'll have to rely on your care in school in the future." Just then, a figure walked out of the elevator. She was a girl wearing a black tight combat uniform. She was tall, had neat short hair, a stern face, and exuded a cold aura that kept strangers away. When she saw Lin Xie, Bai Muxi and Qian Kuan walking towards the elevator, her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes without any concealment. She didn't say anything, but just walked past them without looking at them. Qian Kuan glanced back at the girl's back and curled his lips in disdain. "This is the girl next door to us, the local Tyla. You know this too?" Lin Xie was suddenly curious. They had just moved in not long ago, but this fat man actually knew all the details about their neighbors. Qian Kuan snorted, his tone filled with disdain. "These local Tyla guys are so arrogant, they look down on us from other provinces. Look at the look she gave us just now, it was like she was looking at garbage. She wished we would stay away from her and not dirty her place." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie just smiled and didn't say much. He was no stranger to this kind of regional discrimination, which seemed unavoidable no matter in which world or era. Seeing that Lin Xie didn't care, Qian Kuan couldn't stop talking. He snorted and said, "So what if he's from Terra? He still has to live next door to us." Then, Qian Kuan quickly added, "But Brother Lin, you must be different. With your status and living on the 298th floor, you must be here to visit incognito and experience life." Lin Xie was at a loss for words and was too lazy to explain. The three of them walked out of the elevator, and Qian Kuan said goodbye warmly. "Brother Lin, sister-in-law, I'm going to the training hall first. See you later." Looking at Qian Kuan's departing back, Bai Muxi whispered to Lin Xie, "Hubby, this Qian Kuan seems too enthusiastic." Lin Xie nodded and said softly, "This Qian Kuan, perhaps he really does come from a wealthy family. He's very clever and definitely not as simple as he appears. Perhaps he's just habitually looking around and making connections." He paused, then added, "No matter what, as long as they don't have any bad intentions towards us." On the other side, Shen Kuan, who was walking alone on the road, had his mind racing. This Lin Xie is very strange. Lin Xie, last name Lin, it's a common surname. Which city is the Lin family from? Getting married at such a young age, according to common sense, this kind of political marriage to consolidate interests would only happen between those top aristocratic families. For people from other classes, getting married during this golden age of cultivation is simply not worth the loss, and it is simply impossible for them to do such a thing. However, he couldn't see any of the background that children from aristocratic families should have in Lin Xie and Bai Muxi. Instead, they looked more like ordinary people? Maybe the other person is too low-key and deliberately hides his identity, or maybe your class is too low to be seen? Qian Kuan shook his head and didn't pursue the matter any further. He was born in a wealthy family and had been influenced by his father since childhood. His father's teachings had long been engraved in his bones: never easily offend anyone who you can't see through. His family motto is to make many friends and few enemies. It never hurts to get to know the people first. Soon, Lin Xie and Bai Muxi dragged the three processed mutant cattle and sheep back to the student dormitory building. As I walked into the lobby, an elevator door slowly slid open and was about to close. "Quick!" Lin Xie quickly quickened his pace and rushed over, dragging the heavy ingredients. After all, if you miss the elevator here, you will have to wait for a while, so it would be best to catch one immediately. Moreover, he saw that there was only one girl standing in front of the elevator door. The elevator stopped on the first floor, the door opened, and the girl walked into the elevator first. She turned around, and her cold gaze met Lin Xie's. It's Su Qingying. Chapter 78: Su Qingying's Contempt. When Su Qingying saw Lin Xie and Bai Muxi walk in, her pretty face was slightly stunned. After the two came in, the elevator door slowly closed and began to rise silently. Lin Xie pressed the button for the 298th floor. Su Qingying just glanced at the lit number, then looked away and returned to her icy and silent appearance, as if she was the only one in the entire elevator. But in her heart, she couldn't help but think to herself, 298th floor, so weak. You are so weak, and you are in a husband and wife relationship. Why don't you practice well? What a waste. The elevator rose rapidly in silence, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 275th floor. Su Qingying walked out without saying a word and never looked at them again. Bai Muxi finally breathed a sigh of relief when the elevator door closed again. She whispered to Lin Xie, "Honey, that girl just now was Su Qingying from the gifted class at Haicheng No. 1 Middle School, right?" Lin Xie glanced at her in surprise. "You know that too?" Bai Muxi nodded and explained in a low voice, "Mu Jie told me that she is the iceberg goddess of their school." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie just smiled. An ice goddess? What does it have to do with him? He could clearly feel that Bai Muxi beside him seemed to have a hint of uneasiness and jealousy. Lin Xie couldn't understand what was going on in a woman's mind, but he knew what to do. He stretched out his arms, embraced Bai Muxi in his arms, lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "What iceberg goddess? In my eyes, they are just rosy skeletons that will be trampled under my feet in the future. I only have one goddess from the beginning to the end." Bai Muxi's cheeks flushed red, her heart pounding, but she still muttered knowingly, Who? Lin Xie didn't answer, but hugged her tighter, lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. The elevator rose steadily, and in the enclosed space, the ambiguous atmosphere quickly heated up. Bite. The elevator stopped at the 298th floor and the door slowly opened. Even after walking out of the elevator, Bai Muxi's legs were still a little weak and her cheeks were so red that they looked like blood was about to drip out. She glared at Lin Xie in embarrassment and angrily said in an almost inaudible voice, "There are surveillance cameras in the elevator. After returning to the room, Lin Xie was not idle while waiting for Bai Muxi to cook. He decided to stop his high-intensity boxing training until his body's energy was replenished. At this time, he recalled what Lin Yuechan said about martial arts will. Now, he has upgraded basic boxing to level 4, and his understanding of this martial art has changed a lot. He had an idea and opened the ancient martial god video again. I want to see if I can gain any new insights by observing it again at my current level. On the light screen, the figure of the god of war Ling Zhan appeared again. It's still the same blurry picture quality, and it's still the same plain and simple boxing style. Lin Xie stared intently, completely immersing himself in it. However, an hour later, the aroma of sizzling roasted beef wafted from the kitchen, and Bai Muxi's voice rang out, "Honey, dinner is ready." Lin Xie shook his dizzy head inside. "It's blank, nothing." Lin Xie muttered to himself, could it be that the level 4 basic boxing technique is still too low? How about, wait until I reach level 10 and see? Or maybe it's because the level of the basic footwork isn't up to par, so the boxing and footwork aren't in harmony, so I can't comprehend it? He was secretly calculating in his mind. Anyway, at the current speed of cultivation, it won't take long to master these two basic martial arts to the maximum level 10. Let us level up first. Thinking of this, Lin Xie stopped hesitating, turned off the martial god video, and walked towards the dining table. Fill your stomach first, then continue to work hard. After eating this roasted whole cow, Lin Xie finally felt that the hunger in his stomach was filled and his body's energy became full again. Without any delay, he immediately plunged into a new round of training. This time, he alternated between basic boxing and basic footwork. In the living room, his figure sometimes looked like a tiger descending from the mountain, with whistling fists, sometimes like a civet cat catching a mouse, with light steps. Although he was still frantically refreshing the progress bar, as his level increased, his movements were no longer as clumsy as they were at the beginning, and there was gradually a sense of coordination and coherence between his moves. Time flies quickly during focused practice. Seeing how hard Lin Xie worked, Bai Muxi also started to practice the 8 treasures skill. She wondered when she would be able to break through 10% of her genetic potential. 5 days later. Ding! Basic boxing level up. Current level, level 10 max. Ding! Basic footwork level increased. Current level, level 10 max. When the last system prompt sounded in his mind, Lin Xie suddenly retracted his fist and stood still. His bones all over his body made a series of crackling sounds, and an unprecedented sense of powerful strength emerged from his limbs. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes in just a few days. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 14.9%. Physical fitness, 140 plus. Spirit, 140 plus. Psychic power, 120 plus. Gymnastics, 128th set of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 55100, Hunyuan Qigong level 50500, basic boxing level 10 max, basic footwork level 10 max. Genetic potential soared directly to 14.9%. Both physical and mental strength have exceeded 140 points. The speed of this improvement is simply terrifying. He slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind, the little man who looked exactly like him began to practice boxing and footwork again. This time, the villain's movements have reached perfection. Every punch contains the most refined force-generating technique, every step follows the most mysterious rhythm. Fists and steps are perfectly integrated and can no longer be distinguished from each other. Is this the state of perfection? Lin Xie murmured to himself. He took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor changed. If he was a rough jade before, now this rough jade has been polished to its brilliance. He did not test his own strength immediately, but instead immediately opened the teaching video of the god of war Ling Zhan again. This time, when the figure of the god of war Ling Zhan appeared on the light curtain, the world in Lin Xie's eyes is a little different. Chapter 79, Martial Arts Will? When the figure of the god of war Ling Zhan appeared on the light screen again, the world in Lin Xie's eyes was completely different. It was no longer a simple, blurry image, no longer a simple, repetitive set of actions. With the help of 2 basic martial arts that had reached perfection, he was finally able to barely understand the essence of the form practiced by the god of war. More importantly, he could vaguely sense that behind every seemingly ordinary action, there was an unfathomable meaning as vast as the sea of stars. That feeling is so mysterious. It was like a son of the plains who had never seen a mountain, standing on the plateau for the first time. Through the thick clouds, thousands of miles away, he saw the outline of a huge mountain shrouded in mist. He knew that it was a mountain, real, majestic and magnificent. He could feel the invisible oppression brought by the giant mountain and imagine its majestic posture reaching into the sky and overlooking the earth. But he was too far away from the mountain. Not to mention the delusion of climbing to the top of the mountain and looking down on all the other mountains. Even actually walking to the foot of that giant mountain is still a very far and hopeless distance away. The road leading to the foot of the mountain was shrouded in thick fog. He couldn't find the direction at all, and didn't even know where to take the first step. He stared at the video intently, immersing his spirit, thoughts, and perceptions in it without reservation. He was like a greedy sponge, trying to catch even the slightest ripple from the vast ocean of meaning. He tried to imitate, not only the form of the action, but also the invisible meaning. He imagined himself to be the god of war in the video, and imagined that every punch and kick of his contained the power to suppress the galaxy and create the world. However, this attempt brings about huge mental exhaustion and burden. That martial arts will was too majestic, too pure, and too advanced. His current mental strength was like a small teacup, trying to hold the entire ocean. Every attempt made him feel that his spiritual world was shaking violently, as if it would burst and crushed by that vast will at any time. Time passes by without us noticing. 10 minutes later, Lin Chia suddenly trembled all over, as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale in an instant, and his forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. He frowned and forced himself out of the nearly collapsed state of observation. He felt as if his head was about to split open. There was a buzzing sound, and even double vision appeared in front of his eyes. This is a sign of severe mental exhaustion. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to practice Hunyuan I Qigong. The pure spiritual energy slowly flowed, nourishing his exhausted spirit, and the tearing pain gradually eased. No, absolutely not. Lin Chia shook his head with a wry smile. He immediately calmed down and checked the system, only to see that there was indeed a new row of entries at the bottom of the list of skills. Martial arts will? Uninitiated. Looking at this line of text, Lin Chia was not discouraged at all. Instead, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Even the name is a series of question marks, but the system has already given an entry. This proves that this road really exists and is feasible. However, at his current level, it is indeed a pipe dream and a fantasy to want to directly comprehend the martial arts will of the martial god level. The martial god's mountain is too high, so high that I can't even see the foot of the mountain. I can't climb it for the time being. Lin Chia muttered to himself, a flash of enlightenment in his eyes. In that case, then, let's find a small hill to test the water first? The image of a cool figure wearing a black combat uniform, with an upright posture and sharp eyes immediately emerged in his mind. Lin Yuechan. Although Lin Yuechan herself said that her martial spirit compared to the martial god was as different as a firefly and the bright moon, the difference was as great as heaven and earth. But precisely because of this, it is easier to be perceived, understood, and touched. The martial arts will of an extraordinary warrior, no matter how weak it is still the true martial arts will. It has transcended the constraints of form and stepped into the threshold of meaning. To him, the giant mountain of the god of war was too far away and too unreal. Although Lin Yuechan's small hill was not high, it was visible and tangible to him, and it was the first step he could hope to climb. Thinking of this, Lin Chia no longer had any hesitation. He opened Lin Yuechan's VR video without hesitation. His vision went dark, and when it came back on, the surrounding environment had changed from the cozy dormitory to room 2202 of teaching building number 10, which was familiar to him. In the three-dimensional and clear image, Lin Yuechan stood quietly in the center of the training ground. As the video played, she moved. This time, in Lin Chia's eyes, her every move became clearer than ever before. With two perfect level basic martial arts, he could easily see through the forced trajectory of her every movement and understand the core secrets of her every step. More importantly, he could clearly feel that every punch Lin Yuechan threw was accompanied by a scorching and swift aura, as if it was going to ignite and detonate the surrounding air in an instant. It was a will full of aggression, explosiveness, and destructiveness. Although this will is far less vast than the martial god's majestic momentum that encompasses everything and suppresses everything, it is more condensed, more direct, and more within reach. If the will of the god of war is a bottomless universe, then Lin Yuechan's will is a volcano about to erupt. The universe makes people feel awe and confusion, but volcanoes allow people to intuitively feel its heat and violence. Lin Chia's mental power probed forward cautiously. This time, there was no longer that feeling of being crushed or bursting. His mental power, like a probe, touched that burning will. Boom! A fiery stream of information filled with rapid and explosive power instantly flooded into his mind. He seemed to see a ball of blazing fire that suddenly exploded in the endless darkness, destroying all obstacles in front of it at an unmatched speed. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Explosion. Swiftness. This is the core of Lin Yuechan's martial arts will. Lin Xie greedily absorbed this information, and his spiritual world seemed to be ignited by this will, becoming hot and passionate. The movements of the little man practicing boxing in his mind changed unconsciously. It was no longer the perfect posture of moderation and peace as before, but now had a touch of aggressive arrogance and a speed as fast as a wildfire. Chapter 80 Bai Muxi's Contradiction. An hour later. Lin Xie's face flushed and he exited the VR mode sweating profusely, but his eyes were flashing with irrepressible excitement. This time, although he also consumed a lot of mental energy, the feeling was completely different. It's not the kind of fatigue that is passively endured, but the kind of exhilaration that comes from taking the initiative. He immediately checked the system again. Martial arts will, fiery swiftness uninitiated. Done. Looking at this line of extremely clear text, Lin Xie was not discouraged at all. Instead, he showed an extremely bright smile. Compared to the previous, martial arts will? Uninitiated, the information in martial arts will raging fire uninitiated is much clearer. One is the unknown where you don't even know what the goal is, while the other is the known where you have already determined the direction and seen the road clearly. This also proves from the side that the path he chose is correct. Starting from Lin Yuechan, the chances are greater. Getting started. Lin Xie's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Moreover, a bolder and more heart-pounding idea popped up uncontrollably in Lin Xie's mind. Is there a possibility? Lin Yuechan's martial will, swift fire, had a relatively low initial level, resulting in its performance being far inferior to that of the martial gods. But as long as you can successfully get started, as long as the familiar progress bar appears on the system panel, then you can cultivate the level of this martial arts will just like you cultivate other martial arts. If I could master martial will blazing swiftness to the maximum level of 10, to the state of perfection. So, after the perfection of the martial arts will it still be the original firefly? Could it be the martial god level that shines as brightly as the bright moon? Once this thought arose, it was like an ignited star, instantly illuminating his entire spiritual world and making the blood in his body boil. If this conjecture is true, it means that he has found an incredible shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. He could bypass the unreachable mountain of the god of war and start climbing from the small hill in front of him that was within reach. In the end, one can still reach the highest peak above the clouds. Liver. Lin Xie clenched his fists, with an unprecedented fire burning in his eyes. He no longer had any hesitation or confusion. In any case, the previous two authority points have been used to unlock basic boxing and basic footwork. Now, his authority points have been used up. This means that even if he can cultivate martial arts will, swift fire, to the entry level on his own, he cannot immediately unlock it and start the progress bar mode. Therefore, the most urgent thing is to go to the Fertility Management Center again. When Lin Xie said that they wanted to go to the Fertility Management Center, Bai Muxi's beautiful face turned red instantly. She shyly took Lin Xie's hand and whispered, "Hubby, let's not earn this little money, right? I heard that a warrior's genetic information is very important and even needs to be kept secret. I'm afraid that if it gets out, it will be used by someone with ulterior motives." Lin Xie groaned for a moment and said soothingly, "This kind of problem shouldn't happen in an official organization, right? Moreover, there are risks in doing anything. At least for now, it seems that the benefits of this matter far outweigh the risks." He knew very well that if the Fertility Management Center had not efficiently completed so many pairings for him, allowing him to unlock the skills and open the progress bar, he would never have been able to achieve his current strength in such a short period of time. However, Bai Muxi was unaware of what he was thinking. She just thought that Lin Xie was still after the meager maternity allowance, or perhaps, he simply couldn't help it. Thinking of this, her cheeks turned even redder, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. "Hubby. I'm almost 5 months pregnant, and the doctor said I can have sex again, it's okay." As she said that, she was about to pull Lin Xie into the bedroom. "Oh, no." Lin Xie quickly held her back, feeling both amused and helpless. He could only come up with the most convincing excuse: the child is important. "I'm really afraid of hurting the child." Looking at Bai Muxin's slightly furrowed brows and the flash of disappointment in his eyes, Lin Qia's heart suddenly softened and he felt a little reluctant. He knew that his behavior of constantly going to the fertility management center for the more children, more blessings system would definitely not be hidden from Bai Muxi in the future. In fact, as my strength grows stronger, I will inevitably attract more attention in the future. Sooner or later, this matter will become an unavoidable topic. Instead of hiding it, why not express it in a different way? Lin Qia sat down next to Bai Muxi, gently held her in his arms, looked into her eyes, and said in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "Wife, actually I just want to have children, the more the better. It would be best if my bloodline could spread throughout the entire galaxy." When Bai Muxi heard Lin Qia's big words, she was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and looked carefully at Lin Qia's serious face. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene when they first met. It seems, he said something similar at that time. At that time, she just thought it was an unrealistic fantasy of a young boy and forgot about it after hearing it. But now, when the same words came out of the mouth of this man whose strength was rapidly expanding, the feeling was completely different. Could it be that he wants to turn his original fantasy into reality? Bai Muxi's cheeks turned red again uncontrollably. "Okay, go ahead." Bai Muxi finally let go of her hand and said in a low voice. Lin Qia kissed her on the forehead, said softly, "Wait for me to come back," and turned and left. Hearing the door close with a click, Bai Muxi slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, raising her hand to touch her still hot cheek. Just now, she was extremely conflicted. There was even an absurd and terrifying thought that flashed through her mind. "Do you want to take the initiative to ask Lin Qia to find another woman?" Such words almost slipped out of my mouth. Chapter 081 Fertility Charity Gala? The Empire's marriage law restricts ordinary men and women who are unable to practice cultivation, in order to ensure the stability of the Empire's population base. But for warriors, especially talented warriors with a promising future like Lin Qia, the binding force of the law is minimal. Warriors enjoy privileges, can have multiple partners, and even establish vast family bloodline networks, all in the name of the Empire's prosperity and the inheritance of martial arts. Lin Qia is now a warrior, and even a promising genius in the future. His path is destined to become wider and freer. The strong have everything, this is an eternal truth. At the beginning, the reason why Bai Muxi agreed to marry Lin Qia was not only because of practical considerations, but also because she had similar thoughts in her mind. She thought that as long as she could successfully be promoted to a warrior while completing her reproductive tasks, she would be able to break free from the constraints of the marriage law and have a broader world. But fate is a cruel thing. As a result, the one who can easily break free from the shackles of marriage now is not her, Bai Muxi, but Lin Qia. Thinking of this, Bai Muxi cursed herself in her heart. Bai Muxi, you are so stupid, you actually want to take the initiative to let him find another woman? No woman in primitive society is as generous as you. However, her reason told her that as the gap in strength between her and Lin Qia grew wider and wider, she might have to face this kind of thing sooner or later. Wouldn't it be much better to be more proactive, behave more virtuously, and let him see how respectable I am, rather than having Lin Qia make me respectable one day in the future? After spending some time together, Bai Muxi felt that Lin Qia was not that kind of cold-blooded man. If I could take the initiative to think about him, maybe he would like me more in his heart, right? Thinking of this, Bai Muxi sighed softly again, leaning back on the sofa, his eyes a little confused. Bai Muxi, when did you become a woman who needs to rely on men and try to figure out their thoughts? She once thought that she would become a respected female warrior through her own efforts, just like the heroines in those novels, and hold her destiny firmly in her own hands. But the reality is that she became the woman standing behind the genius, silently looking up at his back. The brighter his light is, the more it highlights his ordinariness. This feeling made her feel both proud and a little indescribable loss. She shook her head, putting aside these chaotic thoughts. What is the point of thinking about these things? Now, all she could do was to take good care of him, take good care of the baby in her belly, practice hard, and try not to let herself be left too far behind by him. As for the future, let's leave it to the future. Bai Muxi stood up, took a deep breath, and walked back into the kitchen. No matter what, when he comes back, he must have a hot meal. On the other side, Lin Qia once again came to the Fertility Management Center with ease. It's still the same group of overly enthusiastic agents, and it's still the familiar official process. A moment later, Lin Qia walked out refreshed and was about to leave. At this moment, a tall staff member wearing a gray professional suit and elegant black stockings walked over quickly with a professional and respectful smile on her face. "Hello, Mr. Lin." "Hello." Lin Qia nodded. It's like this, Mr. Lin, the staff member said with a smile. Given your enthusiastic support for the Empire's fertility cause, we sincerely invite you to attend the Fertility Charity Gala to be held at the Galaxy Building in Terra City the day after tomorrow evening. I wonder if you are interested. Fertility Charity Gala? Lin Xie showed a hint of doubt on his face when he heard this. The staff member nodded and explained, yes. In the most recent quarter, warriors with 2 or more donation records will receive an invitation from us. This is both a way of thanking you for your contribution and a high-level communication platform. After listening to this, Lin Xie immediately lost interest. What kind of charity gala is this? It sounds very grand, but what does it have to do with him? If you have this much time, it would be better to go back to the dormitory and practice the skills a few more times. The staff member noticed that Lin Xie was not in a good mood, but she did not give up. Instead, she continued to introduce him in a businesslike manner. After all, this was her job. The theme of this gala is Imperial Bloodline Revitalization Charity, and the format is quite unique. Families or individuals in urgent need of bloodline optimization will be seeking high-quality warrior fertility data through an open bidding process. Of course, in addition to the direct demand for genetic data, the gala will also feature rare dual cultivation techniques, rare treasures that can help enhance the potential of future generations, and more. When Lin Xie heard this, his originally lazy eyes instantly became sharp. A family or individual who is in urgent need of optimizing their bloodline. Doesn't this mean that the party seeking genetic information must be of good quality as well? If 2 powerful forces come together, wouldn't the children born from them have a higher starting point? This is completely beneficial to his more children, more blessings system. And dual cultivation techniques. This is also something that Lin Xie has always been interested in, but has had no way to get in touch with. These 2 aspects precisely hit the points that he cares about most. Can anyone attend this party? Lin Xie asked immediately. Seeing that he was finally interested, the staff member smiled and quickly replied, due to the special nature of the evening, in order to ensure privacy and security, only qualified donors and specific family representatives are invited. Okay, I'll participate. Lin Xie agreed without hesitation. Okay, Mr. Lin. The staff member immediately operated a few times on his terminal, and an extremely exquisitely designed electronic invitation with a faint golden glow was sent to Lin Xie's personal terminal. Here is your invitation. The party will be held at 7 p.m. the day after tomorrow in the banquet hall on the top floor of the Galaxy Building. I look forward to your presence. Lin Xie put away the electronic invitation letter and turned to leave the Fertility Management Center. His mood was completely different from when he came. It was originally just a routine task to obtain authority points, but unexpectedly there were unexpected gains. For him, this fertility charity gala was like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. On the way back to the dormitory, the system prompt sound that he had been waiting for in his mind for a long time came as expected. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. 2 more successes. 2 authority points obtained. Lin Xie was filled with joy and couldn't wait to start his martial arts training. He couldn't even wait to get back to the dorm. While still on the suspended railcar returning to school, he directly turned on VR and immersed himself completely in Lin Yuechan's teaching video. The light and shadows in front of my eyes changed, and the noisy carriage disappeared in an instant, replaced by the familiar 2202 training room. Lin Yuechan's figure appeared again. Lin Xie held his breath and concentrated his mental strength, trying to feel and imitate the fierce and swift martial arts over and over again. He could feel that a small flame seemed to have ignited in his spiritual world. Although it is weak and swaying, it really exists and is trying hard to imitate the violent will of the volcano, trying to make itself burn more vigorously and fiercely. Outside the car window, the city scene passed by quickly. Inside the carriage, Lin Xie seemed to be in another time and space, completely immersed in his own world and losing perception of everything in the outside world. Chapter 082 The Fire is Raging. The sound of the suspended railcar arriving at the station woke Lin Xie from his immersive state. He rubbed his swollen temples, but his eyes were shining with excitement. Just now, he felt that he was 1 step closer to the door called entrance. He even had a feeling that if he was given a little more time, he would be able to actually push open the door. When they returned to the dormitory, Bai Muxi had already prepared a sumptuous meal. After Lin Qiye wolfed down his energy, he immediately devoted himself to cultivation again. This time, he didn't watch the VR video again. He just sat cross-legged quietly in the middle of the living room, closed his eyes, and kept replaying and practicing the rapid and fierce will in his mind. His spiritual world is his training ground. Driven by his will, the small flame tried again and again to burst out with the most powerful force. Fail, try again. Fail again and try again. He was completely immersed in this spiritual training and forgot the passage of time. I don't know how long it took. When that spiritual flame, after countless attempts and failures, finally succeeded in simulating a hint of the explosive charm of Lin Yuechan's martial arts will. Boom! Lin Qiye only felt a loud noise in his mind, as if something was completely broken. In Lin Qiye's mind, the little man who was originally just mechanically practicing perfect boxing and footwork, his entire temperament changed. It was still using the same set of basic boxing techniques, but between each move, there was an added sense of burning, swift, and indomitable domineering momentum. Every punch thrown seems to carry a blazing fire, full of explosive beauty. He immediately calmed down and opened the system panel. I saw that the line of text at the bottom of the list of skills had changed. Martial Arts will, Blazing Swiftness Beginner unlocked. System, use permission points, unlock. Lin Qiye gave the order without hesitation. Ding! Consuming one permission point, Martial Arts will, Swift Fire has been unlocked. In an instant, a more majestic and pure sense of rapid fire gushed out from the depths of his soul, like an epiphany, and instantly merged perfectly with his spirit, blood, and even every cell. He didn't even need to deliberately urge it with every move he made, he naturally exuded that burning and domineering aura. Martial will, Blazing Swiftness, level 101000. Looking at the familiar progress bar, Lin Qiye smiled. Level 1 requires 1000 points of progress. This number also indirectly confirms the strength and extraordinary nature of this martial arts will. You know, for the B-level Hanyuan Yi Qigong, the progress bar for level 1 is only 100. This martial art originated from the martial arts will of extraordinary warriors. Its potential and difficulty far exceed Hanyuan Yi Qigong. Lin Qiye's mind moved, and he focused his attention on his system panel. Host, Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 15.9%. Physical fitness, 140 plus. Spirit, 140 plus. Psychic power, 120 plus. Exercise method. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics level 10 max. Hanyuan Yi Qigong level 50500. 8 Treasures skill level 55100. Basic boxing level 10 max. Basic footwork level 10 max. Martial arts will, Blazing Swiftness level 101000. Partner, Bai Muxi favorability 85. Offspring, 7 currently conceiving. Permission points, 1. Lin Qiye's eyes suddenly widened. Genetic potential plus 1%. Genetic potential, 15.9%. When did this happen? He thought carefully and realized that he had not done anything since he unlocked Martial Arts will, Swift Fire. Although I don't know which link triggers it, whether it is the moment of entry or the moment of unlocking. But no matter what, the improvement in genetic potential is real. No wonder he felt that his senses were much more sensitive than before, and even his mental state had undergone a miraculous change. This discovery made Lin Qiye even happier. Bai Muxi saw the irrepressible smile on Lin Qiye's face and immediately walked over and asked with concern, "Husband, what's wrong?" Lin Qiye opened his eyes, and 2 flames seemed to flash in his eyes. He smiled and nodded, "I got it." Really? Bai Muxi suddenly revealed an expression of great surprise. She exclaimed sincerely, "Hubby, you really are a genius." She thought to herself that although Lin Qiye used the word learned instead of understood, the meaning was almost the same. Being able to grasp the illusory will of martial arts is an incredible thing in itself. Lin Qiye felt warm in his heart when he saw her genuinely happy expression. He happily stretched out his hand and hugged Bai Muxi in his arms. When their eyes met, their love was deep. He bent down and kissed her. In the past few days, the slight uneasiness and fear in Bai Muxi's heart caused by the gap in strength were soon soothed in this loving hug and kiss. After a long time, their lips parted. Bai Muxi leaned in Lin Qiye's arms, her legs weak, her face flushed, and her voice was filled with a hint of pouting. "I'll go cook." Lin Xiye smiled and stroked her hair gently. We just finished eating not long ago, don't worry, take a rest first. No. Bai Muxi broke free from his embrace, her eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. She said with great energy, I want to practice too. I can't let you fall behind me. Besides, proper practice is good for the baby in my belly. Looking at her cute and unyielding look, Lin Xiye smiled and nodded. He did not practice anymore, but began to study carefully. How should I practice the newly unlocked martial arts will swift fire? Do I have to practice it over and over in my mind like I did in basic boxing? He tried to sit cross-legged and visualize the rapid fire, but the progress bar did not move at all. He stood up again and performed a set of basic boxing techniques. Martial will, blazing swiftness, level 111,000. The progress bar is moving. Lin Xiye's heart moved, and he immediately started to practice Hunyuan I Qigong. Martial will, blazing swiftness, level 121,000. Hunyuan I Qigong proficiency +1. The progress bar is moving again. After an afternoon of repeated attempts and research, Lin Xiye finally came to a conclusion that made him ecstatic. Whether you are practicing martial arts or practicing techniques, as long as you consciously or unconsciously integrate and utilize this martial arts will in the process of practice, you can increase the progress bar of martial arts will at the same time. Martial arts will is like a passive skill. Chapter 83 Tutoring Bai Muxi. The martial arts will, like a passive skill, is integrated into all his training behaviors. There is no need to spend extra time to grind this martial arts will. He practices basic boxing techniques, which not only improves the level of boxing techniques itself, but also improves his martial arts will. He practiced Hunyuan I Qigong, which not only increased his spiritual energy and improved the level of his skills, but also honed his will. This is simply buy one get one free, double the happiness. Lin Xiye was ecstatic. In this way, his practice efficiency was invisibly improved to a higher level. He can focus all his energy on improving the level of his skills and martial arts. The level of martial arts willpower will naturally increase with the improvement of other skills. Now, the two basic martial arts, basic boxing and basic footwork, have been practiced to perfection. It would undoubtedly be a huge waste to continue to practice these two martial arts that have no room for improvement just for that insignificant progress in martial arts will. There are only two paths before him. Or, learn more advanced martial arts and open a new progress bar. Otherwise, you can practice the remaining Hunyuan I Qigong and Babaogong to the fullest. Lin Xiye thought about it and quickly made a decision. Let us practice 8 treasures Kung Fu first. Lin Xiye plans to practice the 8 treasures skill to perfection. Then, after school starts, I will buy the copyright of Dragon Tiger Kung Fu and practice it to perfection. It would be a good opportunity to verify whether these 2D level skills, after reaching the perfect state, can really ignore the bottleneck and integrate perfectly as he wished. And, more importantly, 8 treasures Kung Fu is also the martial arts technique that Bai Muxi is currently practicing. He felt bad seeing his wife practicing so hard every day, but being stuck at the bottleneck from mastery to entry due to limited talent. Although his 8 treasures skill is only at the mastery level now, and his comprehension of some details is even worse than Bai Muxi's. But he was confident that he would be able to master this skill to perfection soon. By then, I can go and counsel my wife. After making up his mind, Lin Xiye immediately began to practice the 8 treasures Kung Fu. Bai Muxi frowned when she saw Lin Xiye started practicing the 8 treasures skill again, and walked over to persuade him. Hubby, haven't you already mastered the basic martial arts? You can go see teacher Lin Yuechan and learn a more advanced martial art. There's no need to go back and practice the 8 treasures Kung Fu. Lin Xiye did not tell Bai Muxi that he had already mastered the basic martial arts to perfection. He just smiled and said that he had mastered the basic martial arts. From Bai Muxi's understanding and perspective, what Lin Xiye meant by arriving home was at most the realm of entering the hall, which was the limit of what she could imagine. She knew that Lin Xiye was a genius, but no matter how talented he was, it was already astonishing enough that he could master 2 basic martial arts in just over 10 days. At most, you can just enter the room. As for perfection? She didn't even dare to think about it. I plan to practice the 8 treasures skill to a high level first. Then, I will come to tutor you. Lin Xiye looked at her and said confidently. When Bai Muxi heard this, she gave him a cold look, feeling both amused and helpless. I have been stuck at the bottleneck of entering the door for 2 years. Lin Xiye's current understanding of the 8 treasures skill is obviously not as good as mine, so how could he possibly tutor me? However, looking at Lin Xiye's confident look, she couldn't bear to discourage him, so she could only smile and say, okay, I'll wait for you to tutor me. But you should still find time to see that teacher Lin Yue-chan, so as not to delay the important matter. Lin Xie smiled and said, don't worry, let's talk about it in a few days. Bai Muxi asked doubtfully, is there anything else going on these past 2 days? Lin Xie thought about it and felt that there was no need to hide this from her, so he said, the day after tomorrow night, I will attend an official fertility charity gala. Fertility charity gala? Official? What is this? Bai Muxi suddenly became even more confused. Lin Xie nodded, opened his personal terminal, and showed her the exquisite electronic invitation. Bai Muxi leaned over to take a closer look and saw that the invitation letter was indeed printed with the official emblem of the Imperial Fertility Management Center, and the notes clearly stated only invitees can attend. After reading it, she raised her head and looked at Lin Xie with an extremely strange look in her eyes. Lin Xie felt a little uneasy when she looked at him, and couldn't help asking, what are you looking at? Bai Muxi suppressed a laugh and said in an indescribable tone, what's going on? Are the authorities planning to promote you as a model stud? Puff. When Lin Xie heard this, he almost vomited blood and suddenly felt a chill. No way, he said uncertainly. The authorities can't be that outrageous, right? They only invited me, they shouldn't do anything weird in public. Bai Muxi looked at his embarrassed expression and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. She waved her hands and laughed so hard that her body shook. Just don't ask me to go. I don't want to go. It's so embarrassing. You're still laughing. Lin Xie looked at her laughing so hard that she fell backwards, and felt a surge of blood rushing up his spine. He growled, stretched out his long arms, and picked up Bai Muxi, who was laughing so hard that she was almost out of breath, by the waist. Goblin, eat my stick. Bai Muxi was startled by his sudden action, let out a short cry, and subconsciously hugged his neck. When she saw Lin Xie's eyes with a hint of vicious smile, she immediately understood what he wanted to do. No. It's daytime now. Her face flushed and she struggled symbolically in his arms twice, but her voice was as soft as marshmallow. Lin Xie refused to listen and walked into the bedroom with her in his arms. The door was slammed shut, locking the beautiful spring scene inside. Chapter 84 I Feel Dirty. After some lovemaking. Bai Muxi lay lazily in Lin Xie's arms, the blush on her face had not completely faded, and there was a satisfied charm in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Lin Xie gently stroked her smooth back, feeling peaceful and satisfied in his heart. He suddenly discovered that proper relaxation seemed to help him achieve a wonderful balance of mental state, rather than blindly practicing. The two of them were affectionate for a while before Lin Xie devoted himself again to the great task of practicing the 8 treasures skill. And Bai Muxi, after resting for a while and recovering some strength, followed him and practiced silently beside him. She just couldn't believe it. How could her husband get into the house faster than her? 2 days later, night fell. The central urban area of Terra City is ablaze with lights and a constant flow of suspended traffic, creating a picture of a prosperous future city. The Galaxy Building, one of the landmark buildings in Terra City, towers into the clouds like a sword piercing the sky. Tonight, the top-floor banquet hall of the building is brightly lit and the atmosphere is lively. Lin Xie followed the instructions in the invitation letter and took the special elevator to come here. When you step out of the elevator, the first thing that catches your eye is a spacious and luxurious lounge area. Melodious classical music flowed in the air, and well-dressed waiters carrying trays moved among the crowd. The people in the rest area are either rich or noble. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, talking in low voices, and their every move and gesture showed the calmness and confidence of those who had been in a superior position for a long time. Lin Xie swept his eyes over them and could clearly feel that many of these people were warriors with calm auras, and there were even a few whose depths even he could not see through. His arrival did not attract much attention. After all, those present tonight are either the leaders of powerful families or gifted martial arts elites. Lin Xie was wearing the ordinary combat uniform provided by Galaxy Martial Arts University, and he seemed a little out of place among this group of rich and noble people. He didn't care and found a seat in a corner, sitting down and eating the buffet in silence. The party officially starts at 7:30. An elegant and dignified female host, wearing a white fishtail evening gown, walked onto the stage. With a sweet and infectious voice, she announced the start of the evening party and introduced the grand purpose of Imperial Bloodline Revival Public Welfare in a vivid and moving manner. For the future of the Empire and the prosperity of the galaxy, let a more outstanding bloodline be inherited and carried forward. After an impassioned opening speech, the evening quickly entered the public bidding for genetic data. The first person to come on stage was a thin middle-aged man. As soon as he stood still, his personal information and family demands were immediately displayed on the huge holographic screen behind him. The Zhou family is a well-known business family in Terra City. They mainly engage in traditional mining business and own mining rights on several resource planets. The family's assets are assessed to be over 100 million credit points, which makes them a wealthy family in the eyes of ordinary people. However, the next line of information reveals the dilemma beneath this family's glamorous appearance. The martial arts inheritance has been severely interrupted. In the past 3 generations, there has not been a formal warrior, and the strongest person in the family is only a quasi-warrior. The host introduced, due to tradition, the Zhou family is reluctant to accept a son-in-law. Therefore, today, we are willing to offer a starting reward of 500,000 credit points in exchange for the genetic information of a warrior with a genetic potential of no less than 12%. This is solely to continue the family bloodline and give birth to a descendant with martial arts talent. After the Zhou family representative finished speaking, he walked off the stage and returned to his seat. However, Lin Xie felt that the response was not enthusiastic. The warriors around him who were similar to him all had very calm expressions. I don't know if it's because of less money or what. 500,000 credits, maybe just a sprinkle of water in the center of the planet, Terra City? But for Lin Xie, it can be considered as a solution to the urgent problem. You know, the gold coins that Bai Muxi took away from her husband totaled less than 500,000. Now, all you have to pay is some fertility information. Originally, Lin Xie wanted many children in good fortune, and now he can have money to raise them. Why not? Well, anyway, let us sign up first. The situations of the next few families that came to power were similar. Most of them are business families or martial arts branches that were once prosperous but are now gradually declining. The common feature is that the family property is quite rich, but no outstanding warriors have been born in the next few generations, and even the male heirs are in danger. Lin Xie also probably figured out what was going on with these small families that were considered declining. In an empire where warriors are the dominant force at the top of society, wealth without the protection of force is nothing but a castle in the air that can be blown away by wind and rain at any time. What is even more fatal is that the women of childbearing age in the tribe are already in their 30s or 40s and have missed the best childbearing age. Moreover, although he has ordinary conditions, he is arrogant and looks down on ordinary warriors. However, those talented warriors with outstanding talents look down on them and the declining families behind them. Unable to reach a high position, nor willing to settle for a low position, this eventually led to a serious crisis in the continuation of the family bloodline. In desperation, these families had no choice but to humble themselves, spend a lot of money and appear here. I hope to use money to continue the family bloodline. After all, hundreds of thousands of dollars are just a small amount of money compared to the family's future. Even so, it can only attract grassroots warriors like Lin Xie, right? When Lin Xie saw these projects, his eyes lit up. For Lin Xie, these hundreds of thousands are a lot. Moreover, the mission of having many children in good fortune was completed along the way. Sign up everyone. At this moment, a young woman in dark blue combat uniform walked onto the stage with confidence after being introduced by the host. She is tall, with neat short hair that makes her look more heroic, and her beautiful face has a hint of innate arrogance. I'm Yi Qinghan, a representative of Xinka Biological Group. Her voice was cold, but her words were clear and articulate, with an unquestionable penetrating power. Lin Xie raised his head, his eyes fell on the familiar figure on the stage, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Isn't this, the local Terra girl who lives next door to me? I didn't expect that she was the representative of Xinka Bio Group. Almost at the same time, Yi Qinghan on the stage, while scanning the entire audience with her sharp eyes, also noticed Lin Xie in the corner. Her brows furrowed instantly. His gaze stayed on Lin Xie for 0.01 seconds, then immediately shifted away. Is this guy here to sell his reproductive information? What a backward and inferior race. Why was I admitted to Inda? Why live next door to me? At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt dirty. Chapter 085 Charity Auction. Yi Qinghan sighed. It seemed like she couldn't live in the school dormitory anymore. The air in the dormitory is dirty. My parents always told me to learn to adapt, but I really can't adapt to these inferior races. A trace of intense contempt flashed through Yi Qinghan's heart. But her good upbringing and professional conduct allowed her to quickly suppress all outward emotions, as if she was just seeing an insignificant background. She cleared her throat and continued with her prepared speech. We at Shinka Biological Group have long been dedicated to cutting-edge research in genetic optimization, pharmaceuticals, and martial arts compatibility. Yi Qinghan's voice echoed throughout the banquet hall, brimming with undeniable confidence. Thus, we've come here today for a single purpose: to seek the fertility data of high-quality warriors with a genetic potential of no less than 14%. 14%. As soon as this number came out, there was an uncontrollable roar and discussion from the audience. You know, a genetic potential of 14% has already firmly stepped into the threshold of genius. Among the freshmen of major martial arts universities, he is always at the top of the list. The small families before only dared to ask for 12% at most, and their bids were all around 500,000. Shinka Bio Group started with a 14% threshold, so its offer must be extraordinary. However, she swept her sharp gaze across the room and spoke word by word. We guarantee that all samples will only be used for legal and compliant research projects within the group, such as genetic drug development and cultivation method data modeling, in order to avoid any potential ethical and legal disputes. She paused, and then announced the final verdict in a decisive tone. We at Shinka Biology will absolutely not use any of our samples for reproduction. For every warrior who meets our requirements and is willing to cooperate with our Shinka Biological Group, we will pay a one-time payment of 300,000 credit points as a reward. What? Just scientific research? Not used for reproduction? Damn it! It was all for nothing. Lin Xie instantly lost interest in the woman on the stage and the Shinka Bio Group she represented. However, after a brief silence in the banquet hall, the atmosphere became lively. Lin Xie immediately understood what was going on. The reward of 300,000 credit points is much lower than the 500,000 offered by those declining families before. However, most of the arrogant young warriors present probably do not want their excellent bloodlines to be lost in this kind of trading method. He has formed an inseparable connection with a family that he has no feelings for and even looks down upon. That means unknown cause and effect, potential trouble, and one or more offspring that you may never acknowledge. In comparison, Shinka Group's proposal perfectly hit their pain points. There is no risk of bloodline leakage, no future disputes over illegitimate children, and no need to bear any moral and ethical burden. Simply providing a sample for scientific research can earn you a huge sum of 300,000 credit points. This is what the vast majority of young warriors present really need. For a moment, many warriors who were still watching showed eager expressions. However, the enthusiasm in the venue did not affect Lin Xie in the corner at all. For the vast majority of warriors present, this was a perfect deal. However, for Lin Xie, it was completely the opposite. Unable to reproduce? What's the use of that? After all this time, it turns out that he was just collecting raw materials, not looking for someone to carry on the family line. The situations of the following companies were similar to that of Shinka Bio. Some are large pharmaceutical groups that need high-quality genetic samples to test the universality and side effects of new drugs. Others are top martial arts equipment manufacturers that need large amounts of genetic data to optimize the ergonomic design and neural connection efficiency of combat uniforms. The conditions they offered, without exception, were for research only, no breeding allowed, and the remuneration was around 200,000 to 300,000 credit points. For a moment, the atmosphere in the venue became more and more heated. For the vast majority of young warriors present, this was simply a godsend. You can easily earn a considerable income without having to worry about the outflow of blood or any subsequent troubles. Only Lin Xie was sitting in the corner bored, stuffing exquisite snacks into his mouth while pouting secretly. The bustle in the venue has nothing to do with him. An hour later, this gene bidding session finally came to an end in a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. The elegant female host walked onto the stage again with an even brighter smile on her face. Thank you very much to all the guests for your strong support for the revival of the imperial bloodline. Next, we will enter the most exciting part of the night, the charity auction. All of the exhibits in this auction are provided free of charge by the guests, families, and businesses present here. All proceeds from this auction will be donated to our Imperial Fertility Management Center to support families with excellent genetic potential but from poor backgrounds, so that the future of the empire will have more brilliant stars. When Lin Xie heard this, he couldn't help but think to himself, that sounds nice, but isn't this just a disguised admission fee? Every force present has to bleed a little, and it is called charity, but in fact it is just a way to show off their muscles and background in this high-end circle. Soon, the first item was respectfully brought up on a tray by a beautiful maid in Cheongsam. It was a silver memory chip that looked ordinary, even a little old. The host introduced, "Dear guests, our first lot is provided by the Zhou family of Terra City. This memory chip contains an invaluable video recording of the Zhou family's first patriarch, one of the first pioneers of our 0755 galaxy, the late extraordinary warrior, Senior Zhou Tianheng, personally recording a training video of the Yitsung Haihan Lu sword technique for the younger generation 150 years ago. As everyone knows, Senior Zhou Tianheng's Sung Haihan Lu sword technique is incredibly powerful, having made remarkable contributions to the development of the 0755 galaxy. This video is a treasure he left behind to help future generations better learn sword techniques and comprehend the martial spirit. Starting price, 10,000 credit points. Lin Qiye listened to this introduction and thought to himself, isn't this similar to the VR teaching video he recorded when he paid teacher Lin Yuechan for tutoring? However, 150 years ago, technology in the 0755 galaxy was not so advanced that it was impossible to produce immersive VR videos, so it could only be recorded using this ancient digital video. This kind of thing, I'm afraid its commemorative significance is far greater than its actual cultivation value, right? However, just as Lin Qiye's thoughts came to an end, the reality was completely the opposite. Chapter 086 Xuansu Heart Sutra. 15,000. Before the host finished speaking, at a table not far from Lin Qiye, a young warrior who looked about the same age as him and was also wearing ordinary combat uniform, raised his hand without hesitation and shouted a price. This seemed to have lit the fuse. 20,000. 25,000. In the venue, bidding sounds rang out one after another, and the originally quiet atmosphere instantly became a little lively. Several warriors at the table next to Lin Qiye also lowered their voices and discussed enthusiastically. I didn't expect the Zhou family to actually bring this out. The expert-level cultivation experience of Sung Haihan Lu sword technique starts at least 100,000 on the market. Although this video is digital, it was recorded by the pioneer himself for the younger generation. The martial spirit contained in it is much more obvious. Zhou Tianheng most likely didn't hide anything. He didn't expect his juniors to decline to this point. Yes, those VR tutorials recorded by instructors nowadays always have hidden secrets. These discussions reached Lin Qiye's ears without missing a word. Why does it feel like the cost of these warriors' training is not on the same level as my own? Lin Qiye recalled that he had only visited Lin Yuechan twice and spent 20,000 credit points. The various training tutorials and videos mentioned by these warriors often cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Could it be that because of her identity, Lin Yuechan gave her a great discount? Lin Qiye didn't know whether his guess was correct or not. Anyway, I am not very interested in this Sung Haihan Lu sword technique training video. 90,000, a voice rang out. 100,000, another voice followed closely. In the end, this memory chip, full of historical weight, was bought for 110,000 credit points. Lin Qiye looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person who made the bid was the person sitting in the Zhou family seat. It seems that the Zhou family probably didn't want this video to be leaked. This money is more like transferring from left hand to right hand, and by the way, it completes the process of charitable donation. At this moment, the host's voice became louder again, attracting the attention of the entire audience. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows will be the grand finale of this evening. This is very special because it is not a single lot. The lights in the venue dimmed slightly, leaving only a spotlight shining on the center of the stage. On the huge holographic screen behind the host, all images faded, leaving only 4 simple and profound ancient seal characters. Xuansu Heart Sutra. The host, with a confident and charming smile on his face, announced loudly, tonight's grand finale isn't an auction, but a limited time sale for all VIPs present. Every VIP here can place an order through the terminal within the next 72 hours. She paused, as if to give everyone enough time to digest the information. Let me introduce to you this B-level dual cultivation technique officially certified and provided by the Empire, the Xuansu Heart Sutra. This technique, practiced primarily by men, is profound in nature, its energy pure. The practice is gentle and nourishing, achieving a perfect complement of yin and yang. According to over 10 billion data points from the Imperial Fertility Management Center, practicing this technique together as a couple not only significantly increases the chances of having high potential offspring, but more importantly, it benefits both partners, enhancing their spiritual cultivation. Finally, it's priced at 1 million credit points. No other conditions are required. In addition, the Empire officially offers an interest-free installment plan for 3 to 10 years. Lin Qiye's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the words dual cultivation method. His heart began to beat wildly and his breathing became stagnant. Dual cultivation technique. It can also improve the potential of future generations. It can also enhance the spiritual power of both parties. Every characteristic hit his heart precisely. It's just 1 million credits. He remembered that when he exchanged for the B-level Hunyuani Qigong, he only paid a deposit of 100,000 credit points. And the Xuanzu Heart Sutra in front of him, which is also a B grade, is priced 10 times as much. However, when he looked around, he found that most of the guests in the banquet hall had calm expressions, some even taking it for granted. No shock, no uproar. Lin Qiye understood instantly. It seems that this so-called finale is no longer a secret to the vast majority of people present. Although Lin Qiye was very tempted, the price of 1 million credit points was still a huge sum of money for him. He glanced at his balance of less than 100,000 yuan, and the impulse in his heart was instantly extinguished by reason. Fortunately, there are still 72 hours to consider, so there is no need to rush. Let us go back and discuss this matter. As the party gradually came to an end, the guests began to communicate freely and the entire banquet hall became relaxed. Just as he was about to stand up and blend into the crowd to leave, a staff member in a gray business suit walked quickly up to him with a professional smile that was slightly surprised on his face. "Mr. Lin, please stay." Lin Qiye stopped and looked at her with some confusion. "Hello, what's going on?" The staff member's gaze was inquiring, but his tone remained respectful. "Well, we've received your application. Regarding the 12 projects seeking warrior genetic data to continue your family's bloodline, you submitted applications for all of them, correct?" "Yes, is there any problem?" Lin Qiye nodded frankly. The staff member quickly explained, "There is no problem, it's just, the situation is rather special. Because after seeing your information, all 12 families you applied to, without exception, agreed to cooperate with you." "The 12 families, all agreed?" Lin Qiye himself was stunned. "Yes, all of them," the staff member said affirmatively. "All 12 projects have been approved, which means we need to arrange 12 sessions for you. This has never happened before in previous evening parties. So, I need to confirm with you again whether you are clear about the content of the projects you signed up for and are sure you want to complete all 12. In addition, we also need to arrange the order of priority." Lin Qiye understood instantly. For him, this was not a troublesome matter that needed to be confirmed, it was clearly a great thing. 12 projects. This means that he will soon have 12 opportunities to gain authority points. This is much more efficient than going to the fertility management center sporadically. His face showed an undisguised joy, and he answered crisply, "I'm sure. I'll take all 12 projects. As for the order, I have no opinion." Seeing his decisiveness, the staff member's eyes flashed with admiration. She quickly wrote it down on her terminal and said with a smile, "Okay, Mr. Lin. We have noted your decision. Our specialist will contact you through your personal terminal with the specific schedule for the follow-up. Thank you very much for your cooperation." At this moment, a calm and somewhat enthusiastic male voice sounded behind Lin Qiye. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" Lin Qiye looked back and saw a middle-aged man in a well-dressed suit with an elegant face looking at him with a smile. It was the head of the Zhou family who had been introduced on stage earlier, the descendant of Zhou Tianheng. Next to the head of the Zhou family stood two young women who still had charm. They were wearing exquisite evening gowns, and their eyebrows and eyes were about 50% similar. They looked to be around 35 years old. The Zhou family had extended his hand and said enthusiastically, "I'm Zhou Wenyan. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Lin. These two are my beloved daughters, Zhou Linya and Zhou Linjing." Lin Qiye nodded politely and shook hands with him. Zhou Wenyan looked at Lin Qiye carefully, his eyes full of undisguised admiration. He got straight to the point and said, "Mr. Lin, we've read your profile. I wonder, are you interested in becoming our Zhou family's son-in-law and joining our Zhou family?" Chapter 87 Marriage Can Be Divorced. Son-in-law? Lin Qiye was completely stunned. Are people in the planet's capital so direct? They just met. Zhou Wenyan saw Lin Qiye's surprised expression and smiled and waved his hand. "I know it's a bit presumptuous to say that. However, opportunities like tonight are rare, so we also want to be frank. We in the Zhou family admire young talents like you very much and sincerely hope to have a deeper development with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the two Zhou sisters, Zhou Linya and Zhou Linjing, who had been silent, had a touching blush on their cheeks. They looked at Lin Qiye shyly, their eyes full of curiosity and expectation. Although the man in front of them was a little too young, his strong facial lines, tall and straight figure, and the youthful and energetic aura he exuded made their hearts beat faster. What's more, he is a student of Galaxy Martial Arts University. Although he was born in a remote fourth-tier city and came from a poor family, this only highlighted his amazing personal talent and huge potential. The future is definitely promising. This completely meets their ideal criteria for choosing a partner. However, before Lin Qiye could recover from this sudden recruitment of a son-in-law, another group of people also came over quickly. Leading the group was a middle-aged man who looked more shrewd and capable. Beside him was an elderly butler who was dressed in a neat tuxedo and had a calm demeanor. Behind them stood a young woman with a beautiful appearance. Lin Qiye recognized that this was the Yu family, another family that had been introduced on the stage before and was seeking fertility information. Mr. Lin. Yu Zhenhai, the patriarch of the Yu family, arrived before he even showed up. With a smile even more eager than Zhou Wenyan's, he squeezed over and said, "I've heard so much about you, so much about you." He ignored Zhou Wenyan, who had a rather grim expression on his face, and spoke directly to Lin Qiye. "Mr. Lin, I'm sure you understand the situation of our Yu family. I won't beat around the bush with you. As long as you are willing, the door of our Yu family is always open to you. My daughter, Yu Siyu, is 32 years old this year and still unmarried. She hopes to find an ideal partner like you, Mr. Lin." As he spoke, he pushed his daughter forward a step. The young woman named Yu Siyu, with blushing cheeks, looked at Lin Qiye with a voice so soft that it could squeeze out water. "Hello, Mr. Lin." For a moment, Lin Qiye was caught between the two families, feeling torn, and the situation became somewhat awkward. The other guests around also noticed the commotion here and cast curious and intriguing glances. Zhou Wenyan's face darkened upon seeing this, and he snorted coldly, "Master Yu, there has to be a first-come first-served rule for everything, right?" Yu Zhenhai, however, refused to budge. With a forced smile, he replied, "Master Zhou is mistaken. A leader like Mr. Lin naturally has the right to choose a family that suits him best. While our Yu family may not be as wealthy as the Zhou family, we have a smaller family and will never let Mr. Lin suffer any injustice." Lin Qiye didn't expect that he would become so popular. The two sides were about to argue, and it seemed that representatives from two other families were ready to make a move. He raised his hand to interrupt them, feeling both amused and helpless. "Everyone, thank you very much for your kindness. It's just, I'm already married." "Get married?" These three words, like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguished all the hot atmosphere at the scene. The entire banquet hall fell silent. The smiles on Zhou Wenyan and Yu Zhenhai's faces froze. The sparkle in the eyes of the daughters behind them quickly dimmed, replaced by disappointment and astonishment that was difficult to conceal. The whole audience was silent for a few seconds. The first person to react was Yu Zhenhai. He laughed heartily, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "So that's how it is. It was you who was abrupt. It's okay, it's okay. Even if we can't reach an agreement on this, we're still friends. Mr. Lin, add a terminal and keep in touch." As he spoke, he took out his personal terminal and enthusiastically wanted to exchange contact information with Lin Qiye. Zhou Wenyan, who was standing by, still had a rather grim expression on his face, but he snorted coldly, also took out his terminal, and said, "Mr. Lin, our Zhou family also hopes to make friends with you." With these two families taking the lead, several other family heads who were originally on the sidelines also stepped forward and politely exchanged contact information with Lin Qiye. A grand drama of snatching a son-in-law came to a dramatic end. Soon, the party ended. Lin Qiye declined the enthusiastic invitations from the family heads, left the Galaxy building alone and returned to school. Inside a luxurious hover car, the atmosphere in the Zhou family was a bit depressing. Zhou Wenyan leaned back in the soft leather seat and sighed deeply, his tone full of regret. "How quick they acted. I didn't expect someone so young to be already married." His second daughter, Zhou Linjing, who was sitting next to him, snorted with disdain and sourness in her tone. "After getting married, he's still selling his fertility information. I think he's just too poor to be true. He's willing to do anything for that little bit of money. What do you know?" Zhou Wenyan immediately glared at her and scolded her in a low voice. "It is precisely because of this that we have more chances. Even if we get married, we can still get divorced. Dad." Before he could finish, his youngest daughter, Zhou Linya, who had been silent the entire time, interrupted him with a sharp voice, her face filled with resistance. "I don't want a divorced man. A bumpkin from a small, fourth-tier city, even if he's a student at Galaxy Martial Arts University, so what? If this gets out, will our Zhou family's reputation be ruined?" Zhou Wenyan was so angry when he saw his little daughter's arrogant look that he almost suffocated. He pointed at her and was speechless for a long time. He felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Why has my family's bloodline declined to this extent? Not without reason. On the other side, the atmosphere in the Yu family's hovercraft was equally subtle. Yu Xinhai looked at his daughter, who was looking unhappy, and said in a gentle voice, "See you, don't be discouraged. Since he's already married, let's take it slow. You two should make friends first and hang out more. No one will gossip about it. Who knows, maybe things will change in the future." Upon hearing this, Yu curled her lips in annoyance and glanced at her father. "Dad, what are you thinking? Do I need any men chasing me? Why do I have to rush to throw myself at a married man?" When Yu Xinhai heard his daughter's words, his expression instantly turned cold. He snorted coldly and said, "All right, you're capable. Starting next month, don't ask me for a penny of your pocket money." "Dad." Yu suddenly became anxious and said angrily, "Why are your ideas so old-fashioned? Is it necessary to do this to continue the family line? Are marriage and having children really that important?" When Yu Xinhai saw his daughter like this, he felt exhausted. The atmosphere in Yi Qinghan's hovercar was icy cold. The luxurious carriage is completely isolated from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, running smoothly and silently on its exclusive track in the night. Bossy, the female assistant sitting in the passenger seat, spoke cautiously, trying to break the dull atmosphere with a flattering smile on her face. "Just now, when the party was about to end, I heard something interesting happened." Seeing that Yi Qinghan didn't stop her immediately, the female assistant continued, "I heard that the Zhou and Yu families almost got into a fight over a son-in-law. That man seems to be a freshman at our Galaxy Martial Arts University." Before she finished speaking, she felt the temperature in the car seem to drop a few degrees. Yi Qinghan's icy gaze shot through the rearview mirror like a sharp sword. The female assistant froze all over, the smile on her face instantly frozen, and the rest of her words were stuck in her throat, unable to utter a single word. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. She knew she had said the wrong thing. Yi Qinghan looked at the terrified female assistant, and the disgust in her eyes grew even stronger. The figure of Lin Xie appeared in his mind. So disgusting. How could such a person be qualified to enter Galaxy Martial Arts University? Chapter 88: Lin Yuechan's question. At this moment, Lin Xie, the protagonist who caused all this trouble, had already forgotten the episode at the party. He was sitting on the suspended railcar returning to school, happily sending messages to Bai Muxi. "Lin Xie, honey, I'm almost home." "Bai Muxi, okay, the food is warming up for you, come back soon." Looking at the gentle words on the screen, Lin Xie's mouth corners unconsciously curled up into a warm smile. "When I returned to the dormitory, the familiar aroma of food hit me." Bai Muxi, wearing a cute apron, was like a hard-working little bee, bringing plates of steaming hot dishes to the table. "Honey, how was it? Did the party go well?" she asked curiously as she served Lin Xie some food. "Did you eat anything good?" Lin Xie smiled and shook his head, picked up a piece of fragrant barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth, and said vaguely, "The food is secondary, it's just a bit boring. However, the harvest is still not bad." Bai Muxi's eyes lit up and she asked, "Oh? What did you gain?" Lin Xie swallowed the food in his mouth, drank a sip of water, and said in a calm tone, "Well, I took on 12 projects." 12? Bai Muxi was slightly startled, a little surprised. "So many? What projects are they?" In her opinion, the projects at this kind of high-end party were mostly academic research collaborations, or providing some martial arts consulting services to large companies. Lin Xie looked at her curious expression and decided not to keep her in suspense any longer, and directly dropped a bombshell. "The pay is about the same. Each project is around 500,000 credits. Pa!" The chopsticks in Bai Muxi's hand slipped without warning and fell on the dining table with a crisp sound. She froze completely, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened instantly, her mouth opened slightly, and her face was full of disbelief. She subconsciously did a quick calculation in her mind. One project costs 500,000. 12. That's 6 million? 6 million credits? Bai Muxi only felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he was struck by a thunderbolt, and everything went blank in an instant. She remembered how she had scraped together less than 500,000 credit points. And now, Lin Xie just went out to attend a party and easily brought back 500,000. This number was completely beyond her comprehension, making her feel as if she was dreaming. "Husband." Her voice was trembling as she stammered, You are not kidding me, are you?" Lin Xie looked at her cute, frightened look and couldn't help laughing. He reached out and pinched her cheeks that were puffed up with shock, and said jokingly, "Why would I lie to you? It's absolutely true." After receiving a positive answer, Bai Muxi took a deep breath and it took her a long time to recover from the extreme shock. The next second, she suddenly jumped up from the chair, threw herself into Lin Xie's arms, and hugged him tightly. Lin Xie stumbled at her sudden enthusiasm. He smiled and hugged her, gently patting her back and soothing her softly, all right, don't get excited. It's only 6 million, right? There will be more in the future." By the way, the party also announced an official B-level dual cultivation technique called the Xuansu Heart Sutra. It's said to be very effective in improving the potential of offspring and the spiritual cultivation of both partners. He said, observing Bai Muxi's reaction. "It's just a bit expensive, it costs 1 million credit points." 1 million? Bai Muxi, who had just calmed down, was shocked again by this number. But this time, she was just surprised by the high cost of the technique, rather than feeling that it was out of reach. After all, they are now preparing to become wealthy people with a huge sum of 6 million. She just subconsciously felt that spending so much money to buy a B-level martial arts technique was a bit too extravagant. However, when the 4 words dual cultivation method went around in her mind, her pretty cheeks turned red uncontrollably, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito, poked the rice in the bowl with her chopsticks, and muttered, just buy it." Lin Xie looked at her shy and cute appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice, and teased in a magnetic tone, "Why? Do you want to experience it too?" "I don't." Bai Muxi glared at Lin Xie in embarrassment and anger, her cheeks red as if bleeding. She argued somewhat incoherently, I'm doing this for the baby's genetic potential. And also for your cultivation. You shouldn't have such wild thoughts." Looking at her cute look that was trying to hide but making it more obvious, Lin Xie smiled even more happily. As soon as Lin Xie finished his meal, he sent a message to Lin Yuechan. It was already late at night, but extraordinary warriors hardly needed sleep, as practice could completely replace it, so he didn't care too much about this time. "Lin Xie, hello, Teacher Lin. I'd like to schedule the next martial arts tutorial. When are you available?" After sending the message, he waited quietly. After about 10 minutes, the terminal made a soft beep, indicating a reply. Lin Xie clicked on it and saw Lin Yuechan's words with a hint of scrutiny and confusion displayed on the screen. "Lin Yuechan, it's only been a dozen days, and classes are already starting again?" Before Lin Xie could reply, the second message popped up. "Lin Yuechan, let me make it clear to you first. Martial arts training is most critically important to avoid impatience. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. If you don't have a solid foundation and only attend classes to catch up, it's a sheer waste of your time and my energy, and it won't produce any results." Lin Xie could feel Lin Yuechan's seriousness and even a hint of dissatisfaction between the lines. He smiled, not surprised by this, and replied calmly. "Lin Xie, teacher, I understand what you mean. However, I feel like my practice has been pretty good these past few days, so I'd like to ask for your further guidance." "Lin Yuechan, is it okay?" These 4 words seemed to make Lin Yuechan's disbelief felt even through the screen. A moment later, her next message came. "Lin Yuechan, okay, since you are so confident, then come on. Lin Yuechan, tomorrow at 12 a.m., still in room 2202. At the same time, in the 2202 training room of the number 10 teaching building." Lin Yuechan had just finished guiding Qin Xiaoxiao. She looked at Qin Xiaoxiao's departing back and nodded with satisfaction. This is what a genius should be like, humble, hardworking, and taking every step very solidly. At this time, she saw the chat history with Lin Xie on the terminal, and her beautiful brows frowned slightly again. She shook her head, a sharp glint in her eyes. If Lin Xie's performance this time shows no improvement and disappoints her, then she will never take Lin Xie's class again. A blindly arrogant person is not worth her unnecessary energy. Chapter 089, Civil Strife and Waha. After finalizing the class time with Lin Yuechan, Lin Xie just put down the terminal and prepared to continue practicing the 8 treasures kung fu. Ding dee. The terminal rang again, and this time the message came from the official account of the Empire Fertility Management Center. "Dear Mr. Lin Xie, hello. We have completed the preliminary coordination and arrangements for the 12 projects you requested for the charity gala. We will need your cooperation 12 times in total. How would you like to arrange your time going forward?" Lin Xie replied. Lin Xie, I hope the sooner the better. Soon, the Fertility Management Center gave a response. Okay, Mr. Lin. We've arranged the fastest schedule for you. The first appointment is tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The location is still at the Fertility Management Center in the First College area. Please arrive on time. The next morning, Lin Xie arrived at the familiar white building on time. This time he was received by a new staff member. She is also tall and beautiful, wearing a straight professional suit and elegant black stockings, with an impeccable professional smile on her face. When Lin Xie explained his purpose, the staff member immediately and respectfully led him to the other side of the building. After passing through a corridor that required authorization verification, they came to an area that was completely different from the previous one. The decoration here is more luxurious and private, and the air is even filled with a faint fragrance that can calm people's minds. The staff member led him to the door of a separate room and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, this is the exclusive area we have prepared for VIP customers. It will be more private and comfortable. Please come in. Lin Xie nodded and pushed the door open. The facilities in the room are indeed much more advanced than those in the ordinary area. It seems that the sponsorship fees paid by those families can indeed bring different treatments. An hour later, Lin Xie walked out refreshed. When he just returned to the school's commercial street, the system prompt sound that he had been waiting for in his mind for a long time came as expected. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. 3 pregnancies? Lin Xie showed a look of surprise. 3 babies were pregnant at once, it can only be attributed to the advancement of technology. At this time, a message from Zhou Wenyan, the head of the Zhou family, also came. Zhou Wenyan, Mr. Lin, thank you so much. I just received a notification from the hospital that your genetic profile is excellent, the combination went very smoothly, and you've successfully conceived. You are a great benefactor to our Zhou family. Looking at this message, Lin Xie couldn't help but think of the charming Zhou sisters he met last night. Is it those sisters, plus their other sister? All 3 sisters were pregnant with his seed. Lin Xie only felt an inexplicable heat rising from his lower abdomen. He even began to imagine. In the future, can I find many women and let them get pregnant with my children one by one? One after another, these beautiful young women in black silk dresses, with big bellies, gave birth to children for themselves and spread their bloodlines across the entire galaxy. He shook his head violently, forcing these dangerous yet tempting thoughts out of his mind. With a sharp weapon in mind, the desire to kill arises naturally. Lin Xie muttered to himself with a wry smile, the ancients were not deceiving me. He took a deep breath, calmed his agitated mood, and stopped thinking about these trivial things. Before he could completely calm down, the terminal made another soft beep. A bank account arrival message popped up. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 500,000.00 credit points. The money has arrived. Looking at the string of numbers that made his heart beat faster, Lin Xie felt relieved. The Zhou family is really efficient. With this first influx of funds, he could finally put his biggest worry aside. In recent days, as his practice intensity continued to increase, his genetic potential soared to 15.9%. He could clearly feel that the energy obtained solely from food was beginning to be unable to keep up with the body's consumption. If this continues, it will probably affect the efficiency and foundation of cultivation. It's time to use the nutrient solution. He immediately thought of his overly enthusiastic fat neighbor, Qian Cohen, who claimed to be the general agent of Jian Bailey nutrient solution. However, Lin Xie would not trust someone so easily. Before contacting Qian Cohen, he decided to go to another place to explore the situation first. When he came to the familiar butcher shop again, the middle-aged owner saw Lin Xie and immediately greeted him warmly. Handsome guy, are you here to buy meat again? Lin Xie smiled and nodded. After buying it, he asked again, Boss, that nutrient solution you mentioned last time. The boss's eyes lit up when he heard this, and his smile grew even brighter. He wiped his hands, walked out from behind the counter, and said in a low voice, "I knew you'd need it sooner or later. Come on, let me introduce it to you." He led Lin Xie to the rest area on the side of the store and sat him down. Then he took out several bottles of nutrient solution from a locked refrigerator and placed them on the table. This is the most popular Bailey C3 on the market. Look at the color and texture, it's exactly the same as the one sold in the direct sale stores, and the taste is exactly the same. The goods here are just flowing through some special channels, so you can rest assured about the quality, there is absolutely no problem. If you don't believe me, you can buy one from me and then go to the direct sale store to buy one and try it out. The boss continued, one bottle of Bailey C3 contains the same energy as 100 kilograms of premium mutant beef. Furthermore, it is completely absorbed by the stomach and intestines, without any side effects or residual impurities. And this, Lisan 3X, Xingning AAA, these are some of the most mainstream brands on the market, all similar products. The boss introduced them like a treasure trove. The official price of these things is 10,000 credit points each. Here, they're only 3,000 credit points each. How about it? Pretty good, right? Oh, by the way, this one is from the local Genio brand, a 1:1 replica of Bailey. This channel is much more legitimate than the previous one, 5,000 credit points per bottle. Lin Xie asked curiously, "Boss, what channel is this?" The boss lowered his voice and whispered, "Aren't you aware of the recent turmoil at the Waha Group?" Seeing Lin Xie's puzzled expression, he continued to explain, "There's a civil war between Wahaha's legitimate son and illegitimate son. You don't know this either. The civil war caused the foundry to be unable to supervise properly, and the leaked information." Chapter 90, 3 No Products. When Lin Xie heard this, he was suddenly shocked. He originally thought that the goods he was selling were from regular channels, but he didn't expect that they were 3 No products without even a label. The quality was really unreliable. The boss looked at the hesitant look on Lin Xie's face, smiled, and said, "Little brother, I won't lie to you. Many students from Galaxy Martial Arts University, Longting Martial Arts University, and even the entire first school district buy goods from me. I can steadily sell dozens of boxes every week." He counted on his fingers and did some calculations for Lin Xie. "I see you're a freshman, your genetic potential must be quite high. Even if we calculated at 15%, your daily consumption would require at least 5 bottles of Bailey C3, right? If we go by the official price, that's 50,000 credit points a day. With me, it's only 15,000. You can calculate how much you can save in a month." The boss said 5 cigarettes a day, that's the real style of the rich second generation. With Lin Xie's current consumption, after eating enough meat, his daily energy gap would probably only require a bottle of nutrient solution of this level to be sufficient. Of course, those rich kids who are not short of money may be too lazy to spend time eating, so it is completely fine for them to drink 4 or 5 bottles a day. However, even so, Lin Xie was still worried. For this kind of product without any quality assurance, who knows if there are any problems with it? Lin Xie thought for a moment and said, "Boss, I'll go back and think about it." "No problem." The boss smiled and said confidently, "My prices are definitely the most affordable in the first school district." After coming out of the butcher shop, Lin Xie immediately contacted Qian Kuan. "Lin Xie, in the dormitory?" Soon, Qian Kuan's reply came. "Qian Kuan, brother Lin. What's going on? I'm at Genio Martial Arts University." Then, Qian Kuan explained again. "Qian Kuan, my family found me a teacher from Genio Martial Arts University to come over and give me extra lessons." Lin Xie secretly sighed in his heart that these students with backgrounds really all had their own ways and had already started a crazy involution before school started. In the afternoon, Qian Kuan and Lin Xie met in the leisure area of the lobby on the first floor of the student dormitory. "Brother Lin." As soon as Qian Kuan saw Lin Xie, he quickly walked up and asked enthusiastically, "Brother Lin, what brand of nutrient solution do you want?" "C3, right?" Qian Kuan immediately operated a few times on the terminal and called up a cargo list. The first item on the list was Bailey C3, and the price behind it was clearly marked purchase price, 6,500 credit points. Qian Kuan pointed at the price, lowered his voice, and said sincerely, "Brother Lin, our purchase price is 6,500. How much do you want?" 6,500? Lin Xie immediately made a judgment in his mind. Although it is more than twice as expensive as the butcher's price, Qian Kuan's price is obviously much more credible. "Let's have a box first," Lin Xie said. "Okay." Xian Kuan agreed readily. Brother Lin, I have some leftovers in the dormitory. I'll bring them up to you later. Lin Xie quickly said, don't worry. How can I transfer this money to you? Upon hearing this, Xian Kuan immediately waved his hand with a smile on his face. Brother Lin, it's too strange for you to talk to me about money. It's just a box of nutrient solution, consider it my gift to Brother Lin. Lin Xie smiled and shook his head, that won't do. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. If you act like this, I won't dare to take your things. Seeing Lin Xie's firm attitude, Chen Kuan no longer insisted. He scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, then give it to me according to the purchase price. Brother Lin, please don't be polite with me. Lin Xie nodded and finally felt relieved. Then, he casually asked about bulk cargo. Chen Kuan, do you know why there are some unlabeled nutrient solutions being sold on the market? Bulk goods? Xian Kuan's face immediately changed when he heard this. He quickly lowered his voice and said nervously, Brother Lin, please don't buy those things. They are all recycled waste liquids, and there may be contamination in them. Recycle waste liquid? Lin Xie's eyes suddenly widened. Xian Kuan nodded emphatically and explained, yes, many nutrient solutions can't be 100% absorbed during use, so there's always some residue left in the bottle. Those unscrupulous individuals specialize in recycling this residual waste liquid, filtering and blending it simply, and then selling it as new, so of course the price is cheaper. After hearing this, Lin Xie was speechless. Sure enough, I was still too naive. All kinds of excuses like civil unrest are probably fake. Xian Kuan looked at Lin Xie's frightened expression and muttered to himself in his heart. Why would Lin Xie ask about waste liquid? Logically speaking, how could a child from a top-tier aristocratic family like him, who was able to make a political marriage and had lived a life of luxury since childhood, be exposed to such things? Could it be that I guessed wrong before? But judging by the way he insisted on paying just now, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who comes from a lower-class background and is greedy for small profits. Oh, it's becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Xian Kuan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. No matter what, it's always a good idea to make more friends. Early morning, 12 o'clock midnight. Lin Xie once again came to teaching building number 10 in the core area of the school. The campus is still brightly lit late at night, with people coming and going on the streets, filled with a strong atmosphere of cultivation. He walked to the door of room 2202 with ease and was about to knock. Swish! The door to the training room slid open from the inside, and a familiar tall figure walked out. He was still wearing the dashing dark red tight combat uniform, still had neat short hair, and still had that beautiful and cold face. It was Qin Xiaoxiao. The two looked at each other and were both slightly stunned. There was a thin layer of sweat on Qin Xiaoxiao's forehead. It was obvious that she had just finished a high-intensity training, and her breathing was still a little rapid. When she saw Lin Xie, she just nodded coldly as a greeting, and then walked past him without saying a word, without any unnecessary communication. Lin Xie watched her leaving, shook his head slightly, pushed the door and walked into the training room. Chapter 091, Punch, Fight Well. Teacher. Lin Xie walked into the training room and called out respectfully. Lin Yuechan was standing in the center of the venue. She didn't turn around, but said in a cold voice, "Are you here? Then let's get started. Practice the basic boxing techniques and basic footwork for me. Let me see how good you are at these past 10 days." Her tone was calm, and no emotion could be heard in it, but Lin Xie could sense that beneath that calmness, there was a hint of scrutiny and testing. Yes. Lin Xie didn't say much, took a deep breath, and walked to the center of the venue. He did not start immediately, but closed his eyes first and calmed his mind completely. The next second, when he opened his eyes again, his whole temperament changed. If he was a sharp blade hidden in a sheath before, then at this moment, this blade has been unsheathed, revealing its sharpness. He just lowered his waist and stood up, then punched out straight ahead. Call! Before the fist arrived, a hot and domineering fist wind was already blowing in his face. This punch was no longer as soft as last time, but full of explosive power. Lin Yuechan was just standing there casually, but when she felt the sudden burst of aggressive aura from Lin Xie, a hint of genuine surprise appeared in her cold eyes for the first time. This punch is not only good. And this breath. Is it the will of martial arts? And why is this feeling of will so similar to my own? How is this possible? A huge wave of emotion surged in Lin Yuechan's heart. A few days ago, he was just a martial arts idiot who couldn't even stand steadily or throw a straight punch. Was it a few days ago? At this moment, Lin Yuechan began to doubt her own sense of time. How long has it been? He actually comprehended the will of martial arts? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Before Lin Yuechan recovered from her shock, Lin Qiye had already moved. Every movement he made seemed to contain a volcano about to erupt, full of the domineering charm of rapid and fierce fire. The same was true of his footwork. Every step he took was like igniting a cluster of flames on the ground. His entire body was like a swift flash of fire, moving flexibly across the field, dodging, turning, and moving. Fists and steps are perfectly integrated together. It takes the will of rapid fire as the core, the perfect basic boxing as the skeleton, and the perfect basic footwork as the foundation. After practicing a set of boxing techniques, it was smooth and seamless. The air in the entire training room seemed to be ignited, and the temperature rose a few degrees. When he finished the last movement and stood still, the scorching and overbearing aura slowly absorbed into his body. There was a slight sweat on Lin Qiye's forehead, his breathing was steady, his eyes were bright, and he looked at Lin Yuechan quietly, waiting for her evaluation. At this moment, Lin Yuechan was already in great shock and could not speak for a long time. The training room was dead silent, with only the soft hum of the air conditioning system. After a long time, Lin Yuechan swallowed her saliva and spoke with a dry throat. There was a slight tremor in her voice that she herself had not noticed. Let's try again. Good. Lin Qiye responded without any hesitation and started fighting again. The whistling fist wind, swift footwork, and domineering momentum once again filled the entire training room. This time, Lin Yuechan had already calmed down from her initial shock. Her sharp eyes, like the most sophisticated instrument, locked onto Lin Qiye's every movement and every detail without blinking. Although it is still very weak and immature, there is no doubt that the feeling of concentration, purity, and explosiveness is unmistakable. It's Wu-Yi. Moreover, what Lin Qiye comprehended was the same martial spirit as his own. She looked at Lin Qiye in front of her with extremely complicated eyes. Shocking, unbelievable, incredible. All kinds of emotions intertwined together, causing her strong heart, which had long been calm, to beat violently. She recalled how, in order to comprehend her own martial arts will, she had practiced hard in seclusion for 3 whole years under the arrangement of her family. During this period, I sought guidance from many famous teachers before I finally succeeded. Of course, this is the method used when absolute safety is guaranteed. In a life or death battle, it is indeed possible to gain an instant enlightenment and comprehend the essence of martial arts under the immense pressure and excitement of life and death. But that method is too risky. It is tantamount to gambling with one's own life. If one is not careful, the outcome will be disastrous. No one will try it easily. As for a safer and more efficient method, there is also a cutting-edge device, a virtual machine, that is only available on the main star of Taurus. Even the senior students of Galaxy Martial Arts University only have a chance to experience it when they go to the main planet for study tours and participate in competitions. And how did this grassroots boy in front of me do it? Evildoer. This is no longer something that can be described as a genius, this is simply an absolute monster. Lin Yuechan recalled her previous contempt for him and suddenly felt her cheeks burning. I even warned him not to be too ambitious and not to be impatient. Now it seems that I am the self-righteous fool. When Lin Qiye finished his training and stood still again, Lin Yuechan took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the turbulent emotions in her heart, and tried to make her voice sound calmer. Not bad, you did very well. Chapter 92 Lin Yuechan's Misunderstanding. Very good. This simple compliment, spoken from Lin Yuechan's mouth, sounded a little dry. She looked at Lin Qiye's clear and calm eyes, and the feeling of hating iron for not being able to make steel in her heart had long disappeared. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity and a hint of expectation. She took 2 steps back and forth, as if trying to organize her words, and finally couldn't help asking. How did you do that? Lin Qiye scratched his head, a simple smile on his face, and he had already prepared his words. I don't know either. I just watch your VR teaching videos every day, and as I watch them, it seems. I suddenly have a feeling. Just look at it, and you feel something? When Lin Yuechan heard this explanation, she was speechless. She felt that her worldview had been impacted like never before, and she even began to doubt whether all her 3 years of hard training had been in vain. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. All right. Perhaps only a genius like this can stand out from a school whose name he has never heard of? I should have been mentally prepared for this. However, she has taught so many students at Galaxy Martial Arts University and has seen so-called top talents before. However, I have never seen someone like Lin Xia in front of me. Is it really because I am ignorant? Okay, let us not worry about this anymore. Lin Yuechan forced herself to suppress the distracting thoughts in her mind and put her attention back on teaching. She looked at Lin Xia, her expression becoming more serious than ever. Now that you have comprehended the martial spirit, you must be extremely careful in choosing your next martial arts technique. She spoke slowly, her voice solemn. The style of your martial arts must match your martial will. If the two complement each other, their power will be multiplied, achieving twice the result with half the effort. If they conflict with each other, they will hinder each other, achieving half the result with twice the effort, and even affect the growth of your martial will. Take me for example. As she spoke, she suddenly pulled out a short metal stick no more than half a meter long from the shelf next to her. You step back 10 meters. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia immediately retreated as instructed and kept a sufficient distance. Lin Yuechan just shook her wrist, and the short metal rod made a clicking sound, stretching out section by section, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a 2-meter-long silver alloy spear. The spear body was shining brightly, and the tip of the spear was emitting cold light. It was taller than Lin Yuechan and was full of fierce murderous aura. She held the gun in one hand and casually made a gunflower, and her whole demeanor changed again. If she was a volcano about to erupt before, then at this moment, she was a red lightning that streaked across the sky, full of unparalleled sharpness and swiftness. Watch carefully. Before she finished speaking, she moved. Without any warning, she rushed forward like a ghost, and the spear in her hand seemed to turn into a fire dragon coming out of a cave, piercing straight out with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Buzz! The tip of the gun vibrated at high speed in the air, actually producing sparks. She thrust out a spear, turned her wrist, and the spear came out like a dragon and retracted like lightning. Stab, pick, chop, smash, sweep. Each move was simple and direct, yet extremely fast and fierce. Gun shadows filled the sky, like a huge net woven of fire and death, covering the entire training room. Lin Xia stood in the distance and felt a gust of hot wind blowing towards him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He even had an illusion, as if he was not facing a person, but a raging wildfire, an erupting torrent, full of unstoppable destructive power. When the last shot was fired, Lin Yuechan suddenly put away the gun and stood still. The gun shadows and scorching breath in the sky disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. She stood there quietly, her breathing steady, her expression unchanged. Only in her sharp eyes did a trace of fighting spirit still remain. My martial intent is blazing swiftness, so my main martial art is the A-rank swept flame spear. This spear technique pursues extreme speed and explosive power, which perfectly matches my martial intent. She paused, then added, it's just right. This spear technique is paired with the fire-attributed technique I practice, the red sun prison suppressing technique. When it strikes the enemy, it will cause a burning or even explosive effect within their body. The Hanyuan Yi Qigong you practice is moderate and peaceful, but since you've already realized the fire attribute, it's also suitable. Of course, the choice of martial arts ultimately depends on your personal preference. From your study of basic boxing techniques, do you prefer to develop swordsmanship, spearmanship, swordsmanship, or staff techniques? The shooting skills are quite good. Lin Xia murmured. He had a simple idea in his mind, an inch longer, an inch stronger. How wonderful it is that the enemy was shot dead before he even got close to me. Safety. However, with the vision gained from the two perfect level basic martial arts, he also saw some of the tricks of the gun technique just now. Lin Yuechan's marksmanship was indeed fierce, but it gave Lin Xia a feeling of moving forward fearlessly, and it was a fight to the death. Every move is an extreme attack, almost giving up all defense. Teacher Yuechan, Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, then asked his doubts, isn't your spear technique too offensive? I feel as if there aren't many defensive moves. Lin Yuechan nodded approvingly, a glint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Good vision. That's right, the swept flame spear is about attacking, not defending. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. Attacking the enemy so that they have no chance to resist, and then killing them first, that's the essence of this spear technique. She looked at Lin Xia and asked, I see that you can comprehend the martial spirit of swift fire. Isn't it the same style? That's why I recommended it to you. Do you prefer the steady and cautious style? Lin Xia was a little confused for a moment and asked himself in his heart. Am I such a reckless person? I clearly wanted to choose a spear, stay away from the enemy, and stab him to death safely. What happened that caused Lin Yuechan to misunderstand? Chapter 93 Genius Logic. Lin Yuechan put away her spear and looked at Lin Xiye with burning eyes. The will of martial arts will never lie. It originates from the deepest instincts of your soul. I've taught some students before. Like you, they also had similar doubts about themselves when they first comprehended the will of martial arts. But they all later proved that the direction guided by the will of martial arts was the path that best suited them. She paused and continued, "It's okay if you don't feel like this style. The prerequisite martial art for Swept Flame Spear is the C-rank martial art Wild Wind Spear technique. This spear technique also emphasizes speed and continuous attacks, and is the perfect foundation for Swept Flame Spear. But if you feel that the extreme offensive style of the Swept Flame Spear isn't suitable for you, then after you've mastered the Wild Wind Spear technique to the master level, you can switch to the other two completely different A-level spear techniques." As she spoke, she lightly drew a line in the air in front of her, and two glowing martial arts documents were projected out. The first is the A-rank martial art, Heavenly Dragnet Spear. This spear technique is the complete opposite of the overbearing Swept Flame Spear. It emphasizes the continuous flow of the spear like silk threads. When the spear's momentum is unfurled, it resembles a giant spider web, dense and tenacious. It excels at using softness to overcome hardness, dissipating force to counteract it, trapping the enemy firmly within your attack range until they succumb to exhaustion. The second one is also an A-rank martial art, called the Rock Mountain Suppressing Spear. This spear technique is extremely balanced in attack and defense. The spear strikes like a mountain, and is as steady as a mountain. It has no obvious weaknesses, and of course, no particularly outstanding advantages either. It is a jack of all trades, and is most suitable for surviving and fighting in various complex battlefield environments. These three A-rank spear techniques are all based on the Wild Wind Spear, but ultimately take on three completely different directions. One focuses on attack, one on control, and one on defense. The choice you make depends entirely on your heart. After listening to Lin Yuechan's introduction, Lin Xiye nodded and said in a deep voice, "I understand, teacher. Then I will start practicing with the Wild Wind Spear technique. No matter which direction you will eventually go, it is always a good idea to lay a solid foundation." Lin Yuechan nodded approvingly. Wild Wind Spear technique is a C-level martial art. It can be purchased in the school's martial arts mall. It should cost 10 credits, or 100,000 credit points. She suddenly remembered something and asked, "Do you have money?" "You don't have any credits now, but when you have them in the future, you should save them. You see, in the mall, 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 credit points. In reality, 1 credit is far more valuable than 10,000 credit points. So if you can use credit points, try to use them instead of credits. There will be plenty of places to use credits in the future." Lin Xiye nodded and said, "I see, teacher, I have money. Fill in my referral code. I also get a commission. I won't charge you for this class. It's a gift to congratulate you on your understanding of martial arts." "Teacher, this." Lin Xiye was about to refuse. No need to say more. Lin Yuechan waved her hand, interrupting him, her tone unquestionable. "I only taught you the most basic things, and you were able to comprehend it to this point on your own. I'm embarrassed to charge you more money." Seeing her firm attitude, Lin Xiye stopped being pretentious and bowed to her solemnly. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Xiye immediately started operating on the terminal and entered Lin Yuechan's referral code. Soon, the complete copyright of Quangfeng Gun technique and the official teaching VR video were all downloaded to his personal terminal. Alright, Lin Yuechan watched him finish the operation, her expression returning to her usual calm and composed state. "The copyright and tutorial for the technique have been sent to your terminal. I won't be practicing this spear technique myself. After all, I haven't practiced such a low-level martial art in a long time. If I practice it now, it will inevitably bring up the shadow of the Swept Flame Spear, which will affect your pure understanding of the word Wild Wind and be detrimental to your cultivation." She paused, then offered a crucial point. "The essence of the Wild Wind Spear technique lies in speed, and the foundation of speed lies in raising the spear. What you need to practice is how to raise the spear tip and point it at your enemy with the greatest speed and minimal effort. Practice this most fundamental movement to perfection, making it instinctual. Then you'll have truly mastered this spear technique, and the subsequent moves will naturally follow." Lin Xiye nodded, but was secretly calculating in his heart. "You think too highly of me, what else do you want? I'll just go straight to the max level. I just don't know if I can master the C-level quick wind gun technique to the maximum level before the school entrance exam." Also, 8 treasures Kung Fu and Han Yuan I Qigong are only at level 5. Lin Xie suddenly felt that time was not enough. Etc. Lin Xie's heart suddenly tightened, and he suddenly remembered a crucial issue that he had overlooked: getting started. The difficulty of getting started with C-level martial arts is much higher than that of D-level martial arts. Back then, it took him 5 whole days of sleepless work to barely get started with the simplest, basic boxing technique. God knows how long it will take to learn this C-level wild wind gun technique? 10 days? Half a month? He can't afford to waste this time. Thinking of this, Lin Xie immediately spoke up, somewhat embarrassedly asking, Teacher, are there any D-level spearmanship techniques that are relatively easy to get started with? Preferably a set of martial arts with fewer moves, preferably the kind that only requires practicing one move? Lin Xie thought to himself. The fewer tricks you have, the shorter the brushing time will be. If there really is only one trick, then he can do it hundreds or thousands of times in an hour, and maybe he can reach the maximum level within a day. When Lin Yuechan heard Lin Xie's words, she was stunned. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xie strangely, feeling speechless. Here we go again. Another weird request. It's bad enough that you only choose the easy ones to get started with, but now you also want fewer moves, preferably only one? What kind of cultivation logic is this? Could it be that he is a true monstrous genius, whose way of thinking is completely different from that of ordinary people? They don't need to learn step by step, but prefer to start from the simplest and purest underlying logic. As long as you understand one point thoroughly, you can apply it to other similar situations and understand everything? Chapter 94 Little Boy. The more Lin Yuechan thought about it, the more she felt that this was the only explanation that made sense. She shook her head and said without further question, that's very simple. Just practice the simplified gun technique of the Quangfing gun technique. What's it called? As he spoke, he started operating on the terminal. Soon, Lin Yuechan found the corresponding information on the screen. I got it, she looked up at Lin Xie. It's called Swift Wind Spear Technique, a D-rank martial art. It's a simplified version of Wild Wind Spear Technique. The entire spear technique consists of only one move from beginning to end: the swift wind thrust. It's specifically used to practice the continuity of the two basic movements of spear raising and thrusting. When Lin Xie heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Just one move. This is tailor-made for him. He immediately started searching on the terminal and soon found the information about the swift wind gun technique. Price, 20,000 credits. Lin Xie clicked buy without hesitation. Byte. As the prompt sound of successful payment rang out, the complete copyright and teaching video of swift wind gun technique were instantly downloaded to his personal terminal. That's great. After solving the biggest problem of getting started, Lin Xie finally felt relieved and felt a lot more relaxed. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xie's satisfied expression and was speechless. I felt like I didn't teach Lin Xie anything serious when I was teaching him. Instead, I became a little martial arts master who was responsible for finding all kinds of weird martial arts for him. Seeing Lin Xie put away the terminal and ready to leave, Lin Yuechan asked curiously, "Don't you want to practice here?" "I'd better go back to the dormitory and practice," Lin Xie answered subconsciously. Lin Yuechan rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. It's strictly forbidden to practice martial arts in the student dormitories. It's such a small place. If you accidentally break through the wall and damage the facilities, a fine is a minor matter. In serious cases, you will be directly disqualified from staying. You don't even know such an important rule? Lin Xie finally reacted and scratched his head awkwardly. I forgot. Lin Xie had practiced basic boxing and basic footwork in the student dormitory before, and he didn't react. However, basic boxing and basic footwork will not break down walls, unlike gun skills. Lin Yuechan shook her head and said, I have classes after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. From now on, you can use this training room for free from midnight to 9 o'clock the next morning. When Lin Xie heard this, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and he quickly said, Thank you, Teacher Yuechan. Lin Yuechan glanced at Lin Xie and said, Do you have anything else to ask? If not, this class ends here. Lin Xie thought about it, and finally mustered up the courage to ask, Teacher Yuechan, do you know the Xuansu Heart Sutra? Lin Xie has the idea of buying the dual cultivation technique Xuansu Heart Sutra. But 1 million credit points is not a small number, and he doesn't know how good this technique is and whether it is worth it. Perhaps Lin Yuechan is knowledgeable and can give him some professional advice. However, when Lin Yuechan heard his words, a strange expression of half-smile suddenly appeared on her cold face. Little friend, what do you mean by this? Her eyes swept over Lin Xie, as if examining something. Lin Xie was a little uneasy when she looked at him, and he quickly waved his hands to explain. Teacher Yuechan, please don't misunderstand me. I just want to buy it, but I'm afraid there are some pitfalls in it, so I want to ask for your opinion. After Lin Yuechan heard his explanation, the strange smile on her face did not fade. She looked at Lin Xie and shook her head, with a hint of inexplicable meaning in her tone. At such a young age, you should focus on your own cultivation and not get involved in other things. In her opinion, Lin Xie's actions either had other intentions or he was unstable and was attracted by these unconventional things. No matter which one it is not what a talented warrior should be like. Lin Yuechan didn't know whether Lin Xie did it intentionally or unintentionally. But a young boy asked her opinion on the dual cultivation method in front of her? Little boys like to do these little tricks to attract the attention of female tutors. Lin Xie thought Lin Yuechan was going to be angry and was about to say something to explain. But then Lin Yuechan changed the subject, with a hint of teasing in her tone. If you can get into the top 100 in this opening exam, I can teach you the Xuansu Heart Sutra. Come on. After saying that, she winked at Lin Xie. Lin Yuechan was not really angry. Sometimes teasing these talented and clever young boys would make her feel younger too. Moreover, the little boy in front of her did give her a long-lost sense of anticipation. Okay, Lin Yuechan glanced at Lin Xie, waved her hand and said, I'm leaving. You practice slowly. After saying that, she turned and left the training room. Lin Xie looked at Lin Yuechan's departing back, stood there, scratched his head, and was a little confused. He admitted that he was indeed a little arrogant just now, and actually asked Lin Yuechan about the dual cultivation method. Fortunately, Lin Yuechan didn't seem really angry. But, what did her last sentence mean? Just talk to yourself about the top 100? And keep going? Lin Xie's mind couldn't help but become active, and Lin Yuechan's cold yet playful eyes emerged in his mind, and for a moment he had some wild thoughts. He shook his head violently, throwing these unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. What are you thinking about? Let us focus on the entrance exams first. Top 100? He glanced at his terminal, which still clearly recorded his comprehensive admission ranking 9,988th. Lin Xie turned around, picked up a short metal stick from the weapon rack next to him, and shook his wrist like Lin Yuechan had done before. Ka. A crisp mechanical sound was heard, and the metal short rod stretched out section by section, instantly turning into a 2-meter-long alloy spear. Hey, that's pretty fun. He held the cold gun body, feeling its heavy weight, and a new feeling surged in his heart. He did not rush to start practicing, but first opened the VR teaching video of swift wind gun technique. The light and shadows in front of my eyes changed, and a teacher in a white martial arts uniform appeared in the virtual training ground and began to demonstrate the only move over and over again, the swift wind thrust. Lin Xie watched intently. The instructor's movements were clean and efficient. He first turned his wrist, moved the gun body, and quickly raised the tip of the gun, pointing it forward. Then, he exerted force from his waist and abdomen, channeled the strength into his arms, and thrust the spear in his hand out suddenly. Raise the gun and thrust. The whole action was done in one go, as fast as lightning. As he watched, Lin Xie's brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. This action of raising the gun requires the coordinated strength of the wrist, forearm, waist and abdomen, and the pursuit is the word skill. As for thrusting, it is to concentrate the whole body's strength at one point in an instant and then explode it out, pursuing the word fierce. How are the core force techniques of these two movements similar to the force methods of drilling punch and cannon punch in basic boxing? Although one is unarmed and the other is armed, the internal logic of the power transmission seems to be the same. Lin Xie's heart moved and he turned off the VR video. He took a deep breath, recalling the force-generating techniques he had just seen, and then combined them with his understanding of the perfect level basic boxing technique. He gripped the alloy spear tightly in his hand and his body sank slightly. Raise your gun. Thrust. Swish. The spear in his hand suddenly thrust out with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and the tip of the spear stopped accurately in the air 3 inches in front of him, and the gun body buzzed. Ding! You have mastered the swift wind gun technique. Swift gun technique, beginner's guide not unlocked. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Lin Xie was stunned for a moment. So fast? Isn't this too fast? Chapter 095 1 hour complete. Lin Xie didn't expect that he would get the hang of it right away. Could it be, this is the benefit of practicing basic boxing and basic footwork to perfection? If you can draw inferences from one instance to another and understand one principle, you will understand all principles? If that is the case, then wouldn't the sea-level wild wind gun technique be that difficult? He immediately opened the VR tutorial video for Quanfeng gun technique and watched it carefully. An hour later, Lin Xie turned off the video with sweat all over his forehead, sighed deeply, and gave up decisively. No. Quifeng gun technique is more than 10 times more complicated than Jifeng gun technique. There are 36 variations of moves alone, which are linked together. It requires extremely high coordination of the body and control of spiritual energy. In his current state, let alone getting started, he couldn't even imitate the first move properly. It seems I'm overthinking it. Lin Xie smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's just lay the foundation honestly first. Lin Yuechan was right. The swift wind spear technique existed for the purpose of practicing the spear raising and thrusting techniques of the Quanfeng spear technique. In that case, let us first master swift wind gun technique to the maximum level. Maybe by then, I will be able to draw inferences from one instance to another and get started with Quanfeng gun technique instantly, just like today. Thinking of this, Lin Xie no longer hesitated, immediately calmed down and opened the system panel. Swift gun technique, beginner's guide not unlocked. He still has 3 authority points. System, use permission points, unlock. Ding. Consuming 1 authority point, swift wind gun technique has been unlocked. In an instant, a pure understanding of swift wind stab rushed into his mind like a torrent bursting through a dam, and perfectly merged with his spirit, blood, and even every cell. He didn't even need to think about it, his body had instinctively mastered the most core force generating technique of this shooting technique. Swift gun technique, level 1010. Looking at this extremely familiar progress bar, Lin Xie felt ecstatic. As the most basic D-level martial art, it only takes 10 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Level 10 is perfection. Start. He stood in the center of the training ground, the alloy spear in his hand seemed to have become an extension of his arm. Raise your gun. Thrust. Swift gun technique, level 1110. Raise your gun. Thrust. Swift gun technique, level 1210. He was completely immersed in this simple and repetitive practice. He doesn't need to think about whether the movements are standard or worry about the details of the force. He just needs to perform this action completely over and over again. As long as you take action, regardless of whether it is standard or not, the progress bar will grow. 30 seconds later. Ding. Swift wind spear skills level has been upgraded. Current level, level 2020. 1 minute later. Ding. Swift wind spear skills level has been upgraded. Current level, level 3030. An hour later. When Lin Xie thrust out with the spear in his hand again, the familiar system prompt sound finally rang in his mind. Ding. Swift wind gun skills level has been upgraded. Current level, level 10 max. At that moment, Lin Xie only felt a loud bang in his mind. The little man who had been practicing martial arts in his spiritual world also had a spear in his hand. It held a spear and practiced the swift wind thrust over and over again. Every time he raised his gun, it was as fast as lightning. Every time he thrust forward, it was earth-shattering. At this moment, all the mysteries and essence of this shooting technique were integrated into the depths of his soul and turned into his innate instinct. Call. Lin Xie put away his gun and stood up, letting out a long breath. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone another subtle yet profound transformation in just 1 hour. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 16%. Physical fitness, 150 plus. Spirit, 150 plus. Psychic power, 123 plus. Exercise method. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 10 Max. Hunyuan I Qigong Level 50500. 8 Treasures Skill Level 55100. Basic Boxing Level 10 Max. Basic Footwork Level 10 Max. Gas Gun Skill Level 10 Max. Martial Arts Will, Blazing Swiftness Level 1552-1000. Partner, Bai Muxi Favorability 85. Offspring, 10 currently conceiving. Permission points, 2. Genetic potential increased by another 0.1%. All basic attributes have also increased significantly. What surprised him even more was that the progress bar of martial arts will swift fire also increased so much. Sure enough, Lin Xie felt ecstatic. Practicing martial arts can also promote the growth of martial arts will. He once again turned his attention to the dusty sea-level martial art wild wind spear technique. This time, he opened the VR teaching video without any hesitation. When the teacher appeared again and began to practice the 36 complicated variations of the spear technique, the world in Lin Xie's eyes is completely different. With the perfect level of swift wind spear technique, Lin Xie can easily see through all the changes in the thrust moves in wild wind spear technique. However, when the teacher in the video began to demonstrate some more complicated techniques, Lin Xie couldn't help but frown. In addition to thrusting, Quangfeng gun technique also has a lot of swinging the gun and shaking the gun parts. The gun seemed to come alive in his hands, sometimes like a snake emerging from a cave, with tricky angles, sometimes like willows swaying in the wind, with heavy gun shadows. These skills were completely different from what he had learned before, and they dazzled him. Moreover, in order to match these complex gun techniques, the instructor's footwork has become more sophisticated. Although it can be seen, Lin Xie is still confused by many of the detailed changes in force techniques and is completely unable to understand them. Do I have to spend time forcing my way in here? Lin Xie thought about it, but quickly rejected the idea. No, it's such a waste of time. My greatest advantage is that I can quickly master the basic skills to perfection. If you waste a lot of time on the getting started stage, it would be tantamount to missing the forest for the trees. Just then, his terminal rang. It was Bai Muxi calling. Lin Xie quickly answered the call. Husband. Bai Muxi's gentle voice with a hint of worry came from the other side of the light curtain. Lin Xie glanced at the clock in the training room and realized that it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. His heart warmed, and he said softly, I'm practicing in the training room. I just started to feel something, and I want to practice for a while. You can go to sleep first, and you don't have to wait for me. Well, don't be too tired then, and take care of yourself. Bai Muxi gave a few instructions obediently before reluctantly hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xie's mood gradually calmed down. Since I can't master the Quangfeng gun technique for the time being, there is no need to fight hard. He decided to practice the 8 treasures kung fu here until Lin Yuechan came the next morning. At that time, I can ask her again whether the swinging the gun and shaking the gun parts of Quangfeng gun technique are similar to the simplified D-level martial arts like Jifeng gun technique. If so, then the problem is solved. After making up his mind, Lin Xie put away his spear, sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, and began to practice the 8 treasures kung fu. No words were spoken that night. Lin Xie was completely immersed in the practice of 8 treasures kung fu, tirelessly moving qi and blood and strengthening his muscles and bones. With the blessing of martial arts will swift fire, he found that his efficiency in practicing the 8 treasures skill had also improved a lot. The circulation of qi and blood seemed to carry a hint of burning breath, and the effect of tempering was more significant than before. When the intelligence system in the training room prompted it's 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xie slowly finished his training and woke up from his meditation. He stood up and stretched his muscles. He felt his whole body was filled with explosive power and his spirit was more full than ever before. Almost at the same time he stood up, the door of the training room slid open with a swish. Lin Yuechan appeared at the door on time. She was still wearing a smart black combat uniform. Seeing Lin Xie's energetic look, a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in her cold eyes. Lin Yuechan's first reaction was, could it be that what I said last night caused some unnecessary misunderstandings to this little boy in front of me? Chapter 096 Testing the Old Cadres? Good morning, teacher. Lin Xie greeted respectfully. Yeah. Lin Yuechan nodded, walked into the training room, glanced around casually, and asked, how's the training going? I've almost mastered the swift wind spear technique, Lin Xie replied, then told him about the problem he encountered. But I still don't quite understand the parts about swinging the spear and shaking the spear, as well as the accompanying footwork, in the wild wind spear technique. So I'd like to ask, teacher, are there any D-level simplified martial arts techniques specifically for laying the foundation for these 2 parts, like the swift wind spear technique? When Lin Yuechan heard what he said, she was stunned for a moment, and then a look of uncertainty appeared on her face. You little brat. She shook her head helplessly, there aren't so many shortcuts to martial arts practice. When Lin Xie heard this, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. It seems that I was thinking too much. However, Lin Yuechan changed the subject and said, however, the martial art of wild wind spear technique is extremely popular in the Imperial Army and has a large audience. In order to facilitate the rapid mastery of new recruits, the military's martial arts instructors have indeed summarized and developed some targeted basic training martial arts over the long years. Soon, she found the corresponding martial arts information. Got it. Regarding shaking gun, there's a D-rank basic martial art called oscillating gun technique. It specifically trains you to transmit force to the gun tip through high-frequency vibrations, creating a penetrating and concussive effect. As for footwork, there's also a technique called spear dance. This technique is more like a basic body movement training, teaching you how to use the strength of your waist, abdomen, and legs to drive the spear to perform large-scale spins, blocks, and sweeps. For now, we only need these 2 D-rank martial arts related to the wild wind spear technique. Oh, and the basic spear technique. Just then, the door of the training room slid open again, and a tall, beautiful girl with a cool temperament walked in. When she saw Lin Xie in the training room, a hint of doubt appeared on her pretty face, but she quickly regained her composure. She just walked aside silently and started doing warm-up exercises, obviously not wanting to disturb the communication between Lin Yuechan and Lin Xie. Seeing this, Lin Xie quickly said to Lin Yuechan, "Then I won't disturb you in class, teacher. I'll take my leave first." He nodded politely to the girl again as a greeting, then quickly walked out of the training room. When he returned to the dormitory, Bai Muxi was sitting on the sofa. When she saw him come back, a look of worry immediately appeared on her face. "Husband, how is your training going?" Lin Xie walked over with a smile, took her into his arms, and told her everything about his practice last night and what he had asked Lin Yuechan in the morning. When Bai Muxi heard that Lin Xie had found 2 more D-level simplified martial arts, she couldn't help but frown and said worriedly, "Husband, can you learn so many martial arts? Will it be too diverse and affect your training progress?" In her opinion, practicing so many different martial arts at the same time would take a huge amount of time and energy just to get started, which is totally not worth it. Lin Xie looked at her worried little face and couldn't help but scratch her nose. He smiled confidently and said, "You look down on your husband too much. Take the swift wind gun technique for example. The teacher teaching in the video can't even perform to my standard." Puff. When Bai Muxi heard what he said, she couldn't help laughing out loud. She looked at Lin Xie, her eyes seemed to say, "Just brag." The teachers in the official teaching videos are all masters who have been immersed in this martial art for decades and have already reached the level of perfection. Lin Xie has only practiced for 1 night, how could he be better than them? Lin Xie looked at her unbelieving eyes and said with a smile, "You don't believe it? I'll teach you now." "What are you teaching here?" Bai Muxi chuckled and pushed him. "Besides, your cultivation is more important, so don't waste your time on me." "Okay." Lin Xie nodded, thinking about when to teach Bai Muxi a lesson and let her know how powerful he is. Lin Xie stayed up all night, and although he was still excited, he felt a little sleepy deep in his body. He took out a bottle of Jianbei C3 nutrient solution from the storage space and drank it all in one gulp. A stream of pure energy dissolved in the abdomen, quickly replenishing the body's consumption and dispelling the fatigue. Afterwards, he sat cross-legged again and practiced Hunyuan Yi Qigong, using practice instead of rest. 10 hours later, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes from deep cultivation and felt a strong sense of hunger in his stomach. Bai Muxi had already prepared a sumptuous meal for him. After he wolfed down the food, he still felt it was not enough, so he drank another bottle of nutrient solution. I opened my personal terminal and took a look at the date. September 26th was clearly displayed on the screen. There are only 5 days left until the preschool placement test on October 1st. Time is becoming increasingly urgent. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Xie came to the familiar room 2202 again. As soon as I reached the door, I saw Lin Yuechan and Qin Xiaoxiao walking out one after another. When Lin Yuechan saw him, she just waved her hand casually and said, "The door is not closed, go in by yourself." Then, she turned to Qin Xiaoxiao beside her and said, "This place is empty at night anyway. If you need extra practice, you can come and use it for free." Qin Xiaoxiao said coldly, "Thank you, teacher." Lin Xie nodded to the two of them and walked into the empty training room. Without any delay, he immediately began to try out the basic gun skills, shotgun skills and spinning gun dance. However, 4 hours later, Lin Xie put down the spear in his hand with a look of helplessness. None of these 3 martial arts could allow him to apply what he learned to other situations and master them instantly like the swift wind spear technique. Each style has its own unique force generating techniques and body movement requirements. To master them, you need to spend a lot of time to figure it out and practice. It seems that there is no hope of learning a new martial art before the school exams. Lin Shiye shook his head and made a decision in his heart. In this case, there is no need to waste the remaining 5 days on learning new martial arts. It is better to concentrate all your energy and continue to improve the levels of Hanyuan I Qigong and Bobeo Gong. He decided to go back to the student dormitory now. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy in the dormitory is much higher than that in this ordinary training room, and the efficiency of practicing internal skills will be higher. After making up his mind, Lin Shiye left room 2202. As soon as he walked out the door, he saw Qin Xiaoxiao walking towards him. When she saw Lin Shiye coming out, she just glanced at him lightly and then looked away. Lin Shiye just nodded slightly to her and left on his own. The next morning, Lin Shiye did not practice, but came to the Fertility Management Center again. This is the second of 12 projects. An hour later, he came out refreshed. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. 3 more pregnancies. Got 3 authority points. Lin Shiye felt ecstatic. Just then, his terminal rang. It was a call from Yu Jinhai, the head of the Yu family. Mr. Lin. Thank you so much. On the other side of the screen, Yu Jinhai's face was filled with an eager smile. I just received a notification from the hospital that it was a success. Your genetic information is truly excellent. Our Yu family is endlessly grateful. Lin Shiye said a few words politely. However, Yu Jinhai changed the subject and asked tentatively, Mr. Lin, I wonder, is there still a chance for us to continue our cooperation? Continue to cooperate? Lin Shiye was a little confused when he heard that. Yu Jinhai quickly explained, Mr. Lin, you don't know this. We in the Yu family still have 3 women of childbearing age who are looking to get pregnant. We're thinking, can we use a more direct approach? He paused. Mr. Lin, don't worry. If you're willing, I'll give you the money. 1 million. What do you think? 1 million. The direct way? Lin Shiye's heart skipped a beat. You're using this to test veteran cadres? Chapter 97, Practicing the Xuansu Heart Sutra. Lin Shiye agreed almost subconsciously. But a moment of rationality made him suppress the impulse. He knew very well that there was no free lunch in the world. There is no such thing as a pie falling from the sky so easily. There must be something behind this that I don't know about. He absolutely cannot agree easily before he has a thorough understanding of the situation. Moreover, the school entrance exams are approaching, which is the top priority right now. Thinking of this, Lin Shiye pondered for a moment and said, Master Yu, thank you for your kindness. However, the entrance exams are coming soon, and I need to concentrate on preparing for them recently. This matter, let's talk about it after the exams. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinhai, far from being disappointed, became even more enthusiastic. Yes, yes. The exam is important. Then I won't bother Mr. Lin. I wish Mr. Lin excellent results in the opening exams and a great success. Lin Shiye returned to the dormitory, temporarily put the affairs of the Yu family behind him, and once again devoted himself to his training, racing against time. Another 10 sleepless hours passed. Lin Shiye was so hungry that he felt dizzy. He rushed to the table and gobbled up everything in no time. He ate until his stomach was slightly bloated, but he still felt empty. Helplessly, he took out another bottle of nutrient solution and drank it with his head tilted back. 2 bottles a day, 13,000. If I hadn't taken on 12 fertility projects, I really couldn't afford it. Lin Shiye once again felt the expense of cultivation. This era is really getting more and more difficult. Bai Muxi, who was sitting opposite, frowned slightly. She hesitated for a long time, and finally said softly, Husband, from now on, let's not go to the Fertility Management Center anymore, okay? Why? Lin Shiye asked curiously. The Fertility Management Center is the most important way for him to enhance his strength. Bai Muxi only has one belly. If you want to have more babies, you have to rely on the fertility management center. How can you just not go? Bai Muxi sighed, opened his personal terminal, and called up a Galaxy headline news that had just popped up. See for yourself. She pushed the light curtain in front of Lin Xie and said softly, the whole Taurus knows about Hahawa's incident now. Ha ha ha. Lin Xie looked at him with a puzzled look. The news headline was shocking. The god of war has fallen, bloodline disputes. Hahawa is caught in civil strife over the right of succession. The news reported in detail that after the death of the war god Zhongqing, the owner of the Hahawa group that dominated Taurus, his huge legacy and sphere of influence immediately triggered an unprecedented storm of inheritance rights. Because, in addition to the legitimate son born to his legally married wife, there were 30 young people who emerged from the 0571 star system where the Hahawa group was located and claimed to be the illegitimate sons of the god of war Zhongqing. They held an irrefutable genetic identification report issued by the imperial authority and forcefully demanded the division of the war god Zhongqing's inheritance. The latest news just said that the impact is so severe that the imperial authorities are going to investigate this incident thoroughly. Bai Muxi's voice was filled with a hint of fear. I heard that these 30 illegitimate children were all born after the war god Zhongqing went to the birth management center when he was still a warrior. Lin Xie was stunned. Ah? Can it be operated like this? Isn't this an official sting operation? Children born from a birth management center can also compete for inheritance rights. Isn't this funny? Bai Muxi shook her head and said, no. An insider revealed that when war god Zhongqing went to the fertility management center, he might have been tempted and accepted a private deal from some family. Then, Bai Muxi looked at the comments on the terminal and said, private transactions involve a lot of tricks. Private transactions. When Lin Xie heard this, he immediately remembered the call from the head of the Yu family today. Could it be that old Deng is also thinking of a similar idea? However, Lin Xie reacted quickly. The head of the Yu family probably won't think that far ahead. The reason why the incident involving god of war Zhongqing caused such a big stir was because he died unexpectedly. If he were still alive and had the power to overwhelm the entire Taurus, who would dare to jump out and fight for the inheritance? Those so-called illegitimate children probably wouldn't even be qualified to get close to the Hahawa group. The real purpose of the head of the Yu family is probably not to divide the inheritance hundreds of years later. But it's about the now. Private transactions mean deeper intersections. Once they share a common bloodline, as a father, if he really achieves something in the future, how could he sit idly by and watch his bloodline wander outside? For a strong person, extending a helping hand may be just a piece of cake. But for a declining family, it is an enormous favor that is enough to change their destiny. Spend 1 or 2 million to gamble on your future. This investment is really worthwhile. This is probably the real purpose of the head of the Yu family. Lin Xie figured this out and felt relieved. Others may worry about being entangled in the karma of these declining families. But for him, this was not a problem at all. His system is based on the principle of more children, more blessings. The child is the key to his becoming stronger. As for the future death, will the family split, will the inheritance be robbed? I'm already dead, so why should I care about the flood? Just then, a notification popped up on Lin Xie's terminal. Dear guest, the limited time sale of the B-level dual cultivation technique Xuansu Heart Sutra that you are interested in has only 1 hour left and is about to end. Lin Xie took a look and no longer hesitated. Purchase. He directly chose the installment payment option. 1 million credit points, 10 years of interest-free payment, and monthly repayments of less than 10,000. With his current earning ability, he can easily afford it. Ding. Purchase successful. A complete set of Xuansu Heart Sutra practice materials was instantly downloaded to his personal terminal. After finishing this matter, Lin Xie was in a good mood. He smiled and said to Bai Muxi, "Oh, I won't be like the god of war Zhongqing. Besides, all these unexpected things happened after the death of the god of war. I'm just a small warrior and can't compare with him." Bai Muxi looked at him quietly, her eyes full of affection. "Hubby," she said softly, "in my eyes, your future achievements will definitely not be lower than those of the war god Zhongqing." Lin Xie grinned, "I like to hear what you say more." As he spoke, he stretched out his long arms and picked up Bai Muxi by the waist. "Ah!" Bai Muxi exclaimed, subconsciously hugging his neck, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. "Hubby, don't you want to practice?" Lin Xie carried her in his arms and strode towards the bedroom, grinning. "After practicing, you also need to relax." I just bought the Xuansu Heart Sutra, and it's a good opportunity for me to discuss it with you and learn from each other. Really, really? Bai Muxi's face turned even redder, her voice was as thin as a mosquito, she buried her head in his chest, not daring to look at him again. Of course it's true. Lin Xie lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his warm breath tickling her ears, let's get started now. The following content. Chapter 098, 59 seconds. 59 seconds. Hubby. I can't take it anymore. Bai Muxi's voice was tinged with tears, her body was as soft as a pool of spring water, and she could no longer maintain the cross-legged sitting position. The energy in her body had completely gone out of control, running around in her meridians like a frightened deer. Don't! Lin Xie growled, trying to stabilize the operation of his martial arts. However, it was too late. With Bai Muxi's surrender, the energy circulation that had been established between the two with great difficulty collapsed instantly. Lin Xie only felt a chaotic breath rushing back, his chest felt tight, and the Hunyuan qi in his body also poured out and dissipated without a trace. It's broken. After all, it's because I'm not good enough and can't control the circulation of qi in both parties' bodies. Lin Xie sighed and glanced at the system panel. Xuansu Heart Sutra not yet introduced. Sure enough, there was no entry. He looked at Bai Muxi, who was lying limp on the bed, gasping for breath, with flushed cheeks, and shook his head helplessly. It seems that the practice of the Xuansu Heart Sutra is far more complicated than he imagined. This practice requires guidance and direction from the main practitioner. Allow both parties to achieve a high degree of synchronization and harmony in spirit, will, and even body rhythm. But now Lin Xie has no way to do it. Bai Muxi was now sweating profusely and felt weak all over. She obviously needed a good rest, and it would be impossible for her to make a second attempt in a short time. Lin Xie could only shake his head, gently covered her with the quilt, and walked out of the bedroom. Bai Muxi, lying on the bed, felt the lingering pleasure coming from deep within her body, feeling both shy and annoyed. She felt that she was once again holding her husband back and was unable to help him. The feeling of uneasiness caused by the gap in strength once again quietly crept into my heart. Walking out of the bedroom, Lin Xie sat cross-legged and started practicing the Hunyuan Yi Qigong. After a whole cycle, he finally calmed down his restless blood and energy. At this moment, the terminal made a soft beep sound, and received a notification from the official Galaxy Martial Arts University. When he opened it, he saw the specific content of the preschool assessment test. On the screen, detailed rules and rewards were listed one by one. Galaxy Martial Arts University Genio 0755 Galaxy Branch, New Student Orientation Examination Rules. Competition Format. One-on-one actual combat duel. Competition Location. Our school small martial arts training grounds number 1 to 1000. Competition Format. This exam is divided into 2 stages. Phase 1, Round Robin. Basic points. Each new student will receive a corresponding amount of basic points based on their genetic potential value recorded by the system upon registration. For example, if their genetic potential is 12%, they will receive 12 basic points. Matchmaking. The system will randomly match 15 opponents for each freshman. Scoring rules. If you seriously injure your opponent or if your opponent surrenders, you get 1 point. If you are seriously injured or surrender, you lose 1 point. If both are seriously injured, you get 0 points. Competition time limit. All freshmen must complete all 15 games within 3 days after the start of school. Second stage, Knockout. Eligibility. After the first stage, the top 200 freshmen in terms of total points will be eligible to enter the second stage. Elimination rules. Elimination system is adopted until the final ranking is determined. Competition rewards. 1. The top 1,000 students in the overall exam ranking will receive a one-time bonus of 100 credits. 2. In addition to the credits awarded, the top 100 students in this exam will also receive an additional opportunity to enter the A-level Gongfa library to select a Gongfa. The copyright fees for the Gongfa must be borne by the student. 3. In addition to the above rewards, the top 10 overall scorers in this exam will also receive a portion of body-tempering spiritual fluid provided by the school's Alchemy Institute. Lin Xie read each rule carefully, with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. This competition system is quite interesting. The basic score is directly linked to genetic potential, which divides everyone into different levels from the very beginning. Students with high genetic potential are born with huge advantages. Not only do they have high basic scores, but they are also generally stronger. When facing students with low genetic potential, they are almost certain to win. Win a game and get 1 point, lose a game and lose 1 point. Lin Xie muttered to himself. To stand out from the points race and enter the top 200, one not only needs strong strength to ensure that one can win most of the games, but also a high enough starting point, that is, high enough genetic potential. It seems that this is not only a competition of strength, but also a competition of talent and foundation. Lin Xie understood. In this way, the school exposed a cruel reality to all freshmen on the first day of school. In this world where martial arts are respected, talent determines your starting point from the very beginning. His current genetic potential is 16%, which should be considered a relatively high level among nearly 10,000 freshmen. It shouldn't be a problem to get into the top 1,000 and get the 100 credits reward, etc. When Lin Xie's eyes fell on the previous sentence again, according to the genetic potential value recorded by the system when reporting, you will obtain the corresponding basic points, his heart sank suddenly. When reporting, he clearly remembered that when he first entered school, the genetic potential value recorded in the system file was 10.3%. In other words, his basic score is only 10 points. 10 points. Lin Xie's breathing stagnated for a moment, and his face became a little ugly. Damn it! Lin Xie suddenly felt a deep malice. Why not base it on genetic potential before the competition? Whoever designed this rule, it's so fucking boring. Chapter 099, Being Teased Again. Lin Xie took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and continued reading. At the end of the rules, there is a line of small notes. Remark. 1. The school is not responsible for any injuries sustained during the competition. Candidates are responsible for their own personal injury insurance. We recommend that you purchase personal accident insurance before the competition begins. If you haven't already, you can opt for the new student worry-free insurance offered by the exam sponsor, Terrapingan Insurance. 2. During the competition, all candidates must use standard alloy weapons provided by the school. Knives, guns, swords, sticks, etc. are optional. The use of any personal weapons is prohibited. 3. Please bring your own armor and potions, but they are allowed to be used during the competition. After reading these notes, Lin Xie's expression became even more serious. The weapons are unified, which is relatively fair. But you have to bring your own armor and potions, which is a naked competition of wealth. Those children from aristocratic families probably wore high-end combat uniforms tailored for them, and their pockets were filled with precious potions that could instantly restore physical and spiritual energy. And what about him? He had nothing except a combat uniform he bought before the entrance exam. It seems that it will be difficult to get a good ranking in this opening exam. Lin Xie rubbed his eyebrows and felt a headache. However, he quickly put these negative emotions aside. It's difficult, so what? The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current and facing challenges head-on. Isn't it just a basic score of 10? Isn't it just that there are no advanced armor and potions? But I have a system. Not this time. Next time I will give birth to 10 or 8 more of him. If that doesn't work, I'll give birth to 100 or 200 children. 1,000. Lin Xie immediately picked up the terminal and sent a message to Lin Yuechan, hoping to ask her some questions about the rules of this exam. Lin Yuechan's reply came quickly. Lin Yuechan, 3 a.m., still in room 2202. But this time it's only half an hour. The exam rules have been released, and I've been flooded with new students seeking advice. At 2:50 in the morning, Lin Xie had already arrived at the door of room 2202 and was waiting. 10 minutes later, the door slid open on time and Qin Xiaoxiao walked out. When she saw Lin Xie, she just nodded coldly and left. Lin Xie walked into the training room and saw Lin Yuechan standing in the middle of the field, looking a little tired. Teacher. Yes. Lin Yuechan nodded and asked directly, "What is your genetic potential?" Lin Xie smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, the basic score for this exam is based on what the system recorded when you registered, right? My score at that time was 10.3%. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan just nodded calmly. For a grassroots genius, having 10.3% genetic potential upon admission was already very good. However, from her current perspective, Lin Xie's current genetic potential is probably around 15%. This is genius. In just 1 month, it soared from 10% to 15%. However, since I didn't learn any good cultivation techniques during my teenage years, it's normal for me to accumulate experience and then make a breakthrough. Lin Yuechan pondered for a moment and began to analyze for Lin Xie. Over the past 5 years, the average genetic potential of our branch's incoming freshmen has been between 11% and 12%, and this number has been increasing every year. It's possible that it will reach 13% this year, which would mean an average basic score of 13. According to data from previous years, in the first stage of the points competition, a total score of around 15 points can consistently place in the top 1,000. In other words, a student with an average basic score can basically secure a place in the top 1,000 as long as they can achieve a 60% win rate in 15 games, win 9, lose 6, and get a net margin of 3 points. She paused, her eyes landing on Lin Xie, but your situation is different. Your base score is only 10 points. To reach the 15-point mark, you need to win by 5 points. In other words, you have to win at least 10 games and lose 5. This is much more difficult. But she changed the subject, a glint of approval flashing in her eyes. With your current strength, it's not impossible to do it. After hearing Lin Yuechan's words, Lin Xie's originally anxious heart suddenly calmed down a lot. He then asked about insurance, combat uniforms, and medicine. Lin Yuechan shook her head and said, "There's no upper limit to combat uniforms." But in reality, for one-star warriors like you with a genetic potential of 10%, 19%, even a top-tier combat uniform worth 10 million is only civilian grade. In your actual use, it might only be 10% better than a 1 million grade one. Even if you wear a 100,000 grade combat uniform, it won't be a big deal. The gap isn't as huge as you think. The same principle applies to potions. These things are more of a safeguard than a key to victory or defeat. If you really encounter an opponent who relies on equipment and potions, and you can't defeat them, just surrender and admit defeat. There's no need to fight hard. But her tone became particularly serious. You must buy insurance. The entrance exams are a battle of life and death. If you get seriously injured and don't have the money for timely treatment, the consequences will be unimaginable. It can be fatal. Half an hour passed in a flash. Okay, time's up. Lin Yuechan glanced at the time. Get ready yourself. Oh, come on. Lin Xie looked at Lin Yuechan's playful appearance, and then glanced at her curvy and charming figure. He felt a stir in his heart for no reason, and asked inexplicably, "Teacher Yuechan, if I can enter the top 1,000, will you give me any reward?" Lin Yuechan looked at him with a half smile, a playful arc on her lips. "How dare you ask me for a reward for ranking 1,000? Wait until you can get into the top 100, then come talk to me about the reward, little boy." Chapter 100 Unexpected Opponent. Lin Xie walked out of the training room and subconsciously touched his nose, feeling his cheeks a little hot. I was teased again. Lin Xie was thinking, when can I take the initiative? Extraordinary warrior. That's an existence with over 100% genetic potential. And now, I only have 16%. Well, this distance is indeed still very far. He shook his head and bumped into a tall girl who was about to walk in. The girl was also wearing combat uniform, but the style was extremely eye-catching. Smooth lines, technologically advanced materials, and the eye-catching and conspicuous star pattern on the waist. Lin Xie recognized him with just a casual glance. That is one of the most famous civilian combat uniform brands in the empire, the latest advertising model of Xingfeng the Xingyue series. Official selling price, 9.9999 million credit points. This is one of the representatives of the tens of millions of combat uniforms that Lin Yuechan mentioned. Rich woman. Lin Xie returned to the dormitory and told Bai Muxi about Lin Yuechan's analysis and his need to buy equipment and potions. Combat uniforms, potions, insurance. Bai Muxi listened attentively, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her eyes filled with heartache. Husband, don't be too stressed. It doesn't matter if you don't do well on the exam this time. We'll take it slow. Lin Xie smiled and shook his head, holding her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Bai Muxi took a deep breath, her eyes becoming extremely determined. She looked at Lin Xie and said word by word, hubby, if we're going to buy something, let's buy the best. Since we can't afford 10 million right now, then let's buy one for 1 million. If we don't have enough money, I'll find a way. She has made up her mind that even if she has to go to Lao Deng's place to get his gold coins again, she must equip her husband with the best equipment. Also, Bai Muxi continued, those potions we bought for the entrance exam were only the most basic. Now we need to upgrade them. Buy the best ones for stopping bleeding, restoring physical strength, and replenishing spiritual energy. Looking at her unquestionable determination, Lin Xie felt a warm feeling in his heart. He knew that he could not let down this heavy trust and support. Good. Lin Qiye couldn't help but laugh when he saw Bai Muxi's look of ready to give it all up. He scratched her nose and said softly, "Don't bother to steal your parents-in-law's gold coins. It's not easy for them to save up some money. Have you forgotten? I still have projects. Don't worry about the money." Bai Muxi's cheeks flushed when she heard the word project. She glared at him shyly and said, "I was thinking of saving this money. From now on, don't do those projects anymore." Okay. Lin Qiye agreed repeatedly. But I was secretly muttering to myself, how is this possible? Fertility information must be disseminated, even if the gods come to stop it. I said it. After comforting Bai Muxi, Lin Qiye opened one of the most famous and reputable online shopping malls in the empire, Xingdou Mall. He easily found the Meteoric Series combat uniform he had just seen. 10 million is definitely not something you can afford. Take a look at the lower level Star and Moon series. However, when he clicked on the detailed performance parameters and user reviews, he frowned slightly. The design is more important than practicality, and the price is too high. The value for money is just average. Change it. He soon found one of the most famous local brands in Taurus, Xingmi Heavy Industry. This brand has always been known for its solid materials, strong protection, and high cost performance. With the same price range of around 1 million, this Guardian from Xingmi Heavy Industry can even compete with some higher-end combat uniforms. Although the appearance seems to combine the styles of various well-known brands, it has been criticized as plagiarism. But it's cost-effective. Place your order. Pay. He also went to the potion area and selected several well-known brands of high-efficiency recovery potions suitable for 1-star warriors. Place your order. Pay. Finally, he bought the newborn worry-free insurance provided by Terra Pinyin Insurance on the insurance page without hesitation. When he saw the premium, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Damn, 100,000 a year. That's expensive. The series of operations went smoothly, and in just a few minutes, nearly 1.5 million credit points were spent. Fortunately, these can be paid in installments. I have to say that Xingdou Mall is extremely efficient. But in just 2 hours, a uniformed courier delivered the first package to the door. It's the Guardian combat uniform worth $1 million. The package was opened, and a black combat uniform with a dark metallic gleam lay quietly inside. Different from the futuristic streamlined design of the Meteor series, the style of the Guardian is more heavy and practical. Key parts such as shoulders, elbows, and knees are obviously thickened, and the surface is covered with a layer of fine, scale-like composite material, which looks extremely strong at first glance. Lin Qiye put on his combat uniform. The form-fitting material instantly adjusted to his body shape, perfectly enveloping every inch of his explosive muscles without any sense of restraint, allowing for free movement. How is it? He walked up to Bai Muxi and turned around. So handsome. Bai Muxi's eyes lit up instantly and she praised him generously. Lin Qiye, wearing this black combat uniform, was less gentle than usual and more fierce and cold. He exuded a reassuring and powerful aura. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Medicines and insurance contracts were also delivered. After getting everything ready, Lin Qiye glanced at the time. There are only 3 days left before the opening exam. He did not waste another minute and immediately began his final retreat sprint. He wants to take the level of Hunyuan Yi Qigong and Babaogong to the next level in these last 3 days. More importantly, martial arts Swift Fire can also be upgraded at the same time. Time flies quickly during focused practice. 3 days later, early morning of October 1st. When the first ray of sunlight shines into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Qiye slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He exhaled a long breath, which left a faint white mist in the air that lingered for a long time. After 3 days of sleepless retreat, his strength once again experienced a leap-forward increase. In these 3 days, martial arts Flame Swiftness has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. 8 Treasure Skill was also upgraded from level 5 to level 6. And just now, when he completed the last cycle of operation, the familiar system prompt sound finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Hunyuan Yi Qigong level increased. Current level 60600. He immediately opened the system panel impatiently. Host, Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 18%. Physical fitness, 165+. Spirit, 165+. Psychic power, 130+. Exercise method. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 10 Max. Hunyuan E Qigong Level 60600. 8 Treasures Skill Level 60120. Basic Boxing Level 10 Max. Basic Footwork Level 10 Max. Gas Gun Skill Level 10 Max. Martial Arts Will, Blazing Swiftness Level 2188-2000. Partner, Bai Muxi Favorability 85. Offspring, 13 currently in the making. Authority Points, 5. Genetic Potential, 18%. Looking at this number, Lin Qiye's eyes burned with a burning desire to fight. Although his basic score is still only a pitiful 10 points, his current strength is no longer what it used to be. Honey, you have an exam today, come on. Bai Muxi had already prepared breakfast and a change of clothes for him, with a gentle and encouraging smile on her face. Don't worry. Lin Qiye gave her a confident smile, quickly finished his breakfast, and changed into the brand new Guardian combat uniform. When he walked out of the dormitory building, the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. Countless freshmen like him were pouring out of the dormitory buildings, gathering into streams and heading towards the training ground. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation, tension, and desire for victory. Lin Qiye's overall ranking is 9,988, which is at the bottom among nearly 10,000 freshmen. According to the system's matching rules, the lower the ranking, the earlier the game starts. He soon received the notification of the first game on his personal terminal. Match number, first match. Competition time, 8 a.m. Competition location, number 988 Martial Arts Field. Lin Qiye followed the map and arrived at the number 988 training ground. This is a standard small training ground with an area of about 500 square meters. The ground is paved with special energy-absorbing materials and is surrounded by a transparent energy shield. He selected a standard metal short stick from the weapon rack, shook his wrist, and with a few clicks, the short stick instantly extended into a 2-meter-long alloy spear. He stood quietly in the center of the field, holding a spear, waiting for his opponent to appear. A moment later, a tall and arrogant figure slowly walked in from the other end of the martial arts field. She was wearing a combat uniform that was as bright as a meteor in the night sky. The smooth lines perfectly outlined her seductive figure, full of the beauty of future technology. It is the meteoric star series worth tens of millions. Lin Qiye's pupils shrank slightly and he was stunned for a moment. The opponent turned out to be Yi Qinghan, a neighbor whom he hadn't seen for a while and a representative of Shinka Bio Group whom he had met at the party. At the same time, Yi Qinghan also saw Lin Qiye in the center of the venue. When she saw clearly that her opponent was him, the beautiful brows on her pretty face instantly frowned tightly, and a trace of strong disgust and contempt flashed in her eyes without any concealment. It turned out to be this inferior race. What bad luck! She felt irritated and just wanted to finish this boring game quickly. If I look at him for one more second, I feel like my eyes are polluted. Chapter 101 I didn't see it at all. The two people's information was clearly displayed on the holographic screen above the training ground. Lin Qiye. Overall ranking, 9988. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Basic points, 10. Yi Qinghan. Overall ranking, 9987. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Basic points, 10. At the same time, at Galaxy Martial Arts University, 1v1 duels began simultaneously in 1,000 small martial arts arenas. On the top 10 live broadcast platforms of the 0755 Galaxy, 1,000 official live broadcast rooms of Galaxy Wuhan University were instantly opened. Everyone can freely choose to watch any game through the terminal. However, most people's attention was focused on the training grounds number 1 to 10. There, the freshmen with the highest overall rankings in each round will make their debut, and it will be a real battle between dragons and tigers. As for the martial arts arena number 988, which is ranked lower, the live broadcast room is deserted with only a few people, most of whom are relatives and friends of both sides. In the student dormitory, Bai Muxi sat cross-legged on the sofa, dialing the number of her father Bai Jinfeng. She did not go to watch those popular competitions, but instead projected the terminal on the wall. The light screen showed the real-time picture of the number 988 martial arts field. Dad, hurry up. Turn on the live broadcast and watch the 988th martial arts arena. My husband is going to compete. From the other side of the screen, Bai Jinfeng's laughter could be heard. Muxi, our family has been watching for a long time. Your uncle is here too. The scene switched, and Bai Jinfeng, Bai's mother, Bai Jinyun, and his younger brother and sister were seen sitting in front of the light screen in the living room. Bai Muxi couldn't help but laugh. She looked at the familiar figure holding a spear and standing tall in the light curtain, and silently cheered him on in her heart. Hubby, it must be hard. In a spacious and luxurious manner in Terrace City, in a magnificently decorated hall, a group of people were gathered in front of a giant 300-inch LCD screen, which was also showing the game in real time. Is there still a need to fight? Miss 9 will definitely crush us. This guy named Lin Xie is so unlucky that he ran into our 9th miss in the first round. That's right, but being able to witness Miss 9's elegance with his own eyes is a great honor for him. Several servants were standing behind the sofa, flattering him with smiles on their faces. On the sofa in the main seat, there were 3 men and 3 women sitting. The 3 middle-aged men looked about 50% similar and were obviously brothers. The women beside them were all graceful and elegant, with extraordinary temperament. The middle-aged man sitting on the side sofa looked at the man sitting in the middle with the most calm demeanor and asked with a smile, "Brother, Xiaozhou's current genetic potential should be 13%, right?" The man called Big Brother was Yi Qinghan's father, Yi Tianxiong. He nodded calmly, but there was a subtle sternness in his tone. "You still can't endure the hardship. If you were willing to work hard, you would have at least 15% by now." The third brother on the other side smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Brother, you're too strict. Increasing genetic potential by 3% a month, at this rate, you can graduate from Galaxy Martial Arts University in 3 years. That's already very good." Xiaozhou is also lucky to have come of age, being able to use the latest gene editing technology. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong simply shook his head, a complex look flashing across his eyes as he sighed. "What latest technology? It's nothing more than scraps discarded from the main star. You've never been to the main star, so you don't know how fierce the competition is over there. Those truly top-tier families start genetic optimization and training their children from the moment they're born. They can become full-fledged warriors at the age of 8, and strive for transcendence at the age of 10. The industrial foundation of our 0755 galaxy is still too weak. We can't be like the main star. Take your time," the third brother counseled. "If our generation can't make it, there's always the next generation. Little 9 can use this now, and maybe by the time little 19 grows up, our galaxy's technology will have caught up, and he'll be able to reach the transcendent level at the age of 10. These nobles who decided the future of the family while chatting and laughing never really took the opponent named Lin Xie on the screen seriously from beginning to end. Inside the martial arts arena, Yi Qinghan looked at Lin Xie with eyes as cold as ice. She pulled out a standard alloy long sword from the weapon rack. Her only thought now was to kill the disgusting man opposite her in the second the game started. Not only is he poor, but he even shamelessly sells his reproductive information, which is a disgrace to Galaxy Martial Arts University. In her opinion, this kind of low-level trash is not worthy of entering Galaxy Martial Arts University, let alone being her neighbor. As the countdown above the martial arts arena reached 0, a clear bell rang throughout the venue. The game begins. Yi Qinghan moved. Her figure seemed to turn into a flash of lightning. Without any unnecessary movement, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes and instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters at an astonishing speed and appeared in front of Lin Xie. The alloy-long knife in his hand drew a cold arc and pierced Lin Xie's throat. The speed was so fast and the angle was so tricky that it didn't seem like something a freshman could do. This was the B-level sword technique she had just mastered, the Swift Wind and Thunder Slash, after spending a large sum of money and hiring a famous teacher to teach her. In her opinion, this attack is bound to succeed. However, just as her determined knife was about to chop towards Lin Xie, her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Her entire body seemed to be frozen in place as if under a spell. At this moment, time seemed to have slowed down countless times. She could clearly feel a cold and sharp touch coming from her chest. She lowered her head slowly and with difficulty. A silver spear tip, flashing with a cold light, had silently penetrated her meteoric combat uniform worth tens of millions of dollars and came out from her chest. There was not even a trace of blood on the spear tip. When did this shot come out? When did he move? Why? I didn't see it at all. Chapter 102: Continuous Killing. Countless questions flooded into her mind like a tide, but she couldn't ask a single question. Severe pain and a feeling of suffocation instantly swept through her whole body, causing her vision to go black and her consciousness to quickly blur. The next second, a white light flashed, and a staff member in white medical clothes appeared beside her out of thin air. He quickly and professionally supported her and gave her a shot of cardiac stimulant. Yi Qinghan wanted to speak, wanted to say that she didn't lose, wanted to say that this was impossible. However, the blood rushing to her throat blocked everything she wanted to say, and she only uttered a few meaningless ho-ho sounds. Her last consciousness was fixed on Lin Qia's calm and even slightly indifferent face. It seemed as if the earth-shattering shot just now was just like crushing an ant to him. At this time, Lin Qia moved. The spear was retracted, and the spear was stained with blood. Drip slowly. On the holographic screen above the martial arts arena, large, bright red characters appeared. Lin Qia wins. In the student dormitory. We won. Bai Muxi looked at the frozen image on the screen and jumped up from the sofa with joy, waving her little fists, her face full of pride and joy. Immediately afterwards, a wonderful replay and data analysis provided by the sponsor popped up on the live broadcast screen in a very humane way. Dipsy Intelligent presents you wonderful moments. The picture played back the lightning-fast scene clearly in ultra-high-speed slow motion. At the same time as Yi Qinghan launched her attack, the spear in Lin Qia's hand, with its terrifying speed, drew a trajectory that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, and met the charging Yi Qinghan with incredible precision. No unnecessary movements, no fancy tricks. The simplest and most direct one. Swift wind thrust. At the bottom of the screen, a line of eye-catching data is marked out. Instantaneous impact force peak, over 10,000 kilograms. Bai Muxi widened her eyes, shocked by the number. Haicheng, in the Bai family villa. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun also stood in front of the light curtain, watching this astonishing scene. 10,000 kilograms? Bai Jinfeng looked at Bai Jinyun beside him in confusion, his voice trembling. Am I seeing things? Bai Jinyun was also shocked and muttered to himself, this kid is incredible. They were once marginal warriors who graduated from the academy, and they were at the peak of their life strength when they were in the academy. At that time, their peak instantaneous impact force did not exceed 2,000 kilograms. And now, Lin Qia is 5 times more powerful than they were back then? In Terra City, in the luxurious hall of the Yi family, there was deathly silence. The Yi family members who were chatting and laughing and discussing state affairs just now were now all frozen in their seats, with an expression of disbelief and shock written all over their faces. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure on the screen as he slowly put away his gun and turned away. Quiet. Deathly silence. The servants were so frightened that they were silent and didn't even dare to breathe. After a long time, Yi Tianxiong slowly spoke in a hoarse and low voice, breaking the suffocating silence. Is this the Gale gun technique? Third brother Yi Tianhai swallowed and said, look, it looks like it should be. This shot is the way of the Quangfeng gun technique. So insidious, he actually cultivated the Quangfeng gun technique to the realm of entering the hall. The instantaneous explosive force of this shot exceeds 10,000 kilograms. His genetic potential is at least over 20%. This guy is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Second brother Yi Tianshan, who was sitting on the other side, shook his head and said in a deep voice, no, it's not just about reaching the upper echelons. With a genetic potential of 20%, there's no way it's possible to be ranked like this. Look, Xiaojiu has only improved to 13%. Even if he's amazing, he can only improve to 16% at most. In other words, with 16% of his genetic potential, he was able to hit 10,000 kilograms. Even if his shot wasn't perfect, it was definitely close to it. Yi Tianxiong nodded with a grim expression. Although his second and third brothers didn't say anything, they must have been laughing to death in their hearts. It cost almost 50 million. Lost the first game. Money is a small matter. This time I'm so embarrassed. On the other side, Lin Qia finished the competition and went straight into the lounge attached to the martial arts field. According to the rules, there is at least 30 minutes of rest between each game. He recalled the battle just now and felt a little surprised. The main reason was that Yi Qinghan's meteoric combat uniform, worth tens of millions, was so intimidating that he subconsciously thought the other party was a tough guy and had to attack with all his strength. The moment he drew his gun, he didn't even think about holding back. That fierce and swift martial arts will burst out without reservation. But he didn't expect that the other party was just a paper tiger and was pierced by a single shot. 10 million, that's all. Lin Qia shook his head. Without giving it any more thought, he closed his eyes and began to practice Hunyuan Yi Qigong to recover from the loss of the previous shot. The 30-minute break passed in a flash. Lin Qia's terminal rang again, and the notification for the second game came. Match number, second game. Game time, 8:35 a.m. Competition location, 901 Martial Arts Field. When Lin Xie walked into the number 901 training ground, his second opponent, a burly and strong-looking boy, was already waiting there with a knife in one hand and a shield in the other. When the boy saw Lin Xie, a look of vigilance immediately appeared on his face. Lin Xie. Overall ranking, 9987. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Basic points, 11. Lu Yuhao. Overall ranking, 9115. Genetic potential, 11.0%. Basic points, 12. The game begins. The bell rang. The burly boy did not attack rashly like Yi Qinghan. Instead, he immediately took a defensive stance, holding the alloy shield in front of him and staring at Lin Xie intently, as if facing a formidable enemy. Lin Xie looked at the shield in his hand, then looked at the knife in his hand. With a 2-meter-long spear against a short knife less than 1 meter long, he has a natural advantage in attack distance. Even if the opponent blocks your attack with a shield, you can quickly retract your gun, and the opponent should not have time to fight back. It has to be said that the easy victory in the first game gave Lin Xie great confidence. He narrowed his eyes and circled around his opponent, looking for his opponent's weakness. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena suddenly became solemn. Suddenly, Lin Xie moved. Without any warning, he misstepped his steps and the spear in his hand shot out like a poisonous snake from a hole, bringing with it a gust of scorching wind, straight into the opponent's face. The burly boy's pupils shrank and he reacted very quickly. He immediately raised the alloy shield in his hand and held it horizontally in front of him. Clang! However, the next second, a deafening bang exploded in the training ground. The burly boy felt a huge force like a tidal wave coming from the shield, which made his palm numb and his entire arm lose feeling. The alloy shield in his hand was hit by the terrifying force of the shot, causing it to be deeply dented and almost deformed. This is such a powerful force? A look of horror appeared on the burly boy's face. He could not imagine that the power of the opponent's shot could be so terrifying. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, his eyes widened. I don't know when it happened. The cold tip of the gun is like the scythe of the god of death. It had silently slit his throat. Blood gushed out instantly. Chapter 103 Top 10 Wonderful Players. A white light flashed, and the medical staff in white appeared out of nowhere again, quickly stopping his bleeding and giving him an emergency injection. Lin Xie wins. The word victory appeared on the holographic screen again. In the live broadcast room, Bai Muxi and the Bai family burst into enthusiastic cheers again. In the number 901 training ground, Lin Xie slowly put away his gun. He looked at his opponent who was being urgently carried away by medical staff, his face expressionless. This competition doesn't seem to be that difficult? Lin Xie put away his spear, turned around and walked out of the training ground. In the student dormitory. That's amazing. My husband is awesome. Bai Muxi waved her little fists excitedly, wishing she could rush to Lin Xie and give him a big hug. She quickly turned on the live broadcast replay, wanting to save the 2 exciting game videos as a souvenir. However, when she clicked to download, a prompt popped up. Sorry, you do not have download permission. Only the contestant or their immediate family members have the right to download the competition video. Seeing this, Bai Muxi immediately submitted an application for proof of family relationship in the system. Thanks to the fact that the information had been entered when checking into the dormitory, the application was approved almost instantly. She immediately started downloading the videos of the 2 exciting games. The following competition almost became a one-man show by Lin Xie. Whether it is an opponent who is good at attacking, an opponent who is good at defending, or an opponent who is good at speed. Facing Lin Xie's simple, direct, yet extremely fast shot, they were completely powerless to fight back. One shot. Another shot. Every game ended the same way. Victory, victory, and victory again. At 11:30 a.m., when Lin Xie finished the 5th game, he had won 5 games in a row, got a net score of 5 points, and the total points reached 15 points. This score has already caught up with the scoreline for entering the top 1,000 last year. Moreover, the overall ranking has reached 818th. And he only played 5 games. He felt that his previous judgment of his own strength seemed completely wrong. These 5 opponents in the morning were too weak. You should know that the last opponent was initially ranked 818th. Among nearly 10,000 freshmen, this is considered an upper middle level. But even he was still unable to fight back in front of him and was killed instantly by a single shot. Since Lin Qiye won the game, his ranking also replaced the opponent. It jumped directly from the initial 9,988th to 818th. Could it be that I'm too strong? This thought popped up in Lin Qiye's mind. He originally thought that with his basic score of 10, it would be a tough battle. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. Is it because he has perfected the basic boxing technique, basic footwork, and swift wind spear technique, and the resulting increase in strength has far exceeded the scope of ordinary freshmen? Or is it that the power of martial arts will swift fire that he had comprehended in actual combat was even more terrifying than he had imagined? Lin Qiye shook his head and put aside the things he couldn't understand. No matter what the reason is, being strong is always a good thing. He must continue to maintain this momentum and keep up his winning streak. After the fifth game, it was already noon. Lin Qiye decided to go back to the dormitory to have a meal and rest, and continue in the afternoon. On the way back to the dormitory, he happened to meet Qian Kuan. The fat man looked a little disheveled. His combat uniform, which looked very expensive, had several obvious tears in it, and his face and neck were covered with patches of gauze. It was obvious that he had been through a tough battle. Next to him stood another man and a woman, also freshmen, who also looked to be in poor condition. "Brother Lin." Qian Kuan greeted Lin Qiye warmly as soon as he saw him. When he saw Lin Qiye's calm demeanor, even his combat uniform was spotless, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with envy, "Brother Lin, judging by your condition, your performance this morning must have been good. He fought 4 matches this morning, won 2 and lost 2, and almost died in the martial arts arena." Lin Qiye smiled and said modestly, "It's okay." Qian Kuan immediately turned around and introduced the man and woman next to him. "Let me introduce you, this is Brother Lin, Lin Qiye, from my neighbor, the Haichang Lin family." "The Lin family of Haichang?" The man and woman were slightly startled when they heard this, then they showed polite smiles on their faces and nodded at Lin Qiye. "Chen Fanyu, nice to meet you." "Li Chenyu." The elevator quickly stopped at the 281st floor, and the man and woman walked out. After the elevator door closed, Li Qianyu whispered to Chen Fanyu that young Master Lin, could he have won all 5 matches? Look at his combat uniform, it looks like new. Chen Fanyu scoffed at this and said disdainfully, "How is that possible? Didn't you hear what Fatty said? He lives next door to Fatty, on the 298th floor. He's one of the worst freshmen in our class. I think his combat uniform must have been torn up by someone, and he put on a new one to pretend to be strong. As a man, you have to have some dignity." "I think so too." Li Qianyu nodded, looked down at her personal terminal, and suddenly a look of shock appeared on her face. "Look! The school's official selection of the top 10 outstanding players of the first morning is out." She clicked on the video, and the voice of an official female announcer in a silver-gray uniform and with a heroic demeanor came from the terminal. Broadcast sponsored by Xingfeng Mecha. After comprehensive evaluation by our expert panel, the top spot on this morning's top 10 outstanding players list is held by Lin Qiye from martial arts field number 988. Lin Qiye, in his 5 matches this morning, won all 5, all in under 5 minutes, demonstrating the true meaning of a clean and decisive shot. Let's revisit his stunning shot through the replay. Isn't this the Brother Lin from before? Li Qianyu widened her eyes and looked at the familiar figure on the screen in disbelief. The sneer on Chen Fanyu's face froze instantly. He watched the video, in which the man whom he called putting on a brave face easily killed his opponents one by one with one shot. His face suddenly turned ugly and his brows furrowed tightly. Chapter 104, Flames Melt the Ice. Back to the dormitory. As soon as the door opened, a fragrant breeze blew into Lin Qiye's arms. Bai Muxi hugged his waist tightly, raised her head, and her sparkling eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and love. She took the initiative to give him a kiss. After a long time, their lips parted. Bai Muxi's face flushed with shame, her eyes sparkling with tears, as if they could pull out silk threads. She looked at Lin Qiye affectionately, her voice trembling slightly, "Husband, you are so amazing." On the other side, in the school training room, Lin Yuechan had just finished practicing and was wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel. The official push notification about the top 10 outstanding players on the first morning also popped up on her terminal. She clicked on it casually, and when she saw the familiar name at the top of the list, she was stunned for a moment, and then a smile of relief involuntarily bloomed on her cold face. This kid is quite good. And in the school's top medical center. After being repaired in the most advanced medical cabin, Yi Qinghan's injuries have healed. But her pale face and lifeless eyes showed that her mental trauma was far more serious than her physical trauma. Lin Xie's shot not only brought her physical pain, but also great fear on the mental level. Like a raging fire, it burned her whole body to ashes. The hot, swift, and irresistible breath of death lingered in her mind like a nightmare. So much so that she was restless and timid in the next 3 games. Even though her opponents were far inferior to her in strength, she only achieved a dismal record of 1 win and 2 losses. In the last game, he was sent to the medical center again. She could imagine her father's extremely disappointed look. She felt that her life had become dark before it even really began. Just when she felt hopeless, the official push notification popped up on her terminal. She clicked on it numbly, and was stunned when she saw that the man who had shot her dead was ranked top 1 in the morning. She watched the video replay over and over again, watching Lin Xie use the same method, 1 shot at a time, to easily kill other opponents. Unconsciously, the hatred and unwillingness in her heart had quietly dissipated a lot. It turns out, it's not that I'm too weak. But that guy is too strong and too evil. Losing to someone like this doesn't seem so difficult to accept. At this moment, Yi Qinghan herself had not yet realized that her mentality was undergoing a subtle change. The first game of the afternoon was also his 6th game of the day. Game number, Game 6. Game time, 2 p.m. Competition location, Martial Arts Field number 765. When Lin Xie walked into the training ground, he was stunned when he saw his opponent who had been waiting there. It was Su Qingying? Wearing a black combat uniform, holding a shield and sword, her temperament is as cold as an iceberg. She is the iceberg goddess from Haicheng No. 1 Middle School. At the same time, Su Qingying also saw Lin Xie walking in. She looked at the boy opposite her who was wearing black combat uniform, and her handsome brows frowned slightly. This person seems to have some impression of me? Where have I seen? Su Qingying didn't have many deep impressions of Lin Xie in her memory. I just vaguely remember that we met once. Until Lin Xie picked up a short metal stick from the weapon rack, shook his wrist, and swung it into a 2-meter-long alloy spear. Su Qingying's pupil shrank slightly, and she remembered it instantly. It's him. He was the dark horse from the grain-producing area who eliminated Yin Feilong in the entrance examination. I actually matched with him? At this time, a holographic screen above the martial arts field. Lin Xie. Overall ranking, 818. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Basic points, 15. Su Qingying. Overall ranking, 748. Genetic potential, 12%. Basic points, 15. The same 15 points as yourself? A barely perceptible ripple flashed through Su Qingying's heart. But soon, this slight ripple was replaced by a stronger desire to fight. Su Qingying's gaze, like 2 cold swords, was fixed on Lin Xie. She held a shield in her left hand and a knife in her right hand, her body lowered slightly, and she adopted an offensive and defensive posture. An inch longer, an inch stronger. She is clear about this principle. Facing Lin Xie, who was holding a spear, she was naturally at a disadvantage in attack distance. However, she is also very clear about her strengths. As long as you can use your shield to block the opponent's first shot, you can take advantage of the situation and move forward, closing the distance to within 1 meter. Then, the opponent's spear, which seems to be extremely powerful, will be completely useless and become a harmless fire stick. Her eyes instantly became sharp, and a cold and fierce murderous intent emanated from her body. Anyone who stands in her way will have only one fate. That means death. Her eyes instantly became sharp, and a cold and fierce murderous intent emanated from her body. Anyone who stands in her way will have only one fate. That means death. However, when Su Qingying's cold murderous intent surged towards Lin Xie like a tide, it was as if it had hit an erupting volcano. Lin Xie felt the change in the other party's eyes, and the dormant fighting spirit in his heart seemed to be ignited in an instant, burning like a raging fire. That fierce and swift martial arts will burst out without reservation. Buzz. Su Qingying only felt a hot and domineering invisible aura, crushing towards her like a tidal wave. Her cold murderous intent, in the face of this more condensed and higher level will, was like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. It melted, evaporated, and collapsed in an instant. She shivered uncontrollably. At that moment, she felt that her momentum was completely overwhelmed, as if she was in a blazing wildfire. The temperature around her seemed to rise suddenly, and the air became scorching hot, making it difficult for her to breathe and her cheeks burning. A fear and sense of insignificance that came from the depths of her soul instantly gripped her mind. Chapter 105, First Failure? Shame. An unprecedented sense of shame surged in my heart. Am I scared? Could it be? An absurd and terrifying thought popped up uncontrollably in Su Qingying's mind. He comprehended the will of martial arts? The evaluation of her by her tutor suddenly emerged in her mind. After countless times of tempering, her murderous intent has become infinitely close to the true martial arts will. It just lacks that finishing touch. And in the freshman exams at Galaxy Martial Arts University every year, no more than 20 people can actually take this step. Su Qingying's heart could no longer remain calm, and a huge storm was brewing. But she still forced herself to calm down. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a guy from a remote grain-producing area possibly comprehend such a realm that only top geniuses could reach before even starting school? It must be an illusion. Right at this moment, Su Qingying's pupils suddenly shrank. Here we come. The spear in Lin Xie's hand seemed to turn into a black lightning, and it suddenly stabbed towards her with a hot and domineering gust of wind. Su Qingying was concentrating, without any panic. She held the shield in her left hand and accurately faced the oncoming spear tip. At the same time, she stomped her right foot on the ground, adjusting her body's center of gravity to the optimal state. She is ready. As soon as the shield collides with the spear tip, she will use the recoil force to slide forward like an arrow. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. Su Qingying's shield successfully blocked Lin Xie's earth-shattering shot. Now is the time. However, just as she was about to step forward, a warning of extreme danger from the depths of her soul instantly spread throughout her body like an icy electric current. There is danger. This combat instinct, honed through countless brinks of life and death, has helped her escape death many times. This time, she chose to believe without hesitation. She gave up the idea of rushing forward, tapped the ground with her toes, and her whole body seemed to be pulled backward by an invisible force, and she retreated suddenly. Swish! Almost at the same time as she stepped back, a cold light of extremely fast brushed past her neck and flashed by. Lin Xie's spear stabbed out again at an incredible speed the moment she blocked it. The gun shot out like a dragon, with a cold light coming first. The tip of the gun was like a hot spark, suddenly blooming in her beautiful but terrified eyes, as if carrying a gorgeous light of destruction, reflecting the paleness on her face. The next moment, Su Qingying felt a cold pain in her neck. Immediately, warm liquid gushed out. She subconsciously reached out and touched it, her hands were covered in blood. Su Qingying's face turned pale in an instant. Without hesitation, she took out a highly effective hemostatic spray from the tactical bag on her waist and sprayed it on the wound. She felt a surge of fear. If I hadn't stepped back decisively just now, my neck would have been pierced by the bullet. That shot just now was too fast. It's so fast that it's completely unreasonable. The first shot was blocked, but the second shot was connected so quickly, with almost no pause or accumulation of power in between. It was as if the force of the first shot had not yet dissipated when the second shot was already fired. Master-level marksmanship? At the other end of the martial arts field, Lin Xie looked at Su Qingying, who was retreating injured, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had missed a shot since the start of the game. Sure enough, facing a stronger opponent, it is not as simple and easy as before. Lin Xie did not pursue the victory. After 5 games in the morning, he was already very clear about his strengths and weaknesses. The perfect level of swift wind spear technique is a move called swift wind stab. Within the attack distance of 1.5 to 2.5 meters, it can be said that one hit will kill, and it is difficult for anyone to defend against it. But once you go beyond this optimal attack range, if you want to chase the opponent, you will easily be pulled away and fall into a passive situation. His gaze fell on Su Qingying's neck, which was healing rapidly. Anyway, the one who is anxious now is not me, but the other party. If the opponent just keeps defending, he will only waste his physical and mental energy in vain. As long as the opponent still wants to win, he must take the initiative to attack. And as long as she enters his attack range, it will be his chance. Su Qingying obviously understood this as well. She knew that she could no longer wait passively. If you keep dragging it on like this, you will just be exhausted to death. We must attack. Let us fight. Su Qingying's eyes instantly became resolute, and she no longer had any hesitation or reservations. The spiritual energy in her body was running wildly, and a cold murderous intent rose from her again. This time, it is more condensed and purer than before. Kill. She let out a delicate cry, and her whole body rushed towards Lin Xie like a cheetah flying close to the ground. The alloy long sword in his hand is ready to strike. She had already made up her mind that even if she had to take a bullet from the other party, she had to close the distance. The next second, Lin Xie moved. It was still that extremely fast shot. Bang! Blocked. Su Qingying used all her strength to slam the small alloy shield in her hand, successfully knocking away the fatal shot. The enormous force caused her entire arm to go numb instantly, and the small alloy shield flew out of her hand. But she succeeded. She succeeded in closing the distance. However, just as she was about to step forward and end the fight with the dagger in her hand, she was horrified to discover Lin Xie on the opposite side actually took a step back at the moment he fired his gun. That step was simple and unpretentious, just an ordinary backward step in basic steps. But this simple step just widened the distance between the two people to 2 meters again. Danger! 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 Su Qingying's heart was filled with crazy warnings. She forcibly stopped her forward momentum, kicked the ground with her toes, and tried to retreat again. However, Lin Xie's second shot has arrived. As fast as lightning. Puff! The cold tip of the gun instantly pierced through her combat uniform on the left chest and pierced into her flesh. Immediately afterwards, a burst of hot and violent energy exploded at the thunder on her left. Boom! Su Qingying only felt a pain in her left chest, and her whole body was like being hit by an invisible sledgehammer. She flew backwards uncontrollably, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Is this psychic energy? Su Qingying fell heavily to the ground, her eyes filled with horror. If she hadn't subconsciously taken a half step back, the bullet would have pierced her heart. Then, I will detonate the psychic energy in her body. The consequences are unimaginable. Psychic power of fire attribute. This guy has also practiced offensive psychic skills above level B. Lin Xie's unexpected performances one after another shocked Su Qingying's heart like never before. What made her even more ashamed and angry was that the big bomb on her left exploded. A bloody mess. The feeling of severe pain and humiliation made her cold and proud heart feel an indescribable shame and anger. She subconsciously covered the wound with her hand. However, just as this thought came to mind, Lin Xie's third shot followed. The tip of the gun, flashing with a cold light, rapidly enlarged in her pupils, like the gaze of the god of death. Chapter 106 The Gunnery Master of Tiantai No. 1 Middle School. Su Qingying's pupils suddenly shrank. The instinct for survival made her use all her strength at the last moment to hold the alloy sword in her hand horizontally in front of her. Choke! The crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. Lin Xie's third shot was barely blocked by her. But the terrifying force directly knocked the long sword in her hand away. I surrender! Su Qingying's face was pale and she screamed with all her strength. She knew she had already lost. If we continue fighting, we will only die. A white light flashed, and the medical staff in white appeared again. They quickly separated the two people and began to provide emergency treatment for Su Qingying. Su Qingying raised her head and stared at Lin Xie with eyes full of humiliation. An unprecedented feeling of humiliation and anger surged in my heart. The final verdict finally appeared on the holographic screen above the martial arts arena. Lin Xie wins. Lin Xie slowly put away his gun, and only then could he see his masterpiece clearly. He touched his nose a little embarrassedly. I really can't blame myself. We can only blame Su Qingying for retreating too quickly. I originally planned to shoot her through the spine, making her completely unable to fight. Who knew that she actually twisted her body at that moment and avoided the vital parts? As a result, this has led to the current somewhat awkward situation. Who can be blamed for this? In the student dormitory, Bai Muxi looked at Su Qingying being urgently carried away by medical staff on the screen and couldn't help but shudder. She subconsciously looked down at herself. If my own big thunder was also blown to pieces like this, then I would really want to die. Galaxy Martial Arts University is so scary. It was just an opening exam, but the intensity and cruelty of the battle were much more intense than any match she had seen before at the third-rate martial arts normal university in Haicheng. Haicheng, Su Family Manor. An old man with white hair and beard, who looked majestic without even getting angry, was sitting in the main seat, quietly watching the game on the screen. He is the helmsman of the Suzy Group, Old Su Qingying's grandfather. When he saw his granddaughter being forced into a desperate situation by that unknown young man, shot after shot, and finally defeated miserably and left seriously injured. A hint of dissatisfaction finally appeared on his calm face. He didn't say much, just stood up slowly, snorted coldly, turned around and left the hall. Several pairs of middle-aged men and beautiful young women were left standing aside, looking at each other in bewilderment, not even daring to breathe. At this time, the live broadcast room of the number 765 martial arts arena was already in an uproar. The live broadcast room, which originally had only a handful of people, attracted many curious viewers because Lin Qiye was previously named one of the top 10 outstanding players of the morning. At this moment, the number of online viewers has exceeded 500. Various comments flooded the entire screen like a tide. Holy crap! This guy is too strong. I like this kind of bold killing, even women can be killed. One shot, one kill, clean and neat. Love it. That Su Qingying is no pushover, judging by the information, she's a genius. How could she be beaten the entire time? That step back and counterattack was so cool. Textbook level operation. Haha, I feel sorry for the goddess for a second. Oh my, the goddess exploded. Tiantai City, Tiantai Martial Arts Normal University, Men's Dormitory. Bai Muxi was staring at his personal terminal with excitement. He was also one of the more than 500 spectators. The expression on his face throughout the entire game was as weird as it could be. Su Qingying, the school beauty in the genius class of Haiqing No. 1 Middle School who was high and mighty and revered as a goddess by countless people, was hung up and beaten by her own brother-in-law like a daughter, and was finally beaten to death. The sentence "Oh my god, the goddess is so excited," that just flashed across the barrage was written by him. After posting it, he slapped his thigh and muttered to himself in frustration, "Damn it. Why did I have to stay in Tiantai to study at this crappy university? I should have gone to Terra City. Even if I could get into a fifth-rate university, I could still follow my brother-in-law around and cling to him every day." The more he thought about it, the more it made sense, so he immediately called his father Bai Jinyan. "Hey, Dad. I want to drop out of school. I want to repeat a grade and go to university in Terra City." "Why?" "Dad, have you watched my brother-in-law's live broadcast?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Then, Bai Jinyan roared in frustration, "You little bastard, is your brain stuck in the door? Drop out of school? Repeat a grade? Do you think money blows from the wind? Chia is in the 1st college district, can you get into the 10th college district? Just finish your college studies honestly. After graduation, if you want to go to Terra City, go and work there. Why are you causing trouble for me now?" After saying that, he hung up the phone. Bai Muxi listened to the beep sound coming from the terminal, with a look of despair on his face. After winning the 6th game, Lin Qiye's total points have reached 16 points. His overall ranking also soared from 818th to 748th. 30 minutes later, the 7th game began. The opponent was a burly, muscular boy, armed with an alloy sword. The huge body and huge weapons are full of oppression. The moment the game started, the boy with the giant sword let out a roar and charged like a bull. The giant sword in his hand brought with it a whistling evil wind and chopped down on his head, as if to cut Lin Qiye and his gun in half. However, what greeted him was Lin Qiye's fierce and swift martial arts will that had already burst out. The scorching and domineering aura was like an invisible storm, instantly sweeping through the mind of the giant sword boy. His forward momentum suddenly stopped. For Lin Qiye, this momentary flaw was already fatal. One shot. Finish. With 17 points, the ranking has reached 599. 30 minutes later, his 8th race was ready to begin. Match number, 8th. Game time, 3:10 p.m. Competition location, Martial Arts Field number 701. This time, his opponent was an ordinary-looking boy with extremely sharp eyes. Lin Qiye. Overall ranking, 599. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Basic points, 17. Lofty. Overall ranking, 455. Genetic potential, 14%. Basic points, 17. Before the competition started, hundreds of spectators had already flocked to the live broadcast room of the number 701 Martial Arts Arena. Most of these people are Gao Yuan's high school classmates, and now they are spread across various martial arts universities, both public and private. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely lively. "Come on, Gao Yuan. Beat the other team. Finally, Gao Yuan makes his appearance. Our Tiantai No. 1 High School's gunnery master. When Gao Yuan was at Tiantai No. 1 Middle School, his marksmanship surpassed all the teachers in the school. Now that he's entered Galaxy Martial Arts University, he's bound to be even more powerful. Galaxy University has 10,000 students. They are the best freshman talents in the entire galaxy. We really can't be careless. From what you're saying, a pervert like Lu Zhenlong would have already made it into the top 100. Who in the 200, 500th place range could rival Gao Yuan? He's hailed by our principal as a once-in-a-century marksmanship genius. The double swordsman in the last match was already very powerful, but it's a pity that Gao Yuan is even stronger. Inside the martial arts arena, Gao Yuan was holding a spear, and when he saw Lin Xie opposite him, he was stunned for a moment. Where have I seen this guy before? Oh, right. Isn't that the dark horse from the bottom that I saw in the commercial street that day? He also made it into the top 500? Gao Yuan was really a little surprised. However, as a former opponent in the entrance examination, Gao Yuan did not take Lin Xie seriously. And when he saw the ordinary Lin Xie, who also chose the spear, a faint smile appeared on his face. Spear against spear, he never lost. The last time he lost was when he was 9 years old, fighting against his father, a quasi-warrior. But just 1 month later, he beat his father in shooting. Even that pervert Lu Zhenlong could only defeat him if he understood the will of martial arts. This bottom-level garbage in front of me. He will not be a match for Gao Yuan. Anyway, we'll win. Chapter 107 Archer? The game begins. Lin Xie didn't hesitate at all, and that fierce and swift martial arts will burst out again. Gao Yuan on the opposite side, whose mind was originally as calm as an ancient well, was instantly hit by a burning and domineering momentum. He only felt an invisible flame rushing towards him, making his pride and confidence, in the face of this higher and more concentrated will, like a candle in the wind, tottering. What? Gao Yuan widened his eyes in horror. Martial arts will? How could someone at this level of society possess the martial arts willpower that only a freak like Lu Zhenlong possessed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gao Yuan's mind went blank for a moment, and his eyes were dazed for a moment. At this moment, Lin Qi's spear has arrived. Gao Yuan's pupils shrank sharply. His rich combat experience made him panic and subconsciously swung the spear in his hand to block it. Clang! A crisp sound. Lin Qi's earth-shattering shot was actually blocked by him. Although the enormous force made Gao Yuan's palms numb, he managed to block it in the end. The comments in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. Beautiful. As expected of Gao Yuan. What a quick reaction. This block is a stroke of genius. The guy on the opposite side is pretty quick with his gun, but it's a pity he ran into Brother Yuan. In the martial arts arena, Lin Xie was also slightly stunned. He could see that the other party's marksmanship had a very solid foundation, even better than his own. However, Lin Xie did not hesitate at all. Just as Lin Xie was surprised, the second shot had already been fired. Clang! 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 Under Lin Xie's swift and violent attack like a violent storm, Gao Yuan lost the initiative and was restrained in every move. Gao Yuan became more and more frightened as the fight went on. He felt that what he was facing was not an opponent holding a spear, but an active volcano that was constantly erupting magma. That burning and overbearing martial arts will, like an invisible flame, was constantly burning his spirit, making him restless and breathing rapidly. His forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, and the hand holding the gun was trembling slightly due to the enormous pressure and high mental tension. His marksmanship, which he was proud of, became increasingly sluggish and difficult to perform under the pressure of this terrifying martial arts will. The spear in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and his movements became increasingly stiff. He could only rely on his superb marksmanship to barely resist. But his defensive circle is being compressed little by little. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room also became tense, the barrage of comments decreased significantly, and everyone held their breath. What's going on? Why is Gao Yuan being beaten? The gun on the other side is so fast. What kind of shooting technique is this? Why does it feel like just one move? But why is it so powerful? The fifth shot. Lin Xie's gun tip finally broke through the opponent's airtight defense net and stabbed into Gao Yuan's right shoulder blade. The spiritual energy of fire attribute burst out in his wound. Ah! Gao Yuan screamed and his right arm instantly lost strength. But his eyes were full of unwillingness and madness. I'm a master of marksmanship, how could I possibly lose here? Gao Yuan actually used his left hand, holding the gun with one hand, and stabbed Lin Qia's heart with a desperate blow. In the live broadcast room, Gao Yuan's classmates all exclaimed in surprise. Oh no! Brother Yuan is injured. Come on, Gao Yuan. Kill him. However, his gun stopped halfway. His eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at Lin Qia's spear, which had already arrived before him and pierced his heart. Gao Yuan felt his legs go weak and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. The medical staff in white appeared again, quickly gave him emergency treatment, and then carried him away on a stretcher. 8 consecutive wins. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments that were originally flying around suddenly quieted down. Deathly silence. Then, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Gao Yuan lost. The heart has been pierced. That's too cruel. This guy is too ruthless. Alas, there is always someone stronger than you. Yes, Gao Yuan is an absolute genius in our Tiantai city, but when he came to Galaxy Martial Arts University, he was no longer impressive. Who is this guy called Lin Qie? He's too powerful. Wait, I think I've seen this guy somewhere before? It seems to be during the entrance exam. No way. Bai Muxi was still racking his brains to think about how to organize his words and confront them in the barrage to maintain his brother-in-law's dignity. Result. Less than 10 seconds into the game, the so-called once-in-a-century genius was shot dead by his own brother-in-law. Although it can be seen that the opponent's shooting skills are indeed very good, his foundation is solid, and his reaction is quick. However, I still couldn't stop my brother-in-law's simple and crude poking and poking method, which was all-powerful. What a once-in-a-century genius. Bai Muxi curled his lips and suddenly remembered Su Qingying, the school beauty of Haicheng No. 1 Middle School who was beaten by her brother-in-law not long ago. She is also a well-known favored girl in the whole Haicheng, and her strength is second only to Lei Qianjun. What's the result? Wasn't it because he was beaten badly by his brother-in-law and left seriously injured? At this moment, Bai Muxi suddenly had an epiphany. Those who can be admitted to Galaxy Martial Arts University and rank in the top 1,000 are geniuses among geniuses in their respective high schools and cities. They are well-deserved favorites of heaven and are admired by countless people. In their own world, they are the absolute protagonists. Unfortunately, they met their brother-in-law. Game number, 9th game. Game time, 2:35 p.m. Competition location, Martial Arts Field number 765. When Lin Qie walked into the martial arts arena, his opponent entered almost at the same time. She was a tall girl with a pretty face. She did not choose a melee weapon like her previous opponents, but instead took down an alloy longbow that gleamed with metallic luster from the weapon rack. As soon as she entered, she didn't hesitate at all. She tapped her toes on the ground and retreated like a nimble swallow. In an instant, she had opened up a distance of 50 meters between her and Lin Qie and stood at the other end of the martial arts field. Seeing this, Lin Qie was stunned for a moment. Ranged archer? Lin Qie. Overall ranking, 455. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Basic points, 18. Sun Yuning. Overall ranking, 299. Genetic potential, 14.8%. Basic points, 18. As the bell rings, the game officially begins. Almost at the same moment the bell rang, Sun Yuning moved. Draw the bow, knock the arrow, aim, and shoot. The whole action is smooth and done in one go. Call out. An ally arrow flashing with cold light, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, instantly crossed a distance of 50 meters and shot directly into Lin Qie's face. So fast. Lin Qie's pupil shrank, and the basic steps under his feet were activated instantly, and his body flashed to the side at an extremely tricky angle. The fatal arrow almost grazed his cheek, causing a gust of wind and leaving a shallow blood mark on his face. That was a close call. If I had been a fraction of a second slower, I would have been shot in the head. Chapter 108 nailed to the wall. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Damn it! It almost got a headshot. This archer lady is so fierce. Shoot fast and accurate. Brother Yiqiang is in trouble this time. He's using a spear against a bow and arrow. He's being kited to death. In the student dormitory, Bai Muxi's heart instantly tightened, and her little hands clenched into fists nervously. But deep down in her heart, she still believed it. My husband will definitely win. On the field, before Lin Xie had time to rejoice, the second arrow had already arrived. Sun Yuning's shooting speed is beyond imagination. Lin Xie's face changed. He knew that he could no longer dodge passively like this. The spear in his hand could hardly provide any blocking effect when facing such a long-range and high-speed attack. If he continues like this, he will be exhausted to death by the other party. Court death. Lin Xie was furious and no longer had any reservations. Martial arts will, swift fire, like a dormant volcano, erupts. Buzz. An invisible, burning and overbearing will, like a physical shock wave, instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and crushed towards Sun Yuning in the distance. Sun Yuning, who was drawing her bow and preparing to shoot the third arrow, felt an overwhelming terrifying aura, like a huge wildfire that burned everything, suddenly rushing towards her. It was as if an illusion appeared before her eyes. The whole world became distorted and blurred, and the air was filled with a burning breath, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. An unprecedented look of horror appeared on Sun Yuning's face. What is going on? Is it a mental attack? At the moment she was stunned, Lin Xie moved. He stepped forward with rapid steps, and rushed towards Sun Yuning like a cannonball. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. When Sun Yuning barely recovered from the terrifying impact of the will, Lin Xie had already closed the distance of 20 meters. She was horrified and quickly shot the third arrow in her hand. However, with his mind lost, the accuracy of this arrow was extremely off. The arrow flew out at an angle and didn't even touch the corner of Lin Xie's clothes. In the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, this was entirely due to Sun Yuning's poor psychological quality. Despite having a great advantage, he actually made such a low-level mistake. However, they had no idea what kind of terrifying pressure Sun Yuning was facing at this moment. The next second, Sun Yuning was panicking and trying to knock the fourth arrow. A black figure appeared in front of her like a ghost. She raised her head and saw that it was no longer a person. Instead, it was a raging flame that could completely devour and burn her to ashes. I am like a tiny and fragile blade of grass, facing a boundless wildfire that can sweep across the world. A fear that came from the depths of her soul instantly broke down all her defenses. Sun Yuning just opened his mouth and wanted to shout the word surrender. The cold tip of the gun had pierced her left chest. An unmatched force came, sending her flying backwards and nailing her heavily to the wall of the training ground. Bang! A muffled sound was heard after the special sound-absorbing treatment of the wall. At this time, Sun Yuning uttered those two words with difficulty. Surrender. Then, a large amount of blood gushed out of her mouth. The medical staff in white appeared again in an instant, skillfully pulled Sun Yuning down from the wall, and provided emergency treatment to her as she was vomiting blood. While treating the wound, she would occasionally glance at Lin Xie, who was gasping for breath in the middle of the venue, with a strange look. What's wrong with this boy? Why is it that every time a girl fights against him, she gets beaten so badly? Either it explodes here or it gets pierced there. At this moment, Lin Xie was gasping for breath. The 50-meter all-out sprint and the final shot that contained all his strength had exhausted most of his physical strength. The live broadcast room fell into silence for several seconds. Then, it exploded instantly. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is going on? I'm stunned. This guy is too powerful. Is this the strength of Galaxy Martial Arts University? That shot just now. I felt my legs go weak even through the screen. It's so brutal. This is a one-sided massacre. From start to finish, the whole process took less than 10 seconds? That archer only shot 3 arrows, and 2 of them missed the target? This guy is definitely the biggest dark horse among this freshman class. Barely won. Please give me the contact information of Brother Longspear. Student dormitory building, 499 floors. In a very elegantly decorated single dormitory, a tall and gentle girl was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Her appearance is about 70% similar to that of Sun Yuning, who had just been defeated. She is Sun Yuning's fourth sister, Sun Yuyun, who is also a fourth-year student at Galaxy Martial Arts University. When he saw his sister being nailed to the wall by the boy and vomiting blood, she suddenly stood up from the sofa, and flames of anger instantly ignited in her delicate eyes. Yuning is her most beloved sister. This boy has no gentlemanly manners at all. He was so cruel. It's simply unforgivable. Just as she was getting furious, her personal terminal rang. When the video was connected, a graceful lady appeared on the screen. It was her mother. Yuyun, the lady's face was filled with worry. Quick, go check on Yuning. How is she? Sun Yuyun took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, and tried to make his voice sound calmer when talking to his mother in the light curtain. Mom, don't worry. You know the medical level of the school. Yuning's life is not in danger. I will go to the medical center to see her later. That's good, that's good. The lady breathed a sigh of relief, but then said indignantly that boy named Lin Qiye was too harsh. How could he be so harsh on a girl? I understand, Mom. Sun Yuyun nodded, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, I won't let this matter go. After hanging up the phone, Sun Yuyun did not go to the medical center immediately. She sat back on the sofa, called up the replay of the previous game, and watched it carefully over and over again. She wanted to see clearly how that guy named Lin Qiye won. On the other side, Lin Qiye was in the lounge, drinking nutrient solution to replenish his energy while waiting for the next game to start. He didn't know that he had been targeted by an older girl in the 4th grade. At the same time, in the VIP ward of the medical center, Yi Qinghan was curled up alone on the soft bed, with 2 game videos playing repeatedly on the screen in front of her. These were the 2 matches between Lin Qiye and Su Qingying, and Lin Qiye and Sun Yuning. When he saw that Su Qingying's proud cold murderous intent melted like ice and snow in front of Lin Qiye's more domineering martial arts will, and was finally shot to death by delay on the left, falling in a pool of blood in a miserable state. When he saw that proud long-range archer Sun Yuning lose his mind under Lin Qiye's charge and was eventually nailed to the wall by a bullet, unable to move, his face full of fear and despair. Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered, and she subconsciously placed her hand on her chest, which had long since returned to normal. There, she seemed to still remember the cold touch of the spear tip piercing her, and the imagined pain that made her soul tremble. But beneath this pain, there was a strange feeling that even she could not understand, quietly spreading in her heart. She looked over and over again at the man in the light curtain holding a spear and with an indifferent expression. It turns out, it's not that I'm too weak. But this man is really too strong. Thinking back on the flames that burned everything in the world, one can still tremble uncontrollably. Anyone standing opposite him would be swallowed up by that terrifying aura. And Yi Qinghan's mind uncontrollably flashed with the image of herself being shot through the chest. Compared to Su Qingying, who was beaten to a pulp and left bloody and humiliated. Compared to the despair of Sun Yuning being nailed to the wall, unable to move like a specimen. Even though I was shot through the spine, it seems, it's not the worst outcome, right? At least I'm not that embarrassed. This man wasn't some low-class trash. He must have had a reason for selling his fertility information. How about I help him? Ah! What am I thinking about? She looked at Lin Qiye's figure in the light curtain, and her inner thoughts were so uncontrollable and weird that even she felt ashamed. Yi Qinghan felt her cheeks begin to heat up, and her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, as if she were back in that battle, facing this man who was like a wildfire. Chapter 109 10 Wins. In the 10th game, the opponent was a boy with a strong build and holding 2 swords. Ranked 201st overall, his name is Lu Feng. The competition has not yet begun, but the live broadcast room of the number 201 martial arts arena is already bustling with activity. Come on, Lu Feng. Go for the 5th consecutive victory. He's truly the genius our school only sees once in a century. He's incredible. Brother Feng's twin swords are as fast as lightning, who can stop them? A group of Lu Feng's relatives and friends, like Gao Yuan's classmates in the previous game, cheered for him crazily in the barrage, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. However, in the live broadcast room, in addition to Lu Feng's family and friends, there were also many old viewers who had followed Lin Qiye's previous competitions. Another once-in-a-century event? Hopefully, I can hold out a few more seconds this time. The last opponent, I think his name was Gao Yuan, was also highly praised. But what happened? He was defeated instantly by Yi Qing. Yes. I'm embarrassed for them. In fact, who among those who can get into Galaxy University and rank in the top 500 in their respective cities is not a genius? It's just that some are just geniuses, while others are the geniuses among geniuses. Brother Yi Qiang is different. I've been watching him since his 6th match against Su Qingying, and he hasn't lost a single match since. Every time he's killed them instantly. Who is Brother Yi Qiang? His initial ranking is so low, but his strength is so terrifying? playing the pig to eat the tiger. This is definitely playing the pig to eat the tiger. I looked it up. His name is Lin Xie. He seems to be from a school in the grain-producing area of Haicheng. A small city's food supply area? Impossible. How could such a monster emerge from that place? On the other side, Bai Muxi and Bai Muxi were chatting privately. Bai Muxi, sister, don't watch anymore. The battle is over in 10 seconds. Bai Muxi, I hope so. After all, the opponent is ranked 201st, stronger than any we've encountered before. She had just finished speaking. The competition begins in the martial arts arena. The moment the game started, a chilling murderous intent burst out from Lu Feng's eyes. His figure was as fast as lightning, turning into an afterimage and attacking Lin Xie. His murderous intent was honed through countless life and death battles and had already been condensed to an extremely high level. He was only one step away from true martial arts will. Every opponent he encountered before would lose their focus and make mistakes under the influence of his murderous intent. The guy in front of me is definitely no exception. However, just as Lu Feng's cold murderous intent was about to touch Lin Xie was stunned for a moment, and his martial arts will suddenly exploded. This murderous feeling, why does it feel so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Before Lin Xie could think about it, the cold murderous intent was like an ice cube thrown into lava, and was instantly burned away by the hotter and more domineering swift fire will. Lu Feng only felt an irresistible terrifying aura, like an erupting volcano, crashing head-on into his spiritual world. His brain buzzed and went blank for a moment, and his body, which was rushing forward, stiffened uncontrollably. Now is the time. The spear in Lin Xie's hand seemed to have been waiting at the finish line for a long time, and arrived first. A shot, a thrust. Puff! The cold tip of the gun pierced Lu Feng's heart without any suspense. The battle is over. The whole process was so fast that people didn't even have time to react. In the live broadcast room, Lu Feng's family and friends fell silent in an instant. Bai Muxi's private message also popped up immediately afterwards. Bai Muxi, see. What did I say? This time it's even faster. Only 3 seconds. Too fast. Lin Xie, 10 consecutive wins. His overall ranking soared to 201st again. Only one step away from the top 200 qualifying line. The famous name One Shot Brother spread like wildfire in the news section of the Galaxy Wuhan University Forum and major live broadcast platforms as he achieved one quick and decisive kill after another. More and more people are starting to pay attention to this mysterious dark horse who has fought his way up from 9,988th place. His live broadcast room has also grown from just a few people at the beginning to a popular room with thousands of regular viewers. That simple, brutal, yet domineering shot became his trademark. He is known as the One-Gun Brother. Because Lin Xie always wins the game with one shot. If one shot doesn't work, then 2 shots, 3 shots. With the end of the 10th game, Lin Xie's afternoon game also came to an end. Although it seemed like he won every match easily, the 10 consecutive high-intensity battles took a huge toll on his physical and mental strength. Every time martial arts will fiery swiftness is pushed to the extreme, it is like doing a 100-meter sprint on the spiritual level, consuming a huge amount of mental energy. It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 10 battles, all victories. His total score also soared from the initial pitiful 10 points to 20 points. His overall ranking was like a rocket, rising from the initial 9,988th place all the way to 201st place. In just one day, he completed an astonishing comeback by nearly 10,000 places. Only one step away from the top 200. This means that qualification for the second stage of the double elimination tournament is just around the corner. Next, there is a 3-hour break. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he will usher in the first stage, the last 5 games. The name One Shot Brother was completely known in freshman forums and major live broadcast platforms as he won one match after another in seconds, and became the most dazzling dark horse in this year's opening exams. However, Lin Xie was not carried away by victory. What he was thinking about was his battle with the archer Sun Yuning. Although he won that battle easily, he was well aware that he lacked effective countermeasures against long-range opponents. Sun Yuning's strength was not strong enough. After being hit by his own martial arts will, his mind was lost, which gave him the opportunity to get close. What if I encounter a stronger, calmer archer? What if he also possesses martial spirit? No, we must find a way to strengthen this. Although there was only 3 hours of rest time, it was a valuable opportunity for him to strengthen his game. Lin Xie opened his personal terminal and was instantly overwhelmed by a massive amount of information and friend requests. The screen was filled with densely packed red dots of information prompts, and various pop-up windows appeared one after another, almost bursting the entire interface. There were congratulatory messages from the heads of families whom I had met at the charity dinner before. The words were sincere and full of the intention to win over me. Zhou Wenyan, Mr. Lin is a young and promising man. Today's battle has made him famous in the Taurus region. Congratulations! Yu Zhenhai, congratulations to Mr. Lin on his first victory. His 10-game winning streak is enough to put all the other prodigies to shame. I look forward to collaborating with Mr. Lin again. The screen was bombarded with a series of 666 emoticons sent by the fat guy Qian Kuan. Qian Kuan, Brother Lin. Holy crap! Brother Lin. That's awesome. Brother Ichiang. From now on, you'll be my idol. There are even more, which are friend requests from strangers, with different avatars, various messages attached, and even various illegal pictures. Boss, please take me. Brother Ichiang, do you want to recruit a younger brother? Brother, are you in an online relationship? I'm super sweet. It seems I become famous. Lin Xie smiled, shook his head, and set all these messages as read. Without any hesitation, he called Lin Yuechan directly. Teacher Yuechan, is the training room available now? I'll pay. Lin Yuechan's voice on the other end of the phone was filled with a hint of unconcealed laughter and surprise. Are you done with the competition? Aha! Congratulations on your 10th consecutive win. Come over, I'm here too. If you have any questions, you can ask me. It's free today. Lin Xie smiled and said, Thank you, Teacher Yuechan. While walking towards the teaching building, Lin Xie called Bai Muxi again. Honey, I'm going to the training room and I won't be back tonight. Okay, Bai Muxi's voice was filled with pride and joy. I'll get you some nutrient solution. You must have consumed a lot of it. Lin Xie felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, Wait a moment, you can't enter the teaching area. I'll call you when I'm almost done here. Okay, hubby, come on. Soon, Lin Xie arrived at training room 2202. When I opened the door, a gust of hot wind blew in my face. In the center of the empty training room, Lin Yuechan was holding a gun in one hand, her figure like a spinning red lightning. The alloy spear in her hand seemed to have turned into a living fire dragon. Every time she swung it, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air and a visible airwave. The gun shadows are flying, and the power is fierce. Chapter 110 Lin Yuechan is afraid of being polluted. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lin Yuechan slowly put away her gun and stood up. The gun shadows and scorching breath in the sky disappeared in an instant. She glanced at Lin Xie, a hint of admiration flashing in her cold eyes, and asked, You kid, you just finished 10 games, don't you really want to rest and recover your physical strength? Lin Xie shook his head and said with a wry smile, Teacher Yuechan, it's too late to rest. I feel that my shortcomings are too big. I won't feel at ease until I solve them. As he spoke, he projected the video of his match against Archer Sun Yuning onto the huge screen in the training room. Lin Yuechan watched it patiently, and when she saw Lin Xie's final earth-shattering shot that nailed Sun Yuning to the wall, even she had a flash of approval in her cold eyes. The last shot was decisive, and the suppression of will was spot on. However, Lin Xie pointed at the video and said solemnly, If she hadn't been intimidated by my martial arts, if she had been more stable and her shooting speed was faster, I wouldn't have had a chance to get close and would have been kite to death. So, he looked at Lin Yuechan with a hint of earnestness in his eyes. I plan to practice this Ma-style shadow spear. After all, it only has one move and is easy to learn. At a critical moment, it might be able to achieve an unexpected counterattack. Ma's shadow javelin? When Lin Yuechan heard this name, her pretty brows instantly frowned. She took a look at the introduction of the martial arts and almost laughed out of anger. D-level martial arts, the growth ceiling is basically zero, there is no subsequent skills to connect with, and the accuracy of the javelin is completely dependent on personal feel and is extremely unstable. She bluntly pointed out his mistake. Did you know that a professional archer has to undergo systematic training in eyesight, arm strength, and accuracy since the age of 4 or 5? You're a latecomer, and you're trying to compete with them? Are you trying to use your hobby to challenge someone else's livelihood? Lin Xie blushed at her words, scratched his head awkwardly, and couldn't utter a word. Lin Yuechan looked at his embarrassment, sighed heavily, and softened her tone a little. Your idea is right. You know you need to strengthen your weaknesses, which is good. But your method is completely wrong. Simply practicing spearmanship does have natural flaws when facing long-range archers, but the solution is not to make you a long-range archer yourself, but to be able to block the opponent's long-range arrows. She stood up, walked to the weapon rack, and took down a small alloy shield from it. You're a melee spearman. Your advantage lies in your unmatched burst and suppression once you get close. She threw the small alloy shield in her hand to Lin Xie. When facing a ranged enemy, you shouldn't be thinking about juggling shots with him from a distance, but rather how to withstand his firepower, safely rush to his face, and then pierce him with your gun. Her sharp gaze fell on Lin Xie, and she said in a deep voice, what you should learn most now is the shield method. Use the shield to block and deflect those deadly arrows, creating gaps and time for yourself to charge. This is the right path for you as a spearman. Lin Xie was awakened by her words, and a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. He looked at Lin Yuechan and gave her a thumbs up without hesitation, praising her sincerely. Teacher Yuechan, you were so experienced that you saw through the key to the problem at a glance. Lin Yuechan was stunned for a moment, then her sharp phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked at Lin Xie from top to bottom with a scrutinizing look. Finally, she rolled her eyes in annoyance, and that action made her look even more vivid and coquettish. Did you do this on purpose? Then, Lin Yuechan shook her head in a mixture of anger and amusement, and added, the spear is a two-handed weapon that emphasizes wide swings and large movements. Therefore, it can't be equipped with a heavy shield like a sword and shield fighter. The only thing that can be used with it is a small, flexible wrist shield or a small round shield. She pointed to several small shields on the weapon rack and continued, and as it happens, there's a very basic D-level shield technique called Basic Small Shield Technique, which is practically tailor-made for lazy people like you. From beginning to end, it has only one core action: blocking and dissipating force. Lin Xie's eyes lit up instantly. Teacher Yuechan, you really understand me. All right. Lin Yuechan waved her hand and said, all right, practice slowly. Come on. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Xie to speak again, she turned and left the training room. Lin Yuechan walked out of the training room quickly, her combat boots making a crisp and slightly hurried sound in the empty corridor. Lin Xie's strange martial arts requirements were still echoing in her mind. I feel like I've been with Lin Xie for too long, and my thinking seems to be really being assimilated by him. Just 2 days ago, when she was teaching several other female students, she subconsciously suggested that they could first look for inspiration for core techniques from some more basic C-level and D-level martial arts. She still clearly remembers the confusion and bewilderment on the faces of those female students at that time. Thinking back now, Lin Yuechan felt her cheeks flushed. He was an extraordinary warrior and a mentor at Galaxy Martial Arts University, but he was led astray by the cultivation logic of a freshman. If this gets out, it will be a huge joke. This can't go on. Must stay away. I feel like if I get any closer, I'll be contaminated by this little guy. Lin Xie's doubts about why Lin Yuechan left in such a hurry only lingered in his mind for a second before being replaced by the excitement of learning new martial arts. Without hesitation, he bought the copyright of Basic Small Shield Techniques in the Terminal Mall. The VR teaching video was downloaded instantly. Lin Xie couldn't wait to click it. The light and shadows before his eyes changed, and he seemed to be in another time and space in an instant. A teacher wearing a standard martial arts uniform and with a stern face appeared in the center of the virtual training ground. He held a small alloy round shield in his left hand and began to show Lin Xie the only and most core action: blocking and unloading force over and over again. The teacher's movements may seem simple, but they actually contain extremely high skills. He did not use his shield to resist the attack head-on, but through the subtle rotation of his wrist and the coordinated force of his body, he tilted the shield at a very small angle at the moment of contact with the attack, allowing most of the impact force to slide along the curvature of the shield, thus achieving the effect of using only a small force to move a large object. Lin Xie watched attentively, memorizing every detail in his mind. With the profound knowledge gained from the perfect level of basic boxing and basic footwork, he can easily see through the logic behind every movement of the instructor. Half an hour later, Lin Xie turned off the VR video. He took a deep breath and picked up the small alloy shield that Lin Yuechan had thrown to him. He imitated the movements in the video, flipping his wrist and sinking his body. An invisible airflow gathered in front of him, as if he had predicted the direction of the attack. At this moment, the familiar system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! You have mastered the Basic Small Shield Technique. Basic Small Shield Technique's Beginner's Guide unlocked. It worked again. Lin Xie was ecstatic and spent one authority point without hesitation to unlock it directly. Ding! Consuming one permission point, Basic Small Shield Technique has been unlocked. Basic Small Shield Technique, Level 1010. Chapter 111 is too hot. Time flies quickly during focused practice. 15 minutes later. Ding! Basic Small Shield Technique's level increased. Current level, Level 10 Max. Lin Xie put away his shield and let out a long breath. Then his eyes lit up and he felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. Only 15 minutes. He'd already mastered a D-rank martial art. This speed is very good. As his skills became perfected, he felt that his understanding of shield skills had instantly reached a whole new level, as if it was innate. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his physical and mental attributes had grown slightly. He immediately opened the system panel and took a look. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 18.3%. Physical fitness, 170 plus. Spirit, 170 plus. Psychic power, 130 plus. Exercise method. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 10 Max. Hunyuan Yi Qigong Level 60600. 8 Treasures Skill Level 60120. Basic Boxing Level 10 Max. Basic Footwork Level 10 Max. Gas Gun Skill Level 10 Max. Basic Small Shield Technique Level 10 Max. Martial Arts Will, Blazing Swiftness Level 2688-2000. Partner, Bai Muxi Favorability 85. Offspring, 13 currently in the making. Permission points, 4. As expected, the physical and mental attributes each increased by 5 points. However, genetic potential only increased by 0.3%. Is it so little? Lin Xie couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the genetic potential value that had hardly changed. He thought about it and decided to send a message to Lin Yuechan. On the one hand, I wanted to ask about this situation, and on the other hand, I also wanted to ask her to recommend other martial arts. After sending the message, he started searching in the school's martial arts library. First, see if there are any other unique martial arts skills that suit you. Soon, Lin Yuechan replied to the message. Lin Yuechan, it's normal for your genetic potential to improve slowly. You've been practicing D-level martial arts, and these basic techniques actually train many duplicate parts of the body. Most of the core power points are already covered in your 2 fundamental boxing and footwork techniques. Since your foundation has been cultivated to such a high level, practicing these simpler techniques will naturally reduce the improvement in your genetic potential. Lin Yuechan, I don't have any suitable recommendations anymore, so please choose one yourself. Don't ask me for recommendations anymore. Lin Xie looked at Lin Yuechan's somewhat impatient reply, feeling a little confused. Is he angry? Why? Is he annoyed that he keeps asking about these lowly D-rank martial arts? Lin Xie shook his head, and a somewhat absurd thought popped up uncontrollably. Could it be menopause? Although Lin Yuechan looks very young, Lin Xie knows very well that to be able to become a mentor at Galaxy Martial Arts University, her strength must be unfathomable, and her real age must be quite old. Lin Xie shook his head again, throwing these chaotic thoughts out of his mind. It's really hard to guess what women are thinking, so just focus on practicing. He glanced at the time and saw that there were still 2 hours and 10 minutes left before the evening game. If I can find a suitable D-level martial art, maybe I can complete 2 more. 2 hours later. Lin Xie finished his training and stood up, a gleam in his eyes. He couldn't wait to open the system panel, and looking at the 3 new lines of entries, an expression of great joy appeared on his face. Elementary Shield Bash, Level 10 Max. Shen's Flying Shield Technique Level 10 Max. Ma's Shadow Javelin Level 10 Max. Of course Lin Xie would not miss Ma's Shadow Javelin. Although Lin Yuechan said that Ma's Shadow Spear was useless. But in such a short time, Lin Xie didn't have time to screen more. Meeting his fate, live it up. Then I found the review of Ma's Shadow Javelin and Shen's Flying Shield Technique by Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, and I tried it. Then, he returned to the mall homepage and intelligently recommended Basic Shield Attack Technique to Lin Xie. Go for it. Although these 3D level martial arts combined only increased his genetic potential by a negligible 0.2%. But Martial Will, Blazing Swiftness, Level 3266-3000. The martial arts willpower actually broke through to level 3 in just 2 hours. This is the biggest surprise. As his martial arts willpower improved, Lin Xie could clearly feel that his spiritual world had undergone earth-shaking changes. That burning, domineering, and indomitable martial arts will no longer require him to deliberately stimulate it. Instead, it was as natural as breathing, deeply bound to and integrated with his soul, blood, and even every thought. When he stood still, this martial arts will was like the lava deep in a volcano, quiet and restrained, yet containing terrifying energy that could erupt at any time. And when he has a thought and his fighting spirit rises, this martial arts will instantly turn into a raging flame that burns the world and bursts out from his body. The most direct effect of the improvement of this martial arts is that the suppression of the enemy's mental level increases exponentially. To make an inappropriate analogy, the martial arts at level 1 is like a newborn baby, crying for food. Then the martial arts at level 2 is already 2 years old and can walk and crawl. Then the level 3 martial arts willpower is like attending kindergarten class. The essence of the three remains unchanged, but the magnitude is completely different. Lin Xie glanced at the time. There were only 30 minutes left before the evening game started. He stretched his muscles, drank a bottle of nutrient solution, and left the training room. Walking out of the teaching area, Lin Xie saw the familiar figure waiting anxiously under the streetlight. Bai Muxi was holding a whole box of Jian Bailey C3 nutrient solution. When she saw him come out, a bright smile of relief immediately broke out on her face, and she hurried over. "Husband." Lin Xie quickly stepped forward, easily took the box from her hand with one hand, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, wife." Then he used his other hand to gently embrace Bai Muxi in his arms. Bai Muxi's cheeks turned red in an instant. She could clearly feel the hot and powerful aura from Lin Xie, which seemed to melt her whole body. "I'm leaving." Bai Muxi felt her face flushed with heat. She nodded vigorously, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. "Come on. Come on." Watching Lin Xie turn and leave, with that tall and powerful back, Bai Muxi's heart was still beating wildly. She raised her hand and touched her hot cheeks, feeling shy. "What's going on? Just looking into my husband's eyes just now, I felt as if my whole body was set on fire, burning from the inside out. It's really too hot." Chapter 112, Surrender Faction Ling Shaoqing. In the 11th game, the opponent's overall ranking was 187th. As long as he wins this game, Lin Xie will be able to successfully reach the top 200 qualifying line. The live broadcast room of the number 187 martial arts arena was already bustling with people, and the number of online users exceeded 5,000. On the screen, the barrage of comments was as dense as snowflakes, almost covering the entire picture. Here it comes. One Gun Brothers' 11th game. The 11th consecutive victory is just around the corner. My opponent is Ling Shaoqing, ranked 187th, and she's lost 4 games in a row. 11 consecutive wins. 11 consecutive wins. Come on, one-shot brother. Beat the opponent and get into the top 200. Here we go, just waiting for One Gun's match. It's so cool to see him kill instantly. However, among these comments cheering for Lin Xie, there were also some completely different voices. Alas, Qingqing's luck is too bad. Yeah, who would have thought that I would actually encounter the fourth pervert who has comprehended the will of martial arts? Holy crap! Is this true? Yes, my mentality was completely broken. In the last 3 rounds, I saw that it was the will of martial arts, so I surrendered directly. Absolutely true. In the last 3 matches, she surrendered directly. It completely traumatized her psychologically. Is the will of martial arts so terrifying? You surrendered without even trying? Soon, someone came out to explain. Don't you understand? Martial willpower isn't just a difference in strength, it's a crushing blow on the spiritual and mental level. Imagine you're fighting someone, and they just give you a look and you're so scared you're paralyzed that you can't even hold your sword. How can you even fight them? That's right. Facing an opponent who has grasped the will of the martial arts, unless you also possess that will, you stand no chance of victory. If you continue to hold on, you'll only be beaten even harder, and may even suffer irreparable psychological trauma. Surrender is the wisest choice. Alas, there's nothing we can do. The suppression of the martial arts will is too strong. It's impossible to fight. Look at Shaoqing's last match. He was obviously psychologically traumatized by the beating. Inside the martial arts arena, Lin Xie's 10th opponent walked in slowly. She was an unusually tall girl. He has healthy wheat-colored skin, smooth and powerful lines, and is estimated to be almost 1.9 meters tall, half a head taller than Lin Xie. She took down 2 heavy alloy fist shields from the weapon rack and mounted them on her fists. Lin Xie. Overall ranking, 291. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Basic points, 20. Ling Xiaoqing. Overall ranking, 187. Genetic potential, 17%. Basic points, 19. Lin Xie looked at the other party's genetic potential of up to 17%, and his eyes instantly became solemn. The genetic potential of the new students is already 17%? This may be a fierce battle. As the bell rings, the game officially begins. Lin Xie had no intention of testing the opponent. The moment the game started, the martial arts will of rapid fire that he was already very familiar with, like an awakened prehistoric beast, swept across the entire field. The scorching, domineering, and unrivaled aura instantly locked onto Ling Xiaoqing at the other end of the martial arts field. However, something unexpected happened. When Ling Xiaoqing felt that familiar and desperate aura, the expression on her pretty wheat-colored face froze instantly, and then became uglier than if she had eaten a fly. She stomped her feet suddenly, and the alloy fist shield hit the ground with a loud clang sound, and a curse came out of her mouth. Grass! What kind of perversion is this? Why are they all more perverted than each other? This time, the martial arts will is even stronger than before. I can't even fight. Ling Xiaoqing raised his hand without hesitation and shouted with all his strength. Surrender! Lin Xie wins! A crisp system prompt sounded, announcing that this highly anticipated game ended the next second after it started in a way no one could have imagined. Lin Xie stood there in a daze, his face full of surprise. In the martial arts arena, although the competition was over, Ling Xiaoqing did not leave. She put her hands on her hips, glared at Lin Xie angrily, and complained loudly, "Why do I always run into monsters like you who have comprehended the will of martial arts?" Then, she changed the subject and strode up to Lin Xie, "Add me as a friend. Please teach me how to comprehend the will of martial arts, please." Lin Xie looked at the wheat-colored girl in front of him who was taller than him and had a hot-tempered and straightforward personality. He was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and opened the terminal. Thus, under the gaze of thousands of spectators, an extremely strange scene appeared on the martial arts field. The two players who had just finished a life-and-death duel did not shake hands or leave the field. Instead, they scanned each other's codes and exchanged friends in the middle of the field as if nothing had happened. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments exploded instantly after being silent for a second. What did I see? If you can't beat them, just join them? I give this a perfect score. Ha ha ha. This sister is so real. I'm a fan. Has Brother Ichion's charm become so great that his opponent asked him to date him on the spot? Don't talk nonsense, I'm just asking for advice. But, this scene is too weird. I declare that the most harmonious scene of this year's opening exam has been born. After successfully adding a friend, Ling Xiaoqing said dejectedly, "Damn it. I was almost in the top 100. But after getting badly injured and losing to the first person to comprehend the martial arts will, it's like I've been possessed by a spell, and I've encountered 4 of them in a row. I couldn't beat those guys before, so I'm even more afraid of you. I can sense that your martial arts will is even stronger than before. You're so perverted, I have no choice but to surrender. You guys are simply cheating." Ling Xiaoqing was unconvinced and snorted, "Just wait and see. Within 3 months, I will definitely be able to comprehend the will of martial arts. When the 10-school joint entrance examination comes, I, Ling Xiaoqing, will be back." Lin Xie looked at the tall, wheat-colored girl in front of him and said with a smile, "Then I wish you good luck." Immediately afterwards, Lin Xie met a boy with a long stick who was ranked 149th. The boy had a slender figure and his movements were like a monkey. Lin Xie guessed that it was caused by the skills and martial arts he practiced. The moment the game started, the opponent took the initiative and let out a loud shout. The whole person jumped high, and the ally stick in his hand drew a sharp arc in the air, and smashed down on Lin Xie's head with a force of 10,000 pounds. However, what greeted him was Lin Xie's terrifying level 3 martial arts will. Boom! The boy only felt an invisible terrifying aura that was enough to burn everything, which instantly overwhelmed his mind. His body, which had jumped high, suddenly stopped in the air. It was this momentary flaw. Lin Xie's spear, like a dormant poisonous dragon, strikes later but arrives first. One shot, one thrust. Not surprisingly, the battle ended in seconds again. 12 consecutive wins. Lin Xie's ranking also successfully replaced 149th. The audience in the live broadcast room had gone from being shocked at first to becoming somewhat numb. On the barrage, people stopped discussing who Lin Qiye's opponent was and started to discuss another topic enthusiastically. 13 consecutive wins. When will one gun bro end his winning streak? I'll bet on the next match. My opponent will definitely get stronger and stronger. It's impossible for me to kill him instantly all the time. I bet on 15 consecutive wins. Brother, one gun is invincible. It's open. Buy it and leave it. During this heated discussion, the matching results of Lin Qiye's 13th game were quickly refreshed. Match number, 13th match. Game time, 8:35 p.m. Competition location, number 89 martial arts field. When Lin Qiye walked into the number 89 martial arts field, his 13th opponent also entered the arena at almost the same time. It was a tall figure wearing a dark red combat uniform, with short, dashing hair and a beautiful yet cold face. When he saw the other person clearly, Lin Qiye was slightly stunned. It turned out to be Qin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 113, I Will Win. 4 hours ago, in the medical center of Galaxy Martial Arts University, Qin Xiaoxiao walked in slowly, wearing a tattered combat uniform. Her expensive custom-made combat uniform was covered with tears, and her fair skin was covered with scratches so deep that the bones could be seen, and several of them were still bleeding slightly. However, in her beautiful eyes, there was a flash of unprecedented cold and sharp light, like a peerless sword that had just been sharpened, chilling and oppressive. She was about to go to the front desk to register when she ran into a boy with a gloomy expression. It was Gao Yuan, who had just been touted by Gao Yuan's relatives and friends in the martial arts arena as a genius once in a century. Gao Yuan was stunned at first when he saw Qin Xiaoxiao's miserable appearance. Then, a hint of gloating surprise appeared on his face, and he subconsciously said, "Xiaoxiao, you lost too?" Qin Xiaoxiao glanced at Gao Yuan coldly and said, "I won. Now I'm in the top 100. What?" Gao Yuan's smile froze instantly. He pointed at the scars on Qin Xiaoxiao's body and stammered, "Then you." "It's just a superficial wound," Qin Xiaoxiao shrugged nonchalantly, as if talking about a trivial matter. "It's too ugly, so I came to repair it." After she finished speaking, she swept her cold gaze from top to bottom over Gao Yuan and asked calmly, "You lost?" When Gao Yuan saw her sharp gaze, he felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped in public. His face flushed, his eyes dodged, and he forced an excuse, I was careless. I lost to a martial arts will. It was that guy from the Haicheng grain district. He comprehended the martial will. Qin Xiaoxiao just shook her head slightly when she heard this. Without saying anything more, she walked straight past him and entered the medical center. However, in her heart, she snorted with disdain. Trash is trash. If you lose, you can only make excuses for yourself. Just martial intention. If you don't understand it yourself, you can't blame others for it. Besides, having martial spirit doesn't guarantee victory. In the last battle, her opponent was Wu Yi, and she won. Moreover, under the extreme pressure of that life or death moment, she also took that step and realized her own martial arts will. Martial arts will, ice and killing. Qin Xiaoxiao lay in the comfortable medical cabin, the light blue repair light gently brushed across the wounds on her body, bringing waves of numbing and healing sensations. Bored, she opened her personal terminal and clicked on the school's official forum. At this moment, the forum has been flooded with various posts about today's school entrance exams, and the popularity is unprecedented. She browsed casually and stopped when she saw a post with a title pinned high up and marked hot in eye-catching red font. Title: Shocking Counterattack. The biggest dark horse on the first day of the competition, one-shot brother Lin Qiye wins 10 consecutive games, all instantly, and advances into the top 200. Lin Qiye? When Qin Xiaoxiao saw this somewhat familiar name, a hint of surprise flashed in her cold eyes. She clicked on the post, which recorded in detail the entire process of Lin Qiye's rise from 9,988th place, and attached the highlights of each game. When I saw the man with a spear in hand and a cold expression, killing all his opponents one by one in an instant. Qin Xiaoxiao's face finally showed an expression of emotion. This guy, 10 consecutive wins? That is quite impressive. If this continues, I will most likely meet him in the next 5 games. But Qin Xiaoxiao's lips curled up in a confident arc. This guy was able to bully trash like Gao Yuan in the early stages only because of his advantage in martial arts willpower. Now, I also possess the will of martial arts. He can't take any advantage on this point. In terms of skills, martial arts, combat experience, family background, and other aspects, I am far superior to him. There is absolutely no possibility for him to defeat me. Unexpectedly, 4 hours later, we actually met. Qin Xiaoxiao saw that her opponent was Lin Xie. A hint of murderous intent finally appeared on her beautiful face. She looked at the calm man holding a spear across from her, and a raging desire to fight instantly ignited in her cold eyes. I have just comprehended, martial arts will, ice and killing. In terms of martial arts will, I am no less than him. In other aspects, such as skills, martial arts, combat experience, family background, and so on, he completely crushed him. 4 hours ago, at the medical center, she thought this in front of Gao Yuan. I think so now. She admitted that this guy had 10% genetic potential to get to where he is now. Very strong, very evil. But, I can't get over this hurdle. I will win. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room is very lively. Fuck. It's Qin Xiaoxiao. Now we're going to have a good show. Xiaoxiao's last match was so spectacular. He suppressed his opponent with his martial arts and killed him instantly. It's different once you comprehend the will of martial arts. Brother Ichang has also comprehended the will of martial arts. Yes, this is a real head-to-head confrontation. Fire and ice. Did the upstairs just come out of the foot massage parlor? I bet Qin Xiaoxiao will win. The school beauty of Tiantai No. 1 Middle School has top-notch martial arts skills and a profound foundation. I'm still with Brother Ichang. Dark horse, he's going to be dark horse to the end. Qin Xiaoxiao glanced at Lin Xie coldly, and slowly took out 3 exquisitely shaped genetic potions that sparkled with different colors from the tactical bag on her waist. She inserted the needle into her fair neck with an expressionless face. As the 3 medicines were injected, she could clearly feel that her body was undergoing drastic changes. The first one, the Scarlet Rage Factor, made her muscles instantly swell with blood and explode with strength. The second one, the Sky Blue Cheetah Spirit, made her muscles, bones and ligaments extremely flexible and elastic, instantly improving her body's agility and reaction speed to a higher level. The third one, the Golden Spiritual Vein Expansion Fluid, made the meridians in her body like widened rivers, and the flow speed and total amount of spiritual energy were significantly enhanced. This is exactly the confidence she has as the legitimate daughter of the Tiantai Qin family. These 3 potions are cutting-edge products developed using the latest technology and obtained by her family's trading company from the top biotechnology companies in the galaxy. They are not available on the market. Not only do they have no side effects. Moreover, after the effect of the medicine wears off, the special energy it contains will be slowly absorbed by the body. It subtly improves the warrior's various functions and truly achieves permanent enhancement. Qin Xiaoxiao felt the unprecedented powerful force in her body. Her originally fair skin turned abnormally red, and the muscles all over her body became engorged and swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, making the dark red combat uniform even tighter and full of explosive power. Moreover, the whole person's body seemed to be stretched, rising several centimeters out of thin air. She knew that she was invincible. Chapter 114 Another Thunderstorm. In the live broadcast room, when people saw Qin Xiaoxiao injecting herself with 3 unknown drugs on the spot, the barrage of comments instantly exploded. What the hell? What the hell is this? Giving me an injection on the spot? That's cheating. I'll go and get an injection directly? Exactly, how can we fight like this? Brother Ichang is going to lose. However, these questioning voices were quickly drowned out by another wave of calmer comments. Can the guy above please stop making such a fuss? He's obviously a country bumpkin who's never seen a high-end game. Hilarious. Isn't this a normal move in the top 100 games? If you haven't seen it before, it just shows you're inexperienced. That's right. The rules say you need to bring your own potions, so of course you can use them. This competition is all about strength and background. Lin Xie's eyelids twitched wildly as he watched Qin Xiaoxiao's smooth operations. He had seen various kinds of medicine used for injuries. But this is the first time I've seen someone give himself an injection before the competition starts. I've learned a lot. As expected, I am still too ignorant. But then I thought, since I'm here even if I don't want to, how can I surrender? He took a deep breath, put all distracting thoughts behind him, and gripped the spear tightly in his hand. His eyes became more focused and sharp than ever before. Qin Xiaoxiao on the opposite side smiled indifferently and pulled out 2 standard alloy daggers from the weapon rack. The two people's information appeared clearly on the holographic screen above the training ground. Lin Xie. Overall ranking, 149. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Basic points, 22. Xin Xiaoxiao. Overall ranking, 89. Genetic potential, 13%. Basic points, 22. In the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was instantly ignited to the extreme. It's over, it's over. One Gun Brothers' 13-game winning streak is coming to an end. Yes, Xin Xiaoxiao not only comprehended the will of martial arts, but also took medicine on the spot. How to fight. That's right, although Brother Yi Chang is strong, he is still from a grassroots background. His foundation is far behind. Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to see him perform a miracle. There's nothing we can do. This is reality. In the face of absolute strength, even talent is sometimes powerless. Tiantai City, in the boys' dormitory. Bai Muxi looked at the light screen and his heart sank to the bottom. He paced back and forth in the room anxiously, his fingers tapping rapidly on the terminal, trying to send a message to his sister to comfort her. But after thinking for a long time, he deleted it word by word. There's no point saying anything now, it will only make my sister more worried. Alas, brother-in-law, please don't force yourself. And in the student dormitory of Terra City. Bai Muxi closed her eyes, unable to bear it, and kept praying in her heart. Husband, you must be safe. If you really can't win, just surrender. As long as you are not seriously injured, that is more important than anything else. As the bell rings, the game officially begins. Xin Xiaoxiao didn't try at all, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She felt like a frost goddess walking in the world at this moment. The power in the body is roaring, the agility is leaping, and the spiritual energy is surging. She even had an illusion that she was omnipotent and could easily crush everything in front of her. She moved. To others, her figure holding two swords was like a red snake, winding forward on the ground in a strange arc. Her body was so erratic that it was impossible to lock onto her. This is exactly the A-level martial arts she practiced, red snake sword technique. The whole person turned into a dark red lightning that cut through the void, and rushed in front of Lin Xie in an instant at a terrifying speed that exceeded the sound barrier. Almost at the same moment she rushed out, her martial arts will, which had been condensed for a long time, burst out. Martial arts will, ice and killing. Buzz. An icy, bone-chilling, and murderous invisible aura, like a polar cold current sweeping across everything, instantly enveloped the entire training ground. Xin Xiaoxiao's eyes were cold and sharp, and she was absolutely confident. With the help of the triple potion, her speed, strength, and reaction have reached a whole new level. In addition, his martial arts will is enough to freeze the soul. As long as I can affect the opponent for 0.1 second, as long as I can successfully advance to within 2 meters. Then, the battle will enter her rhythm. By then, the seemingly powerful spear in Lin Xie's hand will completely lose its distance advantage and become a clumsy burden. The two swords in her hands will turn into the sides of the god of death, launching fatal attacks on him from every tricky angle around him. She seemed to have seen the other party's miserable appearance of fear, despair, and finally falling down with bruises all over his body under her two swords. Or scream in fear and surrender. Anything is possible. Xin Xiaoxiao's devastating momentum did scare Lin Xie. He could clearly feel the surge of power in the other person, as well as the cold murderous intent that almost froze the air. Lin Xie did not dare to be negligent at all, and immediately used all his strength. Just when Xin Xiaoxiao's cold martial arts will was about to touch Lin Xie. What greets it is a volcanic eruption. Lin Xie's eyes instantly became burning, and the martial arts will fiery swiftness that had long been integrated with him was like a sleeping dragon awakening, sweeping out with a more domineering and violent posture. Boom! One ice and one fire, two completely different martial arts wills, violently collided in mid-air. There were no earth-shattering sounds, no dazzling light effects. But on the spiritual level, it was as if an invisible nuclear bomb had exploded. Xin Xiaoxiao only felt that her martial arts will, ice and killing, was like an ice cube thrown into lava. After coming into contact with the opponent's more condensed and hotter will, it was instantly melted, evaporated, and washed away. Her brain buzzed as if it was hit hard by an invisible hammer. Her vision went dark and her forward-moving body stiffened uncontrollably for a moment. Her cold eyes were instantly filled with endless horror. How is that possible? My own martial arts will was actually crushed? His martial arts will, why is it so strong? However, on the battlefield, victory or defeat is decided in a flash. When masters fight, this moment of distraction can be fatal. Lin Qiye's spear had already been waiting at the finish line. Without any hesitation, without any mercy. One shot, one thrust. Qin Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and she woke up from the terrifying impact of her will. Her rich fighting instinct made her raise the two swords in her hands and cross them in front of her at the last moment. However, Lin Qiye's spear was far more tricky than she had imagined. The tip of the spear, flashing with a cold light, was like a nimble poisonous snake, brushing against the gap between her two swords at an incredible angle and flashing past. Qin Xiaoxiao only had time to let out a scream and twist her body with all her might. Puff! The cold tip of the gun, with a gust of scorching wind, pierced through the big thunder on her right side without any suspense. Chapter 115: The Final Killer Move. Bang! The fire energy contained in the tip of the gun exploded. Ah! Qin Xiaoxiao let out a shrill scream and was suddenly knocked back by the huge force of the explosion. The tip of the gun left the body, bringing out a handful of hot blood, which splashed onto the ground of the martial arts field, making a sizzling sound. At this time, Qin Xiaoxiao was shocked to find that Lin Qiye's marksmanship seemed to be more exquisite and more terrifying than any other marksman she had ever seen, including Gale Yuan, who was hailed as a once-in-a-century marksmanship genius. How is this possible? Are all the shooting teachers at Tiantai No. 1 middle school idiots? If Gao Yuan's marksmanship is a once-in-a-century feat, then what about the marksmanship of the man across from him? She was wearing a 10 million Judgment Sister combat uniform and was pierced by a bullet. Explanation? This shows that the instantaneous explosive force of the shot just now exceeded 15,000 kilograms. Also, what's with this flame's psychic energy? She could clearly feel a burning and violent energy still raging in her wound, madly destroying her flesh and blood. Isn't he from a humble background? How could he possibly cultivate this kind of spiritual energy technique that only top-tier families have the resources to support? While Qin Xiaoxiao was cursing wildly in her heart, she did not hesitate at all. She immediately took out a powerful hemostatic drug from her waist and stabbed it into the bloody wound on her right side. The effect of the medicine was immediate, and the bloody wound began to shrink and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, before she could completely relax, Lin Qiye's second shot has arrived. The tip of the gun, flashing with a cold light, seemed to ignore the distance and space and appeared in front of her again. Qin Xiaoxiao was horrified. She tapped the ground with her toes and retreated quickly like a startled wild goose. However, Lin Qiye's figure was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, approaching almost at the same time. His footwork seemed simple, just the most basic footwork, but every step he took was just right, keeping the distance between the two people firmly controlled between 2 and 3 meters. This distance is exactly the optimal range for spear attacks. No matter how Qin Xiaoxiao dodged or retreated, she could not get rid of the gun tip that followed her like a shadow. Her figure was tightly trapped within Lin Qiye's attack range. Moreover, that burning will, like a raging wildfire, was constantly scorching her spiritual world, making her feel extremely depressed and uncomfortable. Under this double pressure, the speed and skill she was proud of became sluggish and rigid, and she couldn't even exert 70% of her strength. Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't understand why her martial arts will was as fragile as a child in front of the other party and could not withstand a single blow. They both had the same martial arts will. Could it be? His martial arts willpower is superior to mine? This thought made her feel absurd and unwilling. Qin Xiaoxiao knew that this couldn't go on any longer. If you continue to passively defend and are forced into a dead corner, your only fate will be to be shot through. She gritted her teeth, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes, and her left hand reached into the tactical bag at her waist like lightning, pulling out her last trump card, a bottle of special injection filled with dark purple liquid. Furious. This is a military-grade banned drug that my father secretly obtained. It can allow a warrior to burst out with power far beyond his own limit in a short period of time. This was originally prepared by her for real monsters like Lu Jinlong. I didn't expect that I would have to use it on this unknown man in front of me. However, at the moment she took out the injection, the opportunity of her body moving a little slower was seized by Lin Qiye. Qin Xiaoxiao only felt that the burning will of the opposite party suddenly surged. It was no longer the suppression from before, but a trial designed to completely burn her soul. She raised her head in horror and met Lin Qiye's eyes, which seemed to have lava flowing and wildfires burning. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxiao felt that her eyes and even her entire soul were about to be pierced and burned by that terrifying gaze. Not good. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxiao felt that the world before her was filled with only red. The man opposite and the spear in his hand seemed to have completely merged into one. No longer just one man and one gun. It is an erupting, unstoppable volcanic lava. That burning, overbearing, terrifying will that was enough to burn everything was like a real wave, instantly breaking down and drowning her fragile mental defenses. At this moment, her consciousness seemed to be completely pulled out of her body. No! Under the shadow of death, a kind of madness of living towards death burst out in Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes. In her mind, her grandfather's stern face, which was intimidating without even being angry, emerged uncontrollably. She is the most outstanding grandchild of this generation in the Qin family and also her grandfather's favorite grandchild. It is this best that allows her to possess cultivation resources far exceeding her peers and allows her to reach where she is today. She can't lose. Once she loses to this unknown grassroots, she will no longer be the unique best. He understood the spirit of martial arts, but lost to an unknown grassroots. Wouldn't that show everyone that I'm a loser? Not worth continuing to invest? Grandpa's favor and family resources will be tilted towards other more promising descendants without hesitation. And she will become an unnecessary existence, just like her brothers and sisters who have long been left behind and gradually marginalized by the family. No! I can't lose. Qin Xiaoxiao gave up all defense and retreat, and instead of retreating, she advanced and rushed towards the deadly gun tip. She wanted to assassinate the man in front of her before she lost consciousness. Even if we die together. Puff! The spear pierced her heart without a doubt. However, the huge heart strengthened by the medicine was still beating tenaciously even after being pierced, and could provide her with the final power for a short period of time. Qin Xiaoxiao was spitting out blood, but her body was still pierced by the spear as she continued to rush towards Lin Qiye. She poured the last bit of spiritual energy and vitality in her body into the two swords in her hands, and launched the final killing move of Red Snake Sword technique. The dagger in her hand seemed to come alive in an instant, turning into a red poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. The knife light was no longer a straight line, but twisted and moved strangely in the air, drawing a series of dazzling and tricky arcs. Even at the extreme speed, the blade cast several blurry shadows, making it impossible to distinguish which one was virtual and which one was real. And all the phantoms pointed to three different targets: Lin Qiye's eyes and throat. Chapter 116, One Gun Brother? Never heard of it. At this moment, Lin Qiye was forced to make the most correct judgment in an instant. However, the next second, with a crisp clang sound, she stopped. She looked at her dagger in disbelief, as it was blocked firmly by a small shield that suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, Qin Xiaoxiao watched in despair as the alloy knife in her hand slipped out. The small shield hit her chest with an unmatched force. This is a shield strike? Bang! The huge impact force once again knocked her already shaky body back. The spear that pierced her body was also pulled out by this force, and blood splattered. Qin Xiaoxiao fell heavily to the ground. A white light flashed in medical staff and white immediately appeared. She looked at the man in the center of the venue who was holding a gun in one hand and a shield in the other, with an indifferent expression. A bitter smile appeared on her face, and then she completely fainted due to excessive blood loss. Lin Qiye wins. In the live broadcast room, after a few seconds of dead silence, it suddenly became completely boiling. The barrage of comments was like a detonated nuclear bomb, flooding the entire screen with an unprecedented density that covered the sky and the sun. What the hell? What the hell did I see? Are they gods fighting? Is this really the freshman exam? So? Damn. Awesome. That last spear and shield combo completely blew me away. I declare that from today on, Brother Ichiang is my only male god. Qin Xiaoxiao is so fierce. Even with her heart pierced, she was still able to fight back. This is what a true warrior is. Yes, even though we lost, we still won with honor. This is a true duel between geniuses. Doesn't Qin Xiaoxiao have the will to practice martial arts? Why is she being suppressed so badly? Where did Brother Ichiang get his shield? My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. This match is definitely the most exciting one since the start of the competition. Barely a doubt. I recorded it. I'm going to watch it 100 times. Brother Ichiang, the eternal god. In the student dormitory, Bai Muxi had her eyes closed, unable to bear to watch. It was not until she heard thunderous exclamations from the live broadcast room that she cautiously opened her eyes. As a result, what she saw was the bloody and shocking scene of Lin Qiye shooting Qin Xiaoxiao's heart. She was stunned and her whole body froze. Immediately afterwards, Qin Xiaoxiao's final counterattack against death frightened her so much that her heart almost jumped out of her throat. It was not until she saw Lin Qiyu use his small shield to steadily block the fatal blow and knock Qin Xiaoxiao away that her heart finally settled down. Fortunately, my husband is fine. That's good. She collapsed on the sofa, gasping for breath, feeling as if she had experienced a life and death battle, her whole body soaked in sweat. Then, she looked at the man standing in the light curtain with a gun, like a god of war, and an indescribable complex emotion surged in her heart. Yi Qinghan had just finished a game and immediately returned to the lounge. While asking him to take off his combat uniform, she turned on the live broadcast of Lin Qiya's game. Since she started watching Lin Qiya's game videos and live broadcasts, she seemed to have found the confidence and courage to stand up again. That rapid and fierce will that could burn everything did not become her nightmare. Instead, it was like a shot of adrenaline, allowing her to wipe out her previous decline and win 3 consecutive victories with unstoppable force. She looked at the scene on the screen where Lin Qiya shot Qin Xiaoxiao in the heart and then knocked her away with a shield. She jumped up from the sofa in excitement, waving her little fists, her pretty face flushed with excitement. Well done. Stab her. Great job. Looking at Lin Qiya's domineering shot, she felt as if the blood in her body was ignited, her blood boiled, and her heart beat faster. An abnormal blush appeared on that cold and pretty face, making her whole body exude a breathtaking beauty. She looked at the man in the light curtain with eyes that became uncontrollably blurred and moist, as if they could pull out threads. An hour later, at the number 39 training ground. Lin Qiya's 14th game is about to begin. The live broadcast room was already packed with people, and the number of online users exceeded an astonishing 20,000. This number is already a very impressive result in the live broadcast room of personal martial arts arenas that are not broadcasted by the main station, second only to the top 5 popular martial arts arenas. You know, right now, this is the time when freshmen in all the major cities and martial arts universities in the entire 0755 galaxy take their entrance exams. Most people are watching the games of their relatives and friends. Except for those viewers who have finished the game or have no hope for their relatives and friends' games, few people will deliberately go to other live broadcast rooms. The fact that Lin Qiya can attract so much attention is enough to prove how powerful the shocking effect brought by the 13 consecutive victories is. The atmosphere on the barrage was extremely warm. Martial Arts Arena number 39. Could it be that my opponent is ranked 39th? Holy crap! If he wins again, won't One Gun Brother be able to directly enter the top 50? Too fierce. The speed of this counterattack is simply unbelievable. When Lin Qiya walked into the martial arts arena, his opponent entered almost at the same time. He was a boy with a sturdy figure and sharp eyes. As soon as he entered, he ignored Lin Qiya and started talking incessantly to the void. Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Hongkai. I'm wearing the Xingzhou Group's latest locally developed Star Dragon No. 1 biological armor. It costs 20 million, but its protective power rivals similar combat suits on the market worth hundreds of millions of yuan. As you've all seen along the way, my armor can easily withstand instantaneous explosive forces under 16,000 kilograms, and even over 16,000 kilograms, it can offset more than 50% of the force. It far exceeds other combat suits of the same price. And, at the same time, it doesn't affect our agility. It's like our own skin. That's the magic of our exclusive biotechnology. Lin Qiya was stunned for a moment. Is the person opposite doing live streaming to sell goods? The live broadcast room instantly became lively, and the informed audience immediately revealed the other party's background. Oh shit! It's the Prince of Xingzhou Group. The boss of Xingzhou Group. I heard there are thousands of children. Every year, they arrange for dozens of them to enter major martial arts universities, and they live broadcast and promote their own armor in various practical examinations. This Zhou Hongkai is the most outstanding of his sons. For this freshman entrance exam, Xingzhou Group even paid to open VIP live streaming rooms on major live streaming platforms, purchasing traffic for live streaming promotion. This guy's genetic potential is as high as 18%. Wearing the Star Dragon 1 armor, he's practically invulnerable, sweeping the entire field with 12 consecutive victories. The main reason is that Star Dragon 1 is too incredible. It took 16,000 kilograms to break through the defense. Even if you have the will of martial arts, it will be useless if it can't break through the defense. Deng Wenji lost before because he couldn't break through the defense and was forced into a dead end. In the last match, Lu Jinlong finally broke through the defense at the last moment and won the game. At this time, Zhou Hongkai in the martial arts arena seemed to be watching the barrage, and continued to explain, losing to Lu Jinlong is not shameful. In the last match, I almost caught him. If I had caught him, he would have lost instead of me. He paused, looked at the barrage again, and smiled contemptuously. What? The opponent in this match is One Gun Brother? What One Gun Brother? I've never heard of him. Chapter 117. You Can't Break the Defense. In a dormitory of the student dormitory, Sun Yuyun was watching the match between Lin Xie and Zhou Hongkai while calling his sister Sun Yuning, who had just recovered. Their Sun family is a well-known family in Terra City. They hold shares in several large groups, including Xingzhou Group. You know, just a while ago, the boss of Xingzhou Group specially held a grand admission banquet for his dozen or so sons who were enrolled this year. At the banquet, he praised Zhou Hongkai in front of everyone, saying that he was the most outstanding among his thousands of sons, with extraordinary talent and a bright future. After graduation, he would be immediately arranged to join the management of Xingzhou Group. Unexpectedly, Lin Xie won 14 consecutive games and stood on the same training ground with the prince of Xingzhou Group. Yuning, just focus on the competition. Leave everything else to me. Her voice was gentle but firm. That Lin Xie treated you so badly. I will definitely seek justice for you. On the other end of the phone, Sun Yuning said, Sister, I'm actually fine. It's normal to have accidents during a game. Okay, I get it. You don't have to worry about that game anymore. Leave it to me. Okay, sister. Sun Yuning hung up the phone with a slight sob. After calming his sister down, the determination on Sun Yuyun's face was quickly replaced by a wry smile. She shook her head and laughed to herself. Seeking justice is just a temporary appeasement. Let my sister finish the first stage of the game well first. She had just finished watching the live broadcast of the thrilling duel between Lin Xie and Xin Xiaoxiao. Damn, school hasn't even started yet and he has already understood the meaning of martial arts. He also hung up and beat another top genius who had also comprehended the martial spirit and was taking medicine on the spot. Although I am a 4th grade student, when I first entered school, I only managed to comprehend the meaning of martial arts a year after the opening exam. Now I am indeed a little stronger than these freshmen, but the top group of monsters will be able to surpass me within half a year. How can she seek justice for her sister? The real thing is to wait until the entrance exams are over and take my sister with me to make some friends. Especially grassroots people like Lin Xie, who have no foundation, are more worthy of communication and investment. On the martial arts field, Zhou Hongkai was still advertising. Those who place orders in our live stream today will enjoy a new customer discount and receive a free speed tactical pack worth tens of millions. That's the one I'm wearing. The instant drug function only available on the billion-dollar combat suit is now available to you. As he said that, Zhou Hongkai snapped his fingers. Look, this is gesture recognition only available in 10 million level tactical packs. With a slight hiss sound, a micro needle inside the tactical bag instantly and accurately pierced his waist and injected the medicine into his body. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes suddenly again, an expression of extreme intoxication appeared on his face. Visibly, a layer of strange lavender quickly spread from his neck, instantly covering all the exposed skin. The muscles all over his body began to become engorged and swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, stretching the already fitting biological armor even tighter, and every inch of his body was filled with explosive power. Even his height increased by several centimeters, and he looked like a awakened human-shaped beast. He couldn't help but let out a hearty roar, and all the bones in his body made crackling sounds. All right, the game's about to begin. Watch me catch the so-called dark horse, Yiqiang, and easily subdue him. Remember to place an order in our live stream today to enjoy the newcomer discount and receive a speed tactics pack worth tens of millions. I forgot to mention, the potion I'm using is Xian Yuan Group's Divine King No. 1 potion, a compound amplification potion that combines strength, agility, and spirit. Place an order for the Star Dragon No. 1 biological armor during this match, and I'll give you 2 boxes of Divine King No. 1 potion, enough for a year or even 2 years. Only valid for this match. Hurry, family. After saying that, Zhou Hongkai took down the alloy shield hammer from the weapon rack. The information of the 2 people also appeared on the holographic screen above the martial arts arena at the same time. Lin Xie. Overall ranking, 89. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Basic points, 23. Zhou Hongkai. Overall ranking, 39. Genetic potential, 18.0%. Basic points, 23. Zhou Hongkai glanced at Lin Xie and shouted, Brother Ichang, right? If your gun can't deliver 16,000 kilograms of force, it won't break my Star Dragon 1 defense. As he spoke, he took heavy steps and rushed towards Lin Xie like a human tank. Although Zhou Hongkai looked careless on the surface and seemed to look down on Lin Xie saw it clearly. His steps seemed heavy, but in fact they were extremely cautious, and each step contained a peculiar rhythm. Although the specific footwork could not be seen, judging from Lin Xie's perfect level of basic footwork, the opponent had already prepared to change direction and dodge at any time. This is an opponent who appears rough on the outside but is extremely shrewd on the inside. Lin Xie didn't hesitate at all. Any temptation is unnecessary. He immediately burst out with all his martial arts will. Boom! The will of rapid fire, that was powerful enough to burn everything, like an invisible storm, instantly swept across the entire training ground and crushed Zhou Hongkai, who was striding towards him. Hey, Wu-Yi! The relaxed smile on Zhou Hongkai's face froze in an instant. He was just about to make a few more jokes, such as, "No wonder it's a dark horse." But 0.1 second later, his expression suddenly changed. What kind of martial arts will is this? How come it's even more ferocious than Lu Zhenlong's just now? Zhou Hongkai only felt an irresistible, terrifying aura that was enough to burn his soul to ashes, like an erupting volcano, crashing head-on into his spiritual world. The fighting spirit that he was proud of was like paper in the face of this higher and more domineering will, and was instantly broken and torn apart. His brain buzzed and went blank in an instant. It was as if an illusion appeared before his eyes. The whole world turned into a blazing sea of fire. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. His body, which was rushing forward, stiffened uncontrollably for a moment. That steady pace also showed a fatal disorder. At the moment when Zhou Hongkai lost his mind, a hint of cold light comes first. Then, the gun shot out like a dragon. Lin Xie's figure seemed to have completely merged with the spear in his hand, turning into a black lightning that tore through space and instantly crossed the distance between the two people. Puff! The tip of the gun, flashing with a cold light, had an unmatched penetrating power. It easily penetrated the sturdy breastplate of Star Dragon No. 1 that was said to be able to withstand an impact force of 16,000 kilograms, and pierced deeply into Zhou Hongkai's heart. Next second. Boom! The fire energy contained in the tip of the gun exploded inside Zhou Hongkai's heart. Chapter 118, False Advertising. Money back. Zhou Hongkai's sturdy body trembled suddenly. He lowered his head in disbelief and looked at the bloody hole in his chest that was the size of a bowl. He could even see the fragments of his heart that had been blown to pieces. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My Star Dragon 1 armor can withstand 16,000 kilograms. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, his consciousness quickly receded like the tide being drawn away. Zhou Hongkai's strong body didn't even have time to fall down. A white light flashed, and medical personnel in white appeared out of nowhere. They quickly supported his shaky body and began to perform emergency rescue. Lin Xie wins. The live broadcast room suddenly fell into silence. After a few seconds, it was like a fish pond that had been thrown with a depth charge, and it suddenly boiled over completely. What the hell? What the hell did I see? A gunshot, and another gunshot? This is Star Dragon 1. A top-tier armor that's said to be able to withstand a 16,000 kilograms impact. And it was just pierced by a single bullet? The speed of the gun at that moment. I didn't even see it clearly. How terrifying is Brother Ichiang's power. 14th consecutive victory. Brother Ichiang is still creating miracles. This isn't a dark horse anymore. This is a Pegasus. I declare that from today on, I am a die-hard fan of Ichiang. I will be angry with anyone who dares to criticize him. However, in the VIP live broadcast room of Xingzhou Group, the style is completely different. The barrage has been completely drowned out by the wave of ridicule. False advertising. Give me your money back. A $20 million battle armor was pierced by a single bullet? Isn't that an exaggeration? Exactly. What's the point of saying it's worth $1 billion? I don't think it's even worth $2 million. I don't care, give me back my money. Give me back. Ha ha ha, the best car rollover scene of the year. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, please come out and explain. I'm dying of laughter. 1 second he's bragging, and the next second he's getting slapped in the face. What's that one gun guy wearing? That's really awesome. Xingmi. The young man's first combat uniform. Although the combat uniform costs 20 million, most people cannot afford it. But this did not stop them from watching the fun. Xingzhou Group headquarters building, top floor. In the luxuriously decorated chairman's office, there was Mr. Zhou. He was holding the slender waist of a tall and curvy female secretary with both hands while watching the live broadcast of the game on the screen with ease. However, when he saw Zhou Hongkai being shot through the heart by Lin Xie, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he suddenly exerted force with both hands, directly breaking the secretary's slender waist. Waist! He kicked away the wailing secretary lying in a pool of blood, pointed at his son lying in a pool of blood on the screen, and roared in frustration. I actually lost to a low-level person wearing a star rice. However, just as Lin Xie was about to leave the training ground, he saw a team of people carrying professional camera equipment suddenly rushing in from the passage on the other side and breaking directly into the center of the venue. Lin Xie was stunned for a moment. The leader was a beautiful girl wearing a silver-gray professional suit, with a tall figure and capable temperament. She was holding a microphone with the official logo of Galaxy Wuhan University in her hand, with a professional and sweet smile on her face, and walked straight towards Lin Xie. Hello, Lin Xie, she extended her hand and introduced herself. I'm Chen Shuwei, a reporter for the school's official live broadcast studio. Congratulations on your outstanding 14th consecutive victory. May I conduct a brief post-match interview with you? Lin Xie looked at her, then looked at the black camera lens behind her. Can. The smile on Chen Shuwei's face grew wider, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Finally met a normal person. She didn't even realize how difficult the interviews along the way were. These talented freshmen all have eyes on top of their heads, each one wider than the other. She tried to persuade them, and her mouth was almost dry, but few people were willing to be interviewed. At this moment, Chen Shuwei looked at Lin Xie's calm and slightly cold face and felt that he was particularly pleasing to the eye, even a little handsome. She smiled and said, "Student Lin Xie, thank you for your cooperation. As the exclusive interview subject of our official live broadcast room, you can receive a box of Swift No. 1 Enhancement Potion provided by Eternal Life Technology, the sponsor of this exam, as a small thank you gift." Oh? There is such a good thing? Lin Xie raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face. Chen Shuwei was amused by his straightforward reaction, and the smile on her face became more sincere. She nodded and said, "Yes, this is to thank you for your cooperation with our work. So, can we start our interview now?" "Let's start." Lin Xie nodded. Chen Shuwei immediately adjusted her state, handed the microphone to Lin Xie's mouth, and began to ask questions with a smile on her face. Student Lin Xie, first of all, congratulations again on your impressive 14-game winning streak and your successful placement in the top 40 of this year's freshman entrance exam. As the biggest dark horse of this year's exam, what are your thoughts now? Could you share them with our millions of viewers? Lin Xie thought for a moment and replied calmly, "It feels okay. The opponents aren't very strong." The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with a series of 666 and Versailles barrages. Student Lin Xie, the power that burst out instantly in your last shot directly penetrated your opponent. May I ask, what was your peak power at that time? Chen Shuwei immediately raised the second question, which was also the question that all the audience cared about the most. 10,000 kilograms, a little more. Lin Xie thought for a while and said calmly. More. Chen Shuwei's eyes lit up and she pressed, "How much exactly?" "Actually, I don't know either." Lin Xie shook his head honestly. At this moment, the wonderful replays and data analysis provided by the sponsor Dixie Intelligence finally appeared on the holographic screen above the martial arts arena. The picture froze at the moment when Lin Xie fired the last shot. Instantaneous impact force peak, over 10,000 kilograms. When the people in the live broadcast room saw the test result of over 10,000 kilograms, they burst into laughter. The barrage, like an exploded arsenal, was instantly flooded with all kinds of dirty talk and emoticons. Ha 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 ha. Billions. Really billions. A sexy picture of two fingers pinching the entire Milky Way was widely circulated. I believe it. What Brother Ichiang said is the truth. So true. I give this answer full marks. The show was amazing. Chen Shuwei couldn't help laughing when she saw Lin Xie's serious expression. Chapter 119 Spiritual Monk. Chen Shuwei continued with a smile and asked, "Student Lin Xie, we noticed that in the previous 13 matches, you only used a spear. But in the duel with Qin Xiaoxiao just now, you took out a small shield at the critical moment and blocked the opponent's fatal counterattack. May I ask, when did you start practicing shield techniques? Why didn't you use it before?" Lin Xie thought for a moment and replied, "I just learned it this afternoon, and I'm not very proficient in it yet, so I haven't used it much." Just learned it this afternoon? Chen Shuwei was stunned again. The live broadcast room fell into a brief silence again, and then a barrage storm even more violent than before broke out. What did I hear? Did I just learn that at noon? Are you kidding me? Just learning this afternoon means you can block Qin Xiaoxiao's fatal attack in actual combat? I don't believe it. This is absolutely bullshit. This is no longer Versailles, this is an insult to my intelligence. Is there a possibility that what he said is true? The guy above, are you crazy? How is that possible? Chen Shuwei looked at Lin Xie and secretly sighed in her heart, this boyish performance effect is simply the best. She continued with a smile and asked, "Student Lin Xie, one last question. Next, you will face the last and most crucial match of the day. Do you have anything to say to your final opponent?" Lin Xie pondered for a moment, looked up at the camera, and said calmly, "I hope he can be a little weaker, so that I can win 15 games in a row." After saying that, he nodded to Chen Shuwei, turned around and left the training ground, leaving behind Chen Shuwei with a look of astonishment, and the live broadcast room behind her that had already been flooded with barrages of comments. Fuck. This guy is so pretentious, I give him full marks. Hoping he's weaker? Is that something a human being could say? So arrogant. So crazy. But I love it. At Xiaoying. At Tang Dongshan. At. The three people being madly at Ed in the barrage are the top 3 geniuses currently. As soon as Chen Shuwei's interview ended, she quickly returned to the official live broadcast office located backstage at the martial arts arena. The atmosphere in the office was tense and busy. The person in charge, a calm young male teacher, immediately called together several core members, including Chen Shuwei who had just finished the interview. "Alright, everyone," the male teacher knocked on the table and got straight to the point. "For the last match of the evening, our main station needs to select 2 key matches for live broadcast and commentary. The battle between Chen Xuani, who was ranked 1st, and Hao Linjun, who was ranked 9th, in the number 1 martial arts field is a must. No objections." He paused, glanced at everyone, and threw out the question, "The key is the second match. Now there are 2 choices. In the number 2 martial arts arena, Tang Dongshan, who is 2nd, will face Lu Jinlong, who is 17th. In the number 3 martial arts arena, Xiaoying, who is 3rd, will face the dark horse Lin Xie, who just won 14 consecutive games. Which one do you think we should choose?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone said, "Teacher, I think we should choose martial arts arena number 2. Tang Dongshan and Lu Jinlong are both renowned top-tier prodigies. Their duel will be a climax, a spectacle to behold." That's right. Although Lin Xie is a dark horse, he comes from a grassroots background after all. The gap in background and strength is still too big compared to Xiaoying, who is ranked 3rd. This match will probably be a one-sided situation, with little suspense and not very entertaining to watch. The teacher in charge listened to everyone's discussion and did not express his opinion immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Chen Shuwei. "Shuwei, what do you think? You just finished interviewing Lin Xie. His popularity and traffic are very high now." Chen Shuwei thought of Lin Xie's calm and polite appearance, and sighed inwardly. In the last match, facing the top genius Xiaoying who was ranked 3rd, Lin Xie is bound to lose. "Well, since you have such a good attitude, I 1T recommend you to embarrass yourself at the front desk." So, Chen Shuwei said, "Teacher, I think Lin Xie's attitude is indeed very good, and he is very cooperative with our interview. However, in terms of strength, there is still a big gap between him and Xiaoying. I am personally worried that if this match is broadcast live on the main station, the huge gap in strength may make the game less enjoyable to watch, affecting our main station's ratings." Upon hearing this, the teacher in charge pondered for a moment. The concerns of several key members are not unreasonable. Although the dark horse Lin Xie brought huge traffic and popularity, the ultimate focus of the CCTV live broadcast was the excitement of the game itself. A crushing game without any suspense is indeed difficult to attract the audience. In comparison, the duel between Tang Dongshan and Lu Jinlong is undoubtedly a safer and more secure choice. Okay, he finally nodded, making a decision. Then we'll go to martial arts arena number 2. Chu Wei, please keep up the good work and follow the competition at Martial Arts Arena number 3. Be ready to cut in some exciting shots at any time. Okay, teacher. Chen Chu Wei nodded in agreement. An hour later, the last game of the first phase of the entrance exam will begin. In the live broadcast room of Galaxy Wuhan University's official station, 2 gold medal commentators are already in place. The male commentator passionately introduced, "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Galaxy Martial Arts University freshman entrance exams. Tonight, we'll be focusing on 2 highly anticipated matches. First, in the number 1 training ground, Chen Xuani, ranked 1st overall among freshmen, faces Hao Linjun, ranked 9th. The female commentator added in a sweet voice, "Yes, another highlight match will take place at Martial Arts Field number 2. Tang Donshan, ranked 2nd overall, will face Lu Jinlong, ranked 17th. These 2 matches can be considered early clashes between this year's top freshmen, so definitely don't miss them." Following their introduction, most of the audience's attention was drawn to the number 1 and number 2 training grounds. In the live broadcast room of the number 3 Martial Arts Arena, the atmosphere was equally enthusiastic. Although not selected by CCTV, the final battle at the number 3 Martial Arts Field still attracted more than 100,000 spectators. In the live broadcast room, barrages of comments surged like a tide. "Holy crap! It's Xiaoying. Brother Yicheng actually matched with Xiaoying. Now we're going to have a good show. This is definitely the most anticipated matchup tonight. Who do you think will win? I bet on Xiaoying. I'm betting on Brother Yicheng. His martial arts will is unparalleled, and as long as Xiaoying is suppressed by his aura, he will definitely lose. Xiaoying is awesome. 15 consecutive wins, win. That guy on the other side is powerful, but now that he's faced with Xiaoying, it's his turn. That's right, Xiaoying is a spiritual cultivator. The suppression of martial arts will is useless to him. Without the advantage of martial arts will, that gun brother is just an ordinary spearman. That's right. Come on, Xiaoying. Beat him. Bullshit. Our one gun brother relies on real strength, not some vague martial spirit. That's right, didn't you see Brother Yicheng's marksmanship and strength? Even without martial arts intent, he can still pierce the opponent. What's so great about being a spiritual monk? He's still going to get beaten to pieces. Come on, one-shot brother. 15 consecutive wins, creating a miracle. Lin Xie walked into the martial arts arena and saw his last opponent. A tall boy with eyes as sharp as an eagle was standing quietly in the middle of the venue. At his feet, there were more than a dozen standard alloy weapons scattered around. Knife, gun, sword, stick, axe, hammer. He took almost every weapon on the weapon rack and placed them in front of him, as if he was setting up a stall. Chapter 120 Psionic Shield. Lin Xie. Overall ranking, 39. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Basic points, 24. Xiaoying. Overall ranking, 3. Genetic potential, 16.0%. Basic points, 30. When Xiaoying saw Lin Xie walk into the martial arts arena, he took out a bottle of medicine filled with sea blue liquid from his waist without saying a word and plunged it into his neck without hesitation. As the potion was injected, his originally sharp eyes were instantly covered with a layer of deep blue, flashing with an inhuman light. Even his short black hair had a faint blue luster at the roots. As the bell rings, the game officially begins. Xiaoying did not attack immediately, but stood where he was, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident and arrogant smile. He opened his arms, and an invisible spiritual force field instantly spread out in all directions with him as the center. The dozen or so scattered alloy weapons under his feet actually trembled slightly at the same time and slowly floated up from the ground. Swords flash, guns fly, and sticks rain down. More than a dozen weapons, as if they had life, pointed at Lin Xie from all directions, emitting a heart-pounding murderous aura. The live broadcast room was instantly boiling. Here they come. Here they come. Thousands of arrows are fired at once. This is the return of all swords, don't you understand? Holy crap. Is this a mind-controlled creature? So fucking cool. Controlling more than a dozen weapons simultaneously? What kind of mental strength does that require? Brother Yicheng is finished. He only has one gun, how can he stop it? It's over. Tiantai City, boys' dormitory. Bai Muxi looked at the god like Xiaoying on the light screen and was so scared that the potato chips in his mouth fell to the ground. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something in the live broadcast room to maintain his brother-in-law's dignity, but he didn't know how to organize his words. In his opinion, this kind of situation was really scary. Student dormitory. Bai Muxi clasped her hands together, pressed them tightly against her chest, closed her eyes, muttered something, and prayed silently for Lin Xie. Husband, please stay safe. Medical Center, VIP ward. Xin Xiaoxiao lay pale in the medical cabin, and the light blue repair light gently brushed across the wound on her chest. She didn't know why she turned on the live broadcast of the game for some unknown reason. Looking at Xiaoying in the picture, I actually felt irrationally that Lin Xie would win. And in another lounge, Yi Qinghan has already played her 15th game of the day, achieving her 5th consecutive victory. At this moment, she was staring at the light screen with excitement, and her cold eyes were filled with undisguised fanaticism. In her opinion, no matter how fancy the opponent's formation is, this man will win. However, just as Xiaoying was about to control these weapons and launch a thunderous saturation attack on Lin Xie moved. There is no temptation, no reservation. Martial arts will rapid fire, exploded. Martial arts will? It's useless. There was still a confident sneer on Xiaoying's lips. He felt that Lin Xie would be like his defeated opponents in the past. Even if he used his martial arts will, he would not be able to shake his spiritual world as solid as glass. However, the next second, the corners of his slightly raised mouth suddenly twitched violently. He only felt a burning will that was more terrifying and domineering than any other he had encountered before, like the shockwave generated by a supernova explosion, slamming heavily into his proud Liuli spirit. Crack! A crisp sound that seems to come from the depths of the soul. His indestructible glass spirit was actually covered with spiderweb-like cracks in an instant, just like real glass, in the face of this higher will. A huge storm suddenly arose in his heart. How is this possible? He could clearly feel that burning will was madly pouring into his spiritual world along those cracks, like a wildfire, burning everything he had. The intense pain came like a tide, making his brain go blank and even causing double vision in front of his eyes. The dozen or so alloy weapons that were originally floating beside him also lost control due to his loss of mental control, and fell to the ground with a clang. Ah! Xiaoying screamed and covered his head. He used his mental power to resist the will of martial arts, but conversely, if the will of martial arts completely crushed his mental power, then his spiritual world would also suffer a devastating blow. Just a clash of wills and he was seriously injured. The live broadcast room suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. What the hell? What's going on? What happened to Xiaoying? He seems injured? Impossible? How could he get hurt when he didn't even move his hands? However, Lin Xie did not give him any chance to breathe. He made a mistake in his steps, and his whole body was like a cannonball, crossing a distance of dozens of meters in an instant and appeared in front of Xiaoying. For the first time, Xiaoying's eyes showed real horror. He bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the intense pain allowed him to temporarily escape from the mental trauma. He suddenly retreated quickly, and at the same time raised his hands. The two alloy daggers that fell to the ground shot towards Lin Xie like arrows, one in front and one behind. Clang! Clang! The small shield in Lin Xie's hand seemed to have eyes. He first accurately blocked the first dagger that attacked from the front, and then shook his wrist and swung it, cleverly blocking the second dagger that attacked from the right rear. Basic small shield technique, Chen-style flying shield technique. At this moment, the two perfect D-level martial arts were perfectly integrated and used by Lin Xie. Block, deflect, and swing. The movements are smooth and done in one go. In the live broadcast room, thunderous cheers of admiration erupted once again. Fuck! This shield technique. Isn't he the one-gun guy? How come he's so good with the shield too? Is this a monster? Can it even see this? At the same time, Lin Xie approached again. He did not give Xiaoying any chance to breathe. He stepped forward continuously and approached him again like a ghost. The spear in his hand turned into a black lightning and pierced Xiaoying's heart. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, Xiaoying burst out with all his potential. His spiritual world, which had long been full of cracks, was pushed to the limit at this moment. Bright red blood spurted out of his nostrils in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous amount of spiritual energy surged out of his body like a volcanic eruption. The high-tech combat suit on his body suddenly burst out with dazzling white light. Upon closer inspection, a layer of psychic film visible to the naked eye, rippling like water waves, had instantly formed on the surface of the suit. Psionic Shield. Chapter 121 Part 3. In the live broadcast room, some knowledgeable audience members exclaimed in surprise. After being amplified by the psychic combat suit and combined with Xiaoying's own psychic energy, this shield is enough to withstand instantaneous explosions of less than 20,000 kilograms. At the same time, Lin Qi's spear arrived. Clang! A deafening bang. The tip of the gun pierced the psychic shield with incredible precision. The entire shield trembled violently, and spiderweb-like fine cracks instantly spread out with the tip of the gun as the center. But it didn't break. It actually took Lin Qi's earth-shattering shot. At the same moment when Lin Qi's spear was blocked, the spears and swords that had fallen behind Lin Qi suddenly trembled slightly again at the same time. As if given the last life, it suddenly changed direction, transformed into a series of deadly streams of light, and launched a final fatal attack towards Lin Qi's defenseless back. Brother Ichian, watch your back. Holy crap! Is this going to be a comeback? However, there was no trace of panic on Lin Qi's face. His eyes were terrifyingly calm. His hand holding the gun was as steady as a rock. Second shot. The third shot. The fourth shot. The spear in Lin Qi's hand seemed to turn into a tireless black lightning, stabbing out continuously at a terrifying speed. Each shot landed with incredible precision on the same cracked spot on the shield. Clang! 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 The cracks on the psychic shield deepened and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shield's mournful cry went from crisp to dull, as if it would completely collapse at any moment. And Xiaoying was even more miserable. Every collision put an unimaginable burden on his spirit and body. Blood was no longer just flowing from his nostrils, but was flowing out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and all 7 orifices at the same time. It's almost there. He stared intently at the weapons that were about to pierce Lin Qi's back, his eyes filled with unwillingness and madness, stab him to death. However, the next moment. The 5th shot has arrived. Crack! A loud and crisp sound like broken glass. The indestructible psychic shield finally couldn't withstand the continuous terrifying impact, and it shattered abruptly with a wail, turning into light spots flying all over the sky. At this moment, the spears and swords that attacked from behind were less than 0.1 meters away from Lin Qi's back. The sharp tip even pierced the surface of his combat uniform. However, puff! The cold tip of the gun pierced Xiaoying's heart without any suspense. Boom! The flame's spiritual energy exploded. At the same moment when Xiaoying's heart exploded, the spears and swords that attacked from behind seemed to lose all their power in an instant, and just hit Lin Qi's back due to inertia. Not even a white mark was left, and then it fell to the ground helplessly. Just a little bit. Just as Xiaoying was about to fall down, the medical staff in white immediately supported him and gave him an injection of cardiac stimulant. Lin Qi wins. There was dead silence in the martial arts arena. Lin Qi slowly put away his gun, looked at Xiaoying, who was urgently carried away by the medical staff in white, and the mess on the ground, and let out a long breath. 15 consecutive wins. He did it. In the live broadcast room, the comments that were originally in a heated debate fell into an eerie silence that lasted for several seconds the moment Xiaoying fell. Then, like a volcano that was suppressed to the extreme, it erupted. The barrage of comments, like a flood that broke through a dam, flooded the entire screen with an unprecedented density that covered the sky and the sun. What the hell? I'm numb. I'm really numb. What the hell is this, a fight between gods? This match is so exciting. This is the real peak showdown. Brother Ichian. The eternal god. 15 consecutive wins. A perfect record. From 9,988th place, he fought his way all the way to 3rd place. Is this the protagonist of a novel? That last shield counter was so cool. I was fucking wet. I declare that from today on, I am a die-hard fan of Ichian. I will be angry with anyone who dares to criticize him. Xiaoying did his best. That last desperate attack was so tragic. Yes, even though we lost, we still won with honor. This is a true duel between geniuses. Now no one dares to say that Brother Ichian relies on martial arts, right? His spear skills, shield skills, and combat awareness are all top-notch. I take back what I said before. Brother Ichian is not a dark horse, he is a prehistoric giant crocodile. He ate everyone. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast again. Soon, the comments were flooded with comments like 666 and Brother Egun is awesome. Everyone was completely shocked by this thrilling confrontation with constant twists and turns. As Xiaoling was urgently carried away, the final ranking was refreshed on the holographic screen above the martial arts arena. Lin Xiye's name rushed to the third position amid exclamations. Xiaoling, who lost the game, had his points deducted and his ranking plummeted from the original third place to 39th place, where Lin Xiye had just been. Immediately afterwards, the final ranking list of the first phase of the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University appeared simultaneously on the screens of all the martial arts arenas and live broadcast rooms. However, the final list showed an extremely strange scene. Phase 1, Overall Points Ranking. First place, Shen Xuani, total score, 34. Second place, Tang Donshan, total points, 33. Third place, Lin Xiye, total points, 25. Lin Xiye, who ranked third, had a total score that was 7 or 8 points lower than the first and second place. This huge gap in points made everyone feel extremely strange and puzzled. Brother Eqiang is awesome. The gold content is too high. In the martial arts arena, Lin Xiye let out a long breath. 15 consecutive high-intensity battles, especially the 5 in the evening, each of which pushed his martial arts will to the extreme and almost exhausted all his energy. He just felt that his whole spirit was a little exhausted. He put away his spear and shield, turned around and was about to leave to have a good sleep. Unexpectedly, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the corridor of the martial arts field. Chen Shuwei was jogging over with her interview team. She ran so fast that her smart professional suit looked a little messy. A thin layer of sweat seeped out of her smooth forehead and the tip of her straight nose, and her cheeks were flushed with a touching blush due to the intense exercise. Chapter 122. Can you get pregnant by eating? Lin Xiye. She stood in front of Lin Xiye, breathlessly, her voice trembling. We meet again. At this moment, Chen Shui's heart was already filled with great excitement and ecstasy. She was not optimistic about Lin Xiye at first, but she didn't expect that he would be so powerful and even be able to defeat his spiritual cultivator. I never dreamed that I would be able to witness and record such a legendary moment with my own eyes. Starting from the bottom of the ranking, they fought back with a perfect record of 15 games and finally made it into the top 3. Such a shocking dark horse, such a legendary story, as far as she knew, had never appeared in the nearly 20 years of history of the Galaxy Martial Arts University branch. And I will be the first and only reporter to conduct an exclusive interview with him. She is a sophomore student at the school, and her internship in the official live broadcast room is just a hobby. Now looking at the boy in front of me, although he looks a little tired, his eyes are still as calm as water. There is an unprecedented light shining in his beautiful eyes. Student Lin Xiye, congratulations again. 15 consecutive victories, and finally ranked third. This is definitely the most magical and legendary miracle in this exam, in the past 10 years. May I ask, how do you feel now? Chen Shui's voice trembled slightly with excitement, but she still maintained her professionalism. Lin Xiye looked at her excited expression, then looked at the dark camera lens behind her, and sighed helplessly. I'm pretty tired, he said honestly. I want to go back to sleep. Puff. The live broadcast room was instantly filled with a series of ha and it's so real. Chen Shuwei was also taken aback, then smiled and continued, Student Lin Xiye, we noticed that your final score was far behind the first and second place, but you still achieved a good result of third place. What are your thoughts on this ranking rule? I think this rule is not very reasonable. Lin Xiye shook his head seriously and complained, it's not very friendly to students like us with average potential. I hope the school can improve it in the future. Thunderous laughter erupted once again in the live broadcast room. Ha 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 ha. Average potential? Bro, are you kidding me? I don't believe you. You old man are so evil. I have learned the highest realm of Versailles. Chen Shuwei suppressed a smile and posed one last question. Lin Xiye, the first stage of the competition is over. In the next elimination round, you will face even stronger opponents. What are your goals for yourself? Hearing this, Lin Xiye raised his head, and his slightly tired eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. He looked at the camera and calmly uttered 2 words. Continue the winning streak. At the end of the interview, Chen Shuwei looked at the boy in front of her, who although tired, had eyes as calm as a deep pool, with a hint of admiration in her heart. This boy has a promising future. Establishing a good relationship with him now would be an invaluable investment for both herself and the community behind her. She put away the microphone, with a sincere smile on her face, and said to Lin Xie, "Thank you for cooperating with our work today. On behalf of our column team, I would like to treat you to a meal, which will also facilitate our follow-up reports." "Thank you, but I'm too tired today. Let's do it another day." Lin Xie shook his head and refused directly and honestly. The series of battles had exhausted his energy. Now he just wanted to return to the place where warm lights and delicious food were waiting for him and have a good sleep. Chen Shuwei didn't feel awkward at all when she heard this. Instead, she smiled and said, "Then let's add each other as friends. We'll contact each other someday." Lin Xie nodded and opened his personal terminal. The moment the screen lit up, he was overwhelmed by the flood of messages and friend requests. The number in the upper right corner representing unread messages had already turned into 99 plus and was flashing wildly. He glanced over and saw that at the top of the message list was Bai Muxi's pinned message, "Hubby, I roasted a whole lamb and a whole cow for you." Then came the official announcement. Important notice, the first stage of the points competition has now concluded. Tomorrow, October 2nd, is a rest day, and all training grounds will be undergoing maintenance. The second round of eliminations will officially begin at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow, October 3rd. Please be prepared for the first 200 students who advance. Best wishes to everyone. Rest tomorrow? Lin Xie thought about it, and wondered how much his strength could be improved on this day. After the official notice, there were messages from my father-in-law and mother-in-law, Bai Muxi, Chen Kuan, Zhou Wenyan, Yu Zhenhai, and others. Congratulations from my father-in-law and mother-in-law, full of pride and relief. Chen Kuan, the outgoing fat guy, bombarded me with a series of 666 and meet brother Ichang.jpg emoticons. Bai Muxi's excited and somewhat incoherent congratulations, brother-in-law. You are my only idol. God. You are my God. Zhou Wenyan and Yu Zhenhai came to congratulate and propose cooperation again. Well, Lin Xie is also considering. Click on the friend request, and it's also 99 plus. Lin Xie just glanced at it briefly, then scrolled to the bottom of the list, found the friend request that Chen Shuwei had just sent, and clicked to agree. Then he raised his hand and long pressed "Mark all as read." In an instant, the whole world became quiet. Chen Shuwei saw that her friend request was approved, and a bright smile appeared on her face. She winked at Lin Xie playfully and said with a smile, "Such a handsome guy, look at the terminal." After saying that, he waved his hand, turned around and left with his interview team. Lin Xie looked down with some confusion, and saw that Chen Shuwei, who had just been contacted by his friend, had immediately sent a new message to his terminal. Chen Shuwei, hello, Lin Xie. Chen Shuwei, I'd like to invite you to dinner privately, mainly to thank you for your support of my interview. I wonder if you're free tomorrow? Lin Xie looked at the message sent by Chen Shuwei, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Let's talk about it after the second stage is over." As soon as the message was sent, Chen Shuwei replied almost instantly. Chen Shuwei, okay. Looks quite aggrieved. Lin Xie shook his head, put away the terminal, turned around and walked out of the training ground. Have dinner together? Is it funny? On this day before the second stage, time is so precious, who will have dinner with you? If eating could make one pregnant immediately, Lin Xie would still consider it. Chapter 123 Student Union? As soon as Lin Xie walked out of the passage, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking gentle and refined came up to him quickly. When he saw Lin Xie, a warm and appropriate smile immediately appeared on his face. Hello, classmate Lin Xie. Lin Xie glanced at the young man, and the other party immediately handed over his electronic business card respectfully. I'm your counselor, Zhou Wenba, the young man said with a smile. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the competition with a perfect record of 15 consecutive victories. I also wish you continued success in the second stage. He paused and continued, I came here mainly to add you as a friend. If you have any questions at school in the future, you can always ask me. Also, Zhao Wenba's tone grew more serious. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said solemnly, if any club approaches you before the start of the semester, no matter how generous the offer, please do not accept any of their invitations. After the exams, our student union will arrange a special recruitment information session for all of you outstanding freshmen. At that time, you can choose to join our student union or the club of your choice. Student union? Society? Lin Xie was completely confused. Is this student union and society what he meant? He looked at Zhao Wenba, who claimed to be a counselor, and asked directly, what is a club? What is the student union? Zhao Wenbo pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and said in a gentle yet somewhat unyielding tone, "Student Lin Xie, your most important task right now is to concentrate on preparing for the second stage of the competition. As for these trivial matters, I will naturally explain them to you in detail after the exams are over." After saying that, he nodded politely at Lin Xie, turned and left, without giving him any chance to ask further questions. Lin Xie looked at his departing back, frowning slightly. There are clubs and student unions, and they are all mysterious. He thought about it and decided to send a message to Lin Yuechan. "Lin Xie, Teacher Yuechan, what is a club?" However, after the message was sent, there was no reply. Lin Xie shook his head and stopped worrying about these things that he couldn't understand. When he returned to the dormitory, what was waiting for him was a steaming feast that had been prepared long ago. The rich aroma of meat instantly dispelled all his fatigue. "Honey, you're back." Bai Muxi ran out of the kitchen like a happy little bird and threw herself directly into his arms. "Well, I'm back." Lin Xie hugged her tightly and kissed her on the forehead. Just as Lin Xie was finishing the roasted whole lamb on the plate in no time, his personal terminal made a soft beep sound, and he received a belated reply from Lin Yuechan. "Lin Yuechan, the student union and clubs are essentially the same organization. If you choose to join one of them, while enjoying the various resources and conveniences they provide, you also need to fulfill corresponding responsibilities and follow their arrangements. Lin Yuechan, for example, I joined the student union, so when I graduated, I followed the organization's instructions and chose to stay on campus to teach." "Lin Yuechan, what's wrong? Is there a club looking for you?" "Don't agree yet." Lin Xie looked at these messages, and the fog of doubt in his heart finally dissipated a little. "I see. This student union and club are really a little different from what Lin Xie understood. Why does it feel like forming cliques? Gangs in college? After joining, you can get shelter and resources, but you also need to contribute to the organization." Lin Xie suddenly thought, could he work for two organizations at the same time, doing some infernal affairs or something? It seems that this matter does need careful consideration. He put the matter aside for the time being and focused all his attention on the new skills and martial arts. There is a whole day of rest tomorrow. For him, this is undoubtedly the last and most precious sprint opportunity. He must make good use of these 24 hours to improve his strength. Lin Xie's gaze fell on Bai Muxi, who was looking at him with admiration across from him. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were now shimmering like a pool of spring water, with rippling water. The corners of her eyes and eyebrows were filled with a touching charm, as if silk could be pulled out. When he looked at her like that, Bai Muxi's cheeks instantly turned red. She subconsciously avoided his burning gaze, her heart pounding like a deer. Lin Xie's heart also started beating wildly. A thought emerged from his heart uncontrollably. Xuansu Heart Sutra. For days ago, due to his lack of understanding of the technique and insufficient leadership ability, coupled with Bai Muxi's shallow cultivation, the first attempt failed. But now, Lin Xie felt that he was fine again. This time, maybe, it will work? Once this thought arose, it was like a lit spark, instantly igniting a raging fire in his body. He only felt an inexplicable heat rising from his lower abdomen and quickly spreading to his limbs. He looked at Bai Muxi's shy appearance, his Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously, and his voice became a little hoarse. "Wife." Bai Muxi lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Lin Xie stood up, walked to her side, and picked her up from the chair by the waist. "Ah!" Bai Muxi exclaimed, subconsciously hugging his neck and burying her hot cheeks in his chest, not daring to look at him again. "Husband, don't you want to practice? Let's start practicing now." Lin Xie carried her and strode towards the bedroom, a sly smile on his face. "Let's practice together." When he carried her into the bedroom, the familiar yet unfamiliar feeling of heat came over her again. Bai Muxi seemed to remember something and her face turned even redder. She thought back to the failed attempt 4 days ago. She remembered how his warm and domineering breath surged through her body, leaving her powerless to resist. He recalled how he had been defeated step by step and completely routed under that powerful impact, which eventually led to the collapse of his martial arts. That time, she felt like a small boat floating in the stormy waves, in danger of being swallowed or torn apart at any time. She buried her burning cheeks deeply in Lin Xie's chest, her heart beating like a drum, and muttered softly, last time, it's all my fault. My cultivation is too low, and I dragged you down." Lin Xie's heart softened when he heard her voice, which was filled with a hint of grievance and self-blame. He laid her gently on the bed, leaned over, and placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. He soothed her softly, "Silly girl, how can I blame you? Last time, I was too impatient and didn't control the rhythm well." He looked into her eyes, those deep pupils filled with reassuring confidence. "This time is different," he said in a deep voice. "My strength is much stronger than before. This time, I will take the lead. All you have to do is relax and give yourself completely to me." In the bedroom, the light is soft. Bai Muxi looked at his firm and gentle eyes, and her troubled heart gradually calmed down. She closed her eyes, took a long, deep breath, and nodded. "Bring it on." Lin Chiye's voice was low and powerful. The following words are omitted. Chapter 124 1 minute. As the technique was practiced, Bai Muxi felt as if his body was thrown into a huge furnace. Lin Chiye's Hanyuan Qi was like a gentle flame, tempering her meridians and cleansing her bones over and over again. At first, she could barely bear it. But as the speed of the technique became faster and faster, the gentle flame gradually revealed its domineering nature. Bai Muxi's skin began to turn a charming blush, and crystal beads of sweat oozed from her forehead and slid down her delicate cheeks. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and every breath was hot. She felt as if her body was about to melt completely. The numbing feeling, like an electric shock, surged from her limbs to the depths of her soul, making her feel weak all over. Lin Chiye noticed her change and immediately adjusted his technique, making his breath softer in an attempt to reduce her burden. However, his current strength is too strong. A minute passed. Bai Muxi only felt that his spiritual world was about to burst by the vast energy. Her consciousness began to blur, and countless bright stars seemed to appear before her eyes, spinning and exploding. She gritted her teeth and tried desperately to hold on. She didn't want to drag her husband down like last time. However, the limits of the body cannot be changed by willpower. 1 minute and 1 second. When the technique reached its most critical moment, Bai Muxi could no longer bear it, and the taut string finally broke. She suddenly opened her eyes, and those sparkling eyes were filled with pain and pleading. Her voice was trembling with tears as she shouted, "Hubby, I can't take it anymore." With Bai Muxi giving up, the qi circulation that had been established with great difficulty collapsed again. Lin Chiye felt a tightness in his chest, and his hope of completing his practice was dashed again. Still discouraged, he looked at Bai Muxi, who was lying limp on the bed, sweating profusely and unable to move even a finger. He sighed helplessly and gently covered her with the quilt. "Woo!" Bai Muxi turned sideways and buried her face in the soft pillow. Her shoulders twitched slightly and she let out an uncontrollable sob. Crystal clear tears slid down the corners of her eyes and soaked the pillowcase. "Hubby, it's all my fault for being too weak." Her voice was filled with tears and self-blame. "I'm dragging you down again." Seeing this, Lin Chiye felt a pang of pain in his heart. He quickly sat down beside the bed, gently took her into his arms, and comforted her softly. "Silly girl, what are you talking about? It's my fault for not controlling myself. It has nothing to do with you. You've done very well. You've improved a lot compared to last time." He gently wiped away the tears from her eyes and said in a half-joking tone, "Look, this time we lasted 1 minute and 1 second. That's 2 seconds longer than last time. This is a huge breakthrough." Bai Muxi was amused by his pretending to be relaxed tone and burst out laughing before she even wiped away her tears. 2 seconds, what kind of breakthrough is that?" she muttered with a nasal voice. "Why not?" Lin Chiye said seriously, "This shows that we have made progress. Maybe if we try 100 or 200 times, we will succeed." However, despite saying this, Lin Chiye was secretly calculating in his heart. Every time of cultivation is a huge burden for Bai Muxi, and it takes several days to recover afterwards. This is really a luxury for him who is racing against time. Lin Chiye suddenly thought of Lin Yuechan in his mind. She said that if she could make it into the top 100, she could tell me about the Xuanzu Heart Sutra. But then he shook his head. Lin Yuechan might just be joking and teasing herself. How could she take it seriously? How could an extraordinary warrior look down upon a small warrior like me? But Zhou Wenyan and Yu Zhenhai, they are sincere. Meanwhile, next door. 298th floor, room 165. Yi Qinghan was curled up on the sofa alone. On the huge holographic screen in front of her, the highlights of Lin Chiye's game today were playing repeatedly. She looked at it over and over again, and an abnormal blush had appeared on that beautiful and cold face, and her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. The overbearing and burning martial arts will that erupted from that man, like a wildfire, not only did not become her nightmare, but instead was like a deadly poison, making her tremble with fear, but also unable to help but indulge in it, savoring it over and over again. She subconsciously opened her personal terminal and looked at the friend request that had been sent out long ago but had not yet been received. In her cold eyes, a trace of bitterness and loss flashed across her face, which she herself had not even noticed. She, the representative of Shinka Biological Group and the proud daughter of the Yi family in Terra City, has always been the center of attention since she was a child. No one has ever dared to ignore her like this. This was the first time she took the initiative to send a friend request to a boy. But the other party ignored it. An emotion she had never experienced before, a mixture of bitterness and loss, quietly spread in her heart. As she was thinking indignantly, her eyes were uncontrollably attracted by the figure of the man on the screen. The picture froze at the moment when Lin Xie fought against Qin Xiaoxiao. When she saw his domineering act, which was like a volcanic eruption, instantly crushing Qin Xiaoxiao's ice-killing will, Yi Qinghan felt her cheeks begin to heat up uncontrollably, and her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. She seemed to be back in that martial arts arena again, back in the fear of being dominated by that burning will. But this time, beneath that fear, there arose a strange trembling and excitement that even she herself could not understand. Monster! She muttered to herself, with a complex light flashing in her cold eyes. At this moment, a very subtle sound, but clearly audible to warriors, came from the wall next door. Yi Qinghan's brows knitted slightly, somewhat puzzled. Is this cultivation? Then, a suppressed moan, with a hint of pain and trembling, was faintly heard. The voice was very soft, but like a needle, it pierced Yi Qinghan's heart accurately. It's that woman's voice. Yi Qinghan's expression instantly turned somewhat ugly. A picture emerged uncontrollably in my mind. The woman named Bai Muxi must be sweating profusely and trembling all over at this moment, struggling to hold on against that overbearing force, retreating step by step. An inexplicable anger and jealousy surged up from the bottom of my heart without any warning. Why? How could that weak, worthless woman be able to endure his powerful and domineering strength so intimately? And I can't even get a friend position. This thought made her feel as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, making her feel sour, bitter, and uncomfortable. If it were me. Can you bear it? Chapter 125, Keep working on it. Bang! Yi Qinghan suddenly grabbed the pillow beside her and slammed it against the wall, making a dull thud. Her cold, pretty face was already covered with an abnormal blush, and her eyes were filled with complex emotions that she herself could not understand. The next morning, it was just dawn. Lin Xie arrived early at the familiar white building, the Fertility Management Center. I feel so familiar with the place, as if I have returned home. A young lady in black stockings, wearing a brand new black suit, with a cool temperament but still unable to hide her exquisite curves, immediately showed a professional and respectful smile on her face when she saw Lin Xie's VIP identity, and led him to the exclusive VIP room. Half an hour later, Lin Xie walked out refreshed, feeling that the whole world had become clear and bright. When he returned to teaching building number 10 in the core area of the school, the long-awaited system prompt sounds in his mind rang out one after another like the sound of nature. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. Charge the power punch has been unlocked. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. Stick throwing technique has been unlocked. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. Sky-splitting whip has been unlocked. 3 more pregnancies. The charged collapse fist, a D-level boxing technique, has only 1 move. It instantly concentrates all the strength of the body on the tip of the fist to explode, pursuing the ultimate penetrating power. Stick swinging, a D-level stick technique, has only 1 move. Using the flick of the wrist, one end of the long stick swings at high speed, creating unpredictable and dynamic attacks. Sky-splitting whip, a D-rank whip technique, has only 1 move. Infusing spiritual energy into the whip tip, it is swung at an extremely high speed, creating a sonic boom that tears through the air. These 3D-level martial arts, plus the smart recommendations, all come from the school's martial arts mall. In an instant, 3 completely different insights into martial arts rushed into his mind like 3 rushing torrents. Charge collapse punch, level 1010. Stick throwing technique, level 1010. Sky splitting whip, level 1010. Lin Xie looked at the three familiar progress bars and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. What kind of dinner are you planning? How can it be more practical than directly donating your fertility information? Efficient. Quick. It can also contribute to the empire's population development. This is the true path to sustainable development. Ding. It has been detected that the host has successfully conceived more than 15 offspring. Achievement, branching out. Special reward, Vitality Potion 1 day x1. Vigorous Potion 1 day, after taking, it can keep the host in a vigorous state with peak energy, physical strength, mental strength, and spiritual power for 24 hours, ignoring fatigue and consumption, and greatly improving cultivation efficiency. Lin Xie's pupils suddenly shrank, and a storm of emotions instantly arose in his heart. Vitality Potion? This is simply a miracle medicine tailor-made for him. Ignore fatigue, ignore consumption, and be in peak condition for 24 hours. Doesn't this mean that he can perform countless extreme intensity exercises on the next crucial day? This miraculous medicine can be kept for now. When Lin Xie walked into the familiar training room 2202, a faint fragrance hit his face. Lin Yuechan was still there. She was still wearing a smart black combat uniform, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the venue to regulate her breathing. There seemed to be an invisible spiritual energy slowly flowing around her. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she slowly opened her eyes, her sharp phoenix eyes fell on Lin Xie, her beautiful brows slightly frowned, and she said in a slightly teasing tone, "Young man, you have a lot of firepower." Hearing this, Lin Xie was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at himself with a look of surprise on his face. "Teacher Yuechan, you can see this too?" Lin Yuechan laughed. "I'm a transcendent warrior. Isn't it normal for my 7 senses to be highly sensitive? I can smell the aura of hormones and life energy you just released from your body from 10 meters away." Lin Xie was embarrassed for a moment, but seeing Lin Yuechan's half-smile, he couldn't help but say, "Since you know everything, teacher, then you should also know that I'm already in the top 3. Lin Yuechan was slightly startled, and hadn't yet realized what he meant. Lin Xie continued, "Didn't you say before that if I could make it into the top 100, you would teach me how to practice that Xuansu Heart Sutra? Now, I'm 3rd. An indescribable feeling of shame and anger, mixed with a hint of offended surprise, instantly surged onto her beautiful face, causing her ears to turn a slightly touching blush. This little bastard. Congratulations on entering the 2nd stage, Lin Yuechan forcefully changed the subject. You want to come and practice even during your 1-day break? Lin Xie nodded, a hint of helplessness on his face. There's nothing I can do. It's too difficult to reserve a training room. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xie deeply and said, "Then you practice." After saying that, she turned around and left the training room without looking back. Her movements were quick and decisive, without any hesitation. Why does it feel like she is hiding from me? Could it be? Lin Xie shook his head and put aside these messy thoughts. Never mind, there's no one around anyway, so it'll be more comfortable to practice. Liver. Without any further delay, Lin Xie immediately began to madly practice the stick swinging technique. Stick throwing technique, level 1-1-10. Stick throwing technique, level 1-2-10. 1 hour later. Ding. Stick flinging technique level increased. Current level, level 10 max. Next up is the sky splitting whip. Ding. Sky splitting whip's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 10 max. Then, it's the charged punch. Ding. The level of charge power punch has been upgraded. Current level, level 10 max. 3 hours later, he had mastered all 3D level martial arts to perfection. Chapter 126 Get Wet Again. However, Lin Xie did not stop and continued to practice the Gale thrust. He knew that although these basic martial arts skills had been perfected, they could no longer directly enhance his genetic potential and physical attributes. But they can still provide him with a constant supply of experience points for his more important, martial arts will fiery swiftness. The gust of wind thrusts were practiced again and again. Time flies quickly during focused practice. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xie slowly finished his practice and stood up. His entire body was already soaked in sweat, and his combat uniform clung tightly to his body, outlining his explosive muscles. But his eyes were surprisingly bright, as if there were 2 clusters of never-extinguished flames burning. He couldn't wait to open the system panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 18.6%. Physical fitness, 182+. Spirit, 182 plus. Psychic power, 140 plus. Exercise method. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 10 Max. Hunyuan I Qigong Level 60600. 8 Treasures Skill Level 60120. Basic Boxing Level 10 Max. Basic Footwork Level 10 Max. Gas Gun Skill Level 10 Max. Basic Small Shield Technique Level 10 Max. Primary Shield Strike Level 10 Max. Shen's Flying Shield Technique Level 10 Max. Maj Shadow Javelin Level 10 Max. Charge Collapse Punch Level 10 Max. Stick Throwing Technique Level 10 Max. Sky Splitting Whip Level 10 Max. Martial Will Blazing Swiftness Level 4888-4000. Partner, Bai Muxi Favorability 85. Offspring, 16 currently in the making. Permission points, 1. Martial Arts Will Flame Swiftness, Level 4. The moment Martial Arts Will Flame Swiftness broke through to Level 4, it ushered in a revolutionary qualitative change. If the previous Martial Arts Will was fire, then at this moment, it condensed into a volcano. Level 1 Will is like a nascent flame, tender and flickering. Level 2 Will is like a burning bonfire, with a preliminary shape and sense of oppression. Level 3 Will is like a raging wildfire, so powerful that it can devour the opponent's mind. But all three share a common, fatal flaw: they are difficult to control. They are like an uncontrollable wildfire that will explode immediately when oppressed. They are extremely difficult to control and are either all on or all off. Even if Lin Xie did not deliberately activate it, that scorching and overbearing aura would unconsciously emanate from him, easily exposing his emotions and fighting spirit. However, the Level 4, Martial Arts Will, Swift Fire, had undergone a fundamental change. That power was no longer an illusory image of fire, but had condensed into a towering, solemn active volcano, deeply rooted in the center of his spiritual world. The ability to control has made a qualitative leap. When his heart is as calm as still water, this spiritual volcano will fall silent, perfectly restraining all the heat and violence within, as heavy and immovable as a mountain. From the outside, he was no different from an ordinary warrior. The domineering aura that was once difficult to suppress was perfectly hidden by him, without revealing a single bit. And when his fighting spirit rises, he can control the extent of the volcano's eruption at will. It is no longer the crude mode of the past that was ready to explode at any time and was either fully on or fully off. He can even release only half or even 30% of his power, like the billowing smoke before a volcano erupts, giving the opponent just the right sense of oppression while retaining a trump card that is enough to be fatal. This feeling of being able to control oneself freely made him think of Lin Yuechan. Although he was still far from being able to achieve her level of subtlety and effortlessness, Lin Xie felt that he was already on the same path. Back to the dormitory. As soon as I opened the door, the aroma of meat hit me in the face. There were 2 huge alloy trays on the dining table. One is a roasted whole beef that is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil. The other one is a roasted whole lamb that is also roasted to a golden, crispy and fragrant taste. A combination of beef and mutton, large quantity and fullness. Bai Muxi was wearing a sexy apron, like a kitten waiting for her owner to come home. When she saw him coming back, her bright eyes instantly bloomed with an incomparable brilliance. "Husband, you're back." Lin Xie looked at the table full of delicious food, then looked at Bai Muxi's pretty face full of anticipation, and an indescribable warmth surged in his heart. He walked over quickly, hugged her tightly from behind, rested his chin on the top of her head, took a deep breath, and said with satisfaction, "Wife, you have worked hard." "It's not hard." Bai Muxi nuzzled into his arms, tilted her head back, and smiled happily in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. "Eat quickly, you must be starving." Lin Xie was not polite either. He sat down at the table and started to eat like a whirlwind. After practicing for a whole day, he was already starving. A cow, a sheep, and soon only a bare skeleton was left. After drinking another bottle of nutrient solution, he patted his slightly bulging belly with satisfaction, feeling that every cell in his body was full of energy. Lin Xie raised his head and met Bai Muxi's gaze, which was filled with admiration and shyness. Her sparkling eyes were like a bottomless spring, ready to suck him in completely. Lin Xie's heart suddenly jumped uncontrollably. The feeling of emptiness that had just been filled by food seemed to be replaced by another more primitive and stronger desire. He looked at Bai Muxi's cheeks that were slightly flushed with shyness, and her red lips that were as tempting as ripe cherries, and felt a hot breath rising from his lower abdomen again and rushing straight to the top of his head. The beautiful scene of last night emerged uncontrollably in his mind. Although I failed last time, failure is my success, mother. Get wet again. This time, it will definitely succeed. Lin Xie stood up and walked towards Bai Muxi step by step. His eyes became hot and aggressive. Bai Muxi felt flustered by his oppressive gaze, her cheeks reddened to the point of bleeding, and she subconsciously wanted to step back. Husband. However, before she could finish her words, Lin Xie stretched out his long arms and picked her up by the waist. In the bedroom, the charming atmosphere heated up again. The following 10,000 words omitted. Chapter 127 Rapid Progress. However, reality is always more bleak than imagined. 1 minute and 5 seconds. Hubby, no. I can't do this anymore. Bai Muxi's voice was filled with tears, and her body softened into a pool of spring water again. The qi circulation that she had established with great difficulty collapsed again because of her desertion. But at the most critical moment, everything failed. Discouraged again. Lin Xie looked at Bai Muxi, who was lying limp on the bed, sweating profusely, with tears in the corners of her eyes, and sighed inwardly. He gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and soothed her softly. It's okay, it's okay. You've improved by another 4 seconds this time. You see, our progress is rapid. At this rate, if we try a few more times, we'll definitely succeed. You still say that? Bai Muxi was so angry at his words that she cried and laughed at the same time. She stretched out her pink fist and punched him on the chest, but it was soft and powerless. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Meanwhile, next door, Yi Qinghan was once again tormented by the intermittent noises, becoming restless. The suppressed moan, tinged with a hint of pain and trembling, was like a devilish sound filling her ears, echoing in her mind over and over again. She could clearly imagine how the woman next door was struggling under that domineering force, losing step by step, and finally being completely conquered. An inexplicable irritation and jealousy, like a poisonous snake, once again gnawed at her heart. Why? How could that weak woman possess him? Yi Qinghan couldn't stand it any longer. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, strode to the door, and flung it open. However, when the cold corridor air blew on her hot cheeks, her impulsive courage instantly faded. She stood at the door, looking at the closed door next door, her face full of frustration and confusion. Knock on the door? What should I say after knocking on the door? Could it be that I am a representative of Xinka Biological Group and I want to collect your fertility data for scientific research? I am the legitimate daughter of the Yi family and the pride of Terra City. This is so embarrassing. If this gets out, will I still have face? Yi Qinghan slammed the door shut and leaned against the cold panel, feeling a conflict between her conscience and her conscience. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. Or, find a woman to test him first? That night, Yi Qinghan couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed. Lin Xie did not continue to practice. The long-term solution is to strike a balance between relaxation and work. He held Bai Muxi gently in his arms, feeling her steady breathing and warm body, and his heart was at peace. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Outside the window, the night is as dark as ink and the stars are shining brightly. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains and fell on his face, Lin Xie suddenly opened his eyes. There was no longer a trace of fatigue in those deep eyes. Instead, there was a light as bright and dazzling as the stars. He felt that his whole body was filled with unprecedented strength and his spirit was full as never before. Honey, you're awake. Bai Muxi beside him had already woken up and was looking at him tenderly with her bright eyes. Yeah. Lin Xie held her in his arms and gave her a good morning kiss on the forehead. He stood up, walked to the huge French window and opened the curtains. Golden sunlight instantly filled the entire room, dispelling all the haze. He looked at the magnificent forest of scholars outside the window and the steel forest bathed in the morning light in the distance, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The second stage is the knockout round. I am coming. When Lin Xie walked out of the dormitory building, the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University was filled with an atmosphere that was more solemn and murderous than yesterday. Today is the first day of the knockout round. Those who can stand out from nearly 10,000 freshmen and make it into the top 200 are all true prodigies, geniuses among geniuses. Here, any confrontation will be a real fight between dragons and tigers. In the first round, there will be 100 matches, which will be held simultaneously in 100 small martial arts arenas in the school. The first round of matchups had already been automatically matched by the system based on the final rankings of the first stage. Lin Xie, who was ranked 3rd, faces an opponent who was ranked 3rd from the bottom, 198th. Because Lin Xie became a well-deserved super dark horse with his amazing record of 15 consecutive victories in the first stage, his popularity and topic level reached an unprecedented high. Therefore, the official station of Galaxy Wuda did not hesitate to choose the number 3 martial arts field where he was as the focus battle of the first round, and carried out live broadcast and commentary throughout the whole process. The competition has not yet begun, but on the holographic screen above the martial arts arena, advertisements from major sponsors have already taken turns to appear, carrying out massive publicity for their own groups and products. First up was a massive holographic advertisement for the Star Dragon 1 biological armor. A warrior in the armor shuttled through a virtual meteorite belt, withstood the claws of an abyssal creature unscathed, and finally stood proudly amidst the light and shadow of a planetary explosion. A powerful male voice narrated, "Star Dragon 1, born to rule the battlefield." Originally, the warrior model was Zhou Hongkai, but after Zhou Hongkai lost to Lin Xie's match, he was immediately replaced by the group. The screen shifted to an advertisement for Yujing technology. Several shimmering genetic drugs slowly swirled within virtual test tubes. Once injected into the warrior's body, simulated energy streams instantly surged through his meridians. The warrior's speed, strength, and reflexes skyrocketed, and finally, with a single punch, he shattered the crystal barrier representing his ultimate limit. Yujing technology, break your limits. Next up was an ad for Taurus Power's latest privately owned suspended sports car. Its streamlined body raced at lightning speed on a virtual interstellar racetrack, showcasing the nobility and extraordinary qualities of a successful warrior. The entire martial arts arena is more like a bustling commercial exhibition than a battlefield where a fierce showdown is about to take place. After 10 minutes of advertising time, the voices of the 2 gold medal commentators finally rang out throughout the training ground and the live broadcast room. Dear viewers, welcome back to the Galaxy Martial Arts University Freshman Entrance Exam. The male commentator's voice was filled with passion. The exciting elimination rounds are about to begin. Today, our main station will focus on live broadcasting the first round of the number 3 martial arts arena. Yes, push your limits and create legends. Juicy nutrient solution will make you faster and harder, the female commentator added in a sweet voice. This match is chock full of highlights and suspense. On one side is our dark horse, one gun brother Lin Xie, who fought his way back from 9,988th place to the top 3 with a perfect record of 15 wins in the first stage. On the other side, there's Wang Haotian, a talented contestant who also made it through the first stage and ultimately ranked 198th. Brought to you by Dixie Intelligence, contestant information. First round. Lin Xie, overall ranking, 3. Wang Haotian, overall ranking, 198. Following their introduction, Lin Xie and his opponent Wang Haotian also slowly walked into the martial arts arena from their respective passages. Wang Haotian is a boy of medium build, but with an unusually calm look in his eyes. As soon as he entered the field, he immediately took down a heavy alloy tower shield and a short-handled warhammer from the weapon rack, assumed a standard defensive posture, and stared intently at Lin Xie opposite him, as if facing a formidable enemy. In the live broadcast room, the sharp-eyed audience immediately exclaimed, "This combination, why does it look so familiar? You can't even recognize this. This is the standard equipment of the Imperial Expeditionary Corps. So he's a die-hard military fan. I'm so excited." Chapter 128, Unyielding Military Spirit. Lin Xie walked slowly to the weapons rack. He first took out a 2-meter-long alloy spear, and then picked up a small alloy round shield. After doing all this, he did not stop, but weighed a set of 6 standard short javelins and hung them on the tactical buckle behind his back with his backhand. Gun, shield, javelin. The whole set of equipment is like a big hodgepodge. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. What the hell? Am I seeing right? This is Brother Ichiang? What's going on? Isn't he a spearman? Why is he holding a shield and a javelin? This style of painting is wrong. What happened to the promise of one-shot kill? Why did it turn out like this? This is hilarious. Has this guy been possessed by showing? He beats him, but he's still trying to imitate his fighting style? The above person gave the correct answer. Ha 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 ha. Possession +1. Brother Ichiang, let's be honest, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm actually a hexagonal warrior. Now we're going to have a good show. I wonder what Wang Haotian is thinking right now. The alloy tower shield and short-handled warhammer remind me of the Empire's Millennium Expeditionary Force. If a true legionnaire could condense his military spirit, he could also fight against the martial spirit. That's bullshit. How can a freshman possibly gather the military spirit? Amidst the noisy barrage, the countdown above the martial arts arena reached 0, and the clear sound of a bell resounded throughout the venue. The competition officially begins. Lin Qiye did not hesitate at all. The moment the game started, the martial arts will that he was already very familiar with, swift fire, like a volcanic eruption, swept out and crushed Wang Haotian on the opposite side. However, faced with this terrifying will that is enough to instantly overwhelm the minds of ordinary warriors. Wang Haotian's body just shook slightly, and then the ally tower shield in his hand slammed to the ground. Bang! There was a muffled sound, like the beating of a war drum. An equally indomitable will burst out from under his combat uniform on the left chest. Although that will was not as domineering and burning as Lin Qiye's, it was like a reef standing in the storm, heavy, tough and unshakable. Although his face turned pale in an instant and a thin layer of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead, his eyes were still firm. Your martial arts will, Lin Qiye, is strong and overbearing. But I resisted it. A burning desire to fight was burning in Wang Haotian's eyes. He let out a low growl and held the tower shield tightly in front of him. He was like a moving fortress, advancing instead of retreating, and rushed towards Lin Qiye's gun tip. He wanted to use his most proud defense to confront the opponent's indestructible edge. Lin Qiye was also a little surprised. Although the opponent did not look relaxed, his willpower was able to withstand the impact of his level 4 martial arts willpower and he did not collapse on the spot. You should know that his martial arts willpower is now level 4. Newbies like Qin Xiaoxiao, who have just comprehended the will of martial arts, do not perform as well as Wang Haotian. Could it be that Wang Haotian's martial arts willpower is also quite advanced? Lin Qiye also did not choose to confront head-on. Facing an opponent as tough as a steel can, a frontal attack would be like hitting a rock with an egg. The best way is to go around. Lin Qiye made a mistake in his steps, and the whole person was like a swift ghost, circling around Wang Haotian's huge tower shield, drawing a tricky arc, and instantly appeared behind him. However, Wang Haotian's reaction was much faster than he imagined. At the same time when Lin Qiye went around behind him, Wang Haotian's figure hidden behind the tower shield suddenly twisted. The short-handled warhammer in his hand was already ready to go, like a cannonball fired from a gun, with a whistling evil wind, smashing down towards Lin Qiye's head. This hammer was fast and fierce, full of explosive power. Clang! At the critical moment, Lin Qiye's small shield in his left hand accurately met the attack. The sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. A huge force like a tidal wave came from the shield, shaking Lin Qiye's entire arm numb. He did not resist head-on, but took a step back at the moment of contact, like a tumbler, to completely absorb the terrifying force. As he retreated, the left hand holding the small shield reached behind him like lightning. The next moment, a short javelin flashing with cold light appeared in his hand. Ma's Shadow Javelin. Without any hesitation, Lin Qiye shook his wrist, and the short javelin flew out of his hand and turned into a silver stream of light. The javelin was extremely fast and the angle was extremely tricky. It accurately passed through the gap between Wang Haotian's short-handled warhammer and pierced his heart. Clang! A crisp sound of metal collision was heard. The combat uniform on Wang Haotian's chest shattered, revealing an ancient and heavy bronze medal inside. The metal was engraved with intertwined swords and burning stars, exuding an iron-blooded and solemn aura. In the live broadcast room, the sharp-eyed audience exclaimed instantly. Holy crap! That's the third-class Holy War medal. Almost at the same time, the male commentator from the main station also shouted excitedly, it's the third-class order of the Holy War. This is the foundation of our empire, a glorious testament forged with billions of blood and iron in that holy war that lasted for thousands of years. Student Wang Haotian is actually the descendant of a veteran of the Holy War. No wonder. No wonder he was able to withstand Lin Qiye's terrifying martial arts will. It turns out that the military spirit contained in the Holy War medal is protecting him. However, the male commentator's passionate voice came to an abrupt end. Because in the next second, the situation on the martial arts field underwent another shocking reversal. There was no fluctuation in Lin Qiye's eyes. He didn't know what the third-class medal of the Holy War was, he only knew that the opponent had protection on the left side of his heart. Then, hit the right side. He made a mistake in his steps and thrust out the spear in his hand again. The cold light comes first, and the gun comes out like a dragon. Puff! The cold tip of the gun pierced through Wang Haotian's right chest without any suspense. Boom! The flame's spiritual energy exploded. blood instantly dyed half of his body red. However, Wang Haotian actually let out a roar like a wounded beast. There was no trace of retreat in his eyes, but instead an even crazier fighting spirit was ignited. He actually gave up the tower shield in his hand, letting the wound on his right chest bleed wildly. He launched a final life and death charge towards Lin Xie like a cannonball. He wants to exchange his injury for his life. However, Lin Xie's reaction was faster. He took several steps back, his figure like a ghost, and he easily created distance. He pulled out the spear in his hand and stabbed out again. Phew! 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 After 3 or 4 consecutive psychic explosions, Wang Haotian's body was already riddled with holes and blood. His forward momentum was finally exhausted, his strong body swayed, and finally he fell to the ground weakly, completely losing consciousness. A white light flashed, and the medical staff in white appeared again. They stopped his bleeding as quickly as possible and then carried him away on a stretcher. Lin Xie wins. The female commentator was so shocked by the brutal battle that her cherry lips opened slightly. For a moment, she didn't know how to organize her words. It's too brutal. Let's congratulate Lin Xie for advancing to the next round. The male commentator immediately regained his professional composure and announced in a high-pitched voice, "Let us congratulate Lin Xie." Also, Wang Haotian has been urgently transferred to Terra Central Hospital. As the descendant of a jihad hero, he will receive the highest level of medical care. Haichang, in an ordinary farmyard. An old man with gray hair but still standing straight was quietly watching the live broadcast on the screen. Surrounding him were dozens of middle-aged and young men and women with calm demeanor. The courtyard was silent. After a long while, someone couldn't help but sigh and whispered, "Alas, Haotian still lost." However, the old man slowly stood up, and a relieved smile appeared on his weather-beaten face. Very good. His voice was not loud, but full of energy. Haotian is very good. It's normal for him to lose because he is not as skilled as his opponent. But it's his determination to bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh even if it means death. Very good, very good. He turned his head and looked at the middle-aged man beside him. He said in a deep voice, "This third-class holy war medal passed down by our ancestors has been handed over to him so that it won't be buried. After school starts, let him join the school's blood war club. After graduation, let him join the army directly." In the lounge, Lin Xie looked at the overwhelming information and reports on the terminal, and only then did he realize that his opponent just now had such an astonishing background. Descendants of jihad veterans? The third-class order of the Holy War. Lin Xie's heart is filled with the highest respect for those veterans who used their flesh and blood to create glory for the Empire in the 1,000-year Holy War. He knew very well that if those ancestors had not sacrificed their lives and shed their blood to open up a way of survival for future generations in the endless darkness and war, there would be no prosperous starry sea of the Galactic Empire today. They are the cornerstone of the Empire, the backbone of the nation, and heroes that every successor should remember and respect. At the gate of Galaxy Martial Arts University, there is a huge statue that is 100 meters tall. The unknown hero wearing star armor, holding a giant sword, gazing at the sea of stars. Like Wang Haotian's ancestors, there are billions of veterans who silently sacrificed their lives for the Empire and civilization in the 1,000-year Holy War. They are the prototypes of the pioneer statue. Their spirit in there will have long since transformed into immortal monuments, standing tall in this galaxy, protecting future generations. An unprecedented sense of solemnity and dignity surged into Lin Xie's heart. He suddenly felt that his seemingly powerful martial arts will, in this vast galaxy, might not be anything. Chapter 129: The Quickest End. After 2 hours of rest, Lin Xie felt that his physical and mental strength had returned to peak condition. He was not completely idle during these 2 hours. Although the lounge is not big, it is not spacious enough to move around freely. But there was no problem at all in just practicing the raising the gun and thrusting techniques of the swift wind gun technique on the spot. He didn't even need a real spear, he could just hold a short metal stick and apply some force gently. Every time he exerted force, it would drive the operation of martial arts will rapid fire. In just 2 hours, more than 1,200 fishing and stabbing made his martial arts will progress bar move forward a lot. Martial will blazing swiftness level 42088 4000. This time, the number 3 training ground where Lin Xie was located was not selected by the headquarters as the focus battle. Because, in the number 1 martial arts arena, a more eye-catching duel is about to take place. Chen Xuani, who ranks first among all freshmen and is a monster among monsters, faces Qin Xiaoxiao, who ranks 100th. This game attracted the attention of almost all the followers in the school and even the entire 0755 galaxy. Lin Qiye's match, on the other hand, seemed relatively ordinary. Second round. Competition location, number 3 martial arts field. Lin Qiye, overall ranking, 3. Ling Xiaosheng, overall ranking, 97. When he saw his opponent's name, Lin Qiye was slightly stunned. It's her again? Ling Xiaoqing, the tall, wheat-colored girl who was frightened into surrendering in the first stage. It's really, enemies meet on a narrow road. At the same time, the live broadcast room of the number 3 martial arts arena was already bustling with people. The barrage of comments, like an exploded arsenal, filled the screen crazily. Holy crap! This match is incredible. One-shot guy versus that surrender girl again. Ha 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 ha. I bet 50 cents, and I'll bet in seconds this time. I feel sorry for Sister Surrender for a second. What kind of incredible luck is this? She's been matched with Brother Ichang again. It's over, it's over. Sister Surrender's road to advancement ends here. But then again, Sister Surrender fought pretty hard in the last match, turning the tables. I didn't expect to meet her nemesis again so soon. Inside the martial arts arena, Ling Xiaoqing looked at the familiar figure opposite her, and the expression on her pretty wheat-colored face instantly became extremely wonderful. She was shocked at first, then stunned, and finally, felt deeply helpless. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that no words could come out. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I finally managed to adjust my mindset, but my opponent in the second round is you again? What the hell is this? Ling Xiaoqing took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the urge to curse. She told herself not to be a coward. I lost the first stage because I was so scared that I didn't even make a move. This time, no matter what, I have to give it a try. What if the other party just performed exceptionally well that day and is in poor condition today? What if my fighting spirit has also become stronger after yesterday's tempering? Ling Xiaoqing prepared herself mentally and her eyes became firm again. As the bell rings, the game officially begins. Ling Xiaoqing shouted softly, throwing all her fears behind her, and took the initiative to charge towards Lin Qiye. She was going to attack. She was going to use her most violent attack to suppress the opponent, not giving him any chance to display his martial arts will. However, what greeted her was Lin Qiye's level 4, martial arts will fiery swiftness, that had already burst out. Boom! Ling Xiaoqing only felt a burning will that was even more terrifying, more domineering, and more condensed than that day. It was like a real erupting active volcano, slamming into her spiritual world with an unmatched posture. At that moment, she felt like her soul was about to be burned to ashes. All her courage and fighting spirit were like paper in the face of this higher will. They were instantly broken, torn and crushed. Her forward figure suddenly stopped, her eyes filled with endless horror and despair. What is going on? How come it's even scarier than yesterday? Am I having an illusion? No more fighting. No more fighting. I will never fight again in this life. She raised her hands without hesitation and used all her strength to let out a heart-wrenching cry. I surrender. In the martial arts arena, time seemed to stand still at this moment. The tip of Lin Qiye's gun, which had already reached halfway, stopped steadily 3 inches in front of Ling Xiaoqing's throat. The fierce wind blew the strands of hair on her forehead into a frenzy. Lin Qiye wins. The live broadcast room was instantly boiling with excitement. I'm laughing my ass off. This sister is so funny. Charge. Sudden stop. Surrender. All in one go. This operation deserves full marks from me. This is definitely the fastest competition for this year's opening exams. Barely any other. I feel so sorry for Sister Surrender. I'm afraid the psychological trauma she suffered is so big she could build a villa. I declare that from today on, I am a loyal fan of Sister Surrender. Upstairs, there's something wrong with you. Brother Ichang, I've put the gun right next to your mouth, and you don't want to eat it? So real. This is how ordinary people react when we encounter a cheater. Stop laughing, stop laughing. If you keep laughing, our Xiaoqing will cry. Our Xiaoqing? Brother, are you serious? Don't cry, Xiaoqing, stand up and play. The one in front, I suspect you're driving, but I have no evidence. The style of the barrage quickly turned to something ridiculous. Everyone was so amused by Ling Xiaoqing's god-level operation that they fell over and laughed uncontrollably. The loud and somewhat humorous nickname, Surrender Sister, also spread throughout the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University after this game. In fact, within just a few minutes, someone created an exclusive emoticon package of Ling Xiaodi's Charge and Surrender, which spread virally on major social communication platforms. For a time, Ling Xiaoqing became famous in a way that no one could have imagined. In the martial arts arena, Ling Xiaoqing looked at Lin Xie, who was standing opposite her with his gun put away and an innocent look on his face, and she felt like crying but had no tears. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, like, "Why have you become stronger again?" But when the words came to my lips, they felt so pale and powerless. In the end, she just sighed heavily, gave Lin Xie a thumbs up, then gave him a middle finger, turned around, and left the training ground without looking back. Lin Xie looked at her angry back and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This really can't be blamed on me. After advancing to the third round, Lin Xie had a 3-hour break. He did not leave, but chose to stay in the lounge and carry out the boring but efficient slacking off work. Martial Will, Blazing Swiftness Level 4 3888 4000. Level 5 Martial Arts is right before your eyes. Chapter 130 Looking Up. Soon, the match list for the third round was finally updated. Lin Xie opened his personal terminal and took a look at the list of qualifiers. The number 1 ranking is still Chen Xuani. It seems that Qin Xiaoxiao failed to create a miracle in the end and was defeated by this monster. His opponent in this round is the third to last player. Round 3. Competition location, number 3 martial arts field. Lin Xie, overall ranking, 3. Deng Wenji, overall ranking, 47. When Lin Xie walked into the number 3 training ground, his opponent Deng Wenji, a short but strong as a mountain, with a calm look in his eyes, was already waiting there. Before the game even started, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room had already reached a climax. Here it comes. One Gun Brothers' third game. My opponent is Deng Wenji. In the last match, he withstood dozens of his attacks and ultimately wore him down to death. He's simply an indestructible cockroach. His martial arts will is unmovable as a mountain, which can influence the wills of others. It's like standing in front of a towering mountain, making you feel insignificant and thus weakening your strength. What do you mean by unmovable as a mountain? It's still different in front of brother Yi Qiang. Yeah, who would have thought that Yi Qiang would be so unstoppable and still be in third place? You all thought Yi Qiang was the dark horse, but he was actually just playing the pig to eat the tiger. +1. As the bell rings, the game officially begins. Deng Wenji didn't hesitate at all. He stomped his feet on the ground and seemed to be rooted in the ground. He exuded an aura as heavy as a mountain. Martial arts will, immovable as a mountain. Buzz. A deep, heavy, and indestructible will spread out from him, as if to build an invisible wall in the entire training ground. However, the next second, the volcano erupted. Lin Xie's swift fire, martial arts will, like a torrent of lava bursting through a dam, swept out with an unmatched posture. Boom! When Deng Wenji's unshakable will came into contact with Lin Xie's more domineering and higher level will, he only felt that his spiritual world was hit hard by a huge meteorite falling from the sky. His proud and indestructible mountain was instantly washed away, collapsed and melted like a sand sculpture in front of this volcano that was powerful enough to burn everything. Puff! Deng Wenji's face turned as pale as paper in an instant. His martial arts will was completely destroyed in the head-on collision. He raised his head in horror and looked at the man opposite who was walking towards him step by step with a cold expression, his eyes filled with endless fear. He knew that he had lost. A complete defeat. He suddenly stepped back and shouted, "I surrender." Lin Xie wins. The live broadcast room fell into a brief silence again. Immediately, a barrage storm broke out that was more violent than any before. What the hell? Another one surrendering? I'm fucking dumbfounded. This isn't a competition anymore, this is a dimensionality reduction attack. Too terrifying. What level of martial arts willpower does Yi Qiang have? Why does it feel like no one can stop him? A mountain as immovable as a mountain was shattered in a second? Is this a fucking volcanic eruption? 2 consecutive surrenders. This really is a way to defeat the enemy without fighting. Brother Buku? The god upstairs. Before the start of the 4th round, Lin Xie got another 3 hours of rest. He did not relax at all, and still hid in the lounge, carrying out his boring but efficient slacking off. Martial will, blazing swiftness level 4 3999 4000. Martial will, blazing swiftness level 4 4000. Ding. Martial will, blazing swiftness level increased. Current level, level 505000. When the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, Lin Xie felt that his spiritual world had undergone another earth-shaking change. The crimson volcano that represented his martial arts will seem to be injected with even more powerful energy at this moment, becoming even more majestic and more solid. At the crater, the rolling lava was no longer the dark red color as before, but a hotter and more dazzling bright gold. If the will of level 4 is a volcano, then the will of level 5 is a supervolcano that is at the critical point of eruption and has accumulated endless energy. Its power is several times stronger than before. More importantly, Lin Xie could clearly feel that his control over this power had become more subtle. In the fourth round, Lin Xie's opponent was the boy with the talented swordsmanship who was ranked 23rd. However, the result still left no suspense. In front of Lin Xie's level 5 martial arts will that was as terrifying as a natural disaster, the opponent's proud sharp sword intent was instantly blown out like a candle in the wind. The battle ended with one shot. Lin Xie, with an overwhelming and unmatched attitude, easily advanced to the fifth round. At this moment, the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University, and even the entire 0755 Galaxy, all those who were paying attention to this opening exam, were completely excited. People finally discovered a shocking fact. From the beginning of the knockout round to now, every opponent of Lin Xie, without exception, has been completely crushed in the head on collision of martial arts will. Either be shot through or surrender voluntarily. He didn't even need to fire a second shot. His martial arts will is like an insurmountable mountain, standing in front of all his opponents, making them unable to even muster the courage to fight him. For a time, all kinds of speculations and discussions spread like a virus on major forums and live broadcast platforms. I finally understand now. The most terrifying thing about Brother Ichiang is not his marksmanship, but his martial arts will. This is outrageous. What level of martial arts willpower is this? Why does it feel like no one can withstand it? I suspect that Brother Ichiang's martial arts will has surpassed the ordinary entry level and reached a higher level that we cannot understand. Is it possible that the strongest freshman this year isn't those two monsters ranked in the top 2, but one gun? Shit. Now that you mention it, I feel like it's very possible. Yeah. Although Chen Xuanyi and Tang Dongshan are strong, their matches are also very back and forth, and they fight with great fanfare. Unlike Brother Ichiang, who crushes his opponents the entire time, leaving them no chance to fight back. This isn't a dark horse anymore. This is a giant prehistoric crocodile. It's crawling out of the abyss and wants to eat everyone. Lin Xie's image has undergone a drastic change in everyone's mind. He is no longer the dark horse that made a lucky comeback. But it is an unfathomable giant crocodile. With the end of the fourth round of competition, only the final 12 people remained. And Lin Xie, with an undisputed king attitude, firmly occupies one of the top 3 places. People no longer regard Lin Xie as a lucky dark horse, but truly put him on the same level as Chen Xuanyi and Tang Dongshan, two monsters who have long been famous for comparison and discussion. Even in the minds of many people, the sense of oppression and mystery brought by Lin Xie is even greater than that of the two geniuses who have long been known to everyone. The atmosphere in the office of the Galaxy Wuhan University official station was very lively. The young teacher in charge was looking at the soaring ratings on the screen and the various hot posts on the forum about big crocodile brother Lin Xie with excitement, and the smile on his face never stopped. Shui, he turned his head and looked at Chen Shui beside him, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. You made a mistake this time. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui couldn't help but smile bitterly on her pretty face. She looked at the figure in the light curtain holding a spear with an indifferent expression, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Who could have imagined that this dark horse, who she initially thought was not entertaining enough, would crush everyone in such a shocking way and become the most dazzling presence in this exam? Teacher, I admit, my judgment is terrible. She shook her head helplessly, then her eyes lit up with professional fire as she volunteered, Teacher, next round, no matter what, his match must be broadcast live on the main station. I'm willing to be there and commentate. Too late. The teacher in charge smiled and waved his hand. The live broadcast room at the number 3 Martial Arts Arena is now more popular than our main station. The audience has long regarded it as a second main station. If we try to grab it now, it will only cause dissatisfaction among the audience. He paused, a shrewd glint in his eyes as he made his final decision. Starting from the next round, martial arts arenas 1, 2, and 3 will all be integrated into the main station's signal. All 3 matches will be broadcast live simultaneously. 5th round. Lin Qiye's opponent is Lu Zhenlong, who is ranked 9th. During the Tianhai province entrance examination, Lu Zhenlong was high above and could not see Lin Qiye at all. But now, he has become a challenger who ranks low and needs to look up to Lin Qiye.